In this world, where the strong dominate, swords can cleave the heavens and fists can shatter mountains and rivers, Chen traverses through time, viewing the mighty as mere ants, cloaked in blue, atop the 108 towers. In a realm teeming with formidable beings, I bow to no one, yield to no king, for the fist in my hand is the true power. My subordinates are the strong. With a single strike towards the heavens, I strike the sky. My staff commands all across the world. The three blades of Abyssal. One blade returns to the sea. Evil shall emerge from the world. In a small building, I listen to the spring rain through the night, as the crescent moon and curved blade of Dingpeng intertwine. Lord of the White Cloud City, Yagucheng, a celestial being from beyond, unmatched in the world. The master of Wanmei Mountain, Shimen Shueishue, returns from the west with a frost-cold sword. In this world of power, only my authority reigns supreme. The fist is power. Li Qinzhou, dominating the world. I am invincible. Yin Kuang Tu. Figures of high martial prowess. Pong Bon, Song Chue, Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, Wu Ming. Figures of thunder. Wu Juan Luoho, god of the dead nation. Chapter 1. The opening kill, a bloodless sword strike against Feng Shifan. The light is dim. In a dilapidated room, beams of moonlight filter through the cracks in the walls. A young man clad in blue holds a steel knife against the chest of a bound man in brocade, his gaze flickering, tinged with a hint of trepidation. His hand, gripping the knife, trembles slightly. "Tell me, where did you hear from?" he roars, filled with boundless fury. "I will not tell you. If you have the ability, kill me. But do you dare?" The brocade-clad man sneers. "A coward like you, do you dare to kill? Moreover, if you kill me, your entire family will perish, haha." In his eyes, the young man appears to be nothing more than a waste. "You." The youth's hand shakes even more violently upon hearing the man's words. "What do you mean? You are nothing but a useless coward, incapable of even asking." The brocade-clad man laughs heartily, his eyes filled with derision. "What? What did you say? What did you say?" The steel knife-wielding man's face turns pale at once, disbelief etched across his features. Clang! The steel knife slips from his grasp and falls to the ground. Blood rushes to his head, causing dizziness as he collapses, his gaze becoming vacant. "Useless fool! Aren't you going to untie me? Otherwise, once the effects of the soft tendon dispersing medicine wear off, I will twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot." The brocade-clad man shouts fiercely. The youth instinctively retreats a few steps, tripping over something and falling to where the steel knife had landed, his expression turning dazed. "Useless, just useless. With a mere growl, I can scare you to this extent, and you still won't hurry to untie me." The brocade-clad man's expression grows even more sinister. "What sound? Who dares to roar at me? I am enjoying my emperor's feast." At this moment, the previously vacant-eyed youth speaks impatiently. But immediately after, he clutches his head and screams in agony. "Useless, useless. Aren't you going to let me go?" The brocade-clad man bellows once more. Meanwhile, after the scream, the youth's complexion slightly improves as he examines his own hands and surveys the surroundings. "What is this? What is this? I was only halfway through my emperor's feast when I ended up here. But this original host is too tragic. Wearing a green hat and dying from anger," the youth muses internally. "However, this kid's name is the same as mine, Chen. Such a fine name. How could it belong to a useless original host? This is undeniably the name of a protagonist," the youth murmurs. "Chen, you worthless fool. Aren't you going to let me go?" The brocade-clad man yells at the muttering Chen, seeking death. Upon seeing this, Chen's eyes glint with coldness. He is not the useless original host. He picks up the steel knife from the ground and approaches the brocade-clad man. "I do not wish to ask that question a second time. Tell me who that person is." Chen fixes his gaze upon the brocade-clad man. Though he is not the original body, having taken possession of this form, he is determined to avenge the original host. "You worthless fool. As soon as he finished his insult, Chen swiftly severed the tendons in his hand with a steel knife. "Speak, or refuse to speak. You shall die. How dare you sever my tendons?" The man in fine clothing let out another agonizing scream as the tendons in his other hand were also severed in an instant. "If you refuse to speak, the next will be your Achilles tendon. With your hand tendons severed, you might recover to some degree, able to perform simple tasks. But with your Achilles tendon severed, you will be left a cripple, or worse, paralyzed. Of course, after severing your Achilles tendon, I could also gouge out your eyes and tear out your tongue." Chen's expression was cold and his tone chilling. In truth, he had no intention of leaving this man alive. This world was one of martial arts. and the person he had captured today was none other than the superior of his superior. Chen had completely merged with the original host's memories. The original host shared his name, Chen, and was a constable from the southern district of Tianan City, following in his father's footsteps. His father had been a constable, and upon his death, he took his place. The man in fine clothing was a captain in the southern district, named Wang Zhan, and also one of the 4 great captains of Tianan City. Each of the 4 districts of Tianan had one captain. Above the constables were the squad leaders, and above them were the captains. Capturing such a person, if released, would he not seek to ensure Chen's death? He would undoubtedly find a way to kill him. Thus, under no circumstances could this man in fine clothing be allowed to live. Moreover, Chen was confident that with his wits, he could dispose of the body and erase all traces. Furthermore, to others, the original host was perceived as timid and cowardly, so no one would suspect him of murder. Additionally, Wang Zhan was a mid-level martial artist, while Chen was merely at the skin refining stage. As for martial cultivation, Chen only knew of the 4 realms of body refinement: skin refining, tendon refining, bone refining, and organ refining. Beyond that, he was uncertain, being just a lowly constable. Upon hearing Chen's words and witnessing his bloodthirsty and cold gaze, the man in fine clothing felt a jolt of fear in his heart. This kid has gone mad. He really will kill me. His heart trembled. I only heard this from the leader of the Black Tiger gang. It relates to the main ledger. If you want to find them, go after them. It has nothing to do with me. The man in fine clothing hurriedly replied. He intended to buy time until the effects of the softening medicine wore off. Even with his tendons severed, he could still kick Chen to death. Then consider it your misfortune. Chen gazed at Wang Zhan and spoke coldly. In that moment, Chen plunged the steel knife forcefully into the man's heart. Why are you still killing me? Wang Zhan stared vacantly at Chen. He could not comprehend why. After he had spoken, Chen still chose to kill him. Moreover, there was nothing between him and his wife. He had merely spoken out of turn. He never imagined that the seemingly honest and timid man would be so ruthless. Was this the ultimate consequence of provoking a meek person? He died with his eyes wide open. If you do not die, how can I live? Chen coldly huffed as he looked at the lifeless Wang Zhan. Host's first kill, activating treasure chest system. Acquired 1 black, iron, level martial character treasure chest. After the cold huff, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before him, a panel popped up. The first kill had activated the treasure chest system, and he had received a martial character treasure chest. Would you like to open the black, iron, level martial character treasure chest? Chen observed, finding no other information, and without hesitation, silently willed it to open. Successfully opened the treasure chest. Acquired character: 1 sword, no blood, Feng Shifan. A stream of information flowed into Chen's mind. He had acquired the character 1 sword, no blood, Feng Shifan. Soon after, Feng Shifan's information appeared. Feng Shifan, a character from Jin Yang's martial arts novel, The Deer and the Cauldron, a master of the Kunlun sect, nicknamed 1 sword, no blood, known for striking vital points with the tip of his sword. His sword techniques are so sharp that those struck do not bleed, thus earning his name. Realm: early stage of organ refining. Chapter 2. The Art of Murder and the 13 Sequential Blades. The moment he arrived, he had slain a constable. In this realm, where martial prowess reigns, such an act in a mere county town would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest. Chen sat upon the ground, his steel blade resting beside him. He instinctively reached for his pocket, yearning for a smoke to contemplate his thoughts, only to discover the absence of both pocket and tobacco. A glance at the lifeless body before him rendered him momentarily stunned. To kill without inspecting the corpse would be a disservice to himself. He promptly approached and began to search the body. Silver notes and loose coins. 300 taels of silver notes from the Great Tong Bank, universally accepted and easily exchanged, alongside 10 taels of loose silver. In addition, there lay a manual, the 13 Sequential Blades, something he had just acquired today, now fortuitously falling into his hands. A smile of delight spread across Chen's face. According to the memories within his mind, in this world, or rather in Tianan County, a family of 4 could barely earn 1 or 2 taels of silver in a month. His own monthly stipend amounted to a mere 2 taels. Now, with over 300 taels at his disposal, how could he not feel elated? Of course, the primary treasure was the manual. Although martial arts flourished in this world, the pursuit of mastery was no simple feat, and manuals were exceedingly rare. He had never anticipated that Wang Zhan would possess a copy of the 13 Sequential Blades. However, he recalled Wang Zhan mentioning earlier that he had spent a significant sum on an item that day, leading him to surmise that this manual was indeed that acquisition. now fortuitously his. Yet, the techniques within the manual could only be practiced in secrecy for the time being. Revealing them prematurely would arouse suspicion regarding Wang Zhan's demise. While he had Feng Shifan at his side, his safety was not guaranteed. It was prudent to remain cautious and ascertain the true nature of Tiannan County. Erasing all traces of the corpse. How to dispose of it? Su Chen gazed at Wang Zhan's lifeless form, contemplating ways to obliterate any evidence. If only some divine intervention would grant him a spatial ring, allowing him to transport Wang Zhan's body away and later find a suitable location to dispose of it. How foolish of me. I may be incapable, but I have subordinates. Entrusting the body to Feng Shifan would suffice. Feng Shifan, recently displaying his prowess, was in the early stages of refining the viscera. From his memories, he recalled that the three strongest individuals in Tiannan County were merely at the peak of bone refining, one step shy of entering the visceral refinement level. With Feng Shifan by his side, he should be relatively safe in Tiannan County for the time being. As Su Chen contemplated, he summoned Feng Shifan. Clad in green garments, the middle-aged man appeared, gripping a long sword, his gaze cold and menacing. "Greetings, my lord." Feng Shifan bowed deeply upon his arrival. "Dispose of this corpse, and return to me once you have completed the task," Su Chen commanded, pointing towards the distant body. "Understood." As Feng Shifan approached Wang Zhan, he raised his hand and seized the latter's body. With a swift motion, he soared out of the desolate, abandoned courtyard. Having subordinates is indeed advantageous. However, my own physical form is woefully inadequate. As a mere practitioner at the foundational level, I can only harass the common folk. It is imperative that I elevate my cultivation as swiftly as possible. Su Chen contemplated Feng Shifan's departure, reflecting on his current body, which is but 19 years old and still in the stage of practice, presenting an opportunity for advancement. Yet, what of the original owner's wife? Su Chen's thoughts turned to her, furrowing his brow. This wife was a result of a betrothal arranged from childhood. She hails not from Tyne County, but from a neighboring Lianshui County. A year ago, her parents encountered a calamity and came here, brandishing the marriage contract to wed him. The original owner's father had perished in service 3 years prior, and his mother, heartbroken, followed suit, leaving him alone and unmarried. With the marriage contract in hand, he had not the heart to refuse. Most notably, his wife is a stunning beauty, possessing an alluring figure. The original owner's reluctance to decline stemmed from her enchanting visage and form. Initially, their life together was relatively pleasant. However, of late, he noticed some peculiarities in her behavior. She often returned home late at night. After several attempts to follow her without any discoveries, he learned a troubling piece of information from Wang Zhan during a drinking session. The original owner sought to extract information from Wang Zhan, yet the latter regarded him as worthless, hardly considering him worthy of sharing anything, instead choosing to insult him. In a fit of humiliation, the original owner secretly procured a soft muscle powder and a soul-binding drug, discreetly administering them to Wang Zhan's tea. After rendering him unconscious, he brought him to this location. Of course, the original owner merely wished to gather intelligence from Wang Zhan and had no intention of killing him. Yet, provoked by Wang Zhan, he met his end. Su Chen then occupied the body. Su Chen is not Wang Zhan. From the original owner's memories, he understood that this world is brutal. Moreover, Wang Zhan is not a virtuous man. He has taken many lives and withheld the meager salary of the original owner. Thus, eliminating him was a necessary measure to prevent future troubles. To his surprise, in taking a life, he inadvertently triggered a treasure chest system, acquiring a black iron-level martial arts character chest, which yielded the sword-wielding Feng Shifan. Fate is fickle. Such is my destiny. Su Chen rose, glancing at his robe. Having just committed murder, he was cautious to avoid the bloodstains on his garments, for they would surely raise suspicion. He had exercised great care during the act. Though he had never killed in his former life, he had absorbed much from the numerous dramas he had watched. Initially, he had planned to erase the evidence, but with Feng Shifan's emergence, it became unnecessary for him to act. Feng Shifan had yet to return. Su Chen had no intention of leaving just yet. So during moments of boredom, he opened the manual for the 13 linked blades he had previously acquired. The 13 linked blades is a conventional sword technique consisting of 13 forms. This technique flows seamlessly, where the 13 strikes culminate into a single blow. As one cut is executed, the other 12 erupt in a flurry, overwhelming the opponent with blinding light, catching them off guard, or cutting them down amidst the relentless onslaught. However, to connect all 13 forms, one must cultivate this technique to perfection. With a sense of determination, Su Chen began to explore the intricacies of the 13 linked blades. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. After reviewing the forms once more, he found that he could vividly recall the movements, as if they were indelibly etched in his mind. Setting the manual aside, he grasped his steel blade and began to mimic the techniques. After several repetitions, he was able to execute the entire sequence of the 13 strikes flawlessly. How could this be? I never possessed such talent before. Could it be that the overlap of my soul has enhanced my comprehension? Perhaps this is one of the advantageous gifts. He pondered. Nevertheless, the 13 linked blades is an additive technique. While I can simulate the movements, I have yet to achieve the rapid continuity required to unleash the full power of the 13 strikes. There remains a need for further cultivation to master it completely. With each repetition, Su Chen's execution of the 13 linked blades grew increasingly proficient. After a while, he was drenched in sweat, and his body began to feel weak. This physique was far too frail. Even a brief session of practice left him feeling on the verge of collapse. Clearly, he needed to replenish his strength. However, it seemed there were methods for body refinement, as well as mental cultivation techniques. He recalled the memories of the original owner. In the phase of body refinement, the physical aspect is only one part. It must be complemented by a corresponding mental cultivation method to progress further. This mental cultivation method, in Su Chen's understanding, bore similarities to the internal martial arts found in wuxia novels, but in this world, it held far greater value and rarity. In Tianan County, one could purchase body refinement techniques or manuals at martial arts schools or shops, yet the mental cultivation methods were unattainable. When Feng Shifan returns, I shall ask him to teach me the internal cultivation techniques of the Kunlun sect. He resolved. Although he lacked a breathing technique, Feng Shifan possessed internal cultivation methods that he could utilize. In the southern district of the city, within a modest courtyard, a young woman clad in a purple gown sat poised before a copper mirror, meticulously examining her reflection. Her beauty was striking, but it was her captivating eyes that truly ensnared the soul, radiating an enchanting allure with each blink. Her figure was alluringly proportioned, prompting a twinge of reluctance to part with such a visage. However, it was a pity that this beauty would not last much longer. Her task here was nearly complete, and it was time to depart. The woman murmured softly to herself. As the words flowed, delicate fingers gently peeled away from the face, revealing a human skin mask. Beneath this facade lay another visage, one that was even more pristine than the previous countenance. The once alluring gaze transformed into a cold, piercing stare, unmistakably signaling that this was no ordinary woman. Creak! At that moment, the sound of a door being pushed open echoed from outside. Yet, the woman displayed no hint of anxiety as she slowly donned the human skin mask, rising gracefully and making her way towards the door. The intruder was none other than Su Chen. As for the reason for his presence here, it was simply because this was the residence of the original owner. He had merely returned home, not a thatched cottage, but rather a fairly decent abode. Su Chen mused as he surveyed his surroundings. In typical tales of transmigration, one either finds themselves in a grand estate or a dilapidated state, struggling for sustenance. His situation was rather fortunate in comparison. "Darling, you've returned. Come in and change your clothes." A melodious voice chimed from the entrance. Ah, that must be the original owneress' wife, Zheng Qingwan. Su Chen looked up to behold her in a flowing purple gown, her beauty striking, particularly her figure. Her waist was slender, yet above it, her curves were pronounced. Indeed, she was a vision of beauty, her form and visage inspiring admiration, and her captivating eyes were enchanting. Yet, there was an incongruity he sensed. It felt as though this woman's appearance and form did not quite align. The original owner would have struggled to maintain her allure. Uncertainly, Su Chen found such thoughts surfacing in his mind, yet at that moment, a faint flicker of anger gripped him. What is this? Su Chen was taken aback. He sensed the residual anger lingering from the original owner. Darling, what is wrong? Why are you daydreaming in the courtyard? It's a bit chilly outside. Let us head indoors. The woman in the purple gown approached, her hands gently grasping Su Chen's arm, guiding him into the room. The fragrance was delightful. It was far more enchanting than the sense of the fleeting lovers from his nights at the club. Su Chen contemplated. The original owner was one thing, but he was another. With years of experience, he sensed that Zheng Qingwan was somewhat different from the memories of the original owner. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that her appearance and figure were mismatched, suggesting that this woman was not to be underestimated. As he pondered these thoughts, an instinctive motion led his right hand to press against her curves, and then he embraced her slender waist. This action was purely instinctive, a reflex from his time spent in the club. The woman in the purple gown was taken aback by his boldness, a shiver coursing through her as an incredulous look crossed her features. She had not anticipated such behavior from Su Chen, and a flash of anger flickered in her eyes. Yet, Su Chen perceived that fleeting anger, a sensation heightened by the intertwining of their souls. It appeared that the original owner's wife was indeed quite extraordinary. Su Chen mused, maintaining an impassive facade. "My dear husband, you must be hungry. Allow me to heat up the meal and bring it to you," spoke Zheng Qingwan, gently pushing aside Su Chen's arm. "That would be most kind of you, my lady. After a long day of duty, I am indeed feeling a bit peckish." Su Chen replied. He truly was somewhat famished, having recently dealt with the Constable Wang Zhan, followed by a bout of sword training. He felt quite exhausted and in need of nourishment. Moreover, he had sensed a flicker of anger and even a hint of killing intent in her eyes moments ago. "My wife is not to be underestimated," he mused inwardly. "Please wait a moment, my husband." Zheng Qingwan hastily extricated herself from Su Chen's embrace and made her way towards the kitchen. Su Chen settled into the hall, pouring himself a glass of water and taking a sip. I must ascertain the truth about this woman. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, he pondered. He could not afford to keep a woman with unknown intentions close at hand. His thoughts turning, he discreetly retrieved a small paper bag from his pocket. Within it lay the softening powder he had procured from the black market 10 miles outside the city. He had previously employed it against Wang Zhan. There remained a portion of it, which might prove useful once more. Although his original memories suggested that Zheng Qingwan possessed no martial skills, being an ordinary woman, his recent observations indicated otherwise. Coupled with Wang Zhan's remarks about her associations, he felt compelled to remain vigilant. His gaze drifted to the door, where Feng Shifan had arrived, intent on discerning whether Zheng Qingwan posed any threat. "Master, she possesses some strength, albeit inferior to that of Wang Zhan. She struck him down with a single sword." A voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. "Is that so? Then I can rest easy. I worried that the softening powder might be ineffective against her," he reflected. After all, his own abilities were currently somewhat limited, necessitating caution. While Feng Shifan could directly confront and subdue Zheng Qingwan, he feared that unexpected complications might arise. Thus, it was prudent for him to act first, with Feng Shifan remaining in the shadows. Casting a glance at the teapot before him, he poured another cup of water for himself, then emptied the entire contents of the softening powder into the kettle. The powder was colorless and tasteless, imperceptible to the senses, although its effects would take time to manifest. This approach would allow him to further test her capabilities. While Feng Shifan was nearby and could swiftly apprehend her, he preferred to maintain a contingency plan. Before long, Zheng Qingwan returned, carrying 2 small dishes and a basket containing several steamed buns. She truly exuded the charm of a gentle and nurturing wife. "Husband, I had a little something to eat before you arrived. Please indulge yourself," she urged Su Chen. "My lady, you have been busy. Do take a moment to sip some water." Su Chen retrieved another cup from the table and poured a glass of water for Zheng Qingwan. She, either unsuspecting or genuinely parched, drank it down without hesitation. Observing her sip, Su Chen felt a surge of joy and proceeded to pour her another glass. Meanwhile, he picked up a steamed bun and began to eat, accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables and a tofu delicacy that proved quite delectable. He devoured the bun heartily, savoring the flavors of the pickles. Zheng Qingwan, watching him, wore a look of confusion. She sensed that her husband was somewhat altered. After all, he had returned recently with a cold demeanor. Today, however, he appeared as usual, even teasing her moments ago, prompting her to inquire about his behavior. "My lady, I have committed murder. Today, upon my return, I killed Wang Zhan, the head of the constables in our southern district. Do you know why?" Su Chen suddenly declared, taking a bite of his bun. "What?" Zheng Qingwan gasped, utterly taken aback by Su Chen's revelation. "He accused you of being entangled with others, didn't he? You sought to kill him, correct?" Su Chen maintained a calm gaze upon her, unwilling to engage in frivolous conversation. He was direct and unyielding. Chapter 4. The Mirror's Keeper, First Blood Taken. One treasure, chest acquired. Su Chen was not one to linger. He preferred to strike first. Zheng Qingwan's pupils dilated in shock. She had never anticipated such a proclamation from him. "My husband, you." A look of trepidation crossed her face, transforming her into a startled fawn. filled with fear and unease. My husband, they are clearly slandering me. I have always been virtuous, adhering to the principles of a devoted wife. I seldom leave the house, and when I do, it is merely to procure provisions for our household. How could those with malicious intent defame me so? It is utterly intolerable. In that moment, Zheng Qingyuan resembled a pristine white lotus. Your performance is commendable. I sense you doubt my ability to kill Wang Zhan. Indeed, my strength pales in comparison to his. But I procured a muscle relaxant from the black market. Once he was afflicted, he possessed no strength at all. I could dispatch him with a single strike. My lady, what do you think of the effects of a muscle relaxant? Su Chen inquired, looking intently at Zheng Qingyuan. You have administered the muscle relaxant to me, she exclaimed, her expression shifting, only to soon realize her limbs were devoid of strength, collapsing onto the floor. She attempted to rise, but found herself unable. Seeing this, Su Chen swiftly approached her, grasping her mouth to prevent any concealed needles or hidden weapons from being unleashed. He had read too many martial arts novels to be careless. Given his own limited strength, he needed to exercise caution. After a thorough inspection and finding no hidden weaponry within her mouth, he relaxed his guard and swiftly bound her to a chair, determined to uncover the true nature of his wife. At this moment, Zheng Qingyuan was consumed by a surge of anger. She had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by her opponent, let alone being restrained. Flames of fury flickered in her eyes. As disbelief washed over her, she had been ensnared by Su Chen, the very individual she had meticulously observed for an extended period before deciding to exploit. Initially, she had envisioned completing her task and paving a promising path for him. Let me go. Zheng Qingyuan struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the ropes that bound her. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless, and the forceful bindings only intensified her efforts, causing her face to flush with a deep crimson as her body collided with the ropes. Her breath quickened, her chest heaving violently, exuding an alluring temptation. During this tumultuous struggle, a hint of seduction glimmered in her captivating phoenix eyes. Su Chen, locked in her gaze, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness. Just then, a refreshing clarity emerged in his mind, dispelling the haze. The art of mental seduction. Su Chen did not immediately awaken, instead feigning heavy eyelids, as if he were succumbing to drowsiness, keen to observe her next move. This sensation of lethargy had consistently plagued the original host during intimate encounters with her. At that moment, fragments of the original host's memories surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the original host had never truly consummated their union? How lamentable. Su Chen silently mourned for the original host for a minute. Su Chen, relájame. At that moment, Zheng Qingyuan's voice reached his ears, soft and imbued with an enchanting allure that compelled one to obey her commands. A cold smirk crept across Su Chen's heart as he let his eyelids droop, raising his hands as if to assist her in loosening her bindings. Upon witnessing his actions, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Zheng Qingyuan's eyes. Once I am freed, I shall make you pay dearly. Her heart filled with resentment as she resolved to retaliate against Su Chen for the events of the night, especially concerning the murder he had alluded to. She yearned to uncover the specifics. As Zheng Qingyuan lost herself in thought, she suddenly felt large hands pressing down on her inappropriately, gripping her firmly as if kneading dough. In that instant, her demeanor shifted, her face flushed, and her gaze darted towards Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen's eyes had regained their clarity, now fixed on her with profound intensity. Each time we were together, you employed such tactics against me. But alas, they are futile now. His words dripped with mockery, and his grip tightened further. Tell me, who are you? Otherwise, I shall end you as I did with Wang Zhan. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Surely, you do not wish to perish so easily? Su Chen's tone was icy, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He would not allow danger to linger in his presence. Some threats must be eliminated at once. Clang! At that very moment, Su Chen grabbed the steel saber he had earlier placed on the table. He pressed its razor-sharp tip against her chest. The blade pierced through her robes, the tip biting into her skin as a single drop of blood slowly trickled down. Zheng Qingyuan's entire body trembled. The blade tip breaking her skin didn't hurt, but gave her a chilling certainty that Su Chen truly would stab straight through her chest if he wished. His grip on the saber was steady, unwavering. At this instant, the Su Chen before her felt like an entirely different person. I'm from a suspended mirror platform. Zheng Qingyuan said, looking at Su Chen. I'm a suspended mirror envoy. At this moment, she could only say something that might matter to him. The suspended mirror platform? Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. The land he was currently in was known as the Great Zhou dynasty. Within Great Zhou, there were three major power institutions. The first was the Six Gates, responsible for handling criminal cases, maintaining local order, and overseeing regional administration. The Yamen Su Chen served in was, in fact, an institution under the Six Gates. The Six Gates governed jointly with local officials, but were still subject to local authority. After all, their salaries were issued by the local government. The second institution was the Imperial Suppression Office. This organization had a long history, established by the founding emperor of Great Zhou. It was tasked with protecting the emperor and investigating and arresting criminals. The Imperial Suppression Office wielded immense authority. They could arrest and even interrogate high-ranking officials without prior approval from the emperor, the so-called execute first, report later. The third, however, was the most mysterious of all, the Suspended Mirror Platform. The Suspended Mirror Platform was founded by the current Great Zhou Emperor himself, an institution that served the throne directly. Its supreme leader was the most powerful eunuch by the emperor's side, and its influence was steadily surpassing even that of the Imperial Suppression Office. Su Chen had never imagined that Zheng Qingyuan would be someone from the Suspended Mirror Platform. Then why are you here? Su Chen asked coldly. And why did you impersonate my fiancée? As he spoke, the saber tip in his hand pressed forward slightly, biting deeper. Her identity was far too extraordinary. Killing her outright might be the safest option, but first, he needed to know why she had approached him. I came here only to complete my trial as a suspended mirror envoy, Zheng Qingyuan said quickly. I chose you simply because you seemed manageable. I have no other intentions. Help me complete my trial mission, and I can help you become the head constable of the South District. As for what my trial mission is, I can't tell you that, but I have no hostility toward you. I was even planning to help you rise once the task was complete. With my support, promotion would be easy. In that very instant, Zheng Qingyuan keenly sensed a subtle change at the saber's tip in Su Chen's hand. What had only been a faint tremor was now steadily applying pressure. Her heart clenched. A powerful sense of foreboding surged up instantly. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and shouted urgently. Su Chen's hand paused slightly. Having connections in court made things easier, and Zheng Qingyuan was from the Suspended Mirror Platform, no less. In the present day, the most formidable organization beside the Great Zhou Emperor could indeed grant him substantial power with her assistance. He is eager to discern the true intentions lurking behind Zheng Qingyuan, especially considering that eliminating her would likely provoke the individuals from the Suspended Mirror Platform. At that juncture, he would still be compelled to confront them. He harbors no doubts regarding the capabilities of the Suspended Mirror Platform. Regardless of his actions, murder invariably leaves traces. Furthermore, he remains somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of this world, as the original owner was merely a person from a remote locality. After careful deliberation, it seems that terminating Zheng Qingyuan may not be the most prudent choice. I could release you, but a price must be paid. Su Chen's gaze fell upon her figure. What kind of price? Upon meeting Su Chen's penetrating stare, Zheng Qingyuan momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a flush of indignation. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Naturally, it is to compel you to fulfill the duties of a wife. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light as he seized Zheng Qingyuan and led her into the inner chamber. You. Zheng Qingyuan's expression was one of fury, yet she found herself devoid of strength. The night passed with the gentle sound of spring rain. The host has achieved first blood, rewarding a silver-grade treasure chest. Chapter 5. The Left-Handed Sword of Jing Wuming. Morning broke. Amidst the crowing of roosters, a wisp of white cloud ascended from the horizon, tinged with a hint of rosy light. In the inner chamber of the courtyard, Zheng Qingyuan cast a furious glance at the slumbering Su Chen beside her. Her eyes seethed with anger as she grasped the bed linens tightly, as if intending to tear them apart. A glimpse toward the white bedding revealed a hint of crimson. I have been so prudent for all these years, only to falter here. She clenched her teeth and confronted Su Chen. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? At that moment, the drowsy Su Chen opened his eyes, his gaze still hazy. He stretched languidly, feeling a pervasive heaviness throughout his body, a sensation akin to that of exhaustion following a fierce battle. Indeed, the previous night had been a vigorous confrontation. The battles unfolded in succession. The first was defensive. The second continued in passivity. The third saw the opponent's resilience wane, leading to a counterattack, and the fourth expanded the battlefield further. Could one not feel utterly drained after such encounters? If you intended to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, you displayed greater vigor than I last night. Now I see your true self. Quite impressive indeed. No need for that false mask before me any longer. As he stretched, Su Chen regarded Zheng Qingyuan with a teasing smile. You, Zheng Qingyuan, exasperated, looked at Su Chen, her frustration palpable. To survive a year in Tiannan County, such a task is undeniably complex. You wouldn't jeopardize such an assignment simply to eliminate me. Su Chen observed her with a knowing demeanor. Of course, should you harbor any murderous intent, rest assured that the first to perish will be you. After all, Feng Shifan has been on guard outside all night, which has certainly placed you at a disadvantage. You render me somewhat unrecognizable. It is difficult for me to fathom the extent of your transformation. Zheng Qingyuan gazed at Su Chen, bewildered by the sudden shift in his demeanor. It is all due to you. Last night I took a life. I killed Wang Zhan. Do you realize that although I am a constable, I have never before taken a life? Afterward, I even disposed of his body. Can you comprehend the magnitude of these changes? Su Chen sought to attribute his transformation to her. You truly killed Wang Zhan, Zheng Qingyuan exclaimed, immediately regretting her inquiry. After all, he had genuinely intended to take her life the previous night, and eliminating someone like Wang Zhan was indeed feasible. Wang Zhan, though merely a head constable in the southern district, held considerable power in the outskirts of Tiannan City. His death would undoubtedly incite some upheaval within Tiannan County, which would impact my trial mission. I must address this matter. Zheng Qingyuan donned her attire and regarded Su Chen. That is your concern. I shall faithfully attend to my duties, prepare breakfast, and once I have finished, I will report for duty. Although Su Chen was reluctant to rise so early, he understood that he must maintain his established persona. After all, he still required this facade for certain endeavors. With Wang Zhan now deceased, he anticipated a short reprieve from complications. However, should Wang Zhan fail to appear in a few days, it would undoubtedly trigger some repercussions. He intended to seize this opportunity to strive for advancement. While the head constable was out of reach, achieving the rank of squad leader was certainly attainable. As for those who could not be salvaged, it was entirely plausible that some would meet their demise. Of course, Su Chen was not one to indiscriminately take lives. Those guilty of crimes or colluding with tyrants deserve their fate. Thus, eliminating them was merely a service to the people, a contribution to the greater good. You truly regard me as your wife. Zheng Qingyuan looked at Su Chen incredulously. You are indeed my wife. Is there a problem with that? Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Zheng Qingyuan, now shedding her previous pretense, spoke with a newfound fortitude that was quite refreshing and could serve well as a long-term ally in battle. With a sense of resignation, Zheng Qingyuan proceeded to prepare the meal. Although it had been her routine, today it felt burdensome. As she moved about, her body still bore the aftereffects of the previous night's intensity. After she exited the room, Su Chen reclined once more, his thoughts fixated on the treasure chest. After securing Zheng Qingyuan's initial bloodshed last night, he had acquired a silver-level treasure chest. Previously, he had drawn Feng Shifan from a black iron-level chest. So he anticipated something worthwhile from this silver chest, which was superior to the black iron one. Open the treasure chest, Su Chen silently commanded. You have obtained the martial arts masterpiece, the left-handed quick sword of Jing Wuming. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to receive Jing Wuming's swift sword, a martial arts masterpiece. I do not lack for masterpieces, and I wield a saber. Why bestow upon me a quick sword? Su Chen saithing worthily. Jing Wuming was aware that he was a character from the tale of the sentimental swordsman, a master in Gulong's novels and a formidable opponent to a fey. He rose to prominence with his left-hand sword, yet his true strength lay in his right hand, which could strike twice as swiftly as the left. One could indeed envision Jing Wuming wielding his right-hand sword. Before Su Chen could contemplate further, a torrent of information flooded his mind, and, simultaneously, his body began to undergo a transformation. The discomfort he previously felt intensified momentarily, yet amidst the pain, a warm current surged through him, igniting his body and initiating a metamorphosis. However, this transformation was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the aches of the previous night's battle. In his mind's eye emerged a figure, brandishing a long sword, executing a singular motion, drawing and striking. All other actions faded away, leaving only the simplicity of the thrust. This scene swiftly imprinted itself in Su Chen's consciousness, and at that moment, it seemed as if his body could synchronize with it. He acquired the martial prowess of Jing Wuming's left-hand swift sword, not merely as awareness, but also in bodily coordination. Although his own realm had not elevated, he realized that, should he strike before his opponent could react, piercing their throat or severing their head, no matter how powerful they were, it would matter not. This served as a hidden card in his arsenal. Though he wielded a knife rather than a sword, he could still employ it. As such, his left-hand blade, currently devoid of a sword, Su Chen had a dagger at his disposal, and with a mere adjustment in technique and force, he could execute the moves required. Given his muscle memory, he was confident in his ability, albeit with a slightly slower speed, yet still formidable. With a buoyant spirit, he hastily donned his attire and rose, invigorated and eager to practice a few movements in the courtyard, though he restrained himself. The martial dreams of his youth were now within reach in this world. He could still achieve the intoxication of resting upon a beauty's lap while wielding the power of the world in his grasp. Furthermore, he could master the art of the killing sword, leaving the world in awe. Chapter 6, A Fierce Beating. Another black, iron-level treasure chest. In the southern district. At the 6 doors. Upon arriving, Su Chen was struck by an unusual silence at the entrance. Typically, this was a bustling time for roll call. What had caused such quietude today? He scanned his surroundings, but found no colleagues present. His brow furrowed slightly as he pressed onward, sensing that something was amiss. Upon entering, he was met with an urgent voice. Su Chen, you're here. A grave incident has transpired. Last night, 3 of our patrolling brothers were murdered. Their bodies are laid out in the main hall. A fellow officer of similar age rushed forward, addressing him. The young man, Lin Dong, was Su Chen's partner. You say 3 patrolling brothers were killed? Su Chen's expression shifted in alarm. Though the 6 doors operated under the local government, they were nonetheless one of the 3 major power institutions of the Great Zhou dynasty. The murder of their members was tantamount to declaring war against the 6 doors. Let's go and see. Su Chen declared. What? Let's go take a look. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's words. Su Chen had previously been evasive regarding such matters. Lin Dong had chosen partner with him precisely because they both tended to steer clear of such affairs, avoiding them whenever possible. Thus, hearing Su Chen speak so boldly left him astonished. We must indeed go see, given that a colleague has been murdered. Su Chen affirmed. There was no need for Su Chen to emulate the original owner's mindset in every regard. The 6 doors was a commendable stepping stone, and he aspired to attain a certain standing within the organization. Retreating at every turn was not an option. Moreover, the head of the southern district, Wang Zhan, had been killed by him the previous night, leaving the area leaderless. This presented a unique opportunity. Initially, he had merely aimed to vie for a higher position, but with the murder of a 6 doors constable, this might just be the chance he needed. Let us go, Su Chen urged, striding towards the main hall without hesitation. At that moment, within the main hall, 3 corpses lay on straw mats, and a considerable crowd had gathered. In the southern district of the 6 doors, there was 1 head constable, and beneath him were 4 team leaders, each commanding over 10 constables. In the hall, 2 individuals clad in team leader robes were engaged in a serious discussion, while a coroner inspected the bodies on the mats. Upon entering, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the 3 corpses, causing his pupils to contract slightly. The throats of the 3 victims had been slit by a sharp blade, and their expressions were ones of shock, as if they were utterly unaware of what had transpired. This indicated they had been killed in a single stroke, an execution by a swordsman. Su Chen recognized the nature of the wounds. He had acquired Jing Wuming's left-hand sword and could discern the specifics of such injuries with ease. Standing quietly to the side, he contemplated the implications of these deaths. It seemed they did not bode well for him. Feng Shifan was a master swordsman, and his trump card was also a left-hand sword. Should he reveal it, the circumstances might be connected back to him. Although the strongest individual in Tianan County, according to the original owner's memories, was at the pinnacle of bone refinement, one could never guarantee the absence of hidden masters. Furthermore, the original owner's recollections might not encompass the complete truth. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that individuals from the suspended mirror platform would appear here without cause. Even during trials, they would not arbitrarily select this location. Perhaps the ambush on the constables was linked to the arrival of those from the suspended mirror platform. The next step was to see what information Feng Shifan could uncover. Currently, Feng Shifan was not following Su Chen, but was instead investigating Zheng Qingwan to see if any clues could be obtained. Team leader Liu, Team Leader Chen. At this juncture, the coroner addressed the two team leaders, stating, based on the wounds, it appears they were killed in an instant by a single sword strike. The assailant was remarkably swift. They didn't even have time to draw their blades. This was undoubtedly a master swordsman, and judging by the force of the strikes, the perpetrator is likely a pinnacle practitioner of muscle refinement. The only one capable of confronting such an individual would be Head Constable Wang. Upon hearing this, many individuals in the hall exhibited a change in demeanor. Typically, they were at the skin refinement stage, while the two team leaders were merely at the initial phase of muscle refinement. One of them, a master at the pinnacle of muscle refinement with a sword, had previously dispatched them with a mere stroke. It was unexpected that this coroner could discern the opponent's strength merely from the force of the sword strike. Su Chen felt a flicker of admiration within him. When he acquired Jing Wuming's swift left-handed sword, Su Chen had undergone slight modifications to his physique. Now, he had reached the zenith of skin refinement, and, after a period of rigorous training, would soon step into the realm of muscle refinement. We have already sent someone to inform Captain Wang. We shall await his arrival here. You all go about your duties, and be cautious during your patrols. Directed Team Leader Liu to several constables within hall. Waiting for Captain Wang. That fellow was already taken care of by me last night. His corpse has been dealt with by Feng Shifan. You'll be waiting until the vegetables cool. Both Su Chen and Lin Dong withdrew, heading towards their respective quarters. Their team leader was neither Chen nor Liu, but a woman named Luan Shui. Is that you, Su Chen? I heard about your wife. She is truly exceptional. A discordant voice emerged from behind them. Behind them stood three individuals, the foremost being a gaunt figure with sunken cheeks, resembling a sickly old man, who was now regarding Su Chen with a mocking gaze. Clearly, he was the one who had just spoken. Xiaojio, what are you saying? Lin Dong, walking beside Su Chen, immediately reacted, his expression shifting. What am I saying? Am I mistaken? Just the other day, while drinking with Captain Wang, we all heard the news. Su Chen, tell me, how much for me to stay at your place tonight? The constable, known as Xiaojio, looked at Su Chen with a contemptuous and provocative demeanor. Xiaojio belonged to the same team as Su Chen, who had previously been somewhat timid and often bullied by Xiaojio. This could be an opportunity. Su Chen contemplative. Having acted meekly until now, he felt the need for a stimulus to alter his approach. He had been considering how to transform his timid disposition. You've given me an opportunity. Perhaps this will be your misfortune, and I might even help the original owner seek vengeance. Su Chen gazed at Xiaojio, stepping towards him and asking, what did you just say? Didn't he catch that? Allow me to repeat myself. But before Xiaojio could finish his sentence, Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned a fierce crimson. He raised his right hand and seized Xiaojio's head, applying force in an instant. In that moment, his right knee shot up with blinding speed. Bang! The distinct sound of Xiaojio's contoured face colliding with his knee echoed, followed by the sickening crack of a broken nose. Xiaojio was at the mid-level of skin refinement, while Su Chen had previously been at the initial stage. Of course, in the realm of skin refining, the disparities are not monumental. One might say that martial artists possess a degree of superiority over ordinary individuals. In the initial stages of skin refining, one can contend with 5 or 6 commoners. However, upon reaching the advanced or pinnacle stages of skin refining, the differences become significant. Presently, with Su Chen's enhanced prowess, even without further improvement, his sudden assault would catch Xiaojio off guard. Xiaojio let out a wretched cry, his head spinning. Yet, Su Chen showed no signs of restraint. After landing a decisive blow, he relentlessly hammered his fist against Xiaojio's skull, causing the latter to collapse to the ground. In that moment, Su Chen seemed to lose all reason, fervently trampling Xiaojio's head with his feet. This is what you get for your slander. Each stomp sent blood gushing from the corners of Xiaojio's mouth. The scene was utterly horrifying to those who witnessed it. The two companions of Xiaojio, upon seeing this spectacle, hesitated to intervene. Su Chen, stop. You might kill him. Lin Dong, standing beside Su Chen, hurriedly embraced him as he unleashed his fury. However, with Su Chen's eyes blazing and rage emanating from him, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of impotence in restraining him. Why aren't you helping? Lin Dong called out to the other constables who had just arrived. Some stepped forward to assist Lin Dong, yet Su Chen remained volatile, though gradually regaining control. If I hear you dare to insult my wife again, I will shatter your skull. Su Chen growled, his body being pulled away. The honest man's wrath was terrifying. They would do well to avoid provoking Su Chen in the future. Other constables, witnessing this scene, could not help but voice their concerns. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt exhilarated. Striking felt far more gratifying than being struck. Moreover, a notification echoed in his mind. Having violently assaulted colleague Xianxia within the 6 doors, you have obtained a black iron-grade treasure chest. Chapter 7. A Bloodless Blade, a sword that slays. Not only had he enjoyed the thrill of combat, but he had also acquired a black iron-grade treasure chest. The question lingered in his mind. What treasures might this chest contain? Su Chen, you were excessively ruthless just now. Xianxia is likely on the brink of death. Captain Luan will undoubtedly seek retribution, Lin Dong remarked, observing Su Chen with concern. He too felt a lingering apprehension. Su Chen's transformation was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He brought this upon himself. I have shown him mercy by not killing him. He dared to slander my wife. How could I allow him to escape unscathed? Captain Luan is a reasonable person. She will surely side with me. Su Chen declared, his eyes flickering with determination. Yes, I will indeed stand by your side. A melodious voice resonated from behind Su Chen just then. Greetings, Captain. Someone called out from within the station. Su Chen turned to face the voice. Before him stood a woman at the entrance, adorned not in the garb of a constable, but rather in a striking purple fitted gown. Her complexion was not particularly fair, yet she was far from unattractive. The fitted attire accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her gaze was sharp, a long sword firmly grasped in her hand. This was Luan Shui, the leader of their squad and the foremost expert of the 6 doors in the southern district of the city, with strength nearing that of bone refinement. Her prowess surpassed that of Wang Zhan significantly. It was rumored that Wang Zhan could not withstand even a single strike from her. For Luan Shui had mastered an exceptionally formidable sword technique. You finally exhibit some backbone. This is commendable. I do not wish for my subordinates to be spineless. I hope you can maintain this fortitude outwardly as well. Just now, on my way here, I encountered someone who had gone to seek Captain Wang, only to return empty-handed, stating that Captain Wang was not at home. Do any of you know where Captain Wang was last night? Luan Shui cast a glance at Su Chen before addressing the others. Su Chen had sensed Luan Shui's presence earlier, which prompted his earlier remarks. As Luan Shui was a woman, Su Chen's defense of his wife would surely garner her favor. Given the information he had previously acquired about the 6 doors in the southern district, should Wang Zhan meet his demise, it was plausible that Luan Shui could ascend to the position of captain in this area. We do not know. The constables within the room collectively shook their heads, and Su Chen followed suit. His mind wandered back to how the original owner had subdued Wang Zhan, pondering whether anyone else was privy to this knowledge. After some reflection, he discovered that although the original owner exhibited cowardice, he conducted his affairs with utmost caution. He had seized the opportunity one night when Wang Zhan was alone, indulging in wine and entertainment, to surreptitiously introduce a carefully measured dose of a debilitating powder into the wine jug delivered by a servant. The jug had also been cleverly swapped by the original owner, who then followed discreetly, awaiting the powder's effect to take hold before removing his target. Quite the promising endeavor. Su Chen mused inwardly. Go about your regular patrols. The recent atmosphere in Tiannan City seems somewhat unsettled, so exercise caution. Luan Shui, having merely inquired, allowed Su Chen and his companions to proceed with their patrols. As time passed, noon approached and the sun blazed brightly. Within the courtyard, Zheng Qingyuan had changed into a new robe and donned a straw hat, quietly departing through the back gate of the small garden. Not far away, Feng Shifan emerged, observing Zheng Qingyuan's departure with a glint of keen interest in his eyes, and promptly followed her. Having trailed her for some time, Feng Shifan watched as Zheng Qingyuan exited through the city gates. His eyes shifted, and he quickened his pace to follow her outside the city. Beyond the city, amidst the dense forest, stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, wielding a long knife. His expression was somewhat imposing, exuding an air of authority as he stood there with a sense of solemnity. As Zheng Qingyuan approached, the middle-aged man's gaze flickered slightly before he spoke. How is the mission progressing? There are some leads. The city registrar of Tiannan may possess certain knowledge. I am devising a means to approach him, Zheng Qingyuan replied. The city registrar of Tiannan? That frail scholar? Does he have any clues? The man inquired, intrigued by the information. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Who goes there? Step forth. His gaze turned sharply toward a point not far behind Zheng Qingyuan, his eyes glinting with intensity. Feng Shifan. who had been following Zheng Qingwan, felt a sudden tension. He had not anticipated that the other party would detect him so swiftly. His eyes flickered as he pulled a black claw from his hand to obscure his face before stepping out, observing the emerging figure. A flicker of murderous intent crossed the middle-aged man's countenance. The long blade he grasped hinted at a readiness to draw. Meanwhile, Zheng Qingwan's expression shifted. The individual must have been following her, yet she had noticed nothing amiss. Their strength was formidable. Just after her encounter with the scribe, someone had trailed her. Could this person be connected to the scribe? Zheng Qingwan pondered. Recently, she had not engaged in any significant activities, with her only interaction being with the scribe from the Tianan County office. If this person had followed her in secret, they must be associated with the scribe. Who are you? The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. If you do not clarify your identity, you shall not leave here today. Despite his words, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. With a swift movement, he advanced, his steps carrying him closer to Feng Shifan, his vitality surging as his gaze locked onto him. The energy within you is profound. You must have been cultivating for a considerable time. Feng Shifan's expression turned serious, a sense of vigilance creeping in. He was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had learned from his superior that the strongest in Tianan City were at the pinnacle of bone refinement. Yet the aura emanating from this individual suggested they had long since entered the realm of internal cultivation. However, without the other party making a move, Feng Shifan could not discern their true level of prowess. At that moment, two figures approached from a distance. Their eyes were sharp as they stepped on the brittle branches littering the ground, producing a series of cracking sounds. Feng Shifan showed no change in expression upon their arrival. He had sensed their presence from the outset. Attack! As the two neared Feng Shifan, they simultaneously shouted and drew their long knives, their blades gleaming with lethal intent, showcasing their speed and deadly precision. In a single motion, they unleashed at this moment. The figure intertwined with Feng Shifan staggered, the long blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. One hand instinctively moved to his throat, as if attempting to stifle something. Yet it was futile. Blood streamed from his palm. He then turned to face Feng Shifan, his gaze fixated on the sword in the latter's hand. Feng Shifan wielded a flexible sword at his waist, its blade gleaming brilliantly, unmarred by a single drop of blood. A bloodless strike. How swift the sword! As a man glanced back, his words fell silent as his body collapsed to the earth. Chapter 8. Another life taken. Concealed information. You. Upon witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened. The opponent had unleashed a merciless strike, dispatching one of his subordinates with a single, lethal blow. Another assailant stood nearby, his complexion pale, realizing that his strength was akin to that of the slain. Had Feng Shifan turned his attack upon him, he would surely be the one lying lifeless on the ground. His eyes involuntarily shifted toward the middle-aged man. In the midst of the middle-aged man's darkened expression lay a chilling intensity. He had not anticipated the necessity to spare his adversary, who had seized upon this very notion, executing a swift strike to eliminate one of his men. Without hesitation, he advanced toward Feng Shifan. The earlier movements had been extraordinarily quick, and the swordsmanship even swifter. He knew he must exercise caution. However, from the explosive energy and movements displayed by his opponent, he deduced that Feng Shifan's prowess was likely at the early stage of refining the internal organs, while he himself had reached the mid-stage. If he could defend against the opponent's blade, he would possess the capacity to vanquish him. Who are you, truly? He yearned to slay Feng Shifan, yet he felt compelled to ascertain the latter's true identity. Feng Shifan's gaze was icy and unyielding, silence enveloping him. He concentrated all his spirit and energy, feeling the vital flow within him, his grip on the long sword growing steadier. If you refuse to speak, then meet your demise, the middle-aged man declared, propelling himself forward with a powerful push from the ground. Suddenly, a sound akin to fabric tearing reverberated through the air. A fierce, blinding arc of blade light cleaved the atmosphere, erupting forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Feng Shifan's head. This strike was savage and ferocious, as though intent on cleaving Feng Shifan in two. The blade flashed like thunder, but Feng Shifan hesitated not a moment. With a swift thrust of his sword, akin to a serpent striking, he moved seamlessly, gliding past the oncoming blade like a leaf in the wind. The sword light that burst forth was sharp and merciless, as if capable of piercing through anything. Cunning and ruthless, Feng Shifan's blade was crafted for the purpose of slaying foes. He was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. The sword reflected the man. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his lightning-fast strike would be evaded, nor could he foresee the deadly precision of the retaliatory thrust aimed directly at his eyes. The figure abruptly halted, sinking into a horse stance, with his head and body bending downwards in a wide arc to evade Feng Shifan's sword strike. However, at the very moment he dodged that blade, Feng Shifan seemed to have anticipated the move, halting his own motion and pivoting toward another armed individual. Zheng Qingyuan could not eliminate this person, as the leader still relied upon him. Yet, the middle-aged man as companion was a threat that must be eradicated, otherwise. While he engaged in a desperate battle with the middle-aged man, this knife-wielding adversary could launch a surprise attack, placing him at a severe disadvantage. Feng Shifan would not allow such a threat to persist. Kill. The other individual had been closely monitoring the conflict. Suddenly, Feng Shifan surged towards him, his expression changing. Yet they were all seasoned warriors, accustomed to dancing on the edge of death. With their long blades raised, their bodies crackled with tension, reminiscent of popping beans in a pan. Slash. Previously, they had been careless, underestimating Feng Shifan due to his apparent lack of weaponry. This time, they would not be so lax. They had to block his advance. By doing so, they would afford their master the opportunity to eliminate Feng Shifan. The glint of their blades clashed with the air, producing a piercing shriek. Nevertheless, Feng Shifan's sword light pierced through their ferocious blade strikes, finding its mark at the adversary's throat. With a swift motion, Feng Shifan's long sword penetrated the throat, then was quickly withdrawn. He grasped the lifeless body and hurled it towards the middle-aged man, who was advancing with his own knife. The thrown corpse was instantly cleaved in two. At that moment, Feng Shifan had already leapt deep into the forest. Knowing that the opponent's skills matched his own, he had no intention of continuing the battle. The middle-aged man, witnessing Feng Shifan's agile retreat into the woods, halted his pursuit, his expression darkened with foreboding. "What is your perspective on this matter?" he inquired of Zheng Qingyuan, his tone devoid of reproach, instead imbued with calm inquiry. "Recently, I have only engaged with the chief scribe and have sensed something amiss. That person just now may have been sent by the chief scribe. His prowess was at the refining level, and his swift swordplay was quite formidable. If indeed he is one of theirs, this endeavor will prove exceedingly challenging." Zheng Qingyuan replied solemnly. "Shall we proceed with this trial? If not, I can communicate with the capital to summon other strong individuals." The middle-aged man proposed. "The trial must proceed. We cannot allow the capital's people to participate. If they do, my assessment will suffer, and we risk acquiring none of those items. All our efforts this past year would be rendered futile," Zheng Qingyuan asserted. "But such a course of action will place you in danger." The middle-aged man warned gravely. "Danger does not frighten me. Uncle Li, trust me. If circumstances become untenable, I will consider retreating." After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Qingyuan spoke. "Since you have made your choice, then proceed with caution." The middle-aged man ceased his attempts to persuade her. Zheng Qingyuan nodded, performed a respectful bow, and departed swiftly. However, after her exit, the middle-aged man did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered at his post. After a while, he remarked, "Why did you not act earlier? Had you joined forces with me, that individual would not have escaped. To engage would have been unwise. Although the opponent is slightly weaker than us, their swordsmanship is fierce, each movement exuding lethal intent. Should I act, they would fight desperately, and one of us would likely be left behind. Would it be you or I?" A figure cloaked in black emerged from behind a tree. "What is your assessment of this person?" the middle-aged man inquired, diverting from their previous topic. "I am uncertain how to perceive them. However, it is remarkable that an unknown practitioner of the refinement stage has surfaced in such a small place as Tian'an City. Perhaps this individual possesses knowledge of what we seek. Yet, I am puzzled as to why you allow her to continue her investigation. A refinement stage warrior has appeared, while her strength barely reaches the bone refinement level. A single strike from such a powerful opponent could spell her doom." The figure in black responded. "It is not my coercion that drives her. It is her own volition. Moreover, there must be a facade to attract attention. Otherwise, how could we achieve our ultimate goals?" A cold smile spread across the middle-aged man's face. "You speak truthfully. Yet that individual must be investigated further. We cannot afford any unforeseen complications. These two corpses are quite suitable. They were just slain and will serve my training well. I shall take them with me. Should you uncover any information regarding that individual, Do not hesitate to inform me. Having concluded his words, the cloaked figure approached the severed bodies, binding them together before swiftly departing with one corpse in each hand. The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment before also making his exit. Once they had left, Feng Shifan reappeared from the shadows, having concealed his presence upon retreating earlier. He had overheard some significant information. Chapter 9. The Iron Fist Technique, Promotion to Team Leader. In the southern part of the city, on Jinhua Street, despite its name suggesting prosperity, it was, in fact, the most impoverished street in the southern district. Su Chen and Lin Dong patrolled this thoroughfare as part of their daily duties. Although not affluent, it was teeming with people, as it housed the poorest residents of the southern district. The street vendors offered little in the way of profit, lacking opulent establishments such as beauty parlors and brothels. Instead, it was filled with shabby gambling dens, exuding a strong sense of everyday life. Upon entering this street, Su Chen was enveloped in a sense of warmth, a stark contrast to the world he had previously inhabited, where such vitality had long since vanished. Today, having injured Zhao Jiao, you may find him seeking revenge. Two individuals settled beside a noodle stall. The proprietor, a man in his 50s, quickly began serving noodles to Su Chen and Lin Dong upon their arrival. The two were well acquainted with this street, frequenting the stall daily for a bowl of noodles. With Luan Ban, too, standing by my side. Does he dare to seek revenge against me? Su Chen remarked dismissively. Had it not been for the constraints within the 6 doors, I would have dealt with Zhao Ji long ago. If he dares to retaliate, I would not hesitate to send him to his demise. A thought crossed Su Chen's mind. Why had his inclination toward violence intensified? Perhaps, he pondered, there existed a latent ferocity within him, a disposition that could not tolerate injustice, one that would strike back at the slightest provocation. The earlier encounter with Zhao Jiao had yielded a black iron treasure chest, which he had nearly forgotten to open. Now seemed the perfect moment to unveil its contents. He silently invoked, "Open the treasure chest." The message appeared. Black iron level item, chest unlocked. Acquired the skill of Diamond Iron Fist. A martial arts technique, the Diamond Iron Fist. Su Chen recalled that this skill originated from the legendary Gon Shi Jiomei, specifically from the unparalleled mastery of Mi Ruyin in the Shuanghe Hall. As these thoughts flitted through Su Chen's mind, the essence of the Diamond Iron Fist flooded his consciousness, and he felt a transformation within his arms, as if they had undergone a profound purification. The Diamond Iron Fist was a formidable and aggressive technique, demanding rigorous training. When executed, one's vitality surged like a torrent, rapidly converging in the arms, rendering them as unyielding as diamond and immensely powerful. The moves of the Diamond Iron Fist were grand and sweeping. Each strike carried the force to shatter stone with ease, while his arms appeared unchanged. Su Chen contemplated that a single punch aimed at Zhao Jiao would easily crush his internal organs. At that moment, Su Chen sensed alterations in his skin, and his internal meridians shifted, signifying his advancement from skin refinement to muscle refinement. To complete the skin refinement is to step into the realm of muscle refinement. Doesn't this echo the notion of rebirth? He mused. However, his current battle prowess was not yet reflected in his outward appearances. For instance, should he confront Luan Shui, the foremost expert of the 6 doors in the southern district, it would undoubtedly be Luan who met his end. Su Chen, are you going to eat your noodles? Lin Dong inquired, noticing Su Chen's momentary daze. With a vigorous appetite, Su Chen devoured the noodles before him, aware that his physical transformation necessitated energy replenishment. In an instant, the bowl was emptied. "Boss, another few bowls," he called out. "Old Su, your strength has increased," Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment, observing Su Chen's demeanor. His current display was a clear indication of enhanced prowess. After thoroughly thrashing Zhao Jiao earlier, Su Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. He had unexpectedly broken through the skin refinement stage and entered the realm of muscle refinement. In the realm of cultivation, breakthroughs are achieved through diligent practice. Witnessing this, Lin Dong's eyes brimmed with envy. The processes of refining skin, tendons, bones, and organs, although fundamental to martial practitioners, demand immense financial resources for each advancement, embodying the adage of the rich in martial arts, the poor in scholarship. The prospect of Su Chen progressing further stirred profound admiration in Lin Dong. Attaining the level of tendon refinement could pave the way for him to become the head of the 6 doors in the southern district. After all, their previous captain, Wang Zhan, was merely at the mid-stage of tendon refinement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Chen and Lin Dong returned to the 6 doors of the southern district. Did you hear? Our captain Wang has gone missing. He may have encountered danger. A few constables conversed ahead of them. Such swift discovery? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and approached them. You mentioned Captain Wang has gone missing and might be in peril. How is this conceivable? Captain Wang is at the mid-stage of tendon refinement, nearing the late stage. In our Tianan County, he is considered a minor expert. How could he come to harm? What is inconceivable about it? Head Wan has already gathered some clarity on this matter, and he has now been appointed as our district captain. You are Su Chen, aren't you? It seems you're affiliated with Head Wan's squad. With your superior's promotion, you must be basking in some of that fortune. However, it remains uncertain who will succeed Head Wan here. The 6 doors in the southern district were somewhat intimate, with familiarity among the officers. They recognized that Su Chen and his companions hailed from Wan Shue's squad. Brother Su, this is your opportunity. At that moment, Lin Dong's expression gleamed with excitement, his tone shifting from formality to camaraderie, addressing Su Chen as Brother Su instead of Old Su. Now that Su Chen had entered the realm of tendon refinement, he was entirely capable of succeeding Wan Shui and their squad. Let us go. Su Chen resolved to expedite his promotion and bid farewell to the others, swiftly heading toward his squad room. At this juncture, the atmosphere in their squad room was lively. Even Zhao Jiao, who had previously suffered injuries at Su Chen's hands, was present. Upon seeing Su Chen, the half-seated Zhao Jiao's eyes gleamed with malice. He sought retribution for the grievances of that day. Su Chen paid him no heed, for he had every intention of dealing with Zhao Jiao this very night. Though a minor character, even a kitchen knife can slay a master. Su Chen had no desire to allow such a threat to linger. Who do you think will become the head of our squad? None of us have reached the tendon refinement stage. A few murmured. Chen San, he is currently at the late stage of skin refinement. He should have a chance at becoming the head. One spoke, gesturing toward the middle-aged man clad in a dark blue constable's robe. His hands were large and skilled, having spent several years in their squad. Though older and of average talent, his experience afforded him a potential opportunity for promotion. As the discussion continued, Wan Shui, dressed in a purple outfit, entered from outside. Greetings, head. She saluted, addressing both the newly appointed head and the captain. Some individuals remained obstinate, while others exhibited a degree of adaptability and altered their titles. Wan Shui's gaze swept across the 10 or so individuals in the courtyard, and suddenly, her eyes fell upon Su Chen, momentarily taken aback. Su Chen, you have ascended to the muscle refinement stage. As she observed him, she sensed a transformation in his internal energy and could not help but exclaim, Captain Wan, Su Chen has reached the muscle refinement stage while patrolling with me today. Lin Dong interjected at that moment. Indeed, Su Chen silently commended Lin Dong in his heart. What? Su Chen has entered the muscle refinement stage. Upon hearing this, several individuals were visibly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the seemingly timid Su Chen would achieve such a milestone. Their surprise quickly morphed into envy as they realized that with Su Chen's advancement, he was now the only candidate to succeed Wan Shui as the head of their group. Instantly, expressions of envy spread across their faces, though Zhao Jiao's countenance darkened, his resentment deepening. I was still contemplating whether to transfer someone from another team to promote to head. I never imagined you would reach the muscle refinement stage. Thus, you shall be the head of the 4th team from now on, Wan Shui declared, looking directly at Su Chen. As the captain, she possessed the authority to appoint him as the team leader, become the head of the 6 doors in the southern district, and receive a black iron-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Chapter 10. Are you calling me? To his surprise, being appointed as the team leader also came with a black iron-grade treasure chest. How delightful. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. However, he quickly approached Wan Shui. I, Su Chen, am deeply grateful for your guidance, my lord. In the future, I shall not hesitate to face any challenge on your behalf. He promptly expressed his loyalty, his gaze sincere and fervent. In his previous life, Su Chen had often found himself in similar situations. When one received a promotion, it was customary to express gratitude and loyalty, often requiring some form of tribute to superiors, except in cases of female superiors. Now, with Wan Shui elevating his position, he merely needed to articulate his allegiance to gain her favor. Moreover, considering Wan Shui's youth and her role as captain, her background must be significant. There have been rumors that she hailed from the inner city. Tianan County is divided into 4 major districts: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with the inner city at its heart. Hmm. Observing Su Chen, Wan Shue's expression softened slightly. Previously, her subordinate had been somewhat dull and timid. While she did not harbor dislike for him, she also did not hold him in high regard. However, after he had valiantly defended his wife by confronting Zhao Jiao, she began to develop a favorable impression of him. Furthermore, his recent advancement to the muscle refinement stage warranted his promotion to team leader. To her surprise, he immediately expressed loyalty with such sincerity in his eyes, truly a rarity. Very well, manage the fourth team diligently. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to approach me directly. After nodding at Su Chen, Wan Shui turned to depart. As captain, she had numerous matters to attend to, including the unresolved case of the slain Wang and other constables. Congratulations, Team Leader Su. Congratulations, Team Leader Su. After Wan Shui departed, many began to congratulate Su Chen. Today, at Zue Xiangju, I shall treat everyone. None shall depart sober. Ascending to leadership necessitates the ability to command one's subordinates, and the first step, as is customary, is to generously host a feast. In this moment, the atmosphere was vibrant. Zue Xiangju is regarded as a fine establishment in the southern part of the city. Yet among the crowd, Zhao Jiao did not approach, but rather slipped away quietly. The night was as dark as ink, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the lights near the courtyard were sparse. 3 figures clad in black night garments stood concealed in an alleyway, blending seamlessly with the walls and shadows, undetectable to the untrained eye. Su Chen must be eliminated today. He has injured me, yet he has risen to the position of head of the squad. If I kill him, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. One of them spoke, his voice laced with malice. It was Zhao Jiao, the very one who had been ruthlessly beaten by Su Chen earlier that day. The other 2 were the leaders of the Black Tiger Gang from Tianan County, named Lu Zhen and Ruanxing Zhao. Will Su Chen truly traverse this alley? Why not go directly to his home? Would it not be easier to kill him there? Lu Zhen, with a cold glint in his eyes, inquired. I have heard that Su Chen possesses a wife of unparalleled beauty. His eyes sparkled with a sinister and lascivious light. That woman seems to have caught the eye of some influential figures. If you seek death, do not involve me. The reason I was beaten by Su Chen today is precisely this, as I overheard from our Captain Wang. Furthermore, our captain has vanished today, neither a trace of him alive nor dead. Think about it. Zhao Jiao spoke solemnly. What? If we kill Su Chen, will it not bring consequences? Wan Xing, taken aback, questioned. How could it? Su Chen's demise would only please those influential figures. Zhao Jiao replied with a chilling gaze. This was merely a ruse conjured to intimidate the 2. He feared that if they attempted to kill Su Chen at his home, they might harm his wife, thus revealing their plot. Once exposed, Wan Shui, now the captain, would undoubtedly investigate, leading to his demise. If Su Chen were to perish on the road, and his body disposed of, even Wan Shui would find no leads, especially since recent deaths had become commonplace. There would be little time for her to probe into the cause of Su Chen's death. As for Su Chen's enchanting wife, he could deal with her in due course. Is that so? Then all is well. Today, we shall assist you in avenging Zhao. Lu Zhen declared. Be cautious, both of you. Su Chen is currently in the early stages of muscle refinement. We must strike with a thunderous force, capturing him while minimizing any commotion that could alert those nearby. The patrols from the 6 doors have intensified, especially with the recent disturbances in the southern district, prompting Wan Shui to increase the number of officers. Wan Xing nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Do not worry, Zhao. We shall exercise utmost care. Very well. Zhao Jiao's face revealed a smile. These 2 individuals had cost him a considerable sum, and their prowess was at the muscle refining level. Su Chen, you little beast, tonight I shall teach you a lesson. The 3 awaited in anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Chen emerged from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and headed towards his home. As he entered a narrow alley, a flicker of awareness stirred in his brow. He sensed something amiss, 2 souls converging, his mental acuity surpassing that of the ordinary. To think someone would plot against me. I shall see who it is. Su Chen muttered, his body swaying slightly. The lad had just been promoted to a head position, and, in his elation, he had indulged in drink. It seemed he had indeed spent extravagantly this time. Observing Su Chen's demeanor, Zhao Jiao felt a pang of regret. He's intoxicated. I could easily subdue him with one hand. Lu Zhen, witnessing Su Chen's inebriated state, felt a cold glint flash in his eyes as he stepped forth. Advancing toward Su Chen, a drunken man was no match for him. He could easily capture him with a single hand, at the muscle refining level. He was merely a low-tier warrior. In the same realm, victory hinged on the element of surprise and physical capabilities. Of course, those skilled in martial arts were an exception. Lu Xun, robust in stature and a strength-focused warrior, regarded Su Chen as nothing but a frail figure. In their equal realm, he believed he could easily dominate Su Chen. He approached with deliberate speed, while Su Chen seemed oblivious to his surroundings, staggering as if he might collapse at any moment. Lu Xun's eyes glinted with derision, reveling in the ease with which he would earn his silver. Soon, he was upon Su Chen. "Su Chen," he called out, extending his hand to seize him. Bang! In that instant, a hand, as solid as forged steel, shot forth unexpectedly, gripping his throat with an ironclad hold. Time seemed to freeze as a chilling voice echoed ominously. "Are you calling for me? Shouting at night? Do you seek death?" In an instant, Lu Xun's eyes bulged in terror, panic seizing him. Before he could react or struggle, Su Chen's arm tightened around his neck. Then, with a swift motion, Su Chen lifted him as though he were but a doll and slammed him down against the ground. The bricks shattered upon impact, fissures appearing beneath Lu Xun's head, a testament to the force behind Su Chen's strike. Chapter 11. Ruthless Slaughter. All must perish. At that moment, Lu Xun, with his throat constricted and his head battered against the ground, was bleeding profusely, his face contorted in agony. He sensed the imminent threat to his life, a peril that bore the weight of mortality itself. Ignoring the pain in his head, he grimaced as his muscles tensed. Energy surging throughout his body, the muscle refining practice honed the strength of his limbs, serving as one of the sources of his power. He had been immersed in the realm of muscle forging for many years, diligently honing the sinews of his arms, endowing him with strength that surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner. As he lunged forward to grasp his opponent's arm, a wave of astonishment washed over him the moment he made contact. Su Chen's arm was as unyielding as tempered steel, exuding a power that eclipsed that of the average individual. He let out a low growl, attempting to pry open Su Chen's arm, but to no avail. "Do you think you can break my grip?" Su Chen scoffed coldly as he felt the surge of force emanating from Lu Xun's hands. With a resounding crash, he seized Lu Xun by the throat and exerted even greater pressure, pushing downward with relentless force. The ground beneath them shattered with alarming speed. Lu Xun's face met the earth with brutal force, blood gushing from his visage, while cracks formed in his skull. In that instant, every tooth in his mouth shattered, and a heavy fog enveloped his mind, as if a mighty gong was reverberating in his ears. The world around him transformed into a crimson haze, leaving him disoriented and numb to the excruciating pain that seemed to vanish in his silence. On the other side, Zhao Jie witnessed this scene, his heart racing and his body trembling in fear. He had not anticipated Su Chen's ferocity. With a single strike, he had incapacitated Lu Xun in such a brutal manner, rendering him likely irreparable. Beside him, Ruanxing's expression shifted dramatically. His form shot forward, drawing his long sword, which gleamed with a fierce light in the darkness, slicing through the air towards Su Chen's head with the speed of a thunderclap. The sword's brilliance was piercingly sharp, and Ruanxing's arm bulged with sinew, muscles coiling like the roots of an ancient tree. His eyes glimmered with murderous intent, fueled by a tempest of anger and disbelief. He had never expected Su Chen to perceive their presence, feigning drunkenness only to strike with such savage brutality, leaving Lu Xun severely injured. It was clear that Lu Xun was likely beyond saving. In that instant, Ruanxing held nothing back. As Su Chen beheld this unfolding spectacle, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Just as the sword's light approached him, he swiftly seized Lu Xun's body, propelling himself forward and using it as a shield against Ruanxing's impending strike. Ruanxing's expression shifted in alarm, but it was too late. He had already committed to his attack and could not retract his blade. With a sickening sound, his long sword pierced through Lu Xun's lifeless form. In that moment, Su Chen's hand moved with purpose, the immense force of Lu Xun's body disrupting Ruanxing's grip on his sword. The overwhelming power caused Ruanxing's hold to falter, and he instinctively tightened his grasp on the sword. "Damn it," Ruanxing cursed, realizing the repercussions of slaying Lu Xun, a fellow member of the Black Tiger gang. Under such circumstances, in the fleeting moment, Su Chen flung Lu Xun's body aside and propelled himself off the ground with renewed vigor. His hand pierced through the sword light. His palm formed into a claw and grabbed straight toward the opponent's head, courting death. Seeing this, Yuan Xing's expression changed drastically. The long sword in his hand burst out once more. Shua, shua, shua. Sword light exploded, splitting and shrieking. Countless streaks of sword light instantly surged forward, crazily engulfing and shredding Su Chen from behind. A tide of razor-sharp sword light, sharp enough to sever air and dust alike. The sword light locked onto Su Chen's heart, throat, and multiple vital points all over his body, fully revealing Yuan Xing's deep understanding of swordsmanship. Compared to Lu Zhan, Yuan Xing's sword art had no profound or mysterious techniques, only simple sword moves, but after years of obsessive study, he could unleash extremely lethal strikes. However, in the next instant, just as Yuan Xing watched with cruel satisfaction, convinced that the ferocious storm of sword light was about to swallow Su Chen whole and tear him into pieces. Clang. Su Chen's hand pierced straight through the sword light. A single punch slammed into Yuan Xing's chest. Crack. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Yuan Xing let out a scream as his entire body was blasted backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. PFF. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. How did you break through my sword technique? Yuan Xing stared at Su Chen in disbelief. That sword move had been fierce and violent, using the sword light to completely obscure Su Chen's vision. Su Chen should have died beneath his blade. Yet Su Chen had pierced through the sword light and landed a direct punch to his chest. In your next life, you might get the answer. Su Chen appeared before him in an instant and drove a punch straight into his heart. Boom! The heart shattered. His breath vanished instantly, eyes wide open in death, never imagining that simply coming to kill a newly advanced bone-refining cultivator like Su Chen would cost him his own life. After dealing with Yuan Xing, Su Chen's gaze shifted to Xianxia, who was standing nearby, trembling uncontrollably. This is the trash you hired? Su Chen looked at Xianxia with a cold, violent stare. At this moment, Su Chen's hands were stained with the blood of two men. His face was chilling, and the murderous aura surrounding him made Xianxia shiver, his pants unknowingly growing wet. Lord Su, spare me, spare me. Xianxia dropped to his knees and begged desperately. If he had known Su Chen was this terrifying, he would never have dared provoke him. Spare you? You dared hire people to kill me, and you want mercy? Su Chen raised his hand and grabbed Xianxia by the head. I didn't get the chance to kill you at the Yamen today. Since you came looking for death yourself, I'll send you on your way. Su Chen's eyes were icy cold. Su Chen, you can't kill me. I'm from the inner. Before he could finish, crack. His head exploded. Blood and brain matter flowed down between Su Chen's fingers. No matter where you're from, you die all the same. Cough, cough. At that moment, Lu Zhan, who had been flung away earlier, began coughing, regaining a bit of consciousness, though he still couldn't see clearly. At that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly pierced his heart as the sword of Yuan Xing was kicked into the heart of Lu Zhan. Su Chen approached the fallen figure, brushing his palm over the opponent's robe, and then began to search the corpse. There was nothing of significance, only a handful of silver notes. Not only Lu Zhan, but Yuan Xing and Xianxia were in the same predicament, possessing merely some silver notes. However, Xianxia had the most, amounting to 300 taels. In the inner city, it was no wonder there were so many silver notes. Su Chen's gaze sharpened at the silver notes in his hand. It was reasonable for Xianxia, who spoke of the inner city, to carry such wealth. As for the people of the inner city, they appeared all the same in Su Chen's eyes. Observing the shattered ground and the three corpses, Su Chen promptly tied the bodies together with cloth strips and departed, aware that someone would soon arrive given the earlier sounds of the conflict. Carrying the bodies, he exited the city and arrived at an abandoned area. Along the way, he conveniently acquired a shovel. Beneath a large tree, he dug a deep pit and buried all three corpses, covering them well. Host has slain 3 individuals, rewarding 1 black iron-grade treasure chest. Chapter 12. The Ruined Temple and the Old Beggar. To kill 3 people and receive merely 1 black iron treasure chest was somewhat disappointing for Su Chen. He had anticipated obtaining 3. Instead of returning home immediately, he ventured to the abandoned courtyard where he had previously dispatched Wang Zhan. Feng Shifan was already within the courtyard. Greetings, Master. Veng Ithambo Dosuchen. What discoveries have you made today? Suchening Weiyuth. Feng Shifan promptly relayed the events that had transpired while following Zhang Qingwan. Ah, a master of the refining dirty realm. It seems the original owner was woefully ignorant of Tiannan County. Su Chen Saith, having anticipated this, but not expecting such ignorance. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The original owner was timid and cowardly, rarely inquiring about other matters. Within the Six Doors precinct, he endeavored to avoid exertion, which explained why he only managed a single street. Leave Qingwan for now. Keep an eye on those two, especially the figure in the black robe, and uncover their identities. Su Chen contemplated for a moment before speaking. Master, be cautious. Feng Shifan warned, concerned for Su Chen's safety. Fear not. I possess sufficient ability to protect myself now. You should gather intelligence on them, and if an opportunity arises, venture into the inner city to investigate. Su Chen replied. He had visited the inner city only a few times, merely witnessing its splendor, yet he was entirely unaware of the power structures within. While the original owner might remain oblivious, Su Chen must not. Understood. Feng Shifan bowed and withdrew. The manpower was still somewhat lacking. Recently revealed treasure chests contained only items, not character chests. Su Chen mused as he watched Feng Shifan leave, then made his way home. At this moment, in a crumbling temple located in the southern district, moonlight streamed through the crevices, casting a starry glow within. Inside the dilapidated sanctuary, a pile of firewood crackled and hissed as it ignited. Beside the fire sat an old beggar, clad in patched garments, cradling a bamboo staff. Nearby, a child lay sleeping, also adorned in tattered clothes. From the appearance of both their attire and their surroundings, it was evident that they were a pair of beggars, one elderly and one young. The old man stared intently at the flames, above which simmered a clay pot containing thin porridge, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows of the temple. It was Qingwan, the wife of Su Chen, her silhouette graceful and poised. At that moment, the old man's gaze shifted from the pot, and the child stirred, awakening with a start. Why have you come to find us so unexpectedly? The child spoke. Yet the voice that emerged was not that of a typical youth. There has been some trouble. Today, I left the city to meet Li Rue and was followed. Initially, I thought it was someone sent by the township as clerk, as I was tailed right after our meeting. However, upon reflection, it seems unlikely that it was his men. If they had noticed you, they would not have merely followed, but would have eliminated you. The child interjected, a glint of understanding flashing in their eyes. Did Li Rue not detain the pursuer? The child probed further. The individual was a formidable swordsman, at the early stage of refining the body, who killed two of Li Rue's subordinates before fleeing. Li Rue did not pursue. Qingwan replied. Did he not command you to continue investigating this matter? The child asked, a frown creasing their brow. Indeed, it appears he intends to use you as bait, to draw attention away from himself. You must tread carefully. The child cautioned gravely. I shall be vigilant. Moreover, Su Chen has undergone some changes. His temperament has shifted entirely, and I find it increasingly difficult to gauge him. Qingwan confessed. In that case, eliminate him. He is but a trifling character, not worth jeopardizing your ambitions. Your goal is to join the Xianxia in the capital through its trials, which will grant you greater power and the means to uncover the truth behind your family's tragic demise. If you hesitate, I can aid you, the child asserted, their gaze steely. I will handle this matter myself, as I was the one who entangled him in this situation. I shall manage it appropriately. Do not intervene. I have come here to advise you to keep an eye on the township clerk. Qingwan instructed before turning to leave. It seems I must go and eliminate Su Chen, the child declared after her departure. You must not do so. Have you not realized that the young lady has lost her virtue? The old beggar, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Lost her virtue? Are you implying that the young lady has been compromised by Su Chen? How could this be possible? How could the young lady possibly take an interest in that Su Chen? That boy possesses no qualifications and is utterly spineless. The young beggar spoke with a cold demeanor. That boy is not entirely bad. The young lady has spent a year with him. It is not inconceivable that feelings could develop over time. After all, she is still in her tender years. If she did not wish for it, he would never have dared to impose himself upon her. You needn't concern yourself with him. Let the young lady handle her own affairs. The old beggar interjected. Alas, the young beggar sighed in response. Meanwhile, upon her return, Qingwan found Su Chen seated indoors, the kerosene lamp flickering to life. Observing this, she directly took a seat before him. Su Chen was now aware of her identity. Thus she felt no need to conceal her whereabouts. You went out again? Su Chen inquired, scrutinizing her attire, which was that of a night wanderer. I had some matters to attend to. Why have you returned so late after drinking tonight? I have been appointed as the head of the 4th class of the 6 gates in the southern district. I was treating guests today, Su Chen declared, "You have become ahead. What your strength? I have entered the muscle refinement stage. It is only natural for me to assume such a position." Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across Zhang Qingwan's face. The news of Su Chen's promotion and his advancement to the muscle refinement stage was indeed surprising to her. Things have been somewhat unsettled lately. 3 constables from the 6 gates were killed today. My previous superior, Wan Shui, has been appointed as the head of the southern district. The deaths of those 3 constables have nothing to do with you, I hope. The 3 were slain by a master swordsman. According to the coroner's investigation, this swordsman's prowess should be at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement stage. The 6 gates will be intensifying patrols in the area. Be cautious when you venture out. I do not wish to be implicated by you. I have recently garnered the favor of Captain Wan. You should be aware that her status is not trivial. Su Chen continued. 3 constables, a master swordsman. Zhang Qingwan's expression hardened as she recalled the swordsman she encountered outside the city earlier that day. I'm a member of the suspended mirror platform. How could I ever harm those from the 6 gates? This matter has no connection to me. Zhang Qingwan shook her head, her gaze reflecting a hint of bewilderment as she looked at Su Chen. You have completely transformed. You are now ambitious, leveraging Wan Shui. Your path in Tianan County will surely be smooth. Zhang Qingwan remarked. I am well aware of that. No need for your reminders. Now, go prepare a basin of water for my feet and attend to my rest. Su Chen gazed at Zhang Qingwan with a predatory glint in his eyes. He awaited her return solely to have her serve him, testing the limits of her boundaries. As they conversed, he activated the black iron-level treasure chest obtained from a previous kill. In this vulnerable state in Tianan County, it was imperative to enhance his strength. Opening black iron-level treasure chest, acquired 3 sticks of colorless and odorless mesmerism incense. Chapter 13. Mesmerism Incense, a muscle refinement potion. What purpose does this serve? Su Chen, upon witnessing the reward, contemplated inwardly. Should I claim it now? At that moment, a notification chimed. It appears there is a different approach. Su Chen's mind stirred as he realized that as long as he refrained from claiming his reward, it would remain hidden and stored away. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingwan's expression was tinged with both annoyance and embarrassment. She had not anticipated that Su Chen would make such a request. Although they had engaged in this nightly ritual for some time, it had previously been a ruse to ensnare his affections. Now, however, she understood that her hold over Su Chen was slipping, and his request for true companionship was sincere. As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled the events of the previous night. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her body involuntarily responded. Go on. Su Chen observed her hesitation and prompted her further. Zhang Qingwan cast a glance at him, her frustration mounting, before retreating to her room to change and prepare hot water for him. It seems this trial holds significant importance for her. Is it possible that this trial is a one-time opportunity? Su Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating Zhang Qingwan's departure. He had not anticipated her acquiescence in this trial. After all, the previous night had been a matter of coercion, but now she had the chance to resist. A smile crept across his face. He was beginning to grasp her nature. Zhang Qingwan, regardless of your identity, it appears you cannot escape my grasp. As night deepened, a tempest raged outside, the lights within flickering intermittently. Morning arrived, and Zhang Qingwan rose to prepare breakfast for Su Chen, who lay in a state of bewilderment. 4. During their shared quarters the previous night, he had unexpectedly received a black iron-grade treasure chest. Could it be that sharing a room guarantees a fixed treasure? A smile brightened Su Chen's face. If nightly companionship yielded a guaranteed treasure, then Zhang Qingwan was someone he must keep close. After rising and having breakfast, he set off for the 6 gates in the southern district of the city. This marked his first day as a newly promoted team leader, and he was determined to fulfill his duties diligently. Moreover, he needed to seek out Wan Shui to cultivate familiarity and bolster goodwill. Wan Shui held a significant position as the head of the southern district as enforcement, and it was likely she would not remain there for long. Soon to be reassigned to the inner city. Should she depart, Su Chen would have the opportunity to ascend to her position. Promotions occasionally come with the prospect of treasure. With his ambition for advancement already ignited, how could he not strive for success? Su Chen, a seasoned professional, understood that while competence is vital, connections are paramount in the workplace. When one lacks a network, aligning oneself with the right individuals becomes essential. Such alliances form the bedrock of one's career advancement. Furthermore, Having eliminated members of the Black Tiger Gang and Zhao Ju the previous night, it was highly probable that others were aware of these events, and suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon him. The Black Tiger Gang is one of the 4 major factions in Chen County, dominating the business landscape of the Chen district with formidable strength. The gang leader, Zhao Haihu, serves as the registrar for the county, commanding 8 powerful hall masters whose influence surpasses that of the 6 doors in the Chen district, thus consistently overshadowing the district's head constable, Wang Zhan. Therefore, he finds himself in need of a robust backing. As for Zheng Qingyuan, Su Chen is still unaware of her true nature, making it implausible to rely on her. Such intent. Observing Su Chen's departure, Zheng Qingyuan felt a shift in her demeanor. If he could persist on this path, perhaps he could aid me. This thought unexpectedly crossed her mind. Over the past year spent with Su Chen, although their relationship lacked depth, it had developed into a natural rapport. Recently, Su Chen's transformation has been remarkable. He has become exceedingly confident and domineering, which has captivated her to some extent, for otherwise she would not have continued sharing a room with him. Yet, my background may very well bring him peril. Her expression darkened at this realization. In the Changnan district, within the 6 doors, dressed in purple, Wan Shui scrutinized the documents laid before her, her brow slightly furrowed. As the head constable, she needed to sort through the remnants of unresolved cases in the Changnan district. After a long night poring over case files, fatigue began to set in. Just then, the office door creaked open. Su Chen, clad in a dark blue constable's robe, entered from outside. Su Chen. Upon seeing him, Wan Shui momentarily froze. Head Constable Wan, I wonder what instructions you have today, so I may arrange for the 4th Division to execute them, adhering to workplace protocol. Su Chen understood that his recent promotion did not exempt him from consulting his former superior. It was essential to present certain matters for her direction in the early stages of his new role. You are now the head of the 4th Division. It is your responsibility to delegate tasks, Wan Shui replied, her heart warmed by his early visit to seek her guidance. She felt pleased, as none of the other 3 division heads had come to consult her so promptly. As your subordinate, I will always support you, Head Constable Wan. Whatever tasks you need to address, our 4th Division shall devote itself fully. He reiterated his loyalty, bringing along the members of his division. You arrived just in time. Do you possess any leads regarding the murderers of those 3 constables? Wan Shui casually inquired. When I arrived, only 1 person was stationed at Chief Chen's division, but I managed to glean that they seem to have uncovered a clue and have all gone out to investigate. Su Chen had specifically visited Chief Chen beforehand to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the slain constables. Is that so? They should have reported back, Wan Shui remarked, her expression darkening. Their failure to provide updates indicated a lack of respect for her position as head constable of the Chengnan district. Although she had been in this role for less than 6 months, she was nonetheless the head constable. This visit was indeed fortuitous. Su Chen used continue to organize the 4th Division's personnel following the previous patrol schedule, Wan Shui instructed. The 4th Division was established when Wan Shui arrived, comprised of individuals of lesser strength. Content with their status were somewhat frivolous. Thus, significant cases were not under their jurisdiction. Indeed, Su Chen bowed slightly before turning to leave. He had merely come to make an appearance. He intended to inquire with Zhao Jio's 2 subordinates to ascertain if they knew anything regarding Zhao Jio's situation. In due time, the 6 gates in the southern district would be recruiting additional personnel, and in a month, 3 individuals from the southern district would have the opportunity to study within the inner city's 6 gates. Su Chen, you must seize this chance. Wan Shui spoke just as Su Chen was about to exit. Yes, I shall not disappoint Captain Wan's nurturing. With Wan Shui's words, it was evident that she would grant Su Chen a place, compelling him to reaffirm his loyalty. Open treasure chest. Fortune smiled upon Su Chen today as he opened a treasure chest obtained the previous night. Received a recipe for muscle refining elixir. Do you wish to claim it? A recipe for a muscle refining potion, yet lacking the accompanying body refining techniques? Su Chen pondered. Nevertheless, this item could indeed alleviate his pressing needs, as he was currently at the muscle refining stage and required to temper his muscles. With such a recipe, he could expedite his muscle refining process. Upon arriving at the 4th Division, Su Chen found over a dozen constables already present in the courtyard. After greeting the squad leader, Su Chen entered, and Lin Dong and the others offered slight bows. As Su Chen scanned the room, his expression darkened instantly. Why hasn't Zhao Jio arrived? Do you know anything? His gaze turned cold as he scrutinized the two individuals who had been closely following Zhao Jiao. Squad leader, we are unaware. Last night, Zhao Jiao mentioned inviting the two hall masters of the Black Tiger Gang and did not bring us along. One individual promptly replied, where did he meet the two hall masters for drinks? Never mind a location. Take me to Zhao Jiao. I need to understand why he has failed to report. Su Chen intended to probe into Zhao Jiao's background, for Zhao Jiao had previously claimed to be from the inner city. Chapter 14. The Black Tiger Gang under scrutiny. In the Southern District, at the Black Tiger Gang's hall, Zhao Heihu sat regally in the center upon a grand chair adorned with tiger skin, his hand pressing forcefully against the intricately carved armrest. Before him knelt a quaking, robust man, beside whom lay a lifeless body, blood smeared across its head. The blood on the bluestone floor had already begun to congeal. This man had been dead for some time. You say that Lu Zhen and Ruan Xing assisted Zhao Jiao in the murder of a certain Su Chen, a minor squad leader? Zhao Heihu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. However, upon hearing the name Su Chen, Zhao Heihu's brow furrowed slightly, as if he had heard it before, but could not recall the specifics. Not far from him, a middle-aged man seated nearby, upon hearing this, exhibited a flash of keen interest in his eyes. Indeed, last night, Zhao Jiao sought out the two masters, and they ventured to Chui Xianglu. By the time they departed, it was already late into the night, stammered the burly man below. Is that so? Zhao Hei, who released his grip and began to tap his fingers on the armrest. You may leave now and take this corpse with you. Zhao Hei, who instructed the robust figure. Yes. The man rose immediately, seizing the lifeless body from the ground and exiting the hall. Do you believe that the disappearance of Lu Zhen and Ruan Xing is connected to that young constable? Yet, I feel a sense of familiarity with the name Su Chen. Zhao Hei, who remarked, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man seated below. Master, have you forgotten? The woman who sought you previously, Zheng Qingwan, is indeed the wife of Su Chen. The middle-aged man replied. You mean Zheng Qingwan is the wife of Su Chen? That woman provided us with remarkable service last time, so she is indeed Su Chen's spouse. Zhao Hei, who appeared to be reminiscing, but as he spoke, his expression sharpened, a glint of piercing light emanating from his eyes. If that is the case, the situation is far from simple. Zheng Qingwan, have you uncovered any details during your investigation? Zhao Hei, who then inquired. I have investigated, and the information is consistent. She arrived in Tianan County a year ago, and her previous background checks out as well. However, 6 months ago, she began to enter the inner city, infiltrating Zhu Fang, where she interacted with numerous individuals, all of whom, like the master, have engaged with her in various capacities, the middle-aged man explained. No issues? A common woman can transform into such a figure in just half a year. Does Su Chen treat her poorly? Zhao Hei, who spoke in a low voice, tinged with doubt. According to the information gathered, Su Chen is timid and cowardly, yet he has always treated his wife well. Perhaps Zheng Qingwan seeks to ascend the social ladder, replied the middle-aged man. I have a lingering suspicion that matters are not as they appear. I shall personally test Zheng Qingwan when I venture into the inner city. You need not continue your investigation. Zhao Hei, who contemplated after a moment of reflection. Master, there have been changes within the 6 doors of the Southern District. Wang Zhan has gone missing and is presumed dead. Now, Luan Shui from the Luan family has taken charge. It is rumored that Luan Shui is close to the bone refinement stage, but my subordinates observed her recently, and she appears to have entered that realm. Her intentions here are likely not innocent. She may be here to deal with us. Furthermore, I have just received news that Su Chen has been appointed as the head of the 4th class of the 6 doors, a position bestowed upon him by Luan Shui. Do you think the current disappearances of Lu Zhen and the others are part of Luan Shui's scheme? The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. The Luan family, Luan Shui. A worthless Wang Zhan has vanished without a trace. However, if this is indeed Luan Shui's design, it would make sense, yet it poses a significant problem for us. Zhao Hei, who furrowed his brow slightly. Luan Shui's prowess was of little concern to him. Even if he were to attain the initial stage of bone refinement, he would not be daunted, for his own battle strength resided in the late stage of bone refinement. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Gang would not have been able to dominate the 6 doors in the Southern District of the city. If all else failed, he would simply eliminate Luan Shui. With the current upheaval in Tianan County, should Luan Shui perish, the blame could easily be placed on others. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Heihu's eyes. If Luan Shui were to be eliminated, even in the absence of evidence linking us to the act, the Luan family would likely suspect our involvement. In such a scenario, the Luan family would surely become frantic. A middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone. The Luan family's foundation within the 6 doors of the city was indeed formidable. But so what? I have received word from my elder brother. He is on his way back and will arrive in Tiannan County in a few days. Zhao Heihu replied coldly. The return of the eldest master to Tiannan County? In that case, there's truly no need to fear the Luan family. If so, perhaps I can discreetly capture that Su Chen and see if I can extract any information. Upon hearing this, a look of excitement spread across the middle-aged man's face. Very well, go and take care of it. Zhao Heihu waved his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man accepted the order and swiftly exited the hall. Within the hall, Zhao Heihu, seated in a tiger-skin chair, wore a grave expression. His brother's message hinted at more than just a simple return. It seemed he also bore a mission from the Black Dragon platform. In the southern district, on Luning Street, the constable Lu Si led Su Chen to the small courtyard where Zhao Jiu resided. To his surprise, Zhao Jiu's home was situated here. This small courtyard was by no means inexpensive. Go ahead and knock. Let us see if he is at home, Su Chen instructed Lu Si. Zhao Jiu married 6 months ago, and ever since, he had prospered, subsequently moving to this location. Lu Si explained as he approached to knock on the door. Did you say Zhao Jiu is married? At this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. He had not anticipated Zhao Jiu's marriage. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes just as Lu Si began to rap on the copper ring of the door. After a brief moment, an impatient voice called out from within. The door swung open to reveal a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, who stood before Su Chen, yawning and displaying visible annoyance. Nevertheless, her appearance was quite pleasing. She wore a moon-white satin dress with pale pink begonia embroidery at the hem. Her hair was loosely styled, adorned with a jade hairpin, and several strands fell delicately around her fair neck, accentuating her snow-like complexion with a hint of blush on her cheeks, reminiscent of a peach ripe for picking. Engaged in a tryst? Zhao Jiu had been cuckolded. Su Chen mused to himself. Who are you? The woman inquired, eyeing Su Chen and Lu Si. Can you not discern our official attire? Zhao Jiu is not on duty today. Thus we have come to inquire about his situation. Su Chen attempted to enter the courtyard, but the woman blocked his path. That scoundrel has not returned all night. He must be occupied with some other woman. When speaking, make sure to close the courtyard gate. Upon hearing this, Lu Si glanced at Su Chen. You should return first. I will take a stroll around the vicinity. Su Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. Although he was reluctant to involve himself in Zhao Jiu's disgraceful affairs, he felt compelled to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Zhao Jiu's household. While he held little regard for the residents of the inner city, understanding the background of his adversary was essential. Furthermore, having eliminated members of the Black Tiger Gang last night, he anticipated possible retaliation from them, as they were notorious for their ruthless nature. After familiarizing himself with the situation, he needed to devise a strategy to confront the Black Tiger Gang. He had recently acquired a formula for a muscle-enhancing potion, which required substantial financial resources. Moreover, Feng Shifan was only at the initial stages of refining his strength and needed supplementary medicine to elevate his prowess. All of this would entail considerable expenditure. As the largest gang in the Southern District, the Black Tiger Gang undoubtedly possessed ample funds, which he aimed to seize for himself. A new character would be advantageous. Chapter 15. If you seek to kill me, then I shall strike first with my left-hand blade. How unfortunate! Within the courtyard, the woman turned around, muttering complaints. As she spoke, she headed towards the western wing of the courtyard. Meanwhile, Su Chen had stealthily leaped into the yard, quietly approaching the closed door of the western wing. What has transpired outside? A voice resonated from within. It was none other than Zhao Jiu, who had failed to report to the magistrate today, prompting an inquiry from the officials. Zhao Jiu did not attend the magistrate's meeting. What has he been occupied with lately? The woman's voice continued. Our head constable has gone missing, and Luan Shui has taken over. Since he belongs to Luan Shui's cohort, shouldn't he be striving to curry favor with her and find ways to enhance his strength to become a leader? Your nephew, despite the substantial amount of silver you provided him, has shown no dedication to his training. When he returned last night, he was battered and complained about a useless individual being appointed as their leader. He intends to find someone to deal with a new head. Truly a waste. If it weren't for our shared surname and kinship, would he have had the fortune to marry you? Such a blessing should not have fallen upon him. The voice scoffed. When will you facilitate my re-entry into the inner city? You have already become the overseer of the C2 family South Outer Court. It should be a simple matter to grant me entry and change my name. I no longer wish to share a bed with you under the guise of being your nephew's wife. Now is not the time. I have just settled in. There are still those who are watching. After all, you have been favored by the third young master, and the third young mistress has tasked me with eliminating you. It is also due to this that I received the third young mistress's promotion to manage the outer court. My original intention was to cultivate Zhao Jio's abilities to facilitate his entry into the inner city, which would, in turn, allow you to follow. However, I did not anticipate Zhao Jio's ineptitude in even securing a leadership position that is easily resolved. According to Zhao Jio, that leader is merely a minor character. It should not be difficult to eliminate him. Thus, Zhao Jio was presented with an opportunity. As the woman remarked, your approach is rather clever. Once Zhao Jio returns, he can simply spend some money to dispose of that young man. Time was of the essence, and she prepared to return to the inner city. The voice belonged to the steward of the outer courtyard of the Situ family, and this woman was his clandestine partner. Having sought Zhao Jio to masquerade as a married couple to avoid detection. What a cunning maneuver. It turned out that Zhao Jio was leveraging the reputation of the Situ family. I had initially presumed he hailed from one of the families in the inner city. However, if you intend to kill me, and it is indeed linked to Zhao Jio, then I cannot allow you to live. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he grasped the long knife in his hand, his gaze fixed on the door of the adjoining room. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his demeanor sinister, with a small tuft of facial hair adorning his chin. Upon seeing Su Chen at the doorway, the middle-aged man exhibited a momentary look of shock. Just as he was about to speak, Su Chen struck with lightning speed. The left-hand blade was drawn, and in an instant, the man's head was severed and tumbled to the floor. Su Chen wielded the left-hand knife with mastery, having fully grasped Jing Wuming's left-hand sword technique. Given that the man was the steward of the Situ family's outer courtyard, he undoubtedly possessed some degree of skill, prompting Su Chen to unleash his full power. Moreover, he attacked while the man was still in a state of bewilderment. The blade flashed like lightning, leaving no room for reaction. Even if an investigation were to ensue, it would only lead to the suspicion of a left-handed swordsman. Why do you linger here, you lifeless corpse? At that moment, the woman inside the room noticed the figure standing motionless and called out, stepping out herself. However, upon witnessing the headless body collapsing before her, she opened her mouth to scream, but before any sound could escape, a swift blade severed her head as well, which fell to the ground, her eyes wide with terror, still frozen in the expression of impending horror. Thud! Thud! At this juncture, the man's body crumpled to the floor, followed closely by the woman's. Eliminated 2 enemy leaders, rewarded with a black iron-grade treasure chest. Killing enemies indeed yields treasure chests. Splendid. Yet, you sought your own demise. You need not have perished, but your intent to kill me sealed your fate. Observing the lifeless bodies, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. He had come merely to investigate, harboring no intention of murder. However, the discussions of his assassination compelled him to act without mercy. The deaths of these 2 should stir the waters. The steward of the Situ family's outer courtyard, and this woman were targets of the third young mistress. Might there be connections drawn from this? With that thought, Su Chen sheathed his blade and began to search the corpses. To commit murder without touching the corpse would indeed be an affront to oneself. Moreover, the Zhao family must possess some wealth. Soon, Su Chen had thoroughly searched the corpse and stripped the Zhao household of its valuables, even uncovering the deed to the property. While it could not be overtly sold, it could certainly be traded in the black market. After all, the funds acquired were essential for Su Chen. He swiftly exited the courtyard, skillfully avoiding the crowd, and departed with haste. The situation with Zhao Jio was resolved, yet trouble loomed with the Black Tiger gang that still required his attention. Before long, Su Chen returned to the 6th door in the southern district of the city, assuming the role of the team leader for the 4th squad. He was no longer required to patrol. Leader, you have returned. Lin Dong awaited Su Chen's arrival in the squad room. He had previously patrolled alongside Su Chen, and now that Su Chen was the leader, he sought guidance on whether he would patrol alone. Lin Dong, you and I are brothers. With my new position, I will patrol less frequently. Hence you should find a partner or consider switching to a different street. Su Chen replied. I was hoping you could assign me another person on my current street. Leader, the southern district has been rather unstable lately and poses dangers. You must exercise caution. Lin Dong expressed concern. Indeed, things have felt amiss recently. However, our manpower is currently insufficient to reassign someone to you. For now, you will have to manage alone. You are familiar with the area, and besides, the earnings will entirely belong to you. Su Chen assured him. This morning, I met with Captain Luan, who mentioned that we need to recruit more constables for the Southern District. If you know anyone suitable, you can recommend them, and I will speak to Captain Luan about it. Su Chen added. The recruitment of constables by Captain Luan likely indicates not just a shortage of personnel, but also other underlying motives. While Wang Zhan was here, the sixth door in the Southern District was consistently overshadowed by the Black Tiger Gang. Wang Zhan refrained from increasing our numbers, purportedly due to the Black Tiger Gang's interference. After all, the interests in the Southern District are limited, and a stronger sixth door would threaten the gains of the Black Tiger Gang. Lin Dong remarked gravely. This could indeed be perilous, he continued. Fortune favors the bold. Captain Luan's actions aim to secure our interests at the sixth door, particularly regarding the profit shares from local businesses. Under Wang Zhan, these shares were minimal, with the bulk of profits going to the Black Tiger Gang. Captain Luan has powerful backing and is unafraid of Zhao Heihu. Thus, she will strive for these interests. This recruitment initiative is likely intended to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. However, we must first ensure stability within our ranks. Su Chen declared earnestly. How astute of you to recognize the necessity of internal stability before addressing external threats. Su Chen, you truly have my admiration. At that moment, Luan Shui entered the squad room, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Chapter 16, Realization, Tonight We Shall Kill. Greetings, Captain. Upon seeing Luan Shui, Su Chen's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully and lowering his gaze. Yet within that fleeting moment, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. On his journey back, he contemplated strategies to confront the Black Tiger Gang. While he could handle them himself, enlisting Feng Shifan's assistance would inevitably lead to unforeseen complications. Currently, Feng Shifan was entangled with the schemes behind Zheng Qingwan, and, should he involve himself with the Black Tiger Gang, he would face scrutiny from them. Moreover, Feng Shifan was preoccupied with investigating those who interacted with Zheng Qingwan, leaving him little time to deal with Zhao Heihu of the Black Tiger Gang. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. During his meeting with Luan Shui earlier, she had mentioned two matters, yet he had focused solely on the latter, neglecting the first, which was indeed paramount. The increase in personnel at the 6 gates in the South District. What was its purpose? It aimed to bolster their combat capabilities. An increase in manpower would undoubtedly escalate their monthly expenditures. The funding for the 6 gates primarily stemmed from two sources, government allocations and illicit payments from businesses within their jurisdiction. Currently, the bulk of these illicit funds lay in the hands of the Black Tiger Gang, leaving the 6 gates with scant resources. With Luan Shui now serving as the head of the bureau, her role in case investigations was secondary to the primary concern of financial interests, which would inevitably lead to a clash with the Black Tiger Gang. This was precisely why Luan Shui sought to augment the ranks of the 6 gates. He had sensed Luan Shui's arrival, prompting his remark about the necessity of internal stability while addressing external threats. Luan Shui harbored a certain fondness for him, albeit merely a budding one. For Su Chen to advance, he needed to demonstrate his worth, transcending mere cleverness. Only by showcasing his value could he earn Luan Shui's deeper trust. His recent statement about the need for internal security was indeed astute. Among the 4 major leaders, he was the only one she had promoted. The other 3 had been appointed by Wang Budu, while Luan and Zheng were both infiltrators from the Black Tiger Gang. Luan Shui regarded Su Chen with satisfaction. During her earlier stroll, she had inadvertently found herself near her former office and overheard his conversation with Lin Dong. Earlier that day, she had discussed 2 matters with him, initially believing he had grasped only the second. To her surprise, he had comprehended the first matter as well. Her primary objective in becoming the head of the bureau was to seize control of the illicit funds in the South District. She had come to this area specifically because the 6 gates had received insufficient resources, leading to dissatisfaction from the inner city. Even if Wang Zhan were to vanish, it would only be a matter of time before the head of the bureau was replaced. Previously, her strength had not reached the bone refinement stage, but she had recently achieved that milestone and was poised to succeed Wang Zhan. His disappearance presented her with the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, her ascent to the position of head would have taken longer. Her earlier promotion of Su Chen was primarily due to his progress in their shared office and his respectful demeanor. However, she now realized that Su Chen had transformed significantly, exhibiting extraordinary capabilities. Su Chen had a general understanding of the situation. In the midst of great upheaval, one may undergo significant transformation. We can initially bolster your team by increasing personnel from your 4th squad. Any individuals you deem unworthy may be reassigned. The development of the Southern District necessitates the appointment of a deputy head. Here is 100 taels and silver notes. Your current abilities are somewhat lacking. Hasten to procure some fortifying elixirs to swiftly enhance your strength. To aspire to the position of deputy head, 1's prowess is indispensable. Courage, too, is needed to compete against others. Wan Shui cast a meaningful glance at Su Chen before turning to leave. Inside the room, Lin Dong approached and congratulated Chief. It appears you are about to rise in prominence. Wan is clearly intent on placing her trust in you. Indeed, I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. For today, you need not patrol. See if you can recruit some individuals. Su Chen responded, then retreated into his private quarters. Within those walls, Wan Shui had arranged everything meticulously, and the items were of considerable value. After her departure, she left everything behind. Su Chen sat beside the desk, his eyes flickering with thought. Other matters were trivial. What resonated was Wan Shui's final remark about establishing a deputy head in the Southern District. I had underestimated her. Yet, this girl dares to confront the Black Tiger Gang. I must delve deeper into her background. As Su Chen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, he mused internally. Among the 3 squad leaders, 2 were affiliated with the Black Tiger Gang. Wan Shui highlighted this and mentioned courage, which suggests she desires me to take action against them. Is this a test? However, I can also utilize this opportunity to my advantage. A glimmer of resolve shone in Su Chen's eyes. He was already intent on dealing with the Black Tiger Gang, and if she is to wield me as a weapon, I shall consider her a scapegoat. Of the 3 leaders, Chen, the head of the 1st squad, seems to be the one you wish to recruit. I shall refrain from any action against him for now. I will, however, eliminate the other 2 tonight. A fleeting moment of murderous intent crossed Su Chen's expression. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chief, the leaders Liu and Zheng have sent word inviting you to a banquet at Zue Xianxia this evening at the hour of you. Lin Dong announced from outside. I was just about to seek you out. You have come to me instead. How fortuitous. However, their invitation at this juncture raises my suspicions. Su Chen frowned, contemplating the potential implications. They are members of the Black Tiger Gang. Could they be seeking to test me? After all, I have just eliminated 2 of their prominent leaders. This presents an exquisite opportunity. A smile crept across Su Chen's face. Tonight, I shall slay these 2. The method is clear. I shall strike during the feast. Previously, I acquired 3 sticks of soul-dulling incense. The moment to utilize them has arrived. Colorless and odorless, a lethal instrument for murder, with a plan taking shape. Su Chen resumed his practice of the 13 blades of the chain. Although this technique cannot be employed openly for the time being, it can still be utilized discreetly. Therefore, he must diligently cultivate the 13 consecutive blades to achieve a seamless execution, rendering it a singular strike of 13. The blade flashes and flows. Perhaps due to the acquisition of the indestructible iron arm skill and the left-handed sword of Jing Wuming, his strength and energy have been significantly enhanced, resulting in a fluidity to his movements that is almost transcendent. His body is ablaze with vitality, his skin taking on a reddish hue. The sinews in his arms pulse vigorously, accompanying his every action. In this moment, Su Chen feels an exhilarating surge coursing through him. He has reached a profound understanding of the 13 consecutive blades, and now, with his augmented power, he can unleash them without succumbing to exhaustion. He must remember to inquire with Feng Shifan about the internal cultivation methods of the Kunlun sect. As he practices, Su Chen reflects on having forgotten to ask Feng Shifan about the Kunlun sect's techniques during their last meeting. Upon his return home tonight, he must procure some restorative herbs to fortify his sinews. Only then can his visible combat prowess be fully appreciated. Time passes swiftly. Before he knows it, the hour for dispersal has arrived. However, with some time still remaining until the U-hour, Su Chen does not hasten to leave the training quarters. As the U-hour approaches, he steps out of the training room, his saber in hand. At this moment, the 6 doors are devoid of people, all having departed. Just then, as Su Chen traverses the corridor, his gaze suddenly shifts toward the entrance of the yamen. 3 figures are hastily entering, led by none other than Head Chen. Su Chen's eyes widen momentarily, and he leans against a pillar, avoiding their line of sight. The trio, however, does not glance toward the corridor, but heads straight for the courtyard of the constable, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 17. The crisis of Luan Shui. An unexpected turn of events. In such a rush, have they perhaps uncovered a significant lead? Observing the hurried trio, Su Chen's expression shifts slightly, only to be replaced by furrowed brows as he realizes he has no recollection of the two individuals accompanying Head Chen. Something feels amiss. This is decidedly peculiar. Su Chen pivots, stealthily following them to ascertain what is unfolding. Luan Shui represents the cornerstone of his connections within the six doors, crucial to his ascent. Without her, even with his strength, advancing further would be exceedingly difficult. Such are the rules of this world, for otherwise, his predecessor would not have become a constable. There are many at the skin refinement stage, yet Su Chen became a constable due to his father's demise, which led to his succession. However, that merely enabled him to attain the most basic level of a constable. Progressing further is nearly impossible without connections. Even if one possesses formidable strength and eliminates rivals, it may ultimately serve to embellish another success. At that moment, it would suffice to send anyone to occupy that position. It is impossible to continue killing without arousing suspicion. If that were the case, one standing within the six doors would be untenable, and one might even find themselves wanted. Therefore, until one possesses a trump card, it is prudent to adhere to the established rules. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the chief warden, Luan Shui stretched languidly and prepared to depart. She wondered if Su Chen had grasped her intentions. Should he succeed in eliminating those two individuals, she would promote him. Luan Shui murmured to herself. She aimed to swiftly take control of the six doors in the southern district, and the spies planted by the Black Tiger Gang within must be eradicated. Furthermore, she sought to utilize the opportunity of eliminating these two to test the waters with the Black Tiger Gang. She would grant Su Chen 2 days. If he failed, she would personally intervene to eliminate the two. This would enable her to gather certain merchants in the southern district and redistribute the illicit funds. Luan Shui resolved, then stepped out of the room. Luan Chief. As Luan Shui exited, Chen, the squad leader, rushed toward her with 2 others, his expression betraying urgency. Chen, why the haste? Has something happened, or have you uncovered a lead? Luan Shui inquired, noticing his anxious demeanor. His urgency suggested something significant was afoot. Chief, I have received critical information to report. Chen stepped closer to Luan Shui. In that instant, a cold, fierce glint suddenly erupted from his hand, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Luan Shui was taken aback by Chen's sudden attack, but her body instinctively reacted, leaning back. With a swift motion, the violet fabric of her long dress was torn open, revealing a gash from which blood gushed forth. She narrowly evaded a fatal strike. Ugh! Failing to secure a decisive blow, Chen swung his long knife once more at Luan Shui. In pain, Luan Shui's long sword erupted in her grasp. Sparks flew as she deflected Chen's strike, though the force of the blow pushed her back several steps, nearly causing her to fall. With her sword planted firmly on the ground, she glared at Chen with fury. Chen, how dare you attack me? Her gaze fell upon her wound, where the blood had already begun to darken ominously. Your blade is poisoned. Luan Shui's expression turned grave. She overlooked the exposed, delicate skin at the site of the tear, instead fixing her steely gaze on Chen. A chill ran through her as she sensed a tingling numbness emanating from the wound, accompanied by a debilitating weakness throughout her body. Of course, Luan Chief, how could I be careless when striking at you? You underestimate the capabilities of the chief wardens of the 6 doors in the southern district. Today, your disappearance serves as a lesson for the Luan family behind you. Some positions may be occupied, yet they cannot be held securely. Should you take a seat, it shall become an example thereafter. Chen, the leader, cast a cold gaze towards Luan Shui. You wish to kill me. Luan Shui forced herself to remain composed, looking at Chen while a chill spread through her body, for it was evident from his tone that they sought her life. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Luan Shui spoke sharply. Of course we understand, but who will know that it was us who struck? You came to the 6 gates in the southern district to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Your death will not be at our hands, but rather by the people sent by Zhao Heihu. Chen's eyes remained icy as he regarded Luan Shui. He did not act immediately, waiting for the poison to take effect. After all, they were merely at the muscle refinement stage, while Luan Shui had already entered the bone refinement stage. There remained a glimmer of strength within her. The full effect of the poison must be realized to ensure absolute certainty. But why is Luan Shui, despite still having some strength, not taking action? From the shadows, Su Chen, rushing towards them, observed the poisoned Luan Shui, furrowing his brow. The toxin had not yet fully manifested. She still had a chance to fight back or to break free and escape. Yet, instead of acting, she engaged in conversation with her adversaries. From their dialogue, Su Chen gleaned that this conflict was tied to the internal strife within the six gates of Tianan County. He anticipated this turn of events. His gaze fixed on Luan Shui, seeking to discern something, but found nothing. Since he could not ascertain anything, hesitation was unwarranted. Now was the opportune moment for him to strike. Should Luan Shui possess any hidden cards, his appearance would yield no effect. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He quietly stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, the three adversaries were focused on Luan Shui, oblivious to Su Chen's presence. Stealthily, he positioned himself behind one of them. At this juncture, while Luan Shui was locked in confrontation with Chen, she caught sight of Su Chen stealthily approaching, and a spark ignited in her eyes. Chen, why waste so many words with her? The toxin should have rendered her most of her combat ability. The three of us can easily eliminate her. Besides, Luan Shui is quite the beauty. Capturing her would delight our brothers. After all, with the bone-cleansing powder you smeared on your blade, even if she were to resist, it would render her powerless. Chen, you can join in. This is a rare opportunity, one of them said, his voice coarse, an insidious glint in his eyes. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a flash of steel emerged from behind him. The blade moved with astonishing speed and force, akin to a piercing arrow, penetrating his heart directly from his back. The speaker fell silent. After striking from behind, Su Chen followed up with a kick, sending the man's corpse flying straight toward Chen Bantu's direction. At the same time, his figure flashed, and he swung his blade at the remaining opponent. The blade light was swift. He put everything into that strike. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Chen only knew basic saber techniques. So this was the only way he could fight. Chen Bantu, who had been facing off against Luan Shui, suddenly saw a body hurtling toward him. His instincts made him shift his position, but in that very instant, Luan Shui, who had been wounded earlier, seized the opportunity. Her body surged forward. Sword light condensed in her palm into a sharp gleam, shooting straight toward Chen Bantu. Chen Bantu was busy dodging the incoming body and never expected Luan Shui to strike. The sword was too fast to evade. The sword light pierced straight through his throat. Chen Bantu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head towards Su Chen, who was still swinging his blade at another opponent. He never imagined that this operation would be ruined by Su Chen, and that he himself would die under Luan Shui's sword. Chapter 18. The deputy constable position is yours compared to Luan Shui's clean, one-strike kill. Su Chen's situation was far more difficult. Although his opponent was at the same realm, early bone-refining stage, the man had a proper cultivation technique. The saber in his hand moved like a raging storm. What he practiced was the Gale Saber art, also known as flying sand and rolling stones. 13 forms. It bore clear similarities to the linked 13 sabers. On the surface, Su Chen only knew the most basic saber art of the six gates, the flowing cloud saber art. This saber art had 4 forms. The original owner of this body had only learned the first form, flowing cloud slash, which relied on speed and brute force to deliver a single strike. As for the second form, there was no memory of it. Su Chen couldn't use it at all. I was careless. Su Chen Gersteinworthy, with the linked 13 sabers, the Vajra iron arm art, and Jing Wuming's left-handed sword. He had completely neglected training this most basic six gates saber technique. Now that he was facing an enemy, his other techniques couldn't be revealed, so he was forced to rely on a single move, flowing cloud slash. Fortunately, his comprehension of the linked 13 sabers ran deep. The Gale Saber art was similar in nature, and his opponent had only grasped it superficially. Relying on flowing cloud slash alone, Su Chen managed to suppress him. Suddenly, Su Chen's heart stirred. It looked as though he had slipped up. His arm was slashed by the opponent's blade. The wound wasn't deep, but blood flowed out. Su Chen paid no attention to the injury. Instead, he pressed forward even more viciously, using the opening to unleash flowing cloud slash once again. The speed was explosive. The blade cut straight across the opponent's chest. In an instant, a wound deep enough to expose bone appeared. The man let out a scream. Seizing the moment, Su Chen drove his saber straight into the opponent's chest. Low-level warriors didn't bother with fancy techniques. Victory came down to ruthlessness and whether your blade was sharp enough. The individual who had been pierced by Su Chen's blade gazed at him, seemingly about to utter something, but Su Chen denied him the opportunity. With a fierce twist of a steel knife, he shattered the opponent's heart. Thus, the final adversary met his demise. unperturbed by the injury on his arm. Su Chen swiftly approached Luan Sue. After her strike, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her countenance clouded with confusion. It appeared the toxin was spreading rapidly. Su Chen cast a glance at her chest, where dark blood continued to seep forth. The once pale area around her was now tainted black. If the toxin was not extracted promptly, Luan Shui might meet a dire fate. Captain Luan, are you all right? Su Chen inquired, concern etched across his face. Initially, he had pondered whether Luan Shui possessed a hidden card, which explained her reluctance to unleash her full power to break through. However, he now realized that the poison coursing through her veins was severe, not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an incapacity. The toxin was spreading too swiftly. Help me extract the poison, Luan Shui implored, her gaze fixed on Su Chen. Extract it? Su Chen contemplated the wound on her chest. Should he draw it out or siphon it? Yet, this was a potent toxin. If he were to inhale it, his life would be in peril. Su Chen was unwilling to jeopardize his own safety for Luan Shui. Assisting her in slaying enemies and rescuing her was already stretching his limits. Quickly, she urged before succumbing to unconsciousness. In disbelief at her condition, Su Chen's expression momentarily froze as he lifted Luan Shui and carried her indoors, tearing open the wound. Fortunately, they were not at a high peak. Otherwise, even if he managed to save her, the scar left behind would be a lifelong regret. But how to save her? Su Chen is Gaze Shotbund. He then pressed firmly on the wound, aiming to expel the toxin. Siphoning it out was not an option. Time passed slowly. Luan Shui's physique was truly admirable. After a while, Su Chen succeeded in squeezing the toxin from her wound and found some medicinal powder within the room to treat her injuries. He bandaged her wound and subsequently poured a cup of water, offering it for her to drink. The coolness of the water stirred Luan Shui from her stupor, and as she opened her eyes, she beheld Su Chen. Her expression was one of struggle as she attempted to rise, but lacked the strength. There should still be a trace of the toxin remaining. I cannot extract it. However, you have reached the bone refining stage, which should allow you to suppress it. Later, a physician can eliminate the remaining poison. Su Chen risusurete. Thank you for extracting the poison. Luan Shui's demeanor shifted as she glanced at her bandaged wound, her complexion flushing with warmth. The injury was indeed present there. A shy expression graced her face as she looked at Su Chen and said, I am truly grateful. Without you, I fear as she contemplated this, a chill coursed through Luan Shui's body. She would meet her demise, and in a most brutal manner. Her heart silently expressed gratitude towards Su Chen once more. This is what a subordinate ought to do. Su Chen declared promptly, refilling Luan Shui's cup with water, despite the bloodstains adorning his injured left arm. This bore testament to Su Chen's prowess, a fact he felt compelled to showcase to Luan Shui. Of course, the opponent's meager strength should not have inflicted such wounds upon him, yet Su Chen had only just embarked upon the path of muscle refining. The earlier ambush resulting in a death was one matter, but sustaining injuries in a subsequent confrontation was entirely justifiable. Moreover, such wounds could be seen as tokens of loyalty. However, to the untrained eye, the injury appeared more severe than it truly was, for it was merely a superficial wound, well concealed beneath the fabric of his sleeve. And Luan Shui would not scrutinize it closely. I have several vials of elixirs within my robe. Could you assist me in retrieving them? Luan Shui said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as her gaze fell upon a particular spot on his attire. She was still recovering her strength. Su Chen followed her line of sight to where he had previously noticed some elixirs, though he was uncertain of their purposes and thus had refrained from using them. Rising, he reached into her robe, his palm brushing against her skin, which sent a shiver through him. He quickly retrieved several vials. The blue-flowered vial contains a detoxification pill, while the purple-flowered one holds a special healing ointment from my Luan family, capable of expelling decay and promoting rapid healing without scarring, Luan Shui explained. She was acutely aware of the deep gash upon her chest, a wound that was raw and unsightly. Ordinary healing salves would indeed leave a scar. Lastly, the white vial contains 3 muscle-refining pills, which will aid you in swiftly cultivating your muscles and facilitate the forging between your sinews and bones. Take them and cultivate diligently. Once you reach the pinnacle of muscle refining, I shall assist you in acquiring a bone refining technique to help you break through to that level, Luan Shui continued. Su Chen had saved her life, and she felt compelled to offer her gratitude in return. Then let me first administer the detoxification pill to you, Captain Luan, Su Chen said, extracting a pill and presenting it to Luan Shui. After a brief period following the ingestion of the elixir, her complexion began to improve as energy surged within her, setting her chi into motion. The white bandages wrapped around her earlier injury revealed a hint of dark red. I'm fine now. You have saved my life this time, so there is no need for such formality between us, Wan Shui stated. Regarding what I share with you today, what are your thoughts? She wished to gauge whether Su Chen comprehended her intentions. My lord, today, Captain Liu and his men have invited me to Zue Xiangju at the hour of the rooster. As I cannot confront them directly, I have prepared a stick of soul-numbing incense that should suffice to eliminate them. Su Chen replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor towards Wan Shui. The leader may suggest a less formal demeanor, yet at times, one must still adhere to decorum, especially considering the evolving dynamics with Wan Shui, which require a measure of patience. The mention of a mesmerizing fragrance reveals his curiosity regarding Wan Shui's thoughts on utilizing such an enchanting tactic against their adversaries. Furthermore, he articulates the rationale behind his presence outside the courtyard. Su Chen, I must admit, I did not anticipate your grasp of my intentions. Proceed as you see fit. Should you eliminate those two within a fortnight, I shall elevate you to the position of deputy head of the 6 doors in the southern district. Wan Shui gazed at Su Chen, astonished by his comprehension of her unspoken message, and equally surprised by his readiness to take action. Indeed, he is a rare talent. Wan Shui felt a surge of admiration for Su Chen, particularly since he had come to her aid and demonstrated an understanding of her plans. She vowed to support him vigorously. As your subordinate, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Su Chen, however, did not allow the fact that he had rescued Wan Shui to inflate his pride. He knew he still had much to prove. With insufficient manpower and limited strength, he must tread carefully. Shall I take my leave then? What about the 3 corpses outside? Do you require my assistance in dealing with them? Su Chen Ingweyev, his gaze drifting toward the exterior. Please transfer their bodies to the adjacent room. I shall arrange for the rest to be handled later, Wan Shui instructed. Understood. I will take my leave, Su Chen replied, bowing as he exited the room. Chapter 19. The Dragon Sword Tiangui No. As Su Chen stepped out of the courtyard, a notification flashed before him. Host eliminates 2 enemies and rescues Wan Shui, head of the Southern District, earning a Black Iron Tier character chest. To think that such an event would yield a Black Iron Tier character chest for his deeds. At this moment, what he most craved was capable individuals. A smile graced Su Chen's face. He truly was in need of assistance. The Black Iron Tier character chest could potentially unveil a character of comparable strength to Feng Shifan. Even if the resultant character were somewhat weaker, it would still be advantageous. With the 6 doors currently recruiting, this was his opportunity to arrange for some individuals to join him. Lost in thought, Su Chen returned to his quarters, changed into civilian attire, and made his way toward the Zue Xiangju. As for opening the chest, he would wait a moment. He wanted to ensure he could summon a worthy character. After all, having recently encountered Wan Shui, who, despite her fair complexion and beauty, seemed to lack fortune, as evidenced by her injuries. Xianxia. Su Chen had been there the previous night and returned today. The tavern server, upon seeing him, immediately approached with enthusiasm. Su Ban too, back for another round of hospitality today. Having dined there the previous evening, the server was aware of Su Chen's newly acquired title as head of the Southern District's 6 doors, and thus greeted him warmly. Hospitality? Su Chen posed momentarily, for he had come today in response to invitations from Head Liu and Head Zheng. Yet this server seemed unaware of that fact. His eyes flickered with intrigue. Zheng and Liu, the heads of our department, are not here? Su Chen Ingweyev, the waiter, casually replied. They are entertaining the scribe of the Black Tiger Gang in a private room. These 2 fellows, do they intend to conspire against me? Su Chen Bandev. For both leaders of the Black Tiger Gang had met their demise at his hands. From Wan Shui, he had learned that these 2 were indeed affiliated with the Black Tiger Gang, and now they were gathered together, inviting him to join them. Yet, he refrained from disclosing this to the waiter. This was a blatant disregard for him, perhaps even a prelude to hostility. Prepare a private room opposite Zheng and Liu for me, just for myself, Su Chen instructed the waiter. On his way, he had contemplated how to deal with these 2. Initially, he had thought to use the mesmerizing incense, but they had arrived before him, leaving him unable to light it. Furthermore, being in their presence would risk ensnaring himself as well. Thus, Su Chen decided against entering their private room. Instead, he intended to utilize the incense from outside, merely blowing it in. This was precisely why he sought a room directly opposite theirs. On the second floor, in a spacious private room, 3 figures were indulging in drinks. That Su Chen has yet to arrive, truly disrespectful. He thinks that by allying with Luan Shui, he can stand on equal footing with us. He ought to consider who holds sway in Chang'an district. When that brat shows up today, he shall learn the true meaning of hierarchy. Zhang spoke respectfully to the middle-aged man seated in the prominent position. This middle-aged man was none other than the scribe of the Black Tiger gang, second only to Zhao Black Tiger in rank. When Su Chen arrives, I shall take him away. You likely want to see him again. If he has not arrived shortly, you should send someone to investigate the matter. The scribe commanded. Understood, Zhang promptly replied. However, at that moment, a wisp of mesmerizing incense wafted through the crack of their private room door. Unexpectedly, you truly intend to plot against me. Alas, today you shall meet your demise first. Su Chen, who had delivered the incense, felt a flicker of cold light in his eyes. He gently placed the incense and returned to his own side. Then, rubbing his hands together, he prepared to open a treasure chest. He possessed a black iron-grade item chest and a black iron-grade character chest. Opening the item chest, he received the foundational knife technique of the 6 doors, the flowing cloud knife technique, and profound insights. In that instant, information about the flowing cloud knife technique flooded Su Chen's mind, and the comprehension of the technique manifested as if he had practiced it for decades, achieving a level of mastery. Now, should he engage the previous adversary again, he could slay him with just 4 strikes, without resorting to any other means. Su Chen used. This indeed enhances my apparent strength. Next, let us see what the black iron-grade character chest holds. Su Chen remained focused on the black iron-level character chest in his possession, eager to discover which character it would unveil. Opening black iron-level character chest. Acquired the Dragon Sword Master, Tian Guinan. Tian Guinan. Is he not a character from the Fox of Snowy Mountain? Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. This individual is not particularly formidable in the Fox of Snowy Mountain, yet possesses a measure of strength. Moreover, his handsome visage and eloquent demeanor render him charming, adept at sweet-talking women. However, his methods are insidious and ruthless, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Investigate the details. Tian Guinan, from the Fox of Snowy Mountain. He is the head of the northern sect of the Dragon Gate beyond the frontier, proficient in the Dragon Sword technique, realm, early stage of bone refinement. He is also at the early stage of bone refinement, much like Feng Shifan. After all, it is merely a black iron-level chest. Obtaining such a character is commendable. Su Chen used. The effects of the mesmerizing fragrance should have taken hold by now. It is time to enact his plan. After eliminating them, he might even return for another meal, which should still be warm. Rising, Su Chen made his way toward the door of the private room. At that moment, within the opposite room, the middle-aged scholar appeared somewhat impatient, his gaze beginning to blur. Send someone to check on that Su Chen. What is going on? Just as he spoke, the door to their private chamber swung open, and Su Chen, his mouth covered with cloth, stepped inside. You? The headjung rose, but lacked strength, collapsing directly to the ground, unconscious. The head Lu did not rise either, instead slumping over the table. Only the scholar retained some awareness, directing his gaze towards Su Chen. Who are you? I am Su Chen. Were you not looking for me? What do you think of the mesmerizing fragrance I prepared for you? Colorless and odorless. It is equally ineffective against a bone refinement novice like you. You wish to take me to the Black Tiger gang. Alas, you cannot take me. But I shall take your life. Su Chen addressed the scholar. He refrained from advancing hastily. The opponent's strength was at the early stage of bone refinement, and he was uncertain of any hidden capabilities, thus opting to wait for the adversary to succumb. You are Su Chen, you. The scholar's complexion changed, and just as he intended to utter more, his visio, 3 enemies slain, rewarded with a black iron-level treasure chest. Could I perhaps receive a silver one? Su Chen lamented as he beheld the meager reward. After all, orchestrating the battlefield required considerable intellect. He then proceeded to search the bodies, collecting the spoils. The 3 yielded only a handful of silver notes, which he took without hesitation. Shopter drunken fragrance in Wen Kilu. Killing is truly devoid of challenge. Su Chen used, taking a sip of his drink, his gaze drifting towards the opposite bakery, a smile gracing his lips. They were merely minor players. A mere whiff of the soul-dulling incense incapacitated them all. The contents of the treasure chest were indeed extraordinary, colorless and odorless, imperceptible even to the most adept. Once inhaled, one would inevitably succumb. The bone refinement realm, particularly at the body tempering stage, represented a pivotal juncture. As the saying goes, When sinews and bones resonate, sinews augment strength, while bone refinement hones the skeleton, rendering it more resilient, durable, and elastic, thereby enhancing overall physical fortitude and resistance to impact. Naturally, the force unleashed would also grow formidable. The organ refinement level pertains to the cultivation of one's internal organs, a concept Su Chen had yet to fully grasp, as he was still at the sinew refinement stage. Regarding Feng Shifan's early organ refinement, Su Chen had not delved deeply into it, but he suspected Feng Shifan was equally uninformed. It would be prudent to gather insights from Wan Shui when time permitted. However, Su Chen pondered the best way to arrange for Tian Gainen's entry into the six doors during his early organ refinement phase. Should he conceal his cultivation or not? The potential of an early organ refinement practitioner was promising. Joining the inner city's six doors might be beneficial. But the six doors in the southern district seemed a misallocation of talent. As for the Black Tiger Gang, perhaps Tian Gainen could be employed to confront them. The gang leader, Zhao Heihu, only possessed strength within the bone refinement realm. Tian Gainen should be capable of eliminating him and seizing the gang. A glimmer of determination sparked in Su Chen's eyes. Although he had saved Wan Shui, she too intended to contend with the Black Tiger Gang. From the limited information Su Chen had gathered, it appeared that her approach would merely be to suppress them rather than eradicate them. In that case, why shouldn't he take the initiative to dismantle the Black Tiger Gang himself? Their vast enterprises would undoubtedly benefit him. Why not seize the opportunity? Just then, a panicked shout from the innkeeper echoed from the opposite bakery. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Su Chen adjusted his robes and stepped outside, encountering the visibly distressed innkeeper at the entrance. The innkeeper's expression was one of dread. Had it been an ordinary person, he might have remained composed. But the individuals within that private room were of considerable stature, particularly the scribe of the Black Tiger Gang, who was nothing short of a deity in his eyes. At that moment, the startled exclamation of the waiter caught the attention of the innkeeper of Zue Xianxia. The innkeeper, a man in his 40s, rushed over in a state of panic. What has happened? Su Chen inquired, as he was the head of the six gates in the southern district, and Zue Xianxia fell under his jurisdiction. As his words echoed in the air, the innkeeper arrived, his gaze shifting to the scene within the private room. Mirroring Su Chen's inquiry, the heads of Zheng and Liu, along with the literary master of the Black Tiger Gang, have perished inside. The waiter hastily reported. What? Su Chen exclaimed, dashing into the private room. Upon witnessing the aftermath of his own handiwork, his expression turned icy. Seal this place off. No one is to enter. You must report this to the six gates in the southern district and summon assistance, he instructed the waiter. The six gates had an external area where personnel were on duty, including some patrolling officers. Su Chen's request for a report was aimed at ensuring the swift removal of the three bodies to the six gates, leaving the subsequent handling to his discretion. With the three heads now reduced to one, it was evident who wielded authority. The waiter glanced at the innkeeper. Do not delay. The innkeeper, now sweating profusely, understood the gravity of the situation. The deceased were not ordinary individuals, and their deaths would certainly cast a shadow over the establishment. He was equally eager to have the bodies removed. Soon, several constables from the six gates in the southern district arrived. Upon spotting Su Chen, they immediately approached to pay their respects, for he was appointed by Captain Luan. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Chen was viewed as Luan's trusted confidant, and these junior constables dared not provoke him. Conduct an examination, take the bodies back, and have the coroner perform an autopsy. Also, secure the scene. Innkeeper, I will settle the bill for the meal across the street. I must take my leave. Su Chen had no intention of returning to the six gates, as he did not wish to involve himself in this matter further. Moreover, he was preparing to deal with Zhao Heihu. Head Su, this incident is troublesome. Consider it on the house. The innkeeper immediately replied. Very well. Su Chen nodded and departed. After Su Chen left, the innkeeper hurried downstairs to the inn's back courtyard. For he was merely the innkeeper, not the owner. In the courtyard, the innkeeper, visibly anxious, approached a maid. A crisis has arisen at the inn. The literary master of the Black Tiger Gang, along with heads Liu and Zheng from the six gates in the southern district, have died. Therefore, I must meet with the owner. Upon hearing this, the maid furrowed her brow. I will inform the owner. Please allow Master Chen to enter. Just as the maid was about to relay the message, a voice echoed from within the courtyard. Come in with me. The maid gestured to the innkeeper. In the courtyard, a woman was seated elegantly on the terrace. The woman appeared to be barely 30, adorned in a flowing purple gown with her hair elegantly styled in an elaborate updo. accented by a jade-colored hairpin. She possessed a pair of bright, enchanting eyes and luscious crimson lips. Particularly striking was her flawless skin, seemingly delicate enough to be broken by a mere touch, with her pristine collarbone revealing the outline of her ample bosom, which, though veiled by a thin layer of gauze, still managed to captivate the gaze of onlookers. This enchanting figure was none other than the proprietor of the fragrant tavern, Wen, whose name was as alluring as her presence. Upon entering, the manager of the tavern found himself unable to lift his gaze in her presence. Now, recount the events that transpired within the tavern, in detail, without omitting anything, Wen instructed the manager. He proceeded to narrate the occurrences in the private room of the tavern, including the appearance of Su Chen. Su Chen, the newly appointed constable from the Southern District, appointed by Luan Shui, is also involved? This piques my interest, Wen remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, as if she had discerned something significant. This matter does not concern us. The 6 doors will handle it, and we shall cooperate fully without any cause for concern. You may go now. Wen gestured to the manager. He bowed and exited the inner courtyard. What is your perspective on the situation? Wen inquired of the maid beside her. This incident likely involves Su Chen, but his subordinate previously investigated and found him to possess merely initial-stage muscle refining capabilities. It would be impossible for him to silently eliminate 3 individuals. Moreover, the scholar Wang possesses initial-stage bone refining strength, the maid responded. Let us ascertain whether the 3 were poisoned or if something else transpired. This Su Chen is intriguing. He is aligned with Luan Shui. Is this a signal from Luan Shui to take action against the Black Tiger Gang? However, should Luan Shui resort to murder, it may provoke Zhao Heihu, Wen mused. We must keep a close watch on the movements of the Black Tiger Gang and the 6 doors in the Southern District. Tian'an City has remained calm for too long. It seems that turbulence is on the horizon, she murmured. Chapter 21. The Chief Clerk, Xianxia, and Tian Guinong's night visit to the Black Tiger Gang. This turn of events does not bode well for us. A deep voice resonated in the courtyard, just as when Chilua finished speaking, and a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe appeared at the entrance. Guard the entrance, Wen instructed her maid, who promptly bowed and exited towards the outer courtyard. Master, are you troubled by something? The Luan family has appointed Luan Shui as the head constable of the Southern District precisely to contend with the Black Tiger Gang. Is the Luan family's involvement not advantageous for us? Perhaps we could discreetly seize control of the Southern District, Wen remarked, her gaze fixed upon the newcomer. Taking action is commendable, yet Luan Shui's haste and excessive movements seem somewhat reckless. At present, the atmosphere in Tian'an County is already charged with a sense of impending storm. Luan Shui's actions at this juncture could very well precipitate the tempest. One of the individuals present spoke up, asserting that even when the storm arrives, as the chief scribe, you would remain unscathed, provided we remain passive. Thus, we should not be affected. In such circumstances, we could clandestinely seize control of the Southern District of the city, allowing us to deploy additional personnel to pursue the leads we have acquired. As for discovering the truth, what concern is it of ours? Regardless of what transpires in Tian'an County, Wen gazed at the speaker, revealing him to be none other than Xianxia, the chief scribe of Tian'an County. However, the individuals appearing in my tavern, or rather, those associated with Luan Shui, appear to have a connection to you, dear brother. At this point, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Wen eyes. Connected to me? The man looked momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication of her words. That's Su Chen's wife, named Zheng Qingwan, is the very same Lin Shuang whom you have lavished affection upon in Zhuxian Fong. Wen said with a smile. She, Su Chen, truly caught me off guard. I merely frequented her company due to her assistance in my cultivation of the Tianyu technique, Xianxia replied. Yet as he spoke, an epiphany seemed to strike him, and his expression shifted. Wen sitting opposite him, appeared to share a similar realization, her countenance also altering. Could it be that the Luan family is orchestrating this, attempting to redirect matters towards me? I have received word that Zhao Heihu's elder brother is returning from Hailang Tai. Xiaoqing's gaze turned icy. Within the inner city, many were aware of his infatuation with Lin Shuang, who is indeed Zheng Qingwan. As her husband finds himself embroiled in these developments, it is only natural that suspicions would arise. This Luan family, a fleeting chill passed through his eyes. Brother, you must exercise caution henceforth. We have concealed ourselves here for many years, gradually accumulating leads. We cannot afford any mishaps at this critical moment. When Qiluo spoke earnestly, I understand, and you must also remain vigilant. Their choice to act at your Zue Xiangju indicates that they have likely discerned the nature of our connection. The Wan family's scheming is truly profound. I have come bearing certain leads that require your investigation. With that, Xiao Qini produced a scrap of cloth, sending it flying into Wen Qiluo's hands. Ascertain the location indicated on this cloth. Xiao Qini instructed with a grave tone. Understood. Wen Qiluo nodded. I shall take my leave now, Xiao Qini said thereafter. Brother, since you have made the effort to visit, why not linger a while longer with your junior sister? Wen Qiluo regarded Xiao Qini, her eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms. Given the recent events, should my presence here be discovered, those with ulterior motives may well suspect my involvement. He replied. Having spoken, Xiao Qini turned to leave, truly lacking in romantic sentiment. Wen Qiluo let out a soft laugh, but made no attempt to retain him. As the night deepened, a fog enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a gentle drizzle, rendering the weather somewhat chilly. At the Black Tiger Gang, an oppressive atmosphere hung heavily in the air. Earlier that day, their mentor had met his demise at Zue Xiangju, and his body remained with the Six Gates, awaiting an autopsy. When the Black Tiger Gang sought to reclaim the body, they were met with a staunch refusal, igniting the ire of its members. Previously, the Six Gates in the Southern District had dared not confront the Black Tiger Gang, yet with Wang Zhan's disappearance, they had grown emboldened, arousing a sense of foreboding among the gang's members. Drip, 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 the fine rain fell from the azure tiles onto the bluestone pavement below, while the oil paper lanterns hanging from the eaves appeared dim, dulled by the moisture. Zhao Heihu sat silently in the hall, his expression somber. Below him stood a man clad in black, while the other disciples of the Black Tiger Gang, wary of Zhao Heihu's wrath after he had slain 3 of their own in a fit of fury, carefully kept their distance, fearing they might inadvertently provoke his ire. Only a few guards remained, too fearful to leave their posts. Lan family, you are indeed swift to act. I scarcely had the chance to strike first, and yet you have already taken the initiative. You have slain the 2 I had arranged for, and in your greed, even taken down Master Wen. The fury within Zhao Heihu surged forth, a palpable resentment and murderous intent emanating from his eyes. You say that Su Chen is at Chui Xiangju. Zhao Heihu directed his gaze towards the man in black. Bring him to me. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Zhao Heihu's eyes. Whether or not Su Chen was involved in the affair, he intended to place the blame squarely upon him. This maneuver would allow him to exert pressure on Wan Shui. The chill of the night intensified with the falling rain. This cursed weather, one of the Black Tiger Gang's guards complained to another. Yet, the moment he voiced his discontent, his body began to slump, and a strikingly handsome figure materialized before him. None other than Su Chen, who had recently acquired the renowned Tianlong sword, Tian Guinan. Never let a murder go unpunished, Tian Guinan declared as he appeared. Clearly, he had come to confront Zhao Heihu of the Tian Guinan strode purposefully towards the main hall. Suddenly, the wind picked up and the rain intensified. Inside the main hall, at Zhao Heihu's command, the cloaked figures emerged. As one of them stepped out, he found himself staring into a pair of pitch-black eyes. The cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback, yet an ominous premonition gripped him, gripping his long blade tightly. He lunged forward, his footsteps resonating with a series of cracking sounds echoing through his sinews and bones, indicating he was on the verge of reaching the bone refinement realm. With a swift motion, he slashed his blade towards Tian Guinan. However, despite the ferocity of his strike, Tian Guinan's sword, with an uncanny grace, bypassed the arc of the blade and pierced directly into the wrist of the hand gripping the weapon. A spray of blood erupted forth. The cloaked figure let out a piercing scream as the long blade clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. In the midst of his cries, a glimmer of sword light pierced through his throat. How dull! Tian Guinan wiped his sword clean and sighed as he stepped into the hall. Chapter 22. The sharp blade descends, the head falls. Zhao Heihu had descended from his seat, his gaze icy and penetrating as he regarded the entering Tian Guinan. He stood beside a rack that held 2 long blades. One was slender, while the other was a heavy sword. Who are you? Zhao Heihu's voice was cold and deep as he grasped the heavy sword from the rack. The one who will kill you, Tian Guinan replied nonchalantly, feeling no need to reveal his identity to a man destined for death. Kill me. It seems the matter concerning Master Wen was orchestrated by you. You are not from the Luan family, are you? Zhao Heihu spoke in a low, somber tone. The Luan family was aware of the affiliations behind him. Even if they were to act against the Black Tiger Gang, they would merely suppress him, never seeking his life. Yet, the current intruder exuded a chilling intent to kill, suggesting he was indeed there to take Zhao Heihu's life. Thus, Zhao Heihu was certain that his adversary was not affiliated with the Luan family. Indeed, I'm not from the Luan family, Tian Guinong replied, observing Zhao Heihu. His response stemmed from Zhao Heihu's words, which hinted that the Luan family would not seek his life, indicating their fear of Zhao Heihu. This apprehension might not solely be about the Black Tiger Gang, but rather the formidable forces that stood behind Zhao Heihu. His declaration was also an attempt to elicit further information. Upon hearing Tian Guinong's words, Zhao Heihu's pupils constricted, and upon confirming that his opponent was not from the Luan family, a sense of dread surged within him. This certainly meant that he would be offered no mercy. An atmosphere of cold, lethal tension enveloped the hall. With a fierce glint igniting in his eyes, Zhao Heihu realized that if there was no escape, he would have to fight with all his might. Bang! With a powerful thrust against the ground, a terrifying energy surged beneath his feet, causing his bones and muscles to resonate in unison. The vital energy coursed through his arms, indicating that he had reached the advanced stage of bone refinement. His sinews were on the brink of being forged to perfection, poised to advance towards the refinement of internal organs. Skin, sinew, bones, organs, the four pivotal stages of body tempering, with the final stage being the refinement of organs, leading one into the next realm of martial arts. With a fierce gaze fixed on Tian Guinong, he gripped his hefty blade tightly, gathering strength to unleash a ferocious assault. This was Zhao Heihu's intent. Tian Guinong's expression sharpened. He refrained from striking first, as he sought to comprehend the strength of a bone-refining expert. Though he had emerged into this world classified as a novice in organ refinement, he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the cultivation system and the operational techniques of martial arts. The previous dark-clad figure had not held back, but that was due to the opponent's weakness, providing no insight through their encounter. Cunning by nature, Tian Guinong approached Zhao Heihu with utmost caution. Furthermore, the latter's words served as a warning. He had backing, and with backing inevitably came hidden cards and contingencies. The atmosphere thickened. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhao Heihu's forehead. Boom! With a swift motion, his blade erupted, unleashing a blinding and brutal arc of light, accompanied by a deafening roar, as Zhao Heihu struck first. Roar the mountain tiger. This strike descended with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing from the mountain, an embodiment of raw ferocity. Dragon Sword technique. In that moment, a cold glimmer flashed in Tian Guinong's eyes as he unleashed the Dragon Sword technique. In response to the howling blade, the light of his sword appeared unexpectedly, intervening before Zhao Heihu's onslaught. Danger! In that instant, Zhao Heihu's expression shifted. The speed and strangeness of the sword light were overwhelming. He felt a stinging and tearing sensation on his skin, as if every step forward would lead him to be pierced by the adversary's blade. Without further hesitation, Zhao Heihu retreated swiftly, his hefty knife swiftly reversing its trajectory. As he withdrew, a dark energy manifested around him, causing his skin to swell rapidly. His arms, legs, and sinews bulged forth, creating an illusion of his entire form expanding. Furious Tiger Blade. Zhao Heihu roared, and his long knife erupted once more, showcasing his renowned ultimate technique. The Furious Tiger Blade. The weighty blade ignited a burst of blinding light, sending powerful shockwaves that stirred the surrounding air into a tempest, shattering tables and chairs in its wake. Observing the transformation of his opponent's energy, Tian Guinong's eyes sparkled with keen insight. The power emanating from Zhao Heihu was distinctly unique. The energy and flowing sinews exuded an extraordinary force. As the internal energy surged within him, the long sword in his hand erupted forth. The Dragon Sword technique was unleashed. The gleam of the sword surged forth like a torrential downpour, piercing through the ferocious blade of the opponent. With a sharp hiss, a crimson stain blossomed across Zhao Heihu's chest, blood gushing forth, exposing flesh down to the bone. The agony etched upon his face prompted a low growl to escape his lips as he swung his heavy long sword with renewed ferocity. Yet in the next heartbeat, a gaping wound from which blood erupted appeared on his shoulder, perilously close to his throat, only 3 inches away from a fatal cut. Witnessing this, Zhao Heihu's soul was seized by terror, compelling him to retreat rapidly. That single strike had nearly cost him his life. He Zhao Heihu now bore 2 grievous wounds, blood flowing profusely. If this continued, he would surely perish, had he not entered the later stages of bone refinement. His skeletal structure would not have provided a modicum of defense, and he would have met his end. Gasping for breath, he drew a medicinal pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. In an instant, upon ingesting the pill, his vitality surged, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, filled with madness, as an overwhelming force began to swell within him. In that moment, he harnessed the pill's violent energy, elevating his combat prowess to the level of viscera refinement. With a thunderous stomp, he charged forward, his long sword slashing downwards towards Tian Guinan with ferocious intent. The force was formidable, and his speed quickened, unleashing a deadly arc of light within the room. "You shall die," he roared, his blades striking down like a tiger roaring in the mountains, powerful and fierce. Yet, despite the surge of energy, he remained reckless. Tian Guinan, observing this, revealed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, deftly evading the onslaught through agile footwork, rendering Zhao Heihu's violent strikes utterly impotent. Zhao Heihu, with bloodshot eyes, was taken aback to find that even after consuming the pill, he was still no match for his opponent. "Then I shall send you on your way." Tian Guinan's voice, cool and detached, pierced Zhao Heihu's ears. The wrathful Zhao Heihu felt his hair stand on end, sensing the imminent threat of death. With a steely resolve, he unleashed his sword light and fled towards the hall's exit. He was no match for this terrifying adversary. However, his speed paled in comparison to Tian Guinan's as the latter appeared before him in an instant, his gaze frigid, sword light flaring up, enveloping Zhao Heihu in a chilling embrace. With a sharp hiss, a head, marked by shock and fury, rolled to the side, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Chapter 23, Thunderous Bone Refinement Technique, Late Stage of Muscle Refinement. In the courtyard, Su Chen stood beneath the eaves as a brisk wind swept by, causing the old structure to sway slightly. The host's subordinate, Tian Guinan, has slain Zhao Heihu of the Black Tiger Gang. Reward: 1 black iron-grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The demise of Zhao Heihu. Has there been no unforeseen occurrence? Upon hearing the sound of the reward, Su Chen felt a subtle certainty within him. Although he believed Tian Guinan would emerge victorious, Zhao Heihu was not to be underestimated. Moreover, within the ranks of the Black Tiger Gang, Su Chen harbored fears of potential surprises. Now that Zhao Heihu lies dead, it is likely that Captain Luan will find himself quite occupied come tomorrow. At this juncture, the death of Zhao Heihu must have disrupted the plans of the Luan family. And with Luan Shui as the orchestrator of this affair, she must be feeling quite troubled. While the Black Tiger Gang was her adversary, such a significant turn of events may prove too burdensome for her to manage. Has Zheng Qingyuan not returned yet, even at this late hour? After setting aside thoughts of Zhao Heihu, Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Upon his return today, Zheng Qingyuan was not present at home. With her true identity now revealed, it seems she has ceased to hide herself. One cannot help but wonder if Zheng Qingyuan will return today. Su Chen used. For Zheng Qingyuan provides him with a black iron-grade treasure chest each day, and he certainly did not wish to miss out today. Just then, as Su Chen pondered, a figure clad in a rain cloak leaped into the courtyard, none other than Feng Shifan, whom Su Chen had dispatched to investigate. "Have you seen the master? What discoveries have you made?" Su Chen Wei. "Master, this old servant has only managed to gather some information regarding Li Rue. As for the man in black, I have yet to uncover any leads. However, during my inquiries in the inner city, I learned some details regarding the lady," Feng Shifan replied, bowing respectfully. "Speak of Li Rue first, then of Zheng Qingyuan," commanded Su Chen. Li Rue, on the surface, is the proprietor of the Wei Yuan Martial Arts School in the inner city. But covertly, he serves as the leader of the suspended mirror platform in Tianan County. As for the lady, she currently resides in the Zhu Xianfang of the inner city. Yet the woman in Zhu Xianfang is merely a decoy, engaging with influential figures within the inner city. The true self of the lady appears to be entangled in other matters. She has interacted with individuals who seem to hold her in high esteem, Feng Shifan elaborated. "Is that so? I had not anticipated she would create a decoy. No wonder she resorted to disguise and crafted a human skin mask, engaging with such individuals. And they show her respect. This indicates my lady's identity is indeed remarkable. Thus, her entry into the suspended mirror platform must also be significant. I was previously concerned for her well-being, but it seems that concern is now unwarranted," Su Chen remarked. "Zheng Qingyuan is, after all, the first woman he has encountered in this world, and her role in providing him with daily treasure chests is crucial. Regardless of whether it is for a lingering sentiment towards her form or for the treasure chests, Zhang Qingyuan must not encounter any mishaps. Earlier, he had contemplated safeguarding her upon her emergence, but it appears that such measures are temporarily unnecessary. By the way, ensure to transcribe a copy of the Kunlun sect's internal cultivation techniques for me. Additionally, investigate what the body tempering techniques in this world entail and how they compare to the internal cultivation methods. Suchinkemandith. This matter must be clarified. Otherwise, if you were to showcase the internal cultivation techniques of the Kunlun sect, it could raise suspicions which would not bode well for him. He still needs to advance vigorously within the 6 doors. Yes, my subordinate shall deliver it tomorrow evening. With that, Feng Shifan swiftly vanished into the rain, leaving the courtyard. Upon Feng Shifan's departure, Su Chen opened the treasure chest he had previously acquired. He was bestowed with the Thunder Extreme Bone Forging Method. Bone Forging Method? This is a technique for the bone refinement stage. Su Chen had just heard from Wan Shui that after completing his muscle refinement, she would procure a bone forging method for him to help him enter the bone refinement realm. To his surprise, he obtained one that very night. As Su Chen pondered this, a cascade of information flooded his mind, revealing the Thunder Extreme Bone Forging Method. Vivid images of bone forging, along with the operational routes, filled his consciousness, accompanied by demonstrations and explanations of the technique's key points. An overwhelming amount of information surged into his mind, as if it were an indelible memory, permanently etched in his thoughts. Although it felt like an eternity to Su Chen, in reality, only a second or two had passed in the external world. Su Chen opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. He did not need to comprehend it himself. It was as if he had received direct enlightenment. At that moment, the Thunder Extreme Bone Forging Method, along with its operational routes, incantations, and necessary preparations for supplementary medicines and bone forging, were all clearly imprinted in his mind, giving him the sensation that he had long been familiar with and practiced it. However, since his muscle refinement was not yet complete, he could not yet employ the Thunder Extreme Bone Forging Method. Nonetheless, this technique was extraordinary. If utilized during the bone forging process, it could generate a surge of thunderous energy. Thunder, in its essence, is a force of unimaginable power. The ability to produce such energy during bone refinement is not something an ordinary technique could achieve. A masterpiece. Su Chen could only think this as he turned back to the house. From his pocket, he retrieved the medicinal pills Wan Shui had given him earlier that day, 3 muscle refinement pills that he needed to consume for his training. He still needed to enhance his visible strength. Otherwise, he would be unable to participate in many subsequent matters. The death of Zhao Heihu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, would likely stir upheaval in the southern district's underworld. Furthermore, the inner city would not easily allow Wan Shui to take control of the southern district. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an assassination attempt on her by Chen Bandao the previous day. Yet, he wondered who had given Chen Bandao his orders. Setting aside these thoughts, Su Chen entered the house and began to consume the pills. As one muscle refinement pill entered his stomach, a surge of pure medicinal power coursed through his body, rapidly flowing into his meridians. Su Chen promptly began to harness these newfound powers to refine his meridians. Waves of energy surged into his veins, possibly due to his mastery of the diamond iron arm technique and the left-hand sword, which had already expanded the sinews in his arms. The potion provided by Wan Shui merely replenished his strength. 1 pill was insufficient. Thus, Su Chen swiftly consumed a second and then a third. All 3 pills were ingested. The sinews on his body began to swell, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, undulating across his limbs and torso as his strength steadily increased. His skin radiated heat from the clash of power. Outside, Zhang Qingyuan, clad in a form-fitting black outfit and wearing a raincoat, pushed open the door to the small courtyard. Upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's current state. The refinement of his sinews had reached this level. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment. However, during her moment of surprise, the effects of the medicinal power within Su Chen began to wane, and his skin returned to normal. Su Chen opened his eyes, waved his arm, and felt an overwhelming strength surging through it. With this newfound power, he believed he had entered the late stage of sinew refinement. Excellent. Retracting his arm, he glanced at Zhang Qingyuan by the door and remarked, "You've returned quite late. Clean up, and then we shall retire for the night." After dedicating so much time to cultivation, he eagerly awaited her return to open the daily treasure chest. Chapter 24. targets, remnants of the blood demon sect, and treasures. Upon hearing his words, Zheng Qingwan's expression turned slightly irate. What is wrong with this fellow? Is he not weary from his daily toil? It is said that only the overworked oxen perish, while the fields remain unspoiled. Why is he so fervently devoted to this endeavor? Consider this a compensation for you. Zheng Qingwan thought to herself as she regarded Su Chun beginning to tidy up. After a while, the atmosphere within the room was tumultuous, more intense than the storm outside. With heavy breathing drowning out all else, all was in pursuit of opening the treasure chest. In another location, at the 6 doors in the southern district, Wan Shui's courtyard remained brightly lit. Dressed in purple, Wan Shui stood in her study, gazing out the window at the torrential downpour, her brow furrowing with concern. Your actions seem rather hasty. Do you not realize that excess can be detrimental? Within the study stood another figure, a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe. He had a tall stature, and though his gaze was initially sharp, it now bore a weight of seriousness. Third uncle, since we must deal with the Black Tiger Gang, wouldn't he, eliminating their literary master, serve a dual purpose? Wan Shui proposed. It is indeed a dual benefit. However, while taking down 2 leaders is manageable, slaying the literary master would incite Zhao Heihua's wrath, leading to a direct confrontation. Your strength is no match for Zhao Heihua. I fear he may come for you, replied the man, known as Luan Zhengxiong, the deputy chief of the 6 doors in Tianan County. Uncle, our lineage migrated from the capital to Tianan County precisely to seize control of the 6 doors of Tianan. Is this not an opportunity? If we can decisively suppress the Black Tiger Gang this time, we will gain full dominion over the 6 doors in the southern district. In this case, our family, the Luan clan, would have established a solid foundation. Wan Shui spoke. Our purpose in coming to Tianan County was to dominate the 6 doors here. Yet, do not underestimate Pei Donyuan. The very person who sent assassins to kill you today may well be Pei Donyuan himself. Luan Zhengxiong said solemnly. Pei Donyuan sent someone to kill me. Uncle, has your relationship with Pei Donyuan reached this stage? Luan Shui exclaimed upon hearing this. My intention is to take over his position. Pei Donyuan will not relinquish it willingly. However, I did not anticipate his ruthless actions, directly targeting you. Luan Zhengxiong replied, in a grave tone. Upon hearing Luan Zhengxiong's words, Wan Shui furrowed her brow. Pei Donyuan, the chief of the 6 doors in Tianan County, is the true master of this authority and one of the 3 principal power holders in the region. The 3 who wield power in Tianan County are County Magistrate Yi Huayin, Chief Pei Donyuan of the 6 doors, and the underworld figure Shen Wanxiu. So, what should we do next? Wan Shui found herself at a loss. Do not worry. After today's incident, I will confront Pei Donyuan. If he continues this course of action, we shall not hesitate to respond with ruthlessness. Of course, we cannot be certain he will refrain from further aggression. Additionally, you will need skilled fighters to contend with the Black Tiger Gang. Your uncle did he not accompany me? He will remain to protect you. Wan Jingxiong reassured her. By the way, what of that Su Chen? His identity seems somewhat questionable. Wan Jingxiong continued. Su Chen's identity is in question? It should be unproblematic, right? Wan Shui replied, momentarily taken aback. She had not disclosed to her uncle the details of Su Chen saving her, nor had she revealed that she was the one who eliminated the 3 individuals in her courtyard. She wished to avoid entangling Su Chen in this matter, as those who dared to send assassins after her were not simple figures. Su Chen was merely a low-ranking officer. His identity is indeed without issue, but you should investigate his wife. Her circumstances are complex. Wan Zhengxiong stated gravely. Uncle, what do you mean? Wan Shui inquired. She had conducted an investigation after promoting Su Chen and was aware of her current situation. Otherwise, she would not have felt suspicious about Su Chen's sudden change. In her mind, Su Chen's transformation was undoubtedly influenced by his wife, rendering him a pitiable figure. My intention is to leverage this relationship. Today, the events that transpired at Zue Xianxia should allow Su Chen to determine the nature of the case, which would be internal strife. Once concluded, he may be promoted to the position of deputy head of the 6 gates in the southern district. Luan Zhengxiong declared. However, his ascension to the deputy head may be questionable. Luan Snow pondered the notion of Su Chen attaining such a position, wishing instead for him to strengthen his prowess and for time to elapse before such a development. She had not anticipated that Su Chen would be elevated to the deputy head at this juncture. Do not concern yourself with those matters. It is merely a temporary elevation to deputy head. Should he assume this role, he will inevitably become a target for Zhao Heihu. and considering his wife's affiliations with Xianxia and others. This scheme aims to redirect Zhao Heihu's focus towards them. Xianxia continued. His words implied a desire to make Su Chen a scapegoat, indifferent to the potential consequences of life or death for him. Such a course of action places Su Chen in peril. Luan interjected. Fate dictates life and death, while fortune resides in the heavens. This is his opportunity, should he survive. The position of deputy head will be firmly within his grasp. I have already procured his appointment document, which you may announce first thing tomorrow. With that, Xianxia produced a document from his bosom and placed it upon the table. Lin Snow gazed at the appointment document, momentarily taken aback. It had evidently been prepared prior to their arrival. Noticing her expression, Xianxia remarked, You are aware that our true purpose in Tiannan County is to uncover the remnants of the Blood Demon Sect's treasures. We have recently discovered a lead regarding such remnants. The primary suspect is the bookkeeper, Xianxia. Thus, we must involve him to facilitate our investigation further. There are no other viable connections. Su Chen is our sole link to him. You need not fret. He is merely a minor figure, and it is widely understood that he may have been set up, so he is unlikely to face significant danger. Sometimes one must act without the sentimentality of a woman. With that, Xianxia rose and stated, I must return to the inner city tonight. Your father awaits my return to deliberate on other matters. It is late, and you should rest early. Upon concluding his words, Xianxia opened the study door, unfurled an oil paper umbrella, and swiftly departed into the rain. The unfolding events had surpassed my expectations. Su Chen, tomorrow I shall convey all this to you, and you must decide whether to take the risk. Luan Snow reflected as she watched Xianxia leave, sighing inwardly. Su Chen had saved her life, and she did not wish to see him ensnared in danger. The progression of this situation had already exceeded her anticipation. Any tidbit of information regarding the Blood Demon Sect's treasures would compel her family to go to any lengths, even at her expense. And she would do whatever she could to assist Su Chen. Chapter 25. The deputy head position secured. Storm clouds gather. The following day, in the early morning, Su Chen rose from his slumber, feeling quite content. Indeed, as he had anticipated, he had once again acquired a black iron-grade treasure chest. Stretching his body, he felt a slight soreness in his waist. Last night had been rather intense. He mused to himself, blaming the cacophony of wind and rain outside for compelling him to raise his voice above the storm. As he reached for the comforter beside him, he discovered that Zheng Qingyuan was no longer there. Upon getting out of bed, he noticed a note she had left behind. The elegant handwriting contained a revelation that surprised Su Chen, an explanation for her early departure. She informed him that she was in the inner city at Zhu Xianfang, where another persona of hers was present, thus necessitating her absence from this location to avoid detection. He had not expected her to divulge such information. Truth be told, Zheng Qingyuan had been a commendable wife these past few days, albeit under the burden of a rather unsatisfactory title. Su Chen contemplated this, yet chose not to confront the matter as it pertained to Zheng Qingyuan's plans, an intricate web where every thread was significant. Moreover, from the information he had received, it was evident that Zheng Qingyuan was entangled in numerous complexities. Yet, he pondered, what was her true name? Dressed and armed with his dagger, Su Chen exited the courtyard, making his way towards the 6 gates in the southern district of the city. Today promised to be eventful, with both significant and trivial matters at hand. The news of Zhao Heihu's demise in the Black Tiger Gang would have likely spread by now, serving as a veritable bombshell that would overshadow all else. The deaths of 2 major gang leaders and the scribe were mere trifles in comparison. After a quick meal from a street vendor, he hastened to the 6 gates in the southern district, heading towards Luan Shui's residence. He had not received any accolades for the previous night's endeavors, nor was he inclined to mention them. Nevertheless, he felt it imperative to make his presence known. You've arrived. I was just waiting for you. The matters you handled last night were commendable. From here on, you will proceed to conclude the case, categorizing it as internal conflict, avoiding any external escalation. Also, there is an appointment letter on the table. Please take a look. Luan Shui greeted him, her voice somewhat hoarse and her body bearing signs of injury, indicating she had not rested well the previous night. Su Chen paid little heed to the case as classification, but the appointment letter piqued his curiosity. He approached and unfolded it, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The document was addressed to him, appointing him as the deputy head of the 6 gates in the southern district. Luan Xue's efficiency was astounding. Had she not mentioned it would take half a month for such an appointment? Was it truly possible to obtain such a position overnight through the act of killing 3 individuals? His eyes reflected bewilderment. You seem perplexed. This appointment may not be advantageous for you. I advise you to decline. This is my third uncle, the deputy chief of the 6 doors, Luan Xianxia, who is assisting you with this application. He intends to make you a target, and once you accept, your life will be in peril. If you refuse, I shall aid you. They are unaware of your act of saving me, and I have not disclosed it to them. This matter should remain confidential, as it could be detrimental to you. Luan Xue gazed at Su Chen, her words laced with a hint of explanation. A target? The Black Tiger Gang, perhaps? Deputy Chief Luan, if you seek to confront the Black Tiger Gang, I willingly offer myself as a target. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang will surely believe that the deaths of Master One and the 2 heads are linked to me. Even if I do not become a target, they will still pursue me. Su Chen immediately responded, eager to face peril for Luan Xue. Yet inwardly he chuckled. Zhao Heihu of the Black Tiger Gang had already met his demise at his hands. Should they seek vengeance, it would be against Tian Guinon, the one who killed Zhao Heihu. Master One and the others are mere trifles, fleeting like smoke. Who still remembers them? He would not face any danger. Furthermore, becoming the deputy chief of the 6 doors should come with rewards, though it remains uncertain whether it would yield a silver-grade treasure chest. There are other matters at play, beyond just the Black Tiger Gang, yet I cannot divulge these to you. I urge you. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the chief. Just as Luan Xue was about to speak further, Su Chen interjected. In truth, even if Su Chen wished to defy this appointment, he would find it impossible. Luan Xue's willingness to explain was already commendable, and besides, Su Chen was resolute in his desire for this deputy chief position. By securing this role, he would not only gain the title, but also earn Luan Xue's deeper affection. However, he discerned another matter from Luan Xue's words. This involved other issues. Yet perhaps they posed no significant danger. It could also be your opportunity. Witnessing Su Chen's determination, Luan Xue's beautiful eyes flickered with thought. She surmised that Su Chen's actions might have been spurred by his wife, and it also caused her some distress. Very well, you may take the appointment letter with you. I shall have someone announce your promotion shortly, and you may choose a location near me for your new role. Luan Suedigardi Su Chen. This would ensure his safety. Thank you, Chief. Su Chen expressed his gratitude and exited the room with the appointment letter. Become the deputy chief of the 6 doors in the South District. Reward: 1 black iron-grade treasure chest. Is this truly a black iron-grade treasure chest? If so, then Zheng Qingwan's status is indeed extraordinary. Su Chen used. When he had defeated Zheng Qingwan, he had received a silver-grade treasure chest. Shortly after leaving the courtyard, his appointment was announced. Instantly, the South District of the 6 doors was abuzz with astonishment. Su Chen had struck gold. His rapid promotion to such a significant position, second only to one, elicited envy from many. The envy was palpable, and soon the news of Zhao Heihu's murder spread within the 6 gates of the Southern District. Or perhaps it had already reached the entirety of Tianan County. Here, Luan Xue received the shocking news, her expression a mix of disbelief and urgency. Are you saying that Zhao Heihu was killed last night? Why has this only just been reported? Gather the men. We must head to the Black Tiger Gang at once. Luan Xue's gaze was intense as she looked at the constable before her. The sudden demise of Zhao Heihu had far-reaching implications. A storm was brewing in Tianan County. At the same moment, Su Chen's celebratory mood dissipated rapidly, aligning with his earlier thoughts that there was no need for ostentation. He followed Luan Xue towards the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang lay in eerie silence, the hall filled with the grim presence of several corpses. Among them was Zhao Heihu, his head gruesomely reassembled. Inside the hall, 3 hall masters and an elderly man gazed mournfully at Zhao Heihu's lifeless body, their faces etched with sorrow and a hint of trepidation. What shall we do now that our leader has been slain? I have heard that the Lord is returning. Upon learning of our leader's death, we may face dire retribution. One of the hall masters, Lu Zhen, stammered. Interestingly, the Black Tiger Gang was not initially founded by Zhao Heihu, but by his elder brother, Zhao Tianlong, blessed with exceptional talent. Zhao Tianlong foresaw his brief tenure in Tianan County and thus named the gang the Black Tiger Gang, after establishing its dominance in the Southern District. He departed for the capital, Hailang Tai, once he attained a refinement stage. Chapter 26. If you want me to stay, then you shall die. At the mention of the Lord, the others trembled. We must ascertain who murdered our leader and provide an explanation to the returning lord. Otherwise, we are doomed. I suspect that this incident was orchestrated by the Six Gates. They killed Master Wen yesterday and attacked our leader last night. At this moment, a hall master named Xianxia spoke up. While it may be plausible to attribute Master Wen's death to the Luan family of the Six Gates, the Luan family lacks the audacity to act against our leader. Moreover, to assassinate our leader would require the involvement of the Luan family's head. If you wish to be struck down by the Lord's wrath, continue with your reckless accusations, but do not implicate us. Lu Zhan retorted coldly at Xianxia. Enough. The assassin who killed our leader undoubtedly possesses strength at the refinement stage, and is likely a master swordsman of the same caliber. In all of Tianan City, there are but a few with such power. However, those few would not act against our leader. They are likely an external swordsman. This matter is beyond our control. We must wait for the Lord's return. I will report the facts as they are and will also venture into the black market, offering a substantial reward to uncover the identity of this individual, spoke the sole elder, who then commanded, "We shall follow Vice Master Qi's lead." The elder, Qi Yuan, was the vice master of the Black Tiger Gang, having once followed Zhao Tianlong, but had distanced himself from gang affairs after Zhao Tianlong's departure. In the wake of Zhao Heihu's untimely demise, they promptly summoned Qi Yuan to oversee the significant matters of the Black Tiger Gang. Suddenly, a disciple of the gang rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. "What is it?" Qi Yuan inquired, his expression turning icy. Luan Shui from the Six Gates in the Southern District has arrived, demanding to investigate the cause of the leader's death. The disciple reported hastily. "Luan Shui, how dare she come here?" exclaimed Xianxia, who had previously spoken. "Vice Leader Qi, let us seize her." "Fools!" Qi Yuan retorted with a disdainful snort, his eyes flashing with cold fury as he glared at Xianxia. "Let them enter," he commanded. "Vice Leader, what are we to do? We cannot find the murderer. Allowing them to investigate might pressure them to uncover something. When the master returns, we will have something to report," Qi Yuan coldly asserted. "From the evidence of these corpses, it is clear that the assailant is a formidable swordsman. The strength of our Black Tiger Gang is insufficient to contend with such power. Thus, we require external assistance. The Six Gates serves as our best ally. Presently, the Southern District's Six Gates, or rather the Luan family, shares our urgency and will undoubtedly exert their full effort in investigating the individual who assassinated our leader." Luan Shui, accompanied by Su Chen and her entourage, swiftly entered the hall. "Greetings, Captain Luan," Qi Yuan said, offering a slight bow. "The murderer is ruthless, having brutally slain our Black Tiger leader. Captain Luan, you must seek justice for us and identify the killer." Luan Shui's brow furrowed as she surveyed the lifeless bodies on the ground, her expression grave. "Vice Leader Qi, may I examine the leader's wounds?" Luan Shui asked. Qi Yuan was aware that the Black Tiger Gang's vice leader rarely made public appearances, yet possessed strength that seemed to surpass Zhao Heihu's. Renowned for his iron fists, he had claimed many lives during his escapades with Zhao Tianlong, his prowess possibly nearing the realm of refining the physical body. "Of course, Captain Luan," Qi Yuan replied, stepping aside to allow her to inspect the bodies of Zhao Heihu and the others. "These wounds," Luan Shui observed the sword injuries, her expression tightening. Not only swift, but also remarkably vicious. As she examined the wounds, Luan Shui's brow knitted with concern. Being part of the Six Gates, she was well-versed in the martial prowess of the warriors in Tianan County and familiar with their techniques. However, the marks upon Zhao Heihu were unfamiliar to her. She scanned the room with her gaze. "Vice Leader Qi, it appears that Zhao Heihu was slain within these very walls." "Indeed, right here," Qi Yuan confirmed. "The signs of struggle are not overt. The furniture is damaged, likely a result of the leader utilizing a medicinal pill to enhance his strength, causing a burst of energy." Luan Shui replied, her brow furrowing deeper, her thoughts racing. Zhao Heihu had consumed a medicinal pill, which must have allowed him to surpass his inherent capabilities in combat. Yet he was still slain. The one who killed Zhao Heihu must surely be a formidable practitioner in the art of refining the body. Could it be, as my uncle suggested, that the county office's clerk orchestrated this attack? Luan Shui reflected upon the remnants of the blood demon sect, possessing the capability for murder. "Captain Luan, have you discerned anything? If so, please inform us truthfully so we can arrange for an investigation," Qi Yuan remarked, observing Luan Shui in contemplation. "What I can perceive, I trust Vice Leader Qi has also surmised. The assailant is likely not one of our compatriots from Tianan County. As for the body of Zhao Bangzhu, we shall refrain from bringing it back, but we wish to transport the other corpses to the 6 doors for a thorough examination. Wan Shui declared, Zhao Heihu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, holds a significant status. Even if she wished to retrieve him, the Black Tiger Gang would likely object. Thus, Wan Shui resolved to bring back the other bodies, hoping to uncover clues from them, which also serves as a gesture of respect towards the Black Tiger Gang. Very well, Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, not wishing to complicate matters further. The priority now was to identify the murderer of the gang leader. Otherwise, when Zhao Tianlong returned, their own lives might be at stake. You are Su Chen. A chilling voice resonated through the hall as the constables began to gather the bodies. In that instant, Wan Shui's pupils constricted, her gaze narrowing upon the source of the voice, Jiang Jiu, the hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. He was now fixed upon Su Chen with a cold, malevolent stare. Indeed, I am Su Chen, the deputy captain of the Southern District, Su Chen replied, revealing his new identity. Upon hearing this, several members of the Black Tiger Gang exchanged glances of surprise. They had not anticipated Su Chen's promotion to deputy captain. You shall remain here today. The others may leave, Jiang Jiu stated coldly, directing his attention towards Su Chen. Jiang Jiu, you are being outrageous, Wan Shui retorted, her expression darkening. In her haste, she had brought Su Chen along, overlooking the possibility that he had drawn the attention of the Black Tiger Gang. However, as he accompanied her and held the position of deputy captain, it was unacceptable for him to be detained. In an instant, numerous constables drew their swords, their expressions vigilant. You intend to detain me? Su Chen inquired, his voice steady as he faced Jiang Jiu. Indeed, you shall not leave the Black Tiger Gang today. You must stay. Jiang Jiu's gaze was fierce as he advanced towards Su Chen, intent on capturing him. Do you truly think you could detain me? Such folly. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he gripped the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long blade, launching a direct assault on Jiang Jiu without uttering a single word. Jiang Jiu had initially underestimated Su Chen's capabilities. Su Chen had merely just stepped into the initial stage of muscle refinement, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of this stage, on the verge of advancing to bone refinement. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily subdue Su Chen. By keeping Su Chen within the Black Tiger Gang, many subsequent matters could be shifted onto the shoulders of the 6 doors. In this manner, when Zhao Tianlong returned, he could secure his own safety. However, to his surprise, before he could even approach Su Chen, the latter suddenly drew his blade, its glimmering light dazzlingly bright. Instantly, his expression changed, and he swiftly retreated. Yet, Su Chen's strike was relentless. The blade's radiance was continuous, as he had thoroughly mastered the flowing cloud blade technique. Coupled with his advancement to the late stage of muscle refinement, his arm muscles bulged, unleashing formidable power. The blade light came like a tempest. In Chapter 27, a forceful slaughter, each with their own schemes. Iron cloth shirt, Jiang Jiu bellowed, engulfed by the blade's brilliance. At the moment of his roar, the muscles on his body surged, creating a powerful momentum. With this energy, his skin darkened, resembling iron. Jiang Jiu practiced the horizontal martial arts, namely the iron cloth shirt. Although this technique was not particularly sophisticated and could be found commonly outside, its cultivation was no simple feat. It involved tempering the skin until it resembled iron, capable of withstanding attacks. It was said that upon reaching mastery, one's body would become as impervious as iron, impervious to blades and spears. Clang! Su Chen's blade struck against Jiang Jiu's body, producing a metallic clash. It left a bloodstain on the surface, yet no wound appeared. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his opponent had cultivated the iron cloth shirt to such an extraordinary level. You shall perish, Jiang Jiu snarled, his expression fierce. Although Su Chen had not breached his defense, the force of the blow had caused him considerable pain in his chest. The blade's ferocity overwhelming. With a powerful strike, his palm surged towards Su Chen. Su bet kaojos, Wan Shui exclaimed from the side, eager to assist. Master Jiang is merely testing Deputy Captain Su's martial prowess. It would be best for Captain Luan to refrain from intervening. Qi Yuan slightly shifted in front of Wan Shui, preventing her from aiding Su Chen. Iron sand palm, concealed within the sand. This technique was honed in the palm, manifesting as a dark hue, augmented by the iron cloth shirt. With a single strike, the power surged fiercely. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, facing the oncoming attack. He pushed off the ground, surging forward, while continuing to wield the flowing cloud blade technique. Blade light erupted. Clang, clang. The collision of Xianxia's descending palm and the blade resonated throughout the hall. Su Chen's strength had indeed ascended to the late stage of muscle refinement. Observing the transformation in Su Chen's muscles, Luan Shui was filled with astonishment. He had consumed all the pills I provided him. Such a pace of cultivation, combined with his mastery of the flowing cloud blade technique, had reached this level, flowing seamlessly without a hint of flaw. This was the realm of mastery. Luan Shui was secretly taken aback. Ah, the prowess of this young man. In stark contrast to Luan Shui's astonishment, the expressions of the members of the Black Tiger Gang turned grim. Judging by the current state of the battle, it seemed that Xianxia would not be able to subdue Su Chen. At this moment, Xianxia, locked in combat with Su Chen, was engulfed in profound shock. The exertion required to maintain his iron cloth shirt was severely draining his stamina. He could not sustain it for long. If he failed to overpower his opponent while in this state, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at Su Chen's hands. Unlike the others, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Su Chen's swordsmanship, which offered him not a sliver of opportunity. This could not continue. If it dragged on, defeat was inevitable. Thoughts raced through Xianxia's mind. However, before he could contemplate further, he caught sight of a cold smirk on Su Chen's lips. As the blade in his hand flashed once more with lethal intent, Xianxia hastily continued to defend himself. Yet, in that fleeting moment of defense, a chill ran down his spine, and he sensed the imminent approach of death, compelling him to raise his arm in defense. Clang! When Su Chen's blade struck his arm, he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword and exerted all his strength. Boom! A surge of terrifying power propelled Xianxia backward, crashing him into the furniture in the center of the hall. Blood erupted from his mouth. The instant the blood sprayed forth, the energy within Xianxia dissipated, causing the iron cloth shirt to vanish as well. It was at this precise moment that Su Chen showed no sign of pausing. He moved swiftly, appearing before Xianxia in an instant. Su Chen, how dare you? Roared Qi Yuan, his eyes wide with fury. However, Su Chen paid no heed to the outburst, and with a flash of his blade, whoosh. Without the protection of the iron cloth shirt, Xianxia's head was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Xianxia attacked Su Chen of the Six Doors, a crime deserving of death. Su Chen declared, his voice cold and resonant in the hall of the Black Tiger Gang. He would show no mercy to anyone who dared to strike against him. Such threats must be eradicated. To become the deputy captain of the Southern District, Su Chen must demonstrate his formidable strength and potential. First, he needed Luan Shui to recognize his worth. Once she saw his value, the Luan family behind her would gradually acknowledge it as well, granting him the opportunity to forge more connections. Second, his enhancement in martial prowess and transformation in image would elevate his standing within the Six Doors of the Southern District. Many believe that Su Chen had only attained his position by currying favor with Luan Shui, holding him in contempt. However, after today's battle, having decisively slain the Black Tiger Gang's hall master, Xianxia, who could dare to question his authority as deputy captain of the Southern District's Six Doors. As for whether he would emerge unscathed from the Black Tiger Gang today, Su Chen had no fears. He was from the Six Doors, and Luan Shui would undoubtedly protect him. Moreover, he had already established the nature of the recent events. Xianxia had attacked him, a crime deserving of death. In stating this, Xianxia did not invoke the Black Tiger Gang. This serves as an excuse for the Black Tiger Gang not to support Xianxia, though it ultimately depends on whether the gang wishes to pursue this course. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qi Yuan's countenance shifted, his muscles tensing as a surge of energy erupted from him. In that moment, Luan Shui positioned herself before him, her hand resting firmly upon the hilt of her sword, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Xianxia had assaulted an officer and met his demise. Must Vice Gang leader Qi follow suit? As Luan Shui impeded Qi Yuan's advance, Su Chen spoke with a commanding tone, casting his gaze upon the other two hall masters, their eyes glinting with cold resolve. If he could slay Xianxia, he could certainly dispatch the other two as well. Host eliminates one foe. Reward: one black iron grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? At this moment, the expressions of the other two turned grave as they exchanged glances. Lu Zhan then spoke, stating, Xianxia acted recklessly in attacking Deputy Captain Su. He deserved his fate. And this bears no relation to our Black Tiger Gang. Captain Luan, Captain Su, you may depart with the body. Lu Zhen took the lead in the conversation. Let's go. Luan Shui commanded the officers, who promptly began to carry away the corpse and exited swiftly. Damn it, Su Chun is truly arrogant. Killing one of our hall masters within the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. He must pay. Qi Yuan seethed with fury. Vice Gang Leader Qi. This may actually be a fortuitous turn of events. Su Chun is the deputy captain of the 6 Doors in the Southern District, bolstered by the Luan family. His audacity to murder within our ranks stems from their backing. Previously, we lacked evidence to link Su Chun and the Luan family to the deaths of Master One and the other 2 hall masters. However, today, with many witnesses to his actions in our stronghold, it solidifies the notion that the Luan family is indeed targeting us. If we cannot locate the swordsman who killed our master, we can place the blame squarely on the Luan family. They possess the means to hire external sword masters to act against our leader. This way, we can provide an explanation to the Lord. Lu Zhen's eyes narrowed as he spoke. You present a compelling argument. Qi Yuan replied, a smile creeping onto his face upon hearing this. Old fox, you could have acted earlier, but refrained for this very reason. Xianxia, you are not foolish, yet you underestimate Su Chen's capabilities. Your luck has run out. Lu Zhen mused inwardly as he glanced at the severed head of Xianxia. Chapter 28. The Green Row Pavilion, 108 floors. Inner City. Zhuxianfang. One of the 3 major pleasure houses in Tianan County. Laughter and cheer resounded throughout. The rear courtyard, however, was shrouded in silence. Inside a private chamber, Zhang Qingwan's expression was grave as she stated, Zhao Heihu has been killed, and by a sword master no less. Could it be that person from before? Who exactly are they? Across from her sat a child, clad in the garb of a beggar. The very same child who had accompanied the old beggar in the dilapidated temple. I do not know, but this individual's swordsmanship bears some resemblance to that of the person you mentioned last time. Yet, what motive could they have for killing Zhao Heihu? It should not be the case at all. However, previously, the chief scribe Xiao Qianni had visited the Zue Xiangjun and met with the owner of the establishment. Wen Qilua. I suspect that both Xiao Qianni and Wen Qilua are remnants of the Blood Demon sect, and their arrival in Tianan County must be linked to the search for the sect's long-lost treasures. If you manage to uncover any information regarding these treasures, I believe your mission will be accomplished, and you will earn the recognition of Xiezheng from the Xuanguang Pavilion. At that point, we could seize the opportunity to obtain the treasures of the Blood Demon sect. Securing even one of the 3 artifacts would significantly benefit your future endeavors. The young beggar stated solemnly. However, Xiao Qianni has served as the chief scribe for over a decade. Could it be that they have long been aware that the treasures of the Blood Demon sect reside within Tianan County? If that is the case, their arrangements would be formidable, and confronting them could result in casualties. Zhang Qingwan interjected, her expression grave. Moreover, it seems that not only the remnants of the Blood Demon sect are involved. I have received word that individuals from the Black Dragon Pavilion in the capital have also arrived in Tianan County. Although it is rumored that Zhao Tianlong is leading the charge, I can't shake the feeling that there is more to this. Perhaps also related to the treasures of the Blood Demon sect. Additionally, there have been reports of skilled swordsmen appearing, who, logically, should not be affiliated with Xiao Qianni, as he would not engage in such conspicuous activities at this time. If they are not aligned with him, then they could represent another faction. This small Tianan County is on the brink of a storm. Miss, once you relay the information about the Blood Demon sect as treasures to Xiezheng, you should find a way to leave Tianan County promptly, the young beggar urged in a low voice. I cannot simply leave like that. If it proves unfeasible, it would be best not to involve ourselves in the treasure hunt. Zhang Qingwan replied, unwilling to risk the safety of her remaining relatives. We will exercise caution. However, Zhao Heihu also fell at the hands of the swordsman, and Li Rue will undoubtedly investigate. Let them inquire. It is of no concern to us. Yet, your husband is not the same as before. He has become the deputy captain of the 6 Doors in the Southern District and has allied himself with Luan Shui of the Luan family. If you wish to keep him safe, it would be wise to counsel him. Sometimes, a pawn may become a dead piece. After the young beggar finished speaking, he turned and swiftly vanished into the courtyard. Su Chun has become the deputy captain of the 6 Doors in the Southern District. This rapid advancement. Could it be that the Luan family's arrival is ostensibly for the 6 Doors in Tianan County, while secretly tied to the treasures of the Blood Demon sect? How is Su Chun involved with them? This indeed poses a significant danger. Zhang Qingwan pondered, preparing to advise Su Chun later that evening. Sometimes, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, at the 6 doors in the southern district, several bodies of the Black Tiger Gang were being retrieved, while Su Chen and Luan Shui were together. Today, you acted impulsively. Killing Xianxia will not go unpunished by the Black Tiger Gang, Luan Shui said to Su Chen, her tone serious. The tone was devoid of reprimand from superior to subordinate, instead imbued with a sense of concern. They were clearly intent on complicating my circumstances. If I were to remain, my fate would be uncertain. Should anyone wish for my demise, I would ensure that others would meet their end first. Su Chen possess nothing but my own life, thus I must gamble everything. Su Chen spoke. The members of the Black Tiger Gang sought their own destruction, and Su Chen resolved that they all must perish. In this moment, he understood that he must exhibit the utmost courage in his gamble. Therefore, you shall promptly inform the proprietors of the various businesses in the southern district that henceforth the underhanded dealings shall yield 60% to the 6 gates of the southern district. And as for the method of collection, it shall be executed as you see fit. Luan Shui regarded Su Chen and spoke. Indeed, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such decisive action from Luan Shui at this juncture. This course of action would render the 6 gates of the southern district and the Black Tiger Gang entirely adversarial. Previously, the underhanded dealings in the southern district were dominated by the Black Tiger Gang, claiming 60%, while the remainder was divided among others. Now, with the 6 gates demanding 60%, it was tantamount to seizing the Black Tiger Gang's profits. We are already enemies. Thus we must pursue victory relentlessly and overpower them, Luan Shui declared, her tone laced with a fierce determination. Very well. I shall dispatch individuals to notify the business leaders forthwith. A glimmer flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Luan Shui, entrusting this matter to him, signified that he was to take full responsibility. Should he succeed, his subsequent earnings would multiply exponentially. Moreover, Luan Shui's decision to remain in the shadows and allow him to take the forefront indicated that he was now the representative of the 6 gates in the southern district. Authority. Su Chen temporarily wielded significant power. With a sigh of exhilaration, he instructed his subordinate to proceed with the task. Bowing respectfully, Su Chen took his leave. Observing Su Chen's retreating figure, Luan Shui furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated such swift developments or his resolute demeanor. She wondered if this would lead to his detriment. Nevertheless, his performance today exceeded her expectations. As he approached the late stage of muscle refinement, she realized she must quickly find him a method for bone refinement. Luan Shui pondered. Now, Su Chen possessed his own quarters, and upon his departure from the 6 gates of the southern district, the head of internal affairs had already prepared his residence adjacent to Luan Shui's. He promptly summoned Lin Dong, instructing him to gather the personnel and notify the managers of the southern district businesses. At 7 o'clock this evening, in the Zue Xiang residence, he would represent the 6 gates to discuss certain matters with them. After Lin Dong received his orders, Su Chen fell into contemplation within his chamber. The actions of Tian Guinong and Feng Shifan, although not yet recognized by anyone, would inevitably be revealed in due time. Su Chen would not underestimate the martial world of Tiannan County. Furthermore, the presence of numerous outsiders in Tiannan County rendered the situation exceedingly intricate, fraught with various malevolent forces. Feng Shifan and Tian Guinong would eventually be scrutinized publicly. I must devise a moniker in the realm of martial arts. A name is essential. Otherwise, how would anyone know of your existence or care about your endeavors? Su Chen reminisced about the previous life, recalling the illustrious reputation of the Qinglong Society in martial arts novels, with its 7 dragon heads and grand ambitions, alongside the Tianzuan organization. What would be an appropriate name? As he pondered, the phrase Qingyi Tower unexpectedly sprang to mind. The Qingyi Tower, comprising 108 edifices, each housing 108 individuals, would undoubtedly evoke awe and leave a profound impression on others. However, the specifics of the structure still required careful contemplation. With such a name, Tian Guinan and Feng Shifan could now proudly affiliate themselves. A smile graced Su Chen's face. The host has established the Qingyi Tower. Reward: 1 silver-level character treasure chest. Chapter 29. The Unparalleled Swordsman, Jing Wuming. A silver-level character treasure chest. Su Chen's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that the establishment of the Qingyi Tower would yield a silver-level treasure chest. What kind of exceptional talents might emerge from a silver-level character? Tian Guinan and Feng Shifan, in truth, were not particularly formidable, being merely at the early stages of refining their organs. And might not even be considered strong within Tiannan County. Su Chen contemplated this. He had 3 black iron-level item treasure chests remaining. He would open them first before unveiling the silver-level character treasure chest. Opening 3 black iron-level item treasure chests. Acquired 3 portions of muscle refining ointment, 3 ordinary blood-boosting pills, and one of the 7 weapons, the Jade Blade. 3 portions of ointment, 3 pills, and a blade. This blade, while among the 7 weapons, was the Jade Blade. Although it was not an ordinary item, its practicality was limited. It was said that the sheath of the Jade Blade was adorned with 7 exquisite emeralds, dazzling beyond compare. Su Chen used. However, the Jade Blade was somewhat ostentatious for his current status. He would temporarily refrain from using it and instead entrust it to someone more fitting. As a captain of the 6 Doors, wielding such a flamboyant weapon would be excessively conspicuous. Moreover, while the blade was indeed sharp, it primarily served as a symbol, bearing little intrinsic value. Now, he awaited the revelation of the silver-level character. Su Chen thought to himself, opening the silver treasure chest. Acquired character, the unparalleled swordsman, early-stage character. Jing Wuming. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated obtaining Jing Wuming at this moment. Previously, he had acquired Jing Wuming's left-hand swift sword, and now the character himself had emerged. Designated as the unparalleled swordsman, Jing Wuming's prowess could be delineated into 2 phases. The emotive swordsman during the Heartless Sword era, a shadow of Shangwan Jinong, renowned for his left-hand swordplay, though his right hand was even swifter. He wielded a thin, razor-sharp blade, devoid of embellishments. Rarely did he strike, but when he did, it was with lethal precision, each move executed with utmost commitment. His swordsmanship was enigmatic and peculiar, favoring unconventional techniques. His strikes often caught opponents off guard, rendering them defenseless. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. In the later stages, the swordsmanship had reached a sublime level, rivaling that of the renowned Ah Fei, showcasing immense power. However, at this point, it was still the early phase of Jing Wuming, whose strength could not yet be deemed the pinnacle. One could only wonder about his realm. If he had reached the stage of refining the viscera, that would indeed be remarkable. Su Chen pondered. Although he was unaware of what lay beyond the refinement of the viscera, he understood that it was merely a stage of body tempering, and Jing Wuming ought not to be at this level. Casting a glance at Jing Wuming's realm, Su Chen noted the peak of internal energy. An internal energy manifested. His eyes flickered slightly. Could the stage following the viscera be internal energy? If so, the Qingyi Tower could indeed boast a formidable expert. Su Chen felt a surge of joy at this realization. He resolved to inquire with Luan Shui whether internal energy was the subsequent phase after the refinement of the viscera. At that moment, news of Su Chen's triumph over Xianxia, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, had spread throughout the Southern District. Additionally, the announcement of Su Chen becoming the deputy captain of the Southern District was rapidly circulating among the prominent figures of the area. Yet, while they contemplated investigating this Su Chen, he had already extended invitations to meet them at the Zui Xiangjun to discuss matters of importance. They need not speculate on the agenda. It was evident that Su Chen intended to deliberate on the affairs of illicit funds. The Black Tiger Gang? Did the 6 Doors of the Southern District dare to confront them head-on? Although Zhao He, who had perished, Zhao Tianlong remained in the capital. Behind Zhao Tianlong stood the Black Dragon platform. Could the Luan family act so decisively? Such thoughts occupied their minds. Nevertheless, they dared not decline the invitation. Su Chen had slain Xianxia and had departed the Black Tiger Gang unscathed. If they chose not to attend, they feared they might be next. Moreover, there were whispers that the 2 heads of the 6 Doors and the scholar from the Black Tiger Gang might have met their demise at Su Chen's hands. They regarded him with a profound sense of trepidation. His propensity for violence was alarmingly evident. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, discussions regarding him were rife outside. He had recently acquired 3 external muscle-refining potions, intended for topical application rather than ingestion. Despite consuming the elixirs provided by Luan Shui, he felt no strain on his body. Thus, he prepared for a medicinal bath to absorb the benefits of the external refining agents. As the newly appointed deputy captain of the 6 Doors, Su Chen enjoyed the privilege of his own courtyard, facilitating his endeavors. He promptly arranged for the preparation of a bathing tub and instructed that the potions be brought forth for his immersion. He was determined to further enhance his prowess. Presently, Su Chen commanded considerable respect within the 6 Doors of the Southern District, subtly surpassing even Luan Shui. Although Luan Shui held the title of captain, her actions had not yet left the same profound impact on the people as Su Chen's had. With the potions readily available, the medicinal bath was swiftly arranged. Had he needed to concoct the potions himself, it would have required a significant amount of time. Within a chamber, mist enveloped the air, and steam wafted from the expansive tub, carrying with it a pungent medicinal aroma. Su Chen shed his garments and immersed himself directly into the medicinal bath. The moment he stepped into the basin, a sharp sting surged from his skin into his body, causing his epidermis to flush a vibrant crimson. Such potent medicinal power. Su Chen was taken aback, swiftly centering his mind to channel the elixirs within the basin into his own being. Instantly, he felt a wave of warmth flooding from his skin into his core. Initially, it was merely a gentle heat, but soon the medicinal potency surged forth like a torrential flood, inundating his body. In an instant, his skin radiated a bright red glow, resembling a lobster being cooked. Su Chen steadied his mind, focusing intently as he began to control the major tendons within. At this moment, he sought to channel all his strength into these tendons, perfecting their refinement before advancing to the level of bone forging. As he honed the major tendons within, the medicinal force intensified, and the overwhelming potency was voraciously consumed by his physique. In that moment, his body blazed an even deeper crimson, with sizzling sounds emanating from his skin as it made contact with the medicinal waters, generating wisps of steam. Having just consumed a tendon-refining pill the previous night, and now engaging in a medicinal bath, Su Chen mused to himself, feeling a slight excess within his body. Yet he did not falter. His gaze shifted as he refined the major tendons, while simultaneously cleansing the meridians, invoking the medicinal power to expand his channels. Time passed gradually, during which Su Chen endured a blend of agony and exhilaration. Meanwhile, on another front, Luan Shui was recuperating from her injuries. Though her uncle had provided her with elixirs that aided her recovery, she had not yet fully healed. After a while, she seated herself beside the desk, contemplating her subsequent course of action. With Zhao Heihu deceased, many would inevitably suspect the involvement of the Luan family. Thus, she aimed to secure complete control over the southern district before Zhao Tianlong returned to Tianan County. What arrangements have been made regarding Su Chen? Luan Shui inquired. He has dispatched individuals to notify the heads of the major trading houses in the southern district to convene tonight at the Zue Xiangju. He himself is in the courtyard, engaging in the refinement of his tendons through the medicinal bath. This lad stands out remarkably. His roots appear promising, and I believe he shall soon embark on the path of bone forging, replied a middle-aged man emerging from the shadows. Refining skin, tendons, and bones are fundamental methods of physical enhancement. Yet refining the organs is the most arduous. Transitioning from organ refinement to internal energy is an even greater challenge. He is currently in a phase of accumulation. Once he reaches the latter stages of bone forging, he will face a significant hurdle in organ refinement, Luan Shui remarked. Xuya, you hold great expectations for him, the middle-aged man observed, gazing at Luan Shui. Indeed, I do. Our Luan family possesses a somewhat tenuous foundation in Tianan County, and we require capable individuals like Su Chen, hence I shall nurture him with all my might, Luan Shui affirmed. Shui, you may cultivate him, but be wary not to become emotionally attached. Once you become emotionally invested, it is not merely your life at stake. His life, and the very existence of the entire Luan family, will be in jeopardy. With your aptitude, had the Luan family fully supported you, you should have already transcended to the level of refining the viscera. However, that has not occurred, for once you reach that stage, you would be sent away. The middle-aged man sighed as he spoke these words, leaving the subsequent dialogue unspoken. Chapter 30. Chief Inspector Pei Donyuan of the Six Doors. Upon hearing this, Luan Shui's gaze shifted. Uncle Zhanghe, I understand, which is why I have restrained my cultivation over the years. However, yesterday, I realized that one must devote oneself entirely to the path of cultivation. Regardless of where I may end up, as long as I grow stronger, there will be a chance for survival. If I continue as I am now, death is inevitable. A stubborn glint appeared in Luan Shui's eyes. My lady, there is still a glimmer of hope. If we could locate the 3 treasures of the Blood Demon sect or uncover the ruins of the sect and report our findings. Such merit would not only facilitate your release, but also provide our family with greater resources, the middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Zhanghe, suggested. Given the current circumstances, It seems the news of the Blood Demon Sect's ruins has already reached others. Otherwise, there would not be such omens manifesting in Tianan County. Zhao Heihu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, is dead. Under normal circumstances, his demise would incite a considerable uproar in Tianan County. If one does not enhance their strength, they may very well be engulfed by the ensuing storm. Wan Shui remarked. A series of changes, compounded by the death of Zhao Heihu, has stirred Wan Shui's awareness of an impending tempest. It appears my lady has a plan. As for this old servant, I shall refrain from further comment. However, the one who killed Zhao Heihu may frame our Luan family for the act, and I have received word that Zhao Tianlong is returning to Tianan County. Along with him is Mo Guangdao, one of the 3 blades of the Black Dragon platform. Uncle Zhanghe's tone grew grave at the mention of Mo Guangdao, indicating his considerable trepidation towards this individual. Wan Shui's expression also hardened. It seems imperative to locate that swordsman swiftly. Once found, we may be able to set Zhao Tianlong against them, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the Luan family. This matter cannot rely solely on our 6 doors in the southern district. Uncle Zhanghe, you must return to the inner city. Please seek assistance from my 3rd uncle to mobilize the entire 6 doors of Tianan County in search of this individual. Wan Shui commanded. What of your safety? The Black Tiger Gang's Qi Yuan still hopes I will assist them in locating the murderer. They will not turn against me. Rest assured. Wan Shui replied. Very well. With that, Uncle Zhanghe departed. This storm is rather formidable. Su Chen's invitation for you to join may indeed be a perilous endeavor. Once this clandestine transaction at the merchant meeting concludes, I shall allocate a portion of the proceeds to enable your departure from Tianan County. After the middle-aged man left, Wan Shui murmured to herself. At this moment, within the inner city, in the courtyard of the Wei Yuan Martial Arts Institute, dressed in splendid attire, Li Rui sat across from a figure shrouded in a black robe. Zhao Heihu had met his demise, falling at the hands of a master of swordsmanship. However, my men have examined Zhao Heihu's wounds, and the marks left by the sword differ from those of the assailant who previously attacked your subordinates. They are not the same person. The figure in black gazed at Li Rui and spoke. Not the same person? Li Rui furrowed his brow slightly. He had received word that Zhao Heihu had perished at the hands of Swordmaster and had assumed it was the same individual. If not, it implies that there are 2 additional Swordmasters in Tianan County, both at the level of refining the internal realm. As he spoke, Li Rui poured a cup of tea for the figure in black and continued. Given the current situation, it seems that the matter has begun to circulate, attracting considerable attention. What is your perspective on this? My perspective? Is it not a matter of course? What we know, others will also discover. I wish to know how your investigations are proceeding. Do not tell me you have no leads whatsoever. The figure in black responded in a grave tone upon hearing Li Rui's words. Reports indicate that there are some clues, but you must understand that Chun Qingwan was dispatched from the capital. Most of the information she acquires is relayed back to the capital. This is your concern, not mine. The figure in black replied coldly. Your circumstances have also become precarious. With Zhao Heihu's death, the Luan family will swiftly seize control of the southern district. You will completely lose your grip on the 6 doors of the southern region. Li Rui remarked, gazing at the other man. This is my affair. You do not need to pry. If the only lead you possess is this, then our collaboration will cease. The figure in black's expression darkened upon hearing this. From their dialogue, it became evident that this individual in black was paid Dong Yuan, the chief constable of the 6 doors in Tianan County. I will obtain information from my end as swiftly as possible, but you too should communicate your findings to me in a timely manner. I am making sacrifices, and that should not be one-sided. You do not believe that by allying with Hailong Tai, you can simply discard me, do you? It was your initiative that led to Mo Guangdao's arrival, was it not? Li Rui said leisurely as he sipped his tea. You dare to investigate me. At Li Rui's words, an aura emanated from the figure in black. The teacup before them shattered instantly. Yet Li Rui remained unfazed, saying, If we at Xianxia are unaware of such matters, then you underestimate us gravely. I have underestimated you, Li Rui. It is not merely me you underestimate, but rather the entirety of Xianxia. We must collaborate sincerely for the sake of the Blood Demon Sect's ruins. Your unilateral cooperation with Hailong Tai has led to Mo Guangdao's arrival in Tianan County, which will spark numerous complications, some of which may prove detrimental. Li Rui observed the other man intently. This is my affair. Since there are no updates from your side, I shall not linger here. You provide me with news, and I shall reciprocate. Upon finishing his words, The cloaked figure rose and leaped away from the small courtyard. Pei Dongyuan, what is your purpose in summoning the Black Dragon platform? You remain an enigma to me, Li Rui remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the departing silhouette. Come here. He then called out sharply. A figure cloaked in black swiftly emerged from the shadows. Inform Zhang Qingwan that she must expedite her message. Should I not receive news from her regarding her trial, I shall terminate it and summon her back to the capital. Li Huikelmunde. Understood. The cloaked figure bowed and retreated. As evening fell, at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, in the rear courtyard, within Wen Qiluo's chamber, the air was perfumed with the gentle scent of sandalwood. Clad in a flowing purple veil, Wen Qiluo sat cross-legged upon her bed, the crimson aura swirling around her form. My senior brother has arrived. Why does he not enter? Suddenly, Wen Qiluo opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the door swung open. A figure draped in black entered, shutting the door behind him. The crimson aura around Wen Qiluo dissipated as she gracefully descended from her bed, approaching the cloaked visitor, her delicate hands assisting him in shedding his mantle. As the cloak fell away, the handsome yet stern visage of the newcomer was revealed, particularly his elongated eyes that gleamed with a cold intelligence. Had there been others from Tiannan County present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Pei Dongyuan, the chief of the Six Doors. My senior brother, what brings you to my presence? Wen Qiluo inquired. I have come to see someone, Pei Dongyuan replied. At his words, a look of curiosity crossed Wen Qiluo's face. Who could possibly warrant such a special visit from you? Su Chen, the newly appointed deputy chief of the Southern District. Pei Dongyuan stated. Chapter 31. Killing to establish authority and incidentally raiding homes. Su Chen, merely a minor chief from the Luan family. And yet you take such an interest? Upon hearing Pei Dongyuan mention Su Chen, surprise flickered across Wen Qiluo's features. She had not anticipated that a mere junior officer would entice her senior brother to visit. Though he is but a junior officer, his wife has drawn attention to Chen, as Zhang Qingwan is associated with the suspended mirror platform. Moreover, Li Rui has begun to harbor suspicions about me and has started to test my resolve, Pei Dongyuan explained. Senior brother, if Li Rui harbors doubts about you, should we not eliminate him? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Wen Qiluo's eyes, her words dismissing Li Rui as if he were inconsequential. Li Rui still possesses some utility. Furthermore, I remain perplexed by his intentions regarding Zhang Qingwan. Although she is involved with Chen, I suspect there is more to it than meets the eye. Thus, I have recently drawn the Black Dragon platform into the fray. I aim to muddy the waters of Tiannan County sufficiently. I intend to deliver this map to Chen, allowing him to inadvertently reveal it to Zhang Qingwan. Li Rui desires information, does he not? Then let us provide him with it. Pei Dongyuan spoke, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. Brother, you have muddied the waters of Tiannanshan. At Pei Dongyuan's words, Wen Qiluo's expression faltered slightly. I can roughly surmise who possesses the other two fragments of the map. Pei Dongyuan stated solemnly. Who holds them? Wen Qiluo asked, her expression startled. In the hands of the black market puppeteer, Xianxia. However, he has remained elusive, making it quite challenging to locate him. But once the waters of Tiannanshan become murky, he will find it difficult to hide. Furthermore, inform Qianni that he has now become a target in plain sight. He must exercise caution. As long as we locate the ruins of the Blood Demon sect, the three of us will be able to depart from Tiannanshan and return to the Blood Demon sect, soaring to great heights thereafter. Pei Dongyuan declared. Understood. I shall notify Brother Xiao at once. Wen Qiluo replied, taking the map from Pei Dongyuan's hands. Arrange for me a private room. I wish to observe that Su Chen up close. A clever little constable can yield great rewards. Pei Dongyuan's eyes sparkled with intent. Nightfall. Su Xiangyu. Biyun Xin. The largest private room of Zue Xiangju. At this moment, the prominent shopkeepers of the Southern District had gathered, their expressions grave. With the death of Chief Zhao, what do you suppose will happen to our subsequent fees? Master Qin, though Zhao has perished, the Black Tiger Gang remains intact. It is likely that the fees will remain as they were. Jiangdong, you're being unrealistic. Why has Su Chen summoned us today? If not for matters of dark money, do you truly believe you would agree to fees as before? Today, Su Chen has slain Xianxia within the Black Tiger Gang. Rumors abound that when Xianxia and the two leading heads of the Southern District have also met their demise at his hands. This man is driven by a fierce bloodlust. Yet what does that matter? Do not forget, Chief Zhao is dead, but his elder brother has joined the Hailang Tai of the capital. I have received word that Zhao Tianlong has returned from the capital. If the six doors of the Southern District wishes to alter the rules, that seems implausible. Can the Luan family compare with Hailing Tai? Jiang Dong retorted. Clad in fine garments, adorned with numerous jade rings, Jiang Dong, the proprietor of a jade shop in the Southern District, continued, Su Chen is, after all, the deputy constable of the six doors in the Southern District, and may represent the Luan family from the inner city. We must grant him some respect. We cannot allow him to lose face. Others chimed in. If he comprehends the situation clearly, we can indeed allow him to save face, but remains uncertain whether he possesses such insight. Indeed, some echoed. Regardless, the six doors of the Southern District currently hold a more formidable position than the Black Tiger Gang. Why has Su Chen kept us waiting for so long? Is he attempting to assert his dominance over us? Following the remarks from the Jiang family, the atmosphere in the private room has shifted. The previous restraint has dissipated, and murmurs of discontent can be heard, echoed by a few others. Yet, the voices of agreement remain scarce, as patrons engage in their own conversations. Among merchants, rivalry is inevitable. After a quarter of an hour, a resounding song from outside the tavern interrupted the discussions above. Without needing to mention the deputy head, the attendant was quite perceptive. The sound of footsteps approached. Su Chen, accompanied by Lin Dong, ascended the stairs toward the direction of the Biyun Pavilion. This is Su Chen, whose meridians have been refined to perfection. Is he on the verge of stepping into the bone refinement stage? At one end of the corridor, Pei Dongyuan's gaze fell upon Su Chen as he made his way to the Biyun Pavilion, a flicker of intrigue evident in his eyes. Su Chen is indeed intriguing. My journey here has not been in vain, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, as Su Chen entered the Biyun Pavilion, a subtle shift occurred within him. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he brought Lin Dong inside. Had someone just taken notice? Who could it be? Su Chen Bandev. Yet a smile adorned his face as he clasped his hands in greeting to the esteemed patrons present. Esteemed guests, my apologies for the delay. I shall drink to my tardiness shortly, as business has been demanding. After all, he was here to collect debts, and a little flattery wouldn't hurt. Hit Constable. One imposing presence. You summon us here, yet keep us waiting. If you have something to say, just say it. We have pressing matters to attend to. One voice called out, directing their gaze at Su Chen. At these words, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, taken aback by the audacity of the response. His expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. The speaker instantly felt their throat tighten, a tremor coursing through their body. Words failed to escape their lips, and beads of sweat began to trickle down their back. At this juncture, Su Chen stepped forward. Since you insist, I shall be forthright. This year, the regulatory fees will increase by 10%, of which I demand 60% for the six doors. The previous 60% had been decreed by Luan Shui for the Southern District six doors, yet the new increase would be under his purview. The interests of the six doors pertain to the organization itself, but Su Chen's own interests must also be safeguarded. This is unacceptable. Previously, the 60% was allocated to the Black Tiger Gang. If you, the six doors, retain that share, how will we settle our dues with the Black Tiger Gang? The Jiang family member interjected. Who are you? Su Chen inquired, turning his attention to the speaker. I am Jiang Xiaoyu, the proprietor of the Jiang family's jade shop in the Southern District. The somewhat portly Jiang family member replied. In the very instant his words fell, a flash of blade erupted, and the head of Jiang Xiaoyu soared into the air before the eyes of the crowd, blood gushing forth in all directions. Following this swift act, Su Chen retreated, ensuring not a drop of blood stained his form. Host has slain one enemy. Reward of one black iron-gray treasure chest is available. Will you open it? Those near Jiang Xiaoyu were splattered with blood, some even involuntarily tasting it, finding it warm. Moments later, many faces turned pale. Fear etched upon them as they gazed at Su Chen. Jiang Xiaoyu brazenly attacked this constable and was summarily executed. Do you have any objections? Or perhaps you disagree with my earlier proposal? If so, I can arrange for you to meet Jiang Xiaoyu for a chat. Su Chen approached the trembling shopkeeper who had spoken earlier, striking the man's face with the hilt of his blade, declaring, no issues, I trust? None at all. The man stammered in fear. Su Chen's gaze swept over the others, his voice deepening. And you? Faced with the still unsheathed blade in Su Chen's hand and the blood pooling from Jiang Xiaoyu's neck, no one dared to voice dissent. Constable Su, your proposal is perfectly acceptable. The crowd hastily concurred. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall send people to collect the regulatory fees. I trust you will cooperate. Su Chen called out to Lin Dong, who stood at a distance, make arrangements for Xianxia's body. We shall pay a visit to the Jiang family. On the journey here, Su Chen had perused the records of various merchants and shopkeepers. Although Xianxia appeared to engage in the jade business, he was deeply involved in human trafficking and had serious crimes to answer for, making him an ideal target to establish authority. Su Chen had no patience for trivialities. After killing, he would seize assets he had yet to plunder in this world. Chapter 32, Bloodlust, the potential for corpse puppet. Senior brother, Su Chen exhibits a fierce bloodlust. Wen Qiluo remarked as she observed Su Chen's retreating figure. Indeed, a fierce bloodlust. Yet this is the very essence of decisiveness. Moreover, he must have conducted some investigation prior. Else he would not have targeted Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu's overt jade dealings masked his clandestine human smuggling and ties with the Black Tiger gang. Once these evidences are uncovered, Su Chen's justification for murder becomes apparent, simultaneously informing the shopkeepers of who truly holds power in the Southern District. This lad has potential. Should he continue to slay, the gathering of malevolent energy may render him a candidate for my corpse puppet. Pei Dongyuan's face illuminated with satisfaction. Senior brother seems to have taken an interest in him, but his strength still requires enhancement. The Liu family will nurture him. Then I too shall seek to engage with him, assisting you in elevating his prowess. If Brother Zhao's actions are discovered, mine should follow suit swiftly. By interacting with Su Chen, I may unveil further developments. Perhaps some may assume that we are collaborating with the Wan family. When Qiluo began, it is not merely an assumption. We must indeed forge an alliance with the Wan family. On the surface, they are to stand in for me as the chief constable of the 6 doors in Tianan County. Yet in truth, their motives are entwined with my aspirations concerning the Blood Demon sect's relics. Your interactions with Su Chen conveniently position you to engage with the Wan family. The Black Dragon Terrace, the Suspended Mirror Terrace, the County Lord, the Black Market, I intend to stir them all into action. Only then can I procure more warrior corpses. It is rather regrettable about Zhao Heihu's demise. Pei Donyuan sighed. I shall take my leave. With that, Pei Donyuan donned his black trench coat, opened the window, and in a swift motion, vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of Pei Donyuan, the chief constable of the 6 doors, who intended to transform him into a corpse puppet. The night deepened. Exhausted, Su Chen returned to his small courtyard. The raid on the Jiang family had yielded remarkable results. Unearthing 100,000 taels of silver along with several precious paintings, promptly dispatched to the 6 doors in the Southern District, where, as directed by Chief Constable Pei Donyuan, they compiled evidence against Jiang Xiaoyu, effectively obliterating the Jiang family. This was indeed fortuitous. A smile graced Su Chen's face as he gazed at the 10,000 taels in his possession. Those who had accompanied him during the raid also received a share of the silver, albeit only a modest sum. The commotion had attracted considerable attention. Feng Shifan and Tian Guinong could no longer visit him directly. He would need to find a clandestine stronghold to rendezvous with them later, Su Chen pondered. He was wary of the potential scrutiny following the series of violent events, yet he had encountered no spies on his return journey. Perhaps his status as a prominent figure rendered him less susceptible to covert observation. If anyone were to investigate, it would likely be directed towards Luan Shui and the Luan family. He was merely a pawn in this game. Pushing open the door to his courtyard, he found the lights aglow within. Zheng Qingwan awaited him in the main hall. You've undergone quite a transformation recently. You have become a notable figure in the Southern District, which may pose certain disadvantages for you. Although I'm situated at the Suspended Mirror Terrace, my ability to assist you may be limited. Zheng Qingwan expressed with concern etched upon her features. I may not require your assistance. My strength shall soon ascend to the bone refinement stage. There are not many bone refinement experts in Tianan County, Su Chen replied, directing his gaze towards Zheng Qingwan. What you perceive on the surface is but a fraction. There are indeed many formidable individuals in Tianan County, including numerous bone refinement practitioners, and potentially even masters of the inner chi realm, Zheng Qingwan countered. Inner chi follows bone refinement? Su Chen Ingwayev Slaitrintrith. Although he had recently unlocked a treasure chest revealing Jing Wuming, a master of inner chi, he yearned for further enlightenment on this matter. Achieving inner chi after bone refinement is no simple feat. I merely wish to inform you that your meager abilities render you but a small fish in Tianan City. If you continue on this path, you may well lose your life, Zhang Qingwan remarked. What is your current strength? Su Chen inquired, casting a glance at Zheng Qingwan. He was not entirely aware of her capabilities, but having been ambushed by his soft-tendon powder, it was evident her prowess was lacking. My strength, Zheng Qingwan replied, has been suppressed by special means due to the demands of my mission. Otherwise, even had your soft-tendon powder reached my vital organs, I would have been able to evade it. At this juncture, she fixed her gaze on Su Chen, her eyes aflame with indignation. Are you at the refining organ stage? Su Chen asked, his eyes narrowing in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zheng Qingwan possessed such strength. Now that you are aware, my strength is at the initial stage of refining organs. Had it not been for this trial, I would likely have advanced to the late stage by now. Zheng Qingwan explained. Who would have thought my wife harbored such capabilities? Remarkable. It seems I have the potential to live off her. Su Chen chuckled, looking at Zheng Qingwan with a smile. I am discussing serious matters with you. Zheng Qingwan admonished. Tianan City is currently in turmoil. Take this opportunity to secure some silver and leave the county post-haste. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You cannot rid yourself of me. Su Chen declared. Aware that Zheng Qingwan was a valuable asset for treasure hunting, he could not let her slip away. A faint blush crept onto Zheng Qingwan's cheeks upon hearing his words. She had not anticipated such a response from him. You need not worry about my affairs. I am aware of what I must do. However, you must exercise caution. I sense a storm brewing in Tianan County. At that moment, a glimmer of determination shone in Su Chen's eyes, and his aura subtly shifted. Zheng Qingwan, momentarily taken aback by his transformation, was struck by the intensity of his newfound presence. She had never expected him to exude such a formidable aura. Sometimes, the outcome of any situation only reveals itself in the end. Prepare some food for me. I have been so preoccupied with earning silver that I have neglected my meals. After dinner, we shall retire for the night. Su Chen retrieved a stack of silver notes from his pocket and placed them in Zheng Qingwan's hands. She inspected the notes, her expression shifting in astonishment upon discovering he had presented her with 10,000 taels. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Zheng Qingwan queried, having only heard rumors of Su Chen's exploits, unaware that he had robbed the Jiang family that very night. Do not concern yourself with the details, just take it. I believe you will find this useful. Su Chen replied, casting a knowing glance at her. Zheng Qingwan was on a mission and required funding for those who would accompany her. Thus, this was Su Chen's way of supporting her. With this silver, I can arrange for some individuals to escape that desolate place. Zheng Qingwan thought to herself, not dwelling on Su Chen's words. She indeed required the silver. Thus, she did not hesitate to accept it, considering it the price for being with Su Chen recently. Surely, Su Chen would seek her out again tonight. Chapter 33. The Reason Unveiled. Registration Number. Black Tiger Gang. Damn it. How dare Su Chen act with such arrogance? Within the Black Tiger Gang, Qi Yuan crushed the teacup in his hand, tea spilling everywhere, as murderous intent surged in his eyes. Vice Chief, Su Chen has become excessively brazen. However, this matter must have been instigated by Luan Shui. Otherwise, how could he dare to demand both fees and resort to murder? Xianxia secretly aided me in smuggling, which is not above board. Su Chen's actions against him jeopardize our two sources of income, said the Hall Master Lu Zhen, his expression grave. Regardless of whether Luan Shui or the Luan family benefit, Su Chen's audacity in killing our people cannot go unpunished. He must die. Once he is gone, will the merchants dare to defy the Black Tiger Gang? Qi Yuan spoke coldly. At this moment, his murderous aura was palpable. Previously, he had refrained from tearing the mask off due to Luan Shui's presence, and investigating the chief's death required Luan Shui and her family's assistance. However, while I took a step back, Luan Shui did not. She even severed the foundation of the Black Tiger Gang. Retribution was imperative. Killing Su Chen is the most incisive course of action. Luan Shui, are you not the one who values Su Chen the most? Let him perish. That is inadvisable. Vice Chief Qi, Su Chen is merely a pawn, a target pushed forth by Luan Shui and her family. If we proceed to eliminate him, do you think the Luan family will not retaliate against us? With the chief deceased and the eldest master still absent, if they find an excuse, they will have grounds to act against us. Su Chen's audacity in killing Jiang Xiaoyu may very well be for this reason. With the chief gone, regardless of whether the Luan family is involved, the eldest master will undoubtedly seek them out upon his return. To be frank, we have already torn the veil. They would likely relish an opportunity to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang using this insignificant figure. Lu Zhen interjected. Are we to let that little brat continue his rampage unchallenged? Qi Yuan's face darkened at the thought. For now, it seems we cannot strike. Vice Chief, our priority is to provide the Luan family with no excuse to act. Once the eldest master returns, we can deal with Su Chen then. It will not be too late, suggested another hall master from his side. That will have to suffice. When the eldest master returns, I will personally deal with Su Chen. I want that brat to understand the meaning of cruelty. Inform the members to remain vigilant and avoid any disturbances before the eldest master's return. Qi Yuan commanded subsequently. At this moment, in a shadowy corner, a figure clad in black, Tian Guinong, narrowed his eyes. Initially, I contemplated eliminating you all. However, it appears that the moment is not yet ripe. To slay you now may provoke suspicion toward our master, so I shall spare your lives for the time being. Once that Zhao Tianlong returns, I shall return to finish what I started. Tian Guinong is a person of great restraint and cunning. He relishes maximizing his gains. In his previous life, his martial prowess was not particularly formidable, yet through his shrewdness, he thrived within the martial world. At this moment, he deems that the act of extermination is not the most opportune course of action, given that the adversary does not intend to strike against the master. He resolves to spare their lives for now, biding his time for future harvest. Nonetheless, the Black Tiger Gang possesses a certain foundation, serving as a minor asset for the master. He muses on how to sway some individuals to seize the Black Tiger Gang. With these thoughts, Tian Guinong gradually retreats. Sometimes, slaughter is not the sole solution. The following day, at dawn, Zheng Qingwan did not depart, but instead prepared breakfast for Su Chen, ensuring that his attire was neatly arranged as he prepared to leave. Safety remains paramount, she stated succinctly, refraining from urging Su Chen to abandon Tiannan County. Su Chen, now transformed from his former self, exuded a vastly different aura. Last night, leaning against that broad shoulder, she inexplicably felt a newfound sense of reliance. The burden she had borne alone for years, the enmity of her family, the expectations of many, had left her feeling isolated. Yet recently, Su Chen had evoked a sense of support within her. I will prepare the bone refinement technique for you upon your return tonight, Zheng Qingwan remarked, gazing at Su Chen. No need. I have already acquired the bone refinement technique from the black market, Su Chen responded, inexplicably feeling the urge to explain. The black market? That is hardly a safe place. It would be wise to avoid it. Zheng Qingwan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but, on some level, relieved. Initially, she had assumed that Luan Shui had provided the technique to Su Chen. Do take care on your end. Though the southern district appears tumultuous, I sense that the entire Tiannan County is equally rife with unrest. I'm uncertain what trials you face, but they seem perilous. Su Chen expressed a modicum of concern for Zheng Qingwan. Despite her striking beauty, she would make a commendable wife, gentle and considerate, embodying the qualities of a virtuous partner. Having said this, he grasped his blade and departed the courtyard. Feng Shifan has arrived. Upon exiting the courtyard, Su Chen sensed the presence of Feng Shifan. He remained unaware of the nature of Zheng Qingwan's trials or why Tiannan County currently brims with turmoil. Su Chen speculated that her trials were likely intertwined with these matters. He chose not to confront Feng Shifan outside. Su Chen is a vigilant individual, and his association with Feng Shifan and Tian Guinan must remain concealed from the outside world. Along the way, Su Chen greeted the neighbors warmly. Soon, he arrived at the 6 gates in the southern district of the city. Gapdansu. Many constables greeted him enthusiastically, some filled with excitement, for they had received additional compensation after accompanying Su Chen on a raid the previous night. Naturally, the money garnered from that raid had also been deposited into the treasury of the 6 gates, ensuring that constables in the southern district would receive their share of silver. Much to everyone's delight, after exchanging pleasantries, Su Chen returned to his courtyard. Inside the room, Feng Shifan was already present. My lord, Vang Ithan Bao Do Su Chen. What have you discovered? My lord, the individual who met with Li Rue may well be paid Dong Yuan, the chief constable of the 6 gates in the southern district. Their objective appears to be the Blood Demon sect ruins. As for the specific contents of those ruins, my subordinates have not yet been able to ascertain. Furthermore, that chief constable visited Xianxia last night and met with its proprietor, Wen Qiluo. My subordinates did not dare to approach, as Pei Dongyuan's strength is formidable. Feng Xifen reported. The Blood Demon sect ruins? Their interests suggest there are treasures within. Moreover, that gaze from Pei Dongyuan at Xianxia. Could it be that he is paying attention to me? Su Chen's eyes sharpened. Regardless, this brewing storm will allow for better preparations. The adversary is not to be underestimated. Proceed with caution and ensure our movements remain concealed. Additionally, inform Tian Guinan to operate under the name of Qingyi Tower from now on. Su Chen instructed Feng Sifan. Although Su Chen had yet to determine the rank structure of King Ai Tower, he saw no harm in establishing a name for it first. Chapter 34, King Ai Tower. Internal energy can also kill. After Feng Sifan discreetly departed, Su Chen made his way to Luan Shui's quarters. Daily visits were essential, especially after the significant event of the previous night. He was eager to gauge Luan Shui's response. At that moment, Luan Shui was adorned in a flowing purple attire. Her slender figure and delicate features reminiscent of a water lily, captivating to behold. "Ah, you have arrived." Luan Shui looked at Su Chen with a calm demeanor, casually greeting him without lifting her gaze from the documents in her hands. "About yesterday's events?" Su Chen approached, probing for her thoughts. "This matter is entirely in your hands. Proceed as you see fit. Our relationship with the Black Tiger Gang has already frayed. We merely eliminated one of their pawns. Last night, I received a secret report indicating that the Black Tiger Gang will not make a move against you for the time being. They harbor fears that you are merely a pawn orchestrated by our Luan family. Should the Black Tiger Gang take action against you, we would seize the opportunity to annihilate them. Presently, the Black Tiger Gang lacks Zhao Heihu and dares not act recklessly. They are awaiting the return of Zhao Tianlong from the capital. Zhao Tianlong, the disciple from the Black Dragon platform in the capital, ascended to the refining internal stage 3 years ago and joined the Qingmu Academy in the outer courtyard of the Black Dragon platform. He is now a prominent disciple of the Qingmu Academy, presumably at the late stage of refining internal. Accompanying him back is Mo Guangdao, one of the 3 blades of the Black Dragon platform. Mo Guangdao stepped into the inner Qi realm half a year ago, and his true combat prowess should be at the mid-stage of inner Qi. As Luan Shui spoke, she lifted her gaze towards Su Chen. The late stage of refining internal. This surpasses both Feng Sifan and Tian Guinan. Indeed, a formidable character. Yet, Mo Guangdao, being a master of the inner Qi realm, presents a challenge. However, if they encounter Jing Wuming, the outcome would be unequivocal, death. Su Chen demandum perturveth. Though his heart was calm, his expression remained unchanged. Observing Su Chen's composure, Luan Shui's beautiful eyes flickered. "You are not afraid," she remarked. "Fear? In the pursuit of martial arts, one must forge ahead. They may be stronger than me now, but that does not guarantee their superiority in the future. Moreover, the captain seems to be well-informed and composed, indicating there must be a strategy in place. I trust the captain." Su Chen deplayed. "This is a bone-refining technique, not from the Luan family, but rather something I acquired by chance." Luan Shui continued. "Zhao Heihu may have a countermeasure, but we currently cannot contend with Mo Guangdao. However, he is a martial enthusiast and likely uninterested in the internal strife of Tianan County." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. From Luan Shui's tone, it was unclear whether Mo Guangdao would intervene, presenting a potential complication. He pondered momentarily before stepping closer to Luan Shui. Luan Shui appeared momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's sudden approach. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she hesitated to speak. At that moment, Su Chen softly said, "A few days ago, while discreetly visiting the black market, I made contact with an individual who mentioned a killer organization, claiming they could also eliminate inner Qi masters." "What?" Luan Shui's expression shifted, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Su Chen. "Are you serious?" she asked, urgency creeping in her voice. "Indeed," Su Chen affirmed. "The individual mentioned that their organization is called the Qingyi Building. However, I am not privy to the specifics. If you encounter difficulties in the future, I could take the risk of visiting the black market again to meet with that person and assess whether they possess such capabilities." Upon hearing this, Luan Shui's beautiful eyes glimmered. It seems that Zhao Heihu's demise may indeed be their doing. This must be taken seriously. For now, do not disclose this to anyone. It seems that your increase in profit is merely a means to secure a lifeline for yourself. Luan Shui remarked to Su Chen with a smile. "You've seen through me." Su Chen recognized Luan Shui's astuteness and her ability to deduce matters. However, since they were now united, and Luan Shui treated him quite well, he could leverage her support to elevate the reputation of the Qingyi Building. Establishing an organization, especially one of assassins, necessitated undertaking missions. It was essential to pursue lucrative contracts while eliminating adversaries. Moreover, the capabilities of Tianguinen and Feng Shifan needed enhancement, and resources equated to wealth. With the bone refinement method in hand, he must cultivate swiftly to ascend to the bone refinement realm. Wan Shui looked at Su Chen and said. Su Chen accepted the bone refinement method, bowed to Wan Shui, and departed hastily. Today, he would continue with potion creation and cultivation, and soon he would be ready for bone refinement training. He never anticipated that Su Chen would possess such an opportunity. He even disclosed it to me. The Qingyi building? I have not heard of it, yet the ability to harness inner energy for lethal purposes indicates a certain confidence, albeit it likely demands substantial financial resources. However, considering Su Chen's recent raid on the Jiang family, coupled with the clandestine funds accumulated from major businesses in the Southern District, we should have enough to incentivize the assassination of an inner energy realm individual. Wan Shui contemplated, her eyes brightening with possibility. Su Chen's mention of martial advancement spurred her to hasten her own progress. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Chen examined the bone refinement method that Wan Shui had given him. Acquired special bone refinement method, violent 8-bone splitting technique. Reward, 1 black iron grade item chest. A special bone refinement method that grants me a black iron grade item chest. Su Chen's interest was piqued, initially believing it to be a mundane method. He was pleasantly surprised to discover its uniqueness. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this technique not only fortified bones, but also amplified one's strength and expanded the skeletal structure. In practicing this method, his physical power would increase, and as his bones grew larger, so too would his physique, unleashing a more formidable force. This must be the origin of the term violent ape. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, with 2 bone refinement methods, I can cultivate them simultaneously. After another session in the medicinal bath, I will take the opportunity to refine my bones and enter the bone refinement realm. At that rate, I would achieve a new realm each day. A smile graced Su Chen's face. But first, I shall open the black iron grade item chest on me and see what treasures await. Su Chen now possessed 2 black iron grade item chests. One obtained from Zheng Qingwan and the other just recently acquired. Open chest. Received a century-old ginseng and a drop of ordinary fierce ape heart's blood. What a surprise. A century-old ginseng, I can comprehend, but what of the ordinary ferocious ape's essence? Su Chen found himself somewhat perplexed as he began to investigate the heart's blood of the ordinary ferocious ape. Ordinary ferocious ape essence. Extracted from the heart's blood of the ferocious ape, consuming it allows one to access fragments of the ape's memories during its lifetime, and fortifies one's own bones. Chapter 35. Stepping into bone refinement, Tianguinen Nong is discovered. This reward is precisely aligned with the violent 8-bone shattering technique. Is it not? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with a flicker of excitement. Warriors possess 2 primary inclinations. They revel in overwhelming strength, relishing the feeling of invincibility with a single punch. While blades and swords are undeniably elegant, the visceral impact of a punch is something every man appreciates. It embodies the exhilarating sensation of exerting one's might. This is akin to the instinctive urge to deliver a few blows when one's child misbehaves or struggles with their studies. Moreover, a character Su Chen greatly admired in his past life embodied the notion that strength equates to authority. Indeed, when combined with my iron fist, the terror unleashed with such a punch is unimaginable. In the realm of bone refinement, an ordinary practitioner can suddenly unleash a fist capable of obliterating an opponent. Excitement flickered in Su Chen's gaze. Perhaps Wan Shui could also serve as my treasure hunting machine, he mused. Revealing the Qingyi Tower to Wan Shui today was, in truth, a precautionary measure to avert unforeseen mishaps and to provide her with a contingency plan. There would be adversaries in the future whom he could not vanquish. Yet, the foe had perished. Thus, a narrative could be spun, continuing his medicinal bath to forge his sinews upon completion. He would consume the ferocious ape essence and cultivate the violent 8-bone shattering technique, along with the thunderous bone forging. He believed that mastering these 2 esteemed techniques would enable him to enter the realm of bone refinement with formidable strength. Until now, Su Chen had not genuinely engaged in combat with a warrior of the bone refinement tier and remained uncertain of their battle prowess. However, he was confident in his ability to eliminate those within the bone refinement realm. With Jing Wuming's left-hand sword, a single strike could sever heads. Yet, when it came to direct confrontation, He had yet to truly test his mettle. His previous encounters had either involved ambushes or overwhelming force. Never a clash with an equally matched opponent. Shedding his robes, he resumed his medicinal bath. After a period of soaking, Su Chen swallowed a drop of the ferocious ape essence. In that instant of consumption, his expression shifted in astonishment as a terrifyingly violent aura surged within him. The moment this ferocious energy manifested, his blood seemed to ignite, and his skin began to fissure under the intense pressure, droplets of blood oozing from the cracks. Su Chen's countenance turned alarmed. He had not anticipated that a mere drop of ordinary ferocious ape essence could wield such terrifying power. His blood boiled, tearing through his skin. In that moment, he felt as though he were enveloped in a furnace, radiating heat from every pore. Simultaneously, a shadow of a ferocious ape materialized within his mind, as if he had transformed into the very embodiment of the ferocious ape itself. Before him stood a colossal ape, nearly 4 meters in height, exuding an aura of terror and ferocity as it engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic crocodile, its form drenched in blood. This was the memory of the savage ape. A stirring sensation ignited within Su Chen, compelling him to swiftly activate the bone-cracking art of the violent ape. To his astonishment, the process unfolded with remarkable ease, as if he himself were a violent ape, with no hindrances to his cultivation. As the technique progressed, the boiling vitality coursing through him began to be gradually suppressed, accompanied by a peculiar humming sound resonating from his body, while his very bones trembled incessantly in that moment. Bone refinement. A surge of joy filled Su Chen's heart. As time elapsed, the vibrations intensified, causing his entire being to quiver, with the bones within him producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. During this transformative process, the fissures of blood appearing on his skin swiftly healed, while a stream of dark impurities continuously oozed from his pores. When Su Chen finally opened his eyes, his entire form had taken on a dark hue, interspersed with traces of blood, emanating a rather unpleasant odor. Rising to his feet, a look of elation graced his face. His bones resonated in harmony, achieving the level of bone refinement. He had not anticipated reaching this stage so swiftly. The essence of the savage ape, combined with the bone-cracking art, had seamlessly fused his bones, propelling him into the realm of refinement. It seemed as though his stature had risen slightly. Su Chen observed the tattered remnants of his robe, which revealed his muscular physique, no longer pale, but rather a deep bronze, appearing as though forged through 1,000 trials. His arms, already enhanced by the iron fist technique, now possessed the strength to shatter a person's body with a single blow. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen clenched his fist tightly. With a thunderous punch, he struck out. The moment his fist surged forward, the air seemed to implode, creating a sound akin to a muffled thunderclap. Feeling the explosive power surging through his arm, Su Chen's spirit soared, and he unleashed another punch, followed by a kick. The resounding impacts echoed throughout the room. Each strike contained immense force, violently compressing the air, producing a series of booming sounds. However, the furniture within the room could scarcely endure the explosive pressure of his blows, resulting in numerous cracks before shattering into fragments. In that moment, Su Chen hurriedly restrained his movements, surveying the chaos that had unfolded within his quarters. I had become too exhilarated, wreaking havoc in my own abode. It seems I must establish a training ground in the courtyard. Yet, with a single punch, I could likely fell a bull. Su Chen Pandiv. The host has entered the realm of bone refinement, rewarding 1 black iron-grade treasure chest. Ah, a reward as well. How delightful. Su Chen Yust, promptly arranging for someone to prepare fresh water and tidy up the disarray in his room. Indeed, having power has its advantages. With a mere command, Su Chen found himself comfortably reclining in the bathtub, beginning to cleanse himself of the grime that had accumulated, while also requesting a fresh set of garments to be prepared. His next endeavor lay in practicing the Thunder Extreme Bone Forging technique, which would imbue his bones with a trace of thunderous energy, thereby enhancing his lethal prowess. Yet, he pondered the nature of the inner chi realm, uncertain of its true state. Meanwhile, Wan Shui, having observed Su Chen's frequent entries and exits, summoned someone to inquire further. Upon hearing the response from the constable before her eyes widened in astonishment. He had entered the bone forging stage already? Just today she had bestowed upon him the bone forging method, and he had remarkably progressed to that level. The method he acquired, the violent ape bone splitting technique, was no ordinary practice. I underestimated you. Your potential is indeed extraordinary. This presents a rare opportunity for meteoric rise. Wan Shue's expression reflected a mix of admiration. Miss. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, snapping Wan Shue back to reality, prompting her to dismiss the newcomer. Uncle Xianxia, you have returned. Has there been any discovery from the 6 doors in the inner city? Wan Shui inquired. Not at the moment, but we have identified an individual who has been in contact with members of the Black Tiger Gang. Raising suspicions, Uncle Xianxia replied. Contact with the Black Tiger Gang? Indeed. We have received word that this individual is attempting to recruit members from the Black Tiger Gang, including one of our own spies from the 6 doors. According to the information gathered, this person aims to take control of the Black Tiger Gang and is a swordsman by the name of Tian Guino. However, we have not assessed his strength to avoid detection, Uncle Xianxia explained. The 6 doors represent the authoritative institution of Tianan County, naturally maintaining its own network of spies. Should we inform Qi Yuan of this matter and have them probe this individual? Uncle Xianxia suggested. Chapter 36. The Ruins Leak, a Shift in Circumstances. Upon hearing this, Wan Shue furrowed her brow slightly. What does the family suggest? She asked. The head of the family has indicated that as the captain of the 6 doors in the Southern District, this matter is yours to decide. However, when the 3rd master visited, he mentioned something noteworthy. The enemy of my enemy may be my friend, Uncle Xianxia remarked. Not a fierce dragon crossing the river. If they dare to act against the Black Tiger Gang at this juncture, they must possess considerable means. They cannot be oblivious to Zhao Tianlong's impending return to Tianan County. In light of this, their audacity suggests we should engage with them. Perhaps we can leverage this to counter the forces from the Black Dragon Terrace. Wan Shue contemplated after a moment of reflection. Miss, while that may be the case, the opponent's background remains unclear. Engaging without caution could indeed turn detrimental. My humble suggestion is that if contact is to be made, you must not be the one to initiate it. Uncle Xianxia cautioned. The identity and origins of this individual remain shrouded in mystery, presenting a potential threat. He would not allow Wan Shue to engage with the person without due caution. It is imperative to first gather intelligence. Perhaps we could send Su Chen to make contact with him. This would be a more prudent approach. Uncle Xianxia recalled the recently promoted Su Chen, who upon his return had received news of successfully severing 2 financial sources of the Black Tiger Gang, making him an ideal candidate. Upon hearing Su Chen's name, Wan Shue's expression shifted slightly. Su Chen had now reached the bone refinement stage, and with his training in the violent 8-bone shattering technique, he would likely hold his own against Qi Yuan. Wan Shue no longer harbored concerns for Su Chen's safety. Within the Black Tiger Gang, there should be no one capable of eliminating him. Indeed, he is quite capable. I will arrange for him to liaise with Tian Guinan. When will Zhao Tianlong and the others return to Tianan County? Wan Shue inquired, nodding in agreement. Uncle Xianxia responded. I have received word that Mo Guangdao seems to have gained some insights during his journey and is currently delayed in Wuyun Town, which is merely 3 days' travel from here. Has he arrived so soon? Why is he lingering in Wuyun Town? Wan Shue's brow furrowed slightly. Nevertheless, this also affords us time to investigate Tian Guinan's background and assess the possibility of collaboration. Someone, please summon Head Constable Su. Wan Shue instructed the guard outside the courtyard. Meanwhile, Su Chen had changed into a fresh set of clothes and donned his new constable uniform, appearing revitalized as he heartily consumed his meal, having just completed his training and feeling famished. Hit Constable Su. Calls echoed from both within and outside the courtyard. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, tidied himself up, and made his way to the room. Head Constable, Captain Wan requests your presence. Very well, I shall go at once. Su Chen quickly wiped his mouth and followed the messenger toward Luan Shue's courtyard. Upon stepping into Luan Shue's courtyard, he was immediately met with a piercing gaze that felt as if a tiger were fixated on him. He was momentarily taken aback, but chose to disregard the individual and instead offered a slight bow to Captain Luan. Milady, you summoned me. What are your instructions? The 6 doors of the inner city have discovered that the death of Zhao Heihu of the Black Tiger Gang may be connected to a person named Tian Guinan. I wish to send you to make contact with him, Wan Shue stated. What? Su Chen's heart stirred at the revelation. He had not anticipated that the 6 doors would uncover Tian Guinan's involvement. One must never underestimate anyone in this world, he pondered. Yet his expression darkened slightly as he questioned. If we have already identified this individual, should we not apprehend him immediately or inform the Black Tiger Gang of his whereabouts? Though he voiced these concerns, he suspected that Wan Shue would not choose such a course of action. If apprehending him was the intent, there would be no need to summon him, A direct order could simply be issued, or word could be sent to the Black Tiger Gang. The enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. Currently, the Black Tiger Gang and we are at odds with each other. This individual who has slain Zhao Heihu must possess formidable strength, likely at the bone refinement stage. We can ally ourselves with him to combat the Black Tiger Gang. I wish for you to meet this Tian Guinong, to investigate his background and ascertain the possibility of collaboration. Wan Shui gazed at Su Chun and spoke. Subordinate. Exert every effort, but where is this individual presently? Su Chening Guiyith. He is residing at the Uli Inn, located near the Black Tiger Gang in the southern district of the city, occupying the top-tier room. At that moment, Uncle Zhang He interjected, his expression revealing surprise. Su Chen, your talent is remarkable. In just a few days, you have progressed from muscle refinement to bone refinement. He was well aware of Su Chen's recent advancement, having only just entered the refinement stage a few days prior. Yet, in a single night, Su Chen had ascended to the bone refinement level. I owe this to my lord, who provided me with elixirs and the bone refinement technique. I have merely managed to stumble into the bone refinement stage myself. Su Chen hastily replied, attributing the praise to Luan Shui. Indeed, Uncle Zhang He's gaze turned toward Luan Shui. Luan Shui nodded. Since it is a chance bestowed upon you by the young lady, seize it wisely. Being favored by her is your fortune. Do not let her trust in you go unrequited. Serve her loyally, and you shall soar to great heights in the future. Proceed with this task, and should you succeed, both the young lady and the Luan family will reward you handsomely. Uncle Zhang He directed his gaze at Su Chen. I shall do my utmost to accomplish this task. Su Chen replied, slightly bowing before exiting the courtyard. As he stepped outside, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The discovery of Tian Guinong was unexpected. I did not foresee the Luan family seeking to engage with him, likely due to their interest in him or the power behind him. I too shall pay a visit to Tian Guinong. Returning to his quarters, Su Chen changed into ordinary attire and exited through the 6 gates. With bones cracking and rejuvenation taking place, this lad possesses great potential. The young lady has imparted upon him the bone refinement technique she previously acquired. Uncle Zhang He remarked to Luan Shui. Indeed, it is surprising how swiftly he has attained bone refinement. Now, Qi Yuan of the Black Tiger Gang cannot even touch him, and for the time being, he is safe. Wan Shui responded. While he is a promising talent, he is not one nurtured by our Luan family from childhood. We must temper his pride and ensure he does not become complacent. Furthermore, news has arrived from the capital regarding the Blood Demon sect ruins. It has been leaked, and Mo Kuangdao of the Black Dragon Terrace is likely coming for the Blood Demon sect ruins. Uncle Zhang He continued. The news of the Blood Demon sect ruins has been leaked? How is the family planning to respond? Wan Shui's brow furrowed. The family has received some intelligence regarding the black market puppet master, Shun Wanxiu. However, he has been elusive of late, likely sensing something amiss, Uncle Zhang He replied. The black market. When the black market was mentioned, Wan Shui could not help but think of the Qingyi building that Su Chen had mentioned. Could it be that this Qingyi building was also seeking Shun Wanxiu? She pondered. The news of the Blood Demon sect's ruins had already circulated, so I should inform Su Chen. Su Chen has recently entered the bone refinement stage, and his strength is advancing rapidly. Perhaps the Blood Demon sect's ruins could serve as his fortuitous opportunity. Why am I thinking for him? With this thought, a ripple stirred within Wan Shui's heart. Chapter 37. Tiange Nong enters the game. Feng Shifan encounters danger. Inner city. Zhu Xianfang. Zheng Qingwan held a map in her hand, her brow furrowed. Her expression filled with confusion and contemplation. Miss, I can't shake the feeling that Xiao Qiani deliberately allowed me to see this map. Moreover, he secretly informed me that the other 2 pieces of this map are in the hands of Shun Wanxiu on the black market. Opposite Zheng Qingwan, her substitute, Ling Shuang, spoke up. Yesterday, Li Rue sent me a notice, and that evening, Xiao Qiani revealed this map. It feels like a trap, doesn't it? Zheng Qingwan frowned. Miss, my suspicion is that this is a scheme laid out by Li Rue and Xiao Qiani, but it shouldn't be. Li Rue has no enmity with us. You merely came here to undergo trials and gather information about the Blood Demon sect's ruins, which should not create any conflict of interest with him, right? Ling Shuang said solemnly beside her. Not necessarily. Perhaps Li Rue has long been aware of the Blood Demon ruins. He is not from the lineage of Xiezheng. Yet Xiezheng sent me here for trials. Is he also plotting something? Zheng Qingwan's expression grew grave as she considered this. If Li Rue had known about the Blood Demon ruins all along, then her presence here was essentially a competition for merit. He would undoubtedly scheme against her. This was a struggle for power. To ascend a Xuanjing platform, one relies on achievements. No one would willingly relinquish their accomplishments. Top top. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Miss Ling Xuang, the third young master of the Situ family wishes to meet with you. Came the voice of Qing He, a maid beside Ling Xuang. Situ Yuan, is he seeking me at this time? Ling Xuang's brow slightly furrowed as she spoke. You should go meet Situ Yuan first. The situation has surpassed our expectations. I will visit Li Ruwei to report this matter to him. I wish to observe his reaction, Zheng Qingyuan declared. After bidding farewell to Ling Xuang, she walked toward a vase in the room. Upon activating a mechanism, a hidden door appeared, and she swiftly departed from Zhu Xianfang. Meanwhile, Su Chen arrived at the Yulai Inn, inquiring with a servant about the location of the A-shaped room, before proceeding directly towards it. Inside the room, Tian Nong was in the midst of his cultivation when he heard a knock at the door, his expression tightening. In Tianan County, aside from Su Chen and Feng Shifan, he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Feng Shifan and Su Chen would not come to see him at this hour. His gaze sharpened as he grasped the sword by his side and made his way towards the door. The 6 doors of the southern district. Su Chen has come to pay his respects. Su Chen's voice echoed from outside. My lord, it appears that the Luan family has sent someone to meet me under the name of the 6 doors of the southern district, Tian Gining thought, his expression growing serious. He set down his sword, adjusted his robe, and opened the door. 6 doors of the southern district, Su Chen? Tian Ginong inquired, his face betraying a hint of confusion. Mr. Tian, please speak inside, Su Chen said, pushing the door open and entering, wary of any potential surveillance on Tian Guinong. Inside the room, the inner city 6 doors have found you. I am here on behalf of the Luan family, Su Chen stated, locking eyes with Tian Gining. Tian Gining remained composed and replied, this was my intention. I revealed myself hoping to take down the Black Tiger Gang and make contact with the people of Tianan County. I did not anticipate that it would lead to a meeting with the Luan family, and that my lord would come see me. Tian Gining was a clever man, and this was a plan he had devised the previous night. Remaining hidden in the shadows had prevented him from reaching the core. Only by entering the fray could he gain further insight. Is that so? Su Chen quickly grasped Tian Guinong's intentions. No wonder Tian Gining could thrive despite a lack of strength. He was indeed astute. Now that Su Chen had attained bone refinement and had made contact with Tian Guinong, he too could now engage in the unfolding events. Previously, although he had Feng Shifan and Tian Guinong by his side, his own weakness had barred him from deeper involvement. But with his newfound strength and the presence of Jing Yuming, he was ready to enter the game. After a detailed discussion, Su Chen left Tian Guinong's guest room with a smile, heading back towards the 6 doors of the southern district. Meanwhile, at the Weiyuan Martial Arts Academy, Zheng Qingyuan appeared in the academy's backyard. You arrived in such haste. Have you made any progress? Li Ruwei asked as he noticed her approach. I obtained a fragment of a map from Xiao Qianyi, and from his words, I learned that the other 2 fragments should be in the hands of the black market operator, Xianxia. However, I suspect that Xiao Qianyi has figured out my identity and likely conveyed this information to me. Zheng Qingyuan explained, handing the map to Li Ruwei while observing his reaction closely. Indeed, he handed you a fragment and informed you that the other 2 are with Xianxia. What is Xiao Qianyi up to? Li Ruwei took the map, his expression turning serious, his brows furrowed. It was evident to Zheng Qingyuan that Li Ruwei was uncertain about the situation, yet his frown suggested deeper contemplation. Understood. I have comprehended the situation. Your trial was commendable, and I shall report it truthfully. Li Hui spoke. So, can I cease my mission at Zhu Xianfang? Zheng Qingyuan inquired. Since you have been identified, there is no longer any necessity for your presence there. Xiao Qianyi recognized you, but refrained from taking action, which indicates his desire to collaborate with you to locate Xianxia. You may continue your interactions with him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruwei remarked, this. Zheng Qingyuan began to waver, as Ling Xuang was merely her substitute, and given the current circumstances, Ling Xuang might be in peril. She contemplated withdrawing. You wish to withdraw. That individual is merely your stand-in. She poses no threat to you. By the way, your husband, Su Chen, has recently achieved quite a remarkable feat, having become the deputy captain of the 6 doors in the southern district, and this morning, he has entered the bone refining stage. It appears that the Luan family holds him in high regard, and he will likely acquire substantial information in due course. The Luan family's purpose for coming to Tianan County is also related to the Blood Demon Sect's ruins. So perhaps you can glean some insights into the Wan family's movements through Su Chen. Li Rui turned to Zheng Qingwan and said, Su Chen, he has entered the bone refining realm? A look of astonishment crossed Zheng Qingwan's face. She had not anticipated Su Chen's advancement today. Very well, you may return. Li Hui jisturid, jizmisiveli. Zheng Qingwan took her leave. After her departure, a glint of brilliance flashed in Li Rui's eyes. Just then, an elderly man clad in gray, with slightly graying whiskers, entered from the courtyard. After glancing at Li Rui, his gaze fell upon the fragmented map. Unexpectedly, you merely urged Pei Dongyuan yesterday, and today this fragmented map has come into your possession. Is he revealing his cards to you? The elder observed Li Rui. Who goes there? As soon as his words fell, he suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting dramatically, and with a powerful push against the ground, he leapt into the air, heading towards the shadow of a tree in the courtyard. In that moment of ascent, a surge of energy coursed through him, and the terrifying force manifested between his arms as his iron-colored palm reached for the shadows behind the tree. Behind the shade stood Feng Shifan, clad in black and veiled. His expression startled. He hadn't anticipated being discovered. His long sword was thrust forward in an instant. The sword light was fierce and dazzling, aiming to pierce through the opponent's palm. Yet his thrust was deftly intercepted, producing a clash of steel. Oof! A mere parlor trick. The elderly assailant snorted coldly, his outstretched hand directly grasping towards the blade of Feng Shifan's sword. Chapter 38. Innate Heart Method, Tian Guinong, Green Row Pavilion. Feng Shifan's eyes narrowed. He rapidly retracted his long sword, retreating swiftly. It's you. I never expected you would dare to return. At this moment, Li Rui's gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle. He had discerned that Feng Shifan was the very individual who had slain his subordinate. With a swift motion, he seized a long blade from the courtyard, stepping forward with a powerful thrust against the ground, propelling himself aloft, and in an instant, the blade sliced through the air. The blade-esque glimmer resembled that of the moon. Feng Shifan, retreating, suddenly changed countenance, and with a fierce swing of his long sword, he met the oncoming brilliance of the blade. The clash echoed like thunder. Feng Shifan was jolted back several steps from the sheer force of the strike. At that moment, the elder who had previously attacked appeared before Feng Shifan, his face contorted with malice. As his palm descended, it struck the air with a sound akin to clashing metal, producing a terrifying explosion. Feng Shifan's expression shifted as he swiftly raised his palm, channeling the Kunlun Heart Method, allowing a surge of energy to flow through his hand. With a resounding impact, their palms collided fiercely. The elder's expression shifted, revealing a glint of ferocity and avarice in his eyes. This man possessed an innate heart method. He must be subdued. What? Hearing the elder's words, Li Rui was taken aback, but soon his eyes too gleamed with greed. In the next instant, he swung his long blade towards Feng Shifan with a flurry of strikes. Feng Shifan had no time to ponder the implications of the elder's mention of the innate heart method. Instead, he retaliated with his long sword. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as the dense strikes of blades and swords clashed. A multitude of sword shadows and blade lights collided midair, creating a whirlwind of energy that radiated outward. The elder remained vigilant, biding his time, clearly searching for an opportune moment to strike decisively against Feng Shifan. Previously, he had aimed to kill Feng Shifan, but after their palm-to-palm exchange, the energy emanating from Feng Shifan's hand made him realize the latter possessed an innate heart method. Even the simplest of such methods was exceedingly precious. A common individual, regardless of aptitude, could, with merely an innate heart method, endure through time and eventually reach the inner chi realm. Who was this person, and how did he possess such breathing techniques? As he sought an opportunity, the elder in gray pondered. Suddenly, the previously engaged Li Rui, with a swift maneuver, turned his long sword, penetrating the blade's light and aiming directly at Feng Shifan's throat, executing a technique entirely different from before. Li Rui's countenance paled in an instant, and he retreated at great speed. Yet, as he fell back, Feng Shifan's long sword was abruptly thrust forward, piercing directly. Meanwhile, the elder in gray reacted, his expression shifting as he lunged forward, his hand morphing into a claw, aiming to strike Feng Shifan with a fierce wind, targeting Feng Shifan's vital point. Feng Shifan did not retract his long sword. Instead, he exerted himself once more, the long sword slipping from his grasp as he continued onward. With his other hand, he swiftly seized the soft sword at his waist, which darted towards the elder's eyes like a serpent. The elder's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed another soft sword. He raised his hand to defend himself. At that moment, Feng Shifan rapidly retreated, leaping atop the rooftops and turning away without the slightest hesitation. Clang! Meanwhile, Li Rue cleaved the incoming longsword with a single stroke, his expression darkening. Innate heart technique, he murmured. Elder Chen, you just mentioned a breathing technique. Does he truly possess an innate heart technique? Li Rue spoke in a low voice. If it were not for Elder Chen's assertion that the opponent wielded such a technique, the outcome of the earlier confrontation might have been vastly different. Their intent would not have been to subdue one another, but to eliminate each other. Indeed, just a moment ago, I faced him directly, and I sensed a surge of energy within him. This individual possesses merely the strength of internal refinement. Having not attained the realm of internal energy, yet the energy within him undoubtedly indicates the cultivation of an innate heart technique. The gleam in Elder Chen's eyes intensified. I must uncover his identity. He has been following me, and I need to ascertain who he truly is. Li Rue's demeanor grew serious. He had been so preoccupied with the innate heart technique that he had overlooked the opponent's identity. His presence here could either indicate he was tracking Zheng Qingyuan or monitoring him. His instincts suggested that he was indeed surveilling him. You are the commander of the Xuanjing platform in Tianan County. Is this not your forte? I trust you shall discover his identity. It is imperative to extract the innate heart technique from him. I shall take this map with me and present it to the master. Verification will follow. Elder Chen concluded, seizing the map from the stone platform. What Pei Danyuan? Should we continue our investigation? He may be linked to the remnants of the Blood Demon sect. Pei Danyuan is no ordinary individual. He deliberately revealed his blood-consuming cultivation technique before you, likely intending to lead you toward the remnants of the Blood Demon sect. Furthermore, it would be prudent not to test Pei Danyuan, otherwise you might find your life in peril. His strength is far from what it appears on the surface. With that, Elder Chen turned and departed with the map. Unbeknownst to them, the waters of Tianan County had become increasingly murky. However, they would not realize that the ruins of the Blood Demon sect were not my primary concern. My focus lies with the Su family. The Master's directive is clear. I must locate the remnants of the Su family to ascend a level and depart from Tianan County, heading toward the capital city. Yet, the Master suspects that Zheng Qingyuan may be connected to the remnants of the Su family, but I have yet to uncover any leads during this prolonged period. It appears I must ensnare Zheng Qingyuan further into crisis. If there's indeed a connection, it will inevitably draw out the remnants of the Su family. Suddenly, a flash of insight sparked in Li Rue's eyes. Could this individual be a remnant of the Su family? Contemplating this, a grave expression crossed his face. Regardless of the circumstances, we must locate this individual. This person has remained absent on 2 occasions, making the pursuit somewhat challenging. However, as long as you are in Tianan County, I shall find you. Li Rue let out a cold snort. Meanwhile, Su Chen had returned to the 6 doors in the southern district. He arrived at the residence of Luan Shui. You are back so soon. How did the matter proceed? Luan Shui inquired, her expression showing a hint of astonishment at Su Chen's swift return. Su Chen glanced around before his gaze settled upon Uncle Zhong He in the distance. You are worried about me, aren't you? Uncle Zhong He remarked coldly, his eyes narrowing as he sensed Su Chen's scrutiny. There are certain matters that I can only discuss with the master. I kindly ask you to step aside, Senior, Su Chen stated, addressing Uncle Zhong He. You. Uncle Zhong He's gaze sharpened. Uncle Zhong He, please step outside for a moment. I wish to hear what Su Chen has to say, Luan Shui interjected, furrowing her brow, yet directing her words at Uncle Zhong He. Oof. Uncle Zhong He snorted and exited the room. Su Chen then closed the door and approached Luan Shui. Whispering, I made contact with that person. He is the one I encountered in the black market, affiliated with the Qingyi Tower, named Tian Guinong. He has agreed to collaborate with us, but insists that we assist him in taking down the Black Tiger Gang immediately. He also mentioned potential cooperation regarding the Blood Demon sect ruins. What? Luan Shui's expression sharpened. She had not anticipated that Tian Guinong was associated with the Qingyi Tower and was also seeking the Blood Demon ruins. Now she understood why Su Chen had avoided Uncle Zhong He. He had only briefly mentioned matters concerning the Qingyi Tower to her. Chapter 39. The 3 Treasures of the Blood Demon. A Sword to Seal the Throat. My lord, what is the situation regarding the Blood Demon sect ruins? Su Chen Wayuth. hoping to elicit some information about the ruins from Wan Shui. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Shui replied, "You are already involved in this. I had intended to find an opportunity to discuss it with you. The Blood Demon sect was a formidable demonic sect in our Mu province a century ago. Its power was immense, yet for reasons unknown, the sect leader, Shui Wuya, suddenly assassinated the then governor of Mu province, leading to its annihilation. The destruction of the Blood Demon sect had far-reaching implications, resulting in countless casualties among families and sects throughout Mu province. The specifics of this event are unclear to me, and the records are not very detailed. However, when the Blood Demon sect was destroyed, many treasures were also relocated, scattered across our Mu province. These treasures, though unearthed gradually over the past century, some remain undiscovered. It is likely that Tiannan County harbors one of these undiscovered ruins, which may also contain the 3 treasures of the Blood Demon sect. The first being the Blood Demon True Body Diagram, a unique method of visualization. The Blood Demon technique is a formidable cultivation method capable of devouring human blood. The various vampiric practices circulating within the martial world today are fundamentally derived from this very technique. Additionally, there exists the Blood Demon token. While it serves as a mere insignia, it possesses remarkable utility. It is rumored to be forged from the core of a Blood Demon beast. And to cultivate the Blood Demon technique, one must rely on this token as a foundation. Wan Shui narrated these details to Su Chen, who listened with a hint of astonishment. The Great Zhou dynasty is vast, comprising 1 capital, 2 circuits, and 13 provinces. Currently, Su Chen finds himself in Tiannan County, a mere county within the Lingbei province, specifically beneath the jurisdiction of the Dafeng prefecture in Mu province. The expanse of the Great Zhou is immense, and Tiannan County is exceedingly insignificant in size. The fact that the Blood Demon sect once rose to prominence as a major faction within a province speaks volumes of its formidable strength. Their relics and treasure troves are undoubtedly extraordinary, and the names of those 3 treasures are remarkably impressive. Previously, the Wan family was dispatched to Tiannan County based on scant rumors. But it now appears that the treasure trove of the Blood Demon sect may indeed exist. This presents a significant opportunity. You mentioned the martial competition, striving with all your might. I wish to partake as well, Wan Shui declared. By the way, I recognize Tian Guinong, but he did not reveal his affiliation with the Qingyi building, which is why I have my subordinate avoid Senior Zhong He, Su Chen added, not knowing the other party's name. He refrained from addressing him as uncle and opted for the more respectful term senior. I understand this matter and will not disclose it to others. Wan Shui affirmed with a nod. Speaking of which, do you think the deaths of the 3 constable from the 6 doors were caused by them? Wan Shui suddenly inquired. I have not investigated this, but I suspect it is unlikely. My conjecture is that their deaths may be related to Chun Ban Tu and his associates. Possibly a scheme to set up the subsequent move, Su Chen responded. That seems rather implausible. At that time, Captain Wang was still present, and I had not yet assumed the role of captain myself. Please conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Although your reputation in the Southern District is commendable, solving this case would undoubtedly earn you the recognition of your fellow brothers within the 6 doors. I cannot remain in this Southern District for much longer. Wan Shui said with a somber tone, her voice tinged with melancholy. It seems something is amiss. Su Chen pondered quietly, choosing not to pry further. I will investigate this matter. Su Chen nodded before taking his leave. Having garnered such valuable information, he needed to reflect on the forthcoming arrangements. The Blood Demon sect's ruins were a necessity for him to acquire. Those 3 items appeared exceptional, and obtaining even one would be advantageous. Not to mention that a treasure trove likely harbored additional wonders. Outside the door, Uncle Zhong He observed Su Chen's departure with a darkened expression before retreating into the house. This fellow seems to harbor animosity towards me, Su Chen mused, yet he chose to disregard it. At the Qi Yuan residence of the Black Tiger Gang, the father inquired, "What are you preparing for?" Within the estate, Qi Yuan was diligently organizing his belongings, while beside him stood a woman clad in an elegant, light-hued long dress. The woman possessed exquisite features and a tall, slender figure, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully. Dressed in long white boots, she observed Qi Yuan's busy demeanor with a hint of confusion and remarked, "You and your mother should head to the city for a while. There is an unsettling atmosphere in Tiannan County, and given the recent demise of our Black Tiger Gang's leader, it is prudent to exercise caution." Qi Yuan responded, "Well, my father, will he not accompany us? I must await the return of the master." Once I have attended to matters here, I shall bring you back. Qi Yuan shook his head. I had thought, Vice Leader Qi, that you too would leave Tiannan County. A deep voice suddenly resonated within the courtyard. Qi Yuan's expression shifted as he turned towards the source of the voice. Standing, there was a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. Upon recognizing him, Qi Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly approached, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the master. The man in the hat was none other than Zhao Tianlong of the Black Dragon platform. It had been reported to the Luan family that Zhao Tianlong was still in Wuyan Town and would not return for 3 days. Yet here he was in Tiannan County. Come forth and pay your respects to the master. Qi Yuan called to the side, where Qi stood. Greetings, master. Qi approached and offered a slight bow. Zhao Tianlong cast a glance at Qi and stated, has grown so much. This time, when I depart, she shall accompany me to the Black Dragon platform. This revelation caused Qi Yuan's expression to shift, but he responded dutifully, I shall comply with the master's wishes. I am already aware of the circumstances in Tiannan County. No further elaboration is necessary. Within half a stick of incense, I require confirmation of Luan Zhengxiong's whereabouts within the 6 gates. If he is absent, where might he be? Zhao Tianlong fixed his gaze on Qi Yuan. Understanding Zhao Tianlong's intentions, Qi Yuan felt a chill. He was preparing to take action against Luan Zhengxiong. Having followed Zhao Tianlong for many years, Qi Yuan knew his methods were far more decisive and ruthless than those of Zhao Heihu. He swiftly organized matters and instructed Qi to return to the inner courtyard. Before half a stick of I esteemed sir, that is the palanquin of Luan Zhengxiong. Though he holds merely the position of deputy chief constable, he is always paraded about with an air of authority, traveling in a palanquin no less. In a narrow alley, Qi Yuan, donned in a bamboo hat, remarked to Zhao Tianlong, Authority? Who does he think he is? Today, he shall merely become a lifeless corpse. Zhao Tianlong's gaze fixed upon the palanquin as he scoffed coldly, stepping forth to obstruct its path. Who goes there? Upon seeing Zhao Tianlong emerge, a constable's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his blade, issuing a sharp command. Another officer, equally alert, focused intently on the advancing Zhao Tianlong. The one who shall take your lives. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhao Tianlong moved with such swiftness that he appeared as a mere shadow, materializing before the 2 men, his long sword suddenly unsheathed. The blade flashed like lightning, moving with unparalleled speed. The 2 in front had not the slightest chance to react. Thud! Thud! 2 arcs of sword light sliced through the air. The constables' faces paled. As they opened their mouths to scream, they realized that no sound could escape, a searing pain erupting in their throats. In a frantic effort, they clutched at their necks, only to discover blood gushing forth. A sword to the throat. Chapter 40. Luan Zhengxiong's demise, the orphan of his Su family. The scene left the bearers of the palanquin aghast, their expressions twisted in horror. Hurry! Luan Zhengxiong shouted as he dashed away. You must flee. The 4 bearers, upon hearing his command, abandoned the palanquin and turned to escape. Who are you? Luan Zhengxiong cast a glance at the 2 men on the ground, their throats pierced, and spoke gravely. This sword mark, could they be the assassins of Zhao Heihu? But why would they come for me? Luan Zhengxiong pondered. I have come to collect your head. Zhao Tianlong, his visage fierce beneath the bamboo hat, declared. Kill. However, at that instant, Luan Zhengxiong struck first, unsheathing his long blade and charging towards Zhao Tianlong, the blade's brilliance akin to a tempest. The ferocity of his attack was palpable. As the deputy chief constable of Tiannan's 6 doors, Luan Zhengxiong possessed mid-level strength in refining the internal organs. Yet amidst his fierce assault, a resplendent sound of a sword echoed, its light piercing through his blade's glow, emanating a chilling brilliance that approached him. This, Luan Zhengxiong, taken aback, did not anticipate that the opponent's sword could so easily penetrate his defenses. He retreated rapidly, his long blade returning to intercept the incoming strike. Clang! At the moment of collision, he was jolted back by an overwhelming force. This person's strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Who are they? His mind raced, desperate to identify his foe, but no time was afforded for contemplation. The sword light flashed, aimed directly at his throat. Luan Zhengxiong instinctively crouched low, executing a swift roll, and unleashed a sweeping strike towards his opponent's ankle. Zhao Tianlong did not anticipate this tactic. The expression beneath his bamboo hat shifted slightly. Yet he quickly revealed a cold smirk. With a flick of his long sword, A cacophony of clashing blades erupted around him. Xianxia, is this all you are capable of? Amidst the tumult of metal, a voice laden with disdain echoed in Xianxia's ear, followed by an overwhelming force surging through the sword that connected them. Boom! His entire body was jolted backward, and in that instant his opponent forcefully stomped the ground, propelling forward with astonishing speed, the long sword thrusting directly at Xianxia. He attempted to parry with his broadsword, but the immense power unleashed sent him crashing against the adjacent wall. Boom! As his body collided with the wall, fissures appeared upon its surface, and at that moment, the long sword evaded his broadsword, plunging straight into Xianxia's heart. Who are you? Xianxia coughed up blood, his gaze fixated on Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong leaned in slightly, murmuring, "Hailong Tai Zhao Tianlong." What? The blood drained from Xianxia's face upon hearing Zhao Tianlong's words. How could you possibly? Before he could utter more, Zhao Tianlong swiftly covered his mouth, and at that moment, the sword embedded in his chest was yanked free. It is your foolishness and underestimation of me, Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong scoffed inwardly. Releasing his grip, Xianxia collapsed to the ground. At this moment, onlookers gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Zhao Tianlong turned towards the shadows and vanished alongside Qi Yuan. Elsewhere, Zheng Qingyuan appeared within a hidden chamber. An old beggar, a young beggar, and two middle-aged men were present in this secluded space. We have seen the young lady. The four bowed slightly as Zheng Qingyuan entered. Uncle, no need for formalities. I have summoned you not only regarding the treasure trove of the Blood Demon Sect's ruins, but also to disclose that I may be embroiled in a scheme against me. Zheng Qingyuan spoke solemnly. Embroiled in a scheme? My lady, do elaborate. Zheng Qingyuan recounted the events of the day. One point of suspicion is that I entrusted a map of the Blood Demon Sect's ruins to Li Rui, yet he seemed indifferent to the matter. He does not appear concerned about the ruins of the Blood Demon Sect. He even urged me not to withdraw Ling Shuang and insisted I continue trading with Xiao Qianyi, essentially coercing me into a perilous situation. I cannot fathom his motives. Zheng Qingyuan's voice was grave. If he is indifferent to the Blood Demon Sect's ruins, yet places the young lady in jeopardy, what could this mean? Does he suspect the young lady? The old beggar furrowed his brow. The people of the suspended mirror platform have been investigating the Su family. After all, this should not be the case. I only began interacting with Li Rui after arriving in Tianan County. Logically, he should not suspect any connection between me and the Su family. Zheng Qingyuan shook her head and remarked, perhaps it is the suspicions of others regarding the young lady that have prompted him to investigate. The old beggar spoke, but as he began to utter his words, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it possibly be Xie Zhang from the capital? He harbors doubts about you. The trials at the Blood Demon Sect ruins are not trivial. How could he possibly know? He even sent the young lady to Tianan County. How could Xie Zhang be aware of the Blood Demon Sect ruins? Might it be that Li Rui reported this to him? As soon as the old beggar finished his sentence, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. If it is indeed Xie Zhang, the situation becomes considerably more complicated. What is his intention in assigning the young lady the trial at the Blood Demon Sect ruins? Does he suspect a connection between us and the Blood Demon Sect, thus dispatching the young lady? Yet, our Su family had no ties to the Blood Demon Sect in the past. We are left bewildered as to why we were affected and ultimately exterminated. If he has calculated this, he has miscalculated indeed. The young beggar, disguised as a boy, spoke solemnly. I sense that this matter is far from simple. Hence, I have come to inform you, my esteemed uncles, if it is truly Xie Zhang, he must have sent hidden agents as well. Therefore, for the time being, I will refrain from contacting you. Furthermore, regarding the map of the Blood Demon Sect ruins, according to Xiao Qianyi, a portion of it lies in the hands of the dark agents on the black market, specifically with Xianxia. This situation seems credible, and Xiao Qianyi likely seeks the assistance of the suspended mirror platform to locate Xianxia. Zheng Qingyuan interjected, the black market, Xianxia. This individual is shrouded in mystery. One only hears his name, but never sees his face. However, it is now certain that there exists a ruin of the Blood Demon Sect in Tianan County. In that case, we shall devote our utmost efforts to assist you in acquiring the treasures within. A glimmer of determination shone in the young beggar's eyes. Do not underestimate the complexity of this situation. Our strength has waned over the years, and we now find ourselves merely at the inner chi stage. The old beggar turned to the young beggar. Upon hearing this, the young beggar furrowed his brow, falling silent. For the old beggar spoke the truth. They were indeed in a state of continuous decline. This is a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Esteemed uncles, you may procure some potions and remedies to alleviate your injuries, while the remainder can be sent back to see if we can secretly redeem some individuals. Zheng Qingyuan produced a stack of banknotes from her bosom and handed them to a middle-aged man. Miss, this money. The funds from the suspended mirror platform must not be touched. If so, it will surely be discovered. The middle-aged man did not accept the money immediately, but spoke instead. This is from Su Chen. He is now the deputy head of the 6 doors in the southern district, having dealt with the Jiang family. He entrusted this to me for management. Zheng Qingyuan replied. That rascal Su Chen has undergone a significant transformation lately. He has become an entirely different person. His rise may indeed aid the young lady. I shall accept the items for my esteemed husband. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, accepted without hesitation. Seemingly aware of Su Chen's current circumstances and acknowledging that he is indeed faring quite well. Miss, given the current suspicions surrounding you, it is imperative that you disclose your identity to Su Chen. He and you have already entered into matrimony. Evasion is futile, and he ought to be informed at the earliest opportunity, the old beggar interjected. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qingyuan's expression briefly faltered. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, Indeed, I must clarify this with him. Chapter 41. A disobedient dog shall meet its demise. What? Are you saying my uncle has been murdered? Luan Shue's face paled as she gazed at Zhong He. Yes, he was slain by a master of the sword. Judging by the signs of battle, this adversary surpassed the third master in strength. The third master was unable to withstand the assault and was pierced through the heart by a single stroke. Zhong He explained, We must return to the Luan family at once. Luan Shue said, her demeanor despondent. Her uncle was the only one who genuinely cared for her. And with his untimely demise, how could she not appear haggard? In a flurry, she followed Zhong He as they departed from the southern district's 6 gates, hastening back to the Luan residence. This way, Su Chen observed Luan Shue, who appeared hurried and worn, his brow furrowing slightly. Could something grave have transpired? Su Chen Bandiv. Captain, trouble is at hand. At that moment, Lin Dong rushed towards Su Chen, exclaiming, I have just received word that our deputy captain Luan was murdered in the street by a man wearing a conical hat. What? Su Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. Luan Zhengxiong was the most powerful figure within the southern district's 6 gates. Although he held the title of deputy captain, his standing exceeded that of the other 2 deputy captains, wielding authority only slightly less than that of the captain Pei Donyuan. Moreover, rumors had circulated that Luan Zhengxiong was to be the next captain of 6 gates. Who could possibly have dared to assassinate him at such a critical juncture? This could jeopardize my promotion. Su Chen held little concern for Luan Jinxiang's fate. His interest in the Luan family extended solely to Luan Shue, as he was unfamiliar with the others and deemed them inconsequential. However, Luan Jinxiang's death was pertinent to his advancement, and thus he wished for the man to remain alive at this moment. Who could be behind this? Sabotaging my prospects? A glint of cold determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Investigate the details of this incident and report back to me by tomorrow. Here is 100 taels in silver. Su Chen instructed, handing Lin Dong a note. Rest assured, Captain, I will uncover the specifics of what transpired, Lin Dong replied, understanding that Su Chen was now deeply entangled with the Luan family. With Luan Zhengxiong's demise, Su Chen's position as deputy captain was precarious. If mishandled, it could be in jeopardy. Given Luan Jinxiang's prowess, the likes of Tian Guinan and Feng Xifen could also be at risk. How could such a violent disruptor emerge at this time? Su Chen used. The current rhythm suggested a calculated scheme, yet now an unpredictable element had entered the fray. This simply would not do. Chaos has erupted, and it is imperative to swiftly subdue the Black Tiger Gang, leveraging their influence to discern the situation in Tianan County. Su Chen contemplative. The demise of Luan Zhengxiong necessitated an acceleration in his strategic maneuvers. Meanwhile, within the inner city, in the residence of the Pei family, one of the 3 power holders of Tianan County, Pei Donyuan, sat in the secluded garden on a terrace, adorned in splendid garments. Under a dimly lit sky, with a faint moon hanging above, in the pavilion, a solitary candle flickered. Pei Donyuan sat, gripping a black chess piece, which he slowly placed upon the stone chessboard, with no opponent in sight, engaging in solitary play. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black emerged at the archway of the courtyard. Striding towards the terrace, this figure was none other than Zhao Tianlong, the assassin of Luan Zhengxiong. At the moment of Zhao Tianlong's arrival, An eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Why did you kill Wan Zhengxiong upon your return? Did you presume that by joining the Black Dragon platform, you could act without my command? Pei Dongyuan's expression remained calm, yet his tone bore an icy undertone. My lord, I merely executed Wan Zhengxiong. My brother, Zhao Heihu, has perished, and this matter is undoubtedly tied to the Wan family. Thus they must pay the price. Furthermore, I have successfully lured Mo Guangdao to Tianan County as per your directive, Zhao Tianlong replied from beneath his conical hat. A century ago, the Blood Demon sect was eradicated, and its vast treasures were hidden away. Many have sought them over the years, uncovering several of the sect's vaults, each filled with extraordinary artifacts. It is likely that Tianan County's treasury is no different. The Luan family was dispatched to investigate the Blood Demon sect's riches, and your killing of Luan Zhengxiong will entangle us in numerous complications. A breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves as Pei Dongyuan gently placed another black chess piece. I only eliminated Luan Zhengxiong, not the head of the Luan family. One Luan Zhengxiong cannot sway the grand scheme, and Mo Guangdao will arrive in 2 days. I am uncertain why you insist on bringing him here, but his presence will not benefit your acquisition of the Blood Demon sect's treasures. Such matters are not for you to concern yourself with. I possess my own methods. Someone is eyeing your Black Tiger gang, likely the one responsible for your brother's death. If you seek vengeance, you may pursue him, but for the next few days, you must refrain from acting against the Luan family or others, as it will disrupt my plans. Pei Dongyuan fixed his gaze upon Zhao Tianlong, raising his hand as a piece of paper shot forth like a blade toward Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong's eyes narrowed as he grasped the paper, scrutinizing its contents. His brow furrowed slightly as he read. Tian Genong, early stage of refining, adept in swordsmanship, origins unknown. If he is indeed the one who killed my brother, I will spare the Luan family and others, Zhao Tianlong stated before turning to depart, leaving the courtyard in silence once more. As the cool breeze swept by, Pei Dongyuan slowly rose, watching Zhao Tianlong vanish from his sight. If you wish to kill again, you must first be granted the opportunity. The man appeared unexpectedly, his identity shrouded in mystery. You shall assist me in probing their intentions, thus rendering your final contribution to my cause. A disobedient dog must meet its demise. Pei Dongyuan's voice was chillingly severe. Zhao Tianlong's rise to prominence and his cultivation reaching the realm of refining the inner essence were thanks to Pei Dongyuan's covert assistance. In this world, countless talents exist, yet many vanish into the vast sea of humanity without even a trace of recognition. Who are you? The voice echoed in the stillness of the courtyard. Over here. Su Chan materialized in a courtyard, the very one rented by Feng Shifan. Cough, cough. A sound of coughing resonated from within the house, and the door swung open, revealing Feng Shifan, his complexion somewhat pale. Injured. Su Chan furrowed his brow and followed Feng Shifan into the main hall. Today, while tailing Li Rue, an elderly man of formidable strength appeared by his side, collaborating with him. Unexpectedly, the adversary wielded poison in his palm, which went unnoticed during their exchange. Fortunately, I managed to expel the toxins using my internal energy. It is nothing serious. Feng Shifan recounted the events of the day to Su Chan, then recalled something and spoke. They mentioned innate heart techniques. At that moment, I was channeling the internal skill of my Kunlun sect. They seemed particularly interested. Here is the transcribed internal skill of the Kunlun sect. You may wish to practice it. Su Chen's expression brightened. The breathing technique he never anticipated Feng Shifan had practiced would be mistaken for innate heart techniques. He immediately began to investigate and record the Kunlun sect's internal skill. With a dual soul, Su Chan felt an uncanny ability to read and memorize with remarkable speed. After documenting everything, he brought the Kunlun sect's internal skill to the oil lamp and ignited it. This internal skill, deemed as innate heart techniques, was evidently of great significance to the adversary, suggesting its complexity. Su Chan could learn it but could not disseminate it. The internal skill of a sect is foundational, a legacy. He could study it but must not disclose it nor pass it on to others, a testament to Su Chan's respect for Feng Shifan. I have gathered essential information regarding the Blood Demon sect's relic treasury. Additionally, the other 2 maps are in Shen Wanqiu's possession. Now, we await Tian Guinong's arrival, through whom we shall contact the Luan family. With Luan Zhengxiong's demise, they will likely be in desperate need of external aid. They will require your assistance. Su Chen Bandiv. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and Tian Guinong stepped inside. Guomin, Su Chen's voice resonated from within the room. Tian Guinon closed the door and proceeded toward the main hall. However, at that instant, Su Chen's gaze shifted dramatically. There was a tail following Tian Guinon. Someone was trailing behind him. Chapter 42. The Green Robe Tower. Jing Wuming, a sword without fate. What? Feng Shifan's expression hardened, his hand grasping the long sword beside him as he dashed out of the courtyard, swiftly closing the hall door behind him. Su Chen had not yet considered revealing his presence. At that moment, two figures adorned with wide-brimmed hats emerged in the courtyard. Tian Guinon, it appears you have companions, one of them proclaimed. Qi Yuan. In the main hall, through a narrow gap in the window, Su Chen observed the two hat-wearing individuals, one of whom was indeed Qi Yuan from the Black Tiger Gang. You are the one who killed my second brother. To have slain him and still conspire against my Black Tiger Gang, you possess remarkable audacity. The other figure cast a glance at Tian Guinon, then shifted his focus onto Feng Shifan. Injured, your arrival is most opportune. I shall eradicate you all in one fell swoop. The other hat-wearer was none other than Zhao Tianlong. Tian Guinon's actions had been rather conspicuous. Thus it was only natural for Qi Yuan to investigate. This man must be Zhao Tianlong of the Black Dragon platform. It seems the intelligence from the Luan family was erroneous. Luan Zhengxiong was indeed slain by Zhao Tianlong. Now, having swiftly located Tian Guinon, it suggests there are informants within the 6 doors, or perhaps not. Su Chen's mind raced. There's another person inside. Why do you not emerge? Must I slay them all before you show yourself? Zhao Tianlong called out towards the interior. See me? You may find that opportunity elusive. Su Chen's voice echoed coldly within the room. Zhao Tianlong, you are formidable, yet alas, you have ventured into the wrong domain. The residence of Qingyi Tower is not a place you may enter at will. Today, it shall witness the presence of 2 additional corpses. As his words fell, a creaking sound echoed through the adjacent room as a figure stepped forth. The newcomer bore 3 deep scars across his face, towering in stature, clad in a golden yellow garment. A sword was sheathed at his right waist, the hilt facing left, his eyes betraying a cold, indifferent demeanor devoid of any emotion. Upon his emergence, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him, instilling a sense of dread as if one could be pierced by his sword at any moment. Jing Wuming. Su Chen had summoned him forth. Zhao Tianlong's prowess was no trivial matter, and with Jing Wuming's intervention, there would be no hesitation, no chances afforded to the adversary. Qingyi Tower? Who are you? Zhao Tianlong's pupils constricted sharply beneath his hat, for Jing Wuming stood before him like a sword, capable of traversing the very fabric of space to strike at any vital point in an instant. The chilling aura radiating from him caused the hairs on one's neck to stand on end. Qingyi Tower, Jing Wuming. His voice was cold and sparse. He was inherently a man of few words, a solitary figure whose earlier life had been dedicated to Shangguan Jinhong. Qingyi Tower, Jing Wuming you. Zhao Tianlong removed his hat. The guise of concealment had become futile as his identity was now recognized. With a swift motion, the hat was hurled towards Jing Wuming. Swish, swish, swish. Beneath the conical hat, several silver needles surged towards Jing Wuming. Zhao Tianlong, hailing from a notorious gang background, exhibited a ruthless demeanor. In his eyes, the act of killing was paramount, and he was willing to employ any means necessary, be it hidden weapons or poison. Jing Wuming exuded un palpable danger, prompting Zhao to contemplate a surprise attack to wound him, believing this would afford him the chance to eliminate his foe. As for escape, he knew that the appearance of his adversary and the presence of others in the room would thwart his departure. Only by severely injuring or killing someone could he hope to flee. In that instant, Jing Wuming unsheathed his sword, its brilliance cleaving through the conical hat. The oncoming silver needles, caught in the radiance of his blade, fell to the ground. Kill! At that moment, Zhao Tianlong's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He unleashed his full aura, a terrifying energy coursing through him. With a swift movement, he darted forward, aiming to seize the opportunity amidst Jing Wuming's attack. In response, Zhao also drew his sword, its light flickering erratically and creating an illusion of multiple blades. Under the dim moonlight, the gleaming swords appeared distorted, making it nearly impossible to discern the true strike or its intended target. At this juncture, Zhao had fully unleashed his potential. However, he was met with Jing Wuming's prowess. Jing's sword, masterfully simple yet effective, emerged without a hint of hesitation. Amidst the chaos, his blade retracted and struck again, penetrating through everything with a flourish. With a soft thud, Zhao Tianlong's sword light extinguished, and his movements halted. Shock and horror filled his eyes as he glanced down at his throat, where Jing Wuming's sword had found its mark. Jing Wuming was renowned for his left-handed swordplay, yet his right hand wielded an even more formidable skill. Against Zhao Tianlong, he did not even need to channel his internal energy. With merely a stroke of his left hand, he pierced through his opponent's throat. "You!" Zhao attempted to utter something, but, with a swift motion, Jing Wuming retracted his long sword, leaving Zhao clutching his neck as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth and quickly staining the stone floor. This scene left Qi Yuan beside them utterly terrified. The ease with which Jing had dispatched Zhao was nothing short of horrifying. With a thud, Qi fell to his knees. "Spare me. Spare me. I can help you control the Black Tiger Gang. I know who informed Zhao Tianlong of Lord Tian's identity," he exclaimed desperately from his prostrated position. At this moment, Su Chun inside the room shifted slightly, his suspicions rekindled. He had previously doubted that Qi Yuan had acquired the information from Tianguinen. If not him, then it must have originated from the Six Doors. But who among them could it be? Perhaps it was Pei Donyuan. Su Chun spoke softly within the confines of the room. Upon hearing his mention of Pei Donyuan, Qi Yuan, who had knelt on the ground, changed his expression and immediately replied, "Yes, indeed, it is the chief constable of Tianan County, Pei Donyuan." Zhao Tianlong's ascension to the realm of refining energy and his journey to the Black Dragon platform were both supported by Pei Donyuan. Furthermore, it was Pei Donyuan who instructed Zhao Tianlong to summon Mo Kuangdao to Tianan County, although Zhao Tianlong himself does not understand the reasons behind it. After finishing his words, Qi Yuan lowered his head and remained prostrate on the ground, fearing that a mere glance upwards might result in his demise by the sword. "Tang Wenong and Feng Shifan, I entrust you with the task of swiftly gaining control over the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, tomorrow, bring Zhao Tianlong's head to meet Luan Shui." Su Chun commanded from the courtyard. Hearing these words, Qi Yuan trembled with fear. Only then did he feel a sense of relief wash over him. He would live to see another day. "Yes," responded Feng Shifan and Tang Wenong in unison. "Rise and bring the body with us," Tang Wenong instructed Qi Yuan. Chapter 43, Celestial from Beyond, Yi Guqing, Pendant. Jing Wuming slayed Zhao Tianlong at the Black Dragon platform. Reward, 1 silver grade treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? Su Chen is Gaze Sharpant. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of another silver grade treasure chest at this moment, and, without hesitation, chose to open it. Acquired a pendant of Yi Guqing, a figure from the Yuanhe realm. What a curious item, a pendant representing a character. Yi Guqing from the Yuanhe realm? Su Chan was astonished to have obtained a pendant of Yi Guqing. He was familiar with Yi Guqing, a character from the ancient dragon novels. Known as the Celestial from Beyond, a formidable figure akin to Shimin Chue Shui, the Yuanhe realm. Upon his return to the Six Doors today, he intended to investigate the nature of internal energy, which is what follows the process of refining energy. Internal energy is, in fact, one of the 3 innate realms. The 3 innate realms are internal energy, condensation of essence, and gathering of elixirs. Beyond these, the gathering of elixirs culminates into a river, known as the Yuanhe realm. In that case, Jing Wuming's realm seems somewhat diminished, merely the early stage of Jing Wuming. He could not be compared to the Jing Wuming who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Su Chen saith softly. Yet his gaze sharpened as he examined the information regarding the pendant of Yi Guqing. By utilizing the pendant, he could harness half a stick of incense's worth of Yi Guqing's power. After that duration, the pendant's abilities would fade and would require a month to recharge before it could be employed again. Half a stick of incense roughly translates to about half an hour. Within that time frame, if he failed to vanquish his enemies, he himself will be vanquished, though there was a cooldown period. It served as a potent secret weapon in his arsenal, a most favorable acquisition. He mused, let us also open that black iron-grade treasure chest. Acquired a universally accepted silver note worth 1,000 taels. This, quite a practical find. He had expected to uncover something extraordinary, only to discover a mere silver note of 1,000 taels. Previously, Su Chun would have been overjoyed at the sight of such a note, but now it held little allure for him. It was time to return. After Tang Wenong and the others departed, Su Chun stepped out of the room. Jing Wuming stood beside Su Chun, following him out. For the time being, there was no need for him to accompany me. Instead, he should venture to the black market in Tianan County to ascertain the identity of the shadowy figure behind it, Shun Wanxiu. Having such a formidable ally as Jing Wuming by his side felt like a waste of talent, particularly since he now possessed the pendant of Yi Guqing, ensuring his safety should remain intact. Moreover, his current adversaries had all met their demise. Indeed, Jing Wuming nodded, opting not to follow Su Chen as he departed. As Su Chen exited the courtyard, he made his way towards his home. The night was tranquil, the streets devoid of any activity, save for the distant sound of the night watchman's bell. However, a disquieting thought struck him. While the immediate danger had subsided for him, Tian Guanong was likely under the scrutiny of Pei Dongyuan. This time, Pei Dongyuan was utilizing Zhao Tianlong as a pawn to test Tian Guanong. Zhao Tianlong was merely a tool in Pei Dongyuan's scheme. As Su Chen walked, it dawned on him that many matters seemed intricately linked to Pei Dongyuan, intensifying his wariness towards this individual. I must find an opportunity to probe into Pei Dongyuan. If a direct approach proves unfeasible, then I shall employ a more subtle tactic. He mused. Within the courtyard, Zheng Qingyuan awaited anxiously for Su Chen's return, eager to disclose certain matters to him. It was rather late, and his absence made her wonder if it was related to the Luan's predicament. With Luan Zhengxiong dead, the Luan family might lose their standing in the 6 doors of Tianan County, her heart heavy with concern. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, prompting Zheng Qingyuan to rush outside. You've been waiting for me. Your expression suggests there's something you wish to discuss. Su Chen observed her demeanor while gently closing the courtyard door behind him. Come inside. I have matters of significance to share with you, pertaining to my lineage. Zheng Qingyuan spoke softly. Certainly, Su Chen replied, his gaze sharpening slightly, for though he had refrained from inquiring, he harbored a keen curiosity about Zheng Qingyuan's origins. He followed her into the room. I had intended to keep you uninvolved, but it appears you are already entwined in my fate. Should they choose to strike, they will not spare you either. My original name was Su Qingyuan, an orphan of the Su family from a century ago. Our family faced oppression due to the blood demon sect, leading to many of our kin being exiled. I am the sole direct descendant of the Su lineage. As for why the Su family became embroiled in this affair, I am unaware of the specifics. My original plan was to ascend within the ranks of the suspended mirror platform to gradually uncover the truth. However, I have recently sensed that Xianxia, the deputy chief of the suspended mirror division in the capital, may have discerned something amiss. He dispatched me to Tianan County to investigate the ruins of the blood demon sect, possibly suspecting a connection between my family and the sect. If that is the case, you too may be in peril. Furthermore, with Luan Zhengxiong's death, the Luan family may lose power in the 6 doors of Tianan County. It will be prudent for you to consider your options for departure. With your current abilities, I believe you can thrive anywhere, Zheng Qingyuan advised Su Chen. Couples are like birds of a feather. In times of peril, they may fly apart. I, Su Chen, am not the kind of person you might think. Regardless of whether your surname is Zheng or Su, you are my wife. I shall assist you. I possess knowledge regarding the treasures of the blood demon sect ruins. Presently, the 2 maps are in the possession of the black market operator Xianxia, a revelation disclosed by Pei Dongyuan, the chief of the 6 gates. Xiao Qianyi, Wen Qiluo, the proprietor of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, and Pei Dongyuan himself are likely remnants of the blood demon sect, and their arrival here is undoubtedly to seek the treasures within the ruins. The vault may harbor 3 treasures, yet it is equally plausible that it holds none. The death of Luan Zhengxiong was orchestrated by Zhao Tianlong of the Black Dragon platform, who has since returned to Tianan County. Zhao Tianlong's ascension as a disciple of the Black Dragon platform was facilitated by Pei Dongyuan. This Pei Dongyuan is also in league with Li Rui, rendering him exceedingly suspicious. Su Chen glanced at Zheng Qingyuan, having divulged a plethora of information, as it was imperative to inform her of the individuals involved in the consistent acquisition of treasures. He could not allow her to fall into peril. Upon hearing Su Chen's extensive account, Zheng Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. After such an extensive investigation, she found herself outdone by Su Chen in terms of information, and the details he provided were undeniably significant. Currently, many individuals are likely being misled by Pei Dongyuan towards the black market operator Xianxia. There exist 2 possibilities. Either the fragmented maps are genuinely in Xianxia's possession, or he requires Xianxia to divert everyone's attention. Su Chen continued, articulating his analysis. Although he had initially intended to sell this information to the Luan family, their misfortune now compelled him to have Zheng Qingyuan utilize the mirror platform to discern what might be revealed. Additionally, The newly emerged elder associated with Li Rue must have others behind him. With such information surfacing, it is certain that many will be stirred into action. Once these individuals take a step, both Pei Dongyuan and others will inevitably reveal their secrets. Observing from the periphery, he would acquire even more intelligence, potentially reaching the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault before them. His current possession of the pendant of Yi Guqing grants him formidable strength. With such power, he could vanquish anyone who dares approach. Chapter 44. The Three-Corpse Brain Elixir, Controlling the Six Gates. The following day, a heavy downpour cascaded from the heavens, casting a gloomy pall over the sky. I had not anticipated such torrential rain today. Su Chen donned his conical hat and journeyed towards the southern district of the Six Gates. Along the way, he encountered few souls, only a smattering of figures traversing the rain-soaked streets. Not far behind him, Jing Wuming also wore a conical hat, trailing quietly, embodying a solitude perhaps inherent to his nature. This weather, will it affect my fortunes? Su Chen pondered, subsequently activating a black iron-grade treasure chest he received daily from Zheng Qingwan. Opening, black iron-grade treasure chest. Acquired 33 corpse brain elixirs and their crafting method. I hadn't anticipated receiving the 3 corpse brain elixirs. Their utility is indeed substantial. A look of delight spread across Su Chen's countenance. Take, for instance, Qi Yuan from last night, who temporarily subdued his adversaries through sheer force, instilling fear. However, should he encounter someone stronger, he might swiftly turn against his allies, lacking any means of control. The arrival of the 3 corpse brain-enhancing pill is, for him, a fortuitous boon. The constables stationed at the 6 doors in the South City District are equally dispirited. The news of Deputy Chief Luan's assassination has swept through the entire Tiannan County, instilling a sense of dread among the 6 doors personnel. The atmosphere in the South City District is no different. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Su Chen made his way to his courtyard. Shedding his raincoat, he settled into a chair, lost in contemplation. The prevailing atmosphere had already begun to affect the 6 doors. My standing within the 6 doors is too tenuous. This cannot continue. If the Luan family were to remain silent, it would be disadvantageous for me. Perhaps it is time for me to strategize. Aside from the inner city, there are only 4 chief constables in Tiannan County. Currently, in the South City District, Luan Shui is in charge, while the other 3 district chiefs must be brought under control. If I could secure all 4 districts, what concern would I have for the inner city? Su Chen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table before he spread his palm, revealing a white vial in his grasp. Within it lies the 3 corpse brain-enhancing pill. This pill is composed of 3 types of corpse insects. When ingested, there are no immediate effects. However, at noon on the Duanyang Festival each year, if the antidote to restrain the insects is not taken promptly, they will emerge and invade the brain. Once the insects enter the mind, the user will behave in a manner akin to a demon or ghost, acting irrationally and even turning against their loved ones. Parents and spouses alike could fall victim to their own, becoming mere prey to their ravenous instincts, exhibiting a cruelty surpassing that of a rabid dog. Jing Wuming. Su Chen whispered, aware that Jing Wuming was lurking nearby. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Jing Wuming's figure appeared at the entrance. Here are 5 3-corpse brain-enhancing pills. Your objective today is to control the remaining 2 deputy chief constables in the inner city of Tiannan County, as well as the chiefs from the other 3 districts, and bend them to my service, Su Chen declared, revealing his predatory intent. The chief constable, Pei Dongyuan, possesses other utilities and remains an enigma. Thus, it is prudent to keep him in reserve. Su Chen had yet to ascertain Pei Dongyuan's true strength, so it is wise to first subdue the others. In this manner, the entire 6 doors of Tiannan County would be visibly under his command. What would he possibly fear? Understood, Jing Wuming replied, taking the vial and departing. As for the inner city, the downpour was torrential, akin to a tempest approaching. It seems Tiannan County is not to be spared. What power does the Qingyi building hold to so brazenly assassinate Zhao Tianlong and seize the Black Tiger Gang? They seem to regard the Black Dragon platform with utter disdain. How intriguing. A cold smile played upon Pei Dongyuan's lips. Zhao Tianlong was a pawn he had dispatched for reconnaissance, and he was well aware of the events that transpired within the Black Tiger Gang last night. Qi Yuan had returned, accompanied by 2 individuals, one named Feng Shifan and the other Tian Guinan. The Qingyi building, asserting their dominance through bloodshed, has taken control of the Black Tiger Gang. If today were not shrouded in a dark, rainy veil, the news of the Black Tiger Gang's change of leadership in the southern district would have already spread. The Luong family has been in contact with this Tianguinan, thus they must be aware of the Qingyi building. No, it was that Su Chun who engaged with Tianguinan. Perhaps I could leverage this Su Chun. He should require my assistance. A smile crept upon Pei Donyuan's face. Comme fort, an elderly man, resembling a steward, approached Pei Donyuan, inquiring, "My lord, what are your commands?" Once the rain ceased, "I want to visit the 6 doors in the southern district to issue an appointment. Captain Lu Shui is currently indisposed due to family matters and cannot oversee the 6 doors. Therefore, Su Chun will temporarily take command of the southern district's 6 doors. Additionally, inform him and the other 2 deputy captains to accompany me to the Luong residence tomorrow to pay our respects to Deputy Captain Lu." Pei Donyuan ordered. In the northern district, within the confines of 6 doors, a burly man knelt in terror, gazing at the figure before him. Clad in a raincoat and exuding a chilling aura, Jing Wuming. "Who are you?" he stammered, but before he could finish, a crimson pill was thrust down his throat. This is the 3-corpse brain spirit pill, composed of 3 types of corpse insects. One must consume the antidote every Duanwu festival, or the insects will invade the brain. From now on, your allegiance lies with Su Chun of the southern district's 6 doors. Serve him well, and you may earn the antidote. Jing Wuming sheathed his sword, pivoted, and vanished before the northern district's captain, Xiao Zhang. This, Su Chun of the southern district's 6 doors, a man elevated by the Luong family. Does this mean the Luong family has turned against us? No, wait. He just stated we must obey Su Chun. He is not a member of the Luong family. It seems the southern district's 6 doors is on the brink of transformation. Xiao Zhang gasped, realizing that Su Chun would not limit his actions to him alone. Others would surely be affected as well. This individual possesses terrifying power. I could not withstand his presence and knelt before him. What force does he belong to, stronger than Lin Zong? What is transpiring? Xiao Zhang's mind raced. The news of Lu Zhengxiong's murder had circulated, and now this new figure had emerged, completely surpassing his comprehension. He understood that a storm was brewing in Tianan County. Alas, when strong men clash, we mere ants must heed Su Chun henceforth and disregard all else. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. Rising, he adjusted his robes and resumed his seat. In the course of a day, similar events transpired elsewhere. The abilities of these individuals were plainly visible, most reaching the pinnacle of bone refinement, leaving no room for resistance against Jing Wuming. As afternoon approached and the rain subsided, Su Chun prepared to depart from the 6 doors. The host has gained control over the 3 chief captains and 2 deputy chief captains of the 6 doors, earning 1 black iron-grade treasure chest as a reward. Ah, such rapid success! Su Chun mused, astonished by the prompt notification. He had anticipated a longer duration. He did not expect Jing Wuming to accomplish this within a single day. Bosu. At that moment, Lin Dong entered and said, "The steward beside Captain Pei has arrived with an appointment, instructing you to go to the main hall. The other constables have also gathered there, awaiting the announcement." The steward of Pei Donyuan comes bearing an appointment. Could it be that someone else seeks to usurp Luan Shui's position? Surely, such a move should not be executed so hastily. Su Chun furrowed his brows and swiftly made his way to the main hall. Chapter 45. The Green Robe demands a life. Even the King of Hell cannot protect. The 6 doors. Apart from 1 or 2 guards on duty, the rest had already departed. Su Chun returned to his courtyard, his brow tightened. I never anticipated that I would temporarily assume Luan Shui's role. Have they begun to take notice of me? That gaze from last time at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. As he recalled that penetrating gaze, Su Chun concluded that regardless of their intentions, he need not concern himself. He possessed the strength to upend the table, so why should he fret over such matters? It was merely a temporary position of captain, yet without any reward. Su Chen Saith, now that I have revealed my fangs, it is clear that I must contend fiercely for the treasures of the Blood Demon ruins. However, those behind these individuals are no simple characters. The Green Robe Pavilion has its share of formidable figures, yet there are none of substantial backing. Jing Wuming is still not powerful enough to bear the weight. Regarding the establishment of the Green Robe Pavilion, Su Chun envisioned a motto: the Green Robe demands a life. Even the King of Hell cannot protect. The term Green Robe specifically refers to the Green Robe Order. As for the number of Green Robe Pavilions in the novels of my past life, there were 108, but the place I find myself in now is too small for such a scale. Now, as we expand to the Great Wind Prefecture City, I can set a modest goal: to establish a reputation for the Great Wind Green Robe Pavilion. The green robe, 13 kills. Below this are ordinary assassins, devoid of ranks, with the 13 kill tokens numbered 1 through 13. For now, Jing Wuming may only aspire to be the 13th kill. Characters like Tian Guinan and Feng Shifan can only serve as ordinary assassins within the Green Robe Pavilion. Pei Dongyuan's promotion of me seems to indicate that I should take the time to meet him. Su Chan wrapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. Never mind. I shall focus on self-improvement for the time being. With that thought set aside, Su Chan prepared to cultivate the Kunlun Heart method, aiming to nourish his internal organs and bones through its practice. In doing so, he aimed to swiftly enter the realm of refining the internal organs. Though this pace may seem rapid to others, Su Chan understood that this place was exceedingly remote. It was likely that in the provincial capital, many had already completed this phase and entered the internal chi realm. He had realized that body forging was merely the most fundamental stage. Internal chi might be the key to advancement. If, later on, he were to acquire remarkable martial arts without having cultivated internal chi, it would indeed be a waste of potential. With the aid of potions and the heart method, Su Chan was confident in swiftly entering the realm of refining the internal organs, where the essence of the organs would coalesce, generating internal chi, leading him to the so-called innate realm of martial arts. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the Kunlun Heart method, feeling a warm current arise within him, flowing through his meridians and into his bones with remarkable gentleness, unlike the chaotic rush of potions that required refining. As I practiced the Kunlun Heart method, I was astonished to find that it could also pacify my tumultuous emotions. The malevolent energy produced by the previous bone-forging technique was surprisingly mitigated. As time gradually passed and the night deepened, I exhaled a breath of relief. Tomorrow, I would utilize a potion for bone refinement, which should allow me to advance further in my pursuits. At present, my focus lay on bone refinement, a process that entails the tempering of bones. However, excessive tempering could adversely affect the skeletal structure. Thus, practitioners typically adopt a gradual approach. With the nurturing of my bones through the Kunlun Heart method, I could accelerate my progress. It was time to return. I rose from my seat, greeted the watchful constable, and departed from the 6 gates. Yet after a brief distance, I halted before a narrow alley, for a figure stood before me, a woman, her silhouette graceful, shrouded in a black veil that concealed her nose, her gaze fierce yet alluring. Judging by her eyes and physique, she was undeniably a woman of remarkable beauty. Naturally, I remained vigilant in her presence. "Who are you?" I inquired, my tone steady and resolute. She exuded calmness, far removed from the rumors that had circulated about her. It was no wonder she had recently garnered favor within the 6 gates, winning the admiration of both the Luan family and Pei Dongyuan. "When we have the opportunity, let us converse," she replied, her voice melodic as she spoke. In that moment, her aura vanished, rendering her as unremarkable as any ordinary person, a revelation that startled me. The ability to seamlessly shift one's presence while engaging in casual conversation was indeed extraordinary. I focused intently, dismissing her enchanting eyes and alluring figure. In my previous life, I had encountered numerous martial arts novels that categorized individuals into 3 distinct types: the elderly, women, and children, each requiring utmost caution in dealings. "I intend to kill you. You have no chance of survival. However, since I have chosen not to kill you, there is no need for you to be wary." Observing my physical and mental shift, the woman in black continued, "Who are you, and what business do you have with me? If you have something to say, then say it." I responded, maintaining my composure. "My purpose here is to propose a transaction that would greatly benefit you. If you assist me, I can facilitate your entry into the Great Wind Mansion as a deputy constable within the 6 gates. Her voice was clear and pleasing as she gazed at me. The position of deputy constable within the 6 gates held significant authority locally, akin to my current status in the Southern District. However, the deputy constable of the mansion held a different connotation compared to that of Tiannan County. While the proposal was enticing, I recognized the peril of seeking such a position given my current capabilities. It would be akin to courting death. At times, self-awareness is crucial, and I, Su Chan, possessed a clear understanding of my limitations. I regarded her steadily as I replied, "In the heavens, one does not receive opportunities without reason. Moreover, the individual before him exuded an aura of danger, likely possessing innate abilities. Caution was imperative. This, of course, was not insurmountable, merely a matter of internal energy. Should you assist me, esteemed sir, In accomplishing my objectives, I would graciously bestow upon you a vial of internal energy elixir, which would enable you to ascend to the level of internal energy. Attaining such a rank within the Great Wind Prefecture and becoming a deputy head of capture would pose no difficulty. Furthermore, if you continue to aid me in the future, I can also grant you another elixir to facilitate your advancement into the realm of internal energy. The woman in black spoke with great assurance, directly referencing the internal energy realm. Her counterpart maintained a calm demeanor, his voice tinged with arrogance, allowing Su Chen to ascertain the credibility of her words. Her origins were undoubtedly extraordinary, yet Su Chen was acutely aware that acquiring the internal energy elixir would not be a simple endeavor. What is it that you wish for me to accomplish? And how can I trust that you possess the capability to assist me in becoming the deputy head of capture in the Great Wind Prefecture? Su Chen Ingguayev. He felt trepidation towards the woman before him. Yet despite his reservations, he could not let such an opportunity slip away. The county was too small. He yearned to venture beyond. A hidden dragon should not remain confined to the arid wasteland. I wish to investigate Pei Dongyuan. I seek to unravel his true identity and his connection with County Lord Yi Huayuan, the woman declared. As she spoke, a silver token appeared in her hand, inscribed with the characters 6 doors. This silver token was a mark of authority, reserved for the deputy head of capture in the city's 6 doors. Su Chen's pupils contracted in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering someone from the prefectural city, especially regarding an investigation into Pei Dongyuan and County Lord Yi Huayuan. County Lord Yi Huayuan was a figure shrouded in mystery, one of the 3 great powers of Tiannan County, yet seldom did he make an appearance. Typically, it was his advisor who emerged, maintaining an enigmatic presence, and none dared to question his authority. Is there a connection between Pei Dongyuan and Yi Huayuan? And, judging by your tone, it seems to be more than a mere association. Su Chen Bandev. The woman's interest in him seemed to stem from Pei Dongyuan's recent appointment of him to temporarily oversee the southern district of the 6 doors, indicating she had been observing him for some time. I require you to draw near to Pei Dongyuan, but I am not one of his trusted confidants. Establishing contact with him would be challenging, thus making it difficult to discern his relationship with the county lord. Su Chen Respondev. You need not delve deeply. Merely keep an eye out. Surely, you do not believe I have no other means at my disposal? The woman replied. Our investigation does not solely concern Pei Dongyuan. Rather, it is County Lord Yi Huayuan who is our focus. Pei Dongyuan is merely a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, while County Lord Yi Huayuan may be affiliated with the 10,000 Transformations Bodhi sect. The woman in black gazed intently at Su Chen. What? Upon hearing her words, Su Chen's pupils widened in shock. He realized he had become ensnared in a tremendous vortex. Historically, those factions deemed as cults are often rebellious and malevolent, pursued by the most powerful forces of their time, such as the White Lotus sect, the Yellow Heaven sect, and the Fragrance sect. The Wanhua Bodhi sect bears resemblance to the White Lotus sect and stands as one of the most formidable antagonistic forces in the Lingbei province. Numerous individuals associated with the Wanhua Bodhi sect are listed in the wanted notices issued by the 6 doors. He never anticipated that the county magistrate of Tiannan County would be affiliated with the Wanhua Bodhi sect. While suspicion lingered, the 6 doors would not cast doubt without just cause. By revealing such matters to me, are you attempting to drag me into this quagmire? I hold no enmity with the young lady, do I? Su Chen gazed at the other party, acutely aware of the treacherous depths he was venturing into. The Blood Demon sect's ruins in Muzhou were already tumultuous, and the addition of the Wanhua Bodhi sect would surely unleash a storm of bloodshed. This is my token. Should you uncover any information, seek out a man named Wan Liang in the black market. He will guide you to me. If I find myself in peril, I will ensure you are informed. With that, the cloaked woman pivoted, transforming into a fleeting shadow and vanishing from sight. Such swiftness. Su Chen observed the disappearing figure, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Master, she has not departed. She has a companion watching you. If she were alone, I could eliminate her. At that moment, Jing Wuming's voice resonated in Su Chen's ear. Eliminate her? Excellent. They still keep watch over me. Do they intend to scrutinize my every move? The Silver 6 Orders of the Great Wind House are quite commendable. Perhaps I could leverage them to my advantage. Tiannan County is becoming increasingly intriguing. This woman, enmeshed in the black market, operates within the territory of Xianxia. Could there be a connection between them? Su Chen used, a smile gracing his features. If this cloaked woman could assist him in attaining the position of deputy captain, why should he not aspire to the captaincy itself? Without exchanging greetings with Jing Wuming, he pressed on, confident that Jing Wuming, having discerned the presence of the other party, would glean some valuable intelligence. In the shadows, atop a rooftop, two figures stood in quiet observation. One was the very woman who had just departed, and beside her stood a refined gentleman clad in brocade. A middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an aura of remarkable strength. As they watched Su Chen leave, one remarked, "You hold him in high regard. I have investigated his background. While he exhibits signs of latent potential, such a state may prove fleeting. Moreover, his wife is associated with the Xianxia. According to my findings, they might be the last remnants of the Su family from years past. The affairs of the Su family are of no concern to us at the Six Doors. They pertain to the Xianxia. Furthermore, the case surrounding the Su family was itself shrouded in mystery. They likely seek answers regarding the demise of their kin." The middle-aged man replied, "My regard for Su Chen is not solely based on his potential, but on my perception of his extraordinary nature. During our brief encounter, he remained vigilant and unfazed by my probing. To capture attention and maintain caution in such a short span is a rare trait. The Six Doors would greatly benefit from such talent. Moreover, I sense that he might assist me in accomplishing matters in Tianan County." The woman in black spoke. "Since you have expressed this, let us proceed as you suggest. However, the word has spread. Now everyone is aware of the Blood Demon sect's treasury ruins. I possess the two incomplete maps, so perhaps it is time for me to reveal myself," the middle-aged man remarked. From his words, it is evident that he is another clandestine power broker in Tianan County, the shadowy figure of the black market, Xianxia. Indeed, it is time to contemplate my emergence. By the way, Zhao Tianlong was slain by the people of the Qingyi Tower. What exactly is this Qingyi Tower's influence, and why were we oblivious to it before? The woman in black pondered aloud. Their appearance was rather sudden, yet they were merely two initial-stage martial artists. They must have employed some means to eliminate Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong was affiliated with the Black Dragon Terrace, and those from the Black Dragon Terrace are known for their protectiveness. Once Mo Quandao arrives, a confrontation with the Qingyi Tower is inevitable, which may reveal the true extent of their strength. Beside her, Xianxia spoke. He had not given much thought to the Qingyi Tower. New forces can emerge at any time in the martial world, and the Qingyi Tower, having only recently appeared in Tianan County, could be deemed a minor faction at best. Should they survive an encounter with Mo Quandao, then they may warrant our attention. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution while investigating County Lord Yi Huayin. His identity is intricate and oldly seems to be using you as a shield. Xianxia cautioned. Yi Huayin is merely the illegitimate child of the Yi family's head in Dafu Prefecture, born of a drunken indiscretion with a servant. And the Yi family shows no concern for him. Otherwise, he would not be entangled with the 10,000 transformations Bodhi sect. The woman in black's tone dripped with disdain. The Yi family is one of the 8 great clans of Muzhou, and the Yi family of Dafu Prefecture is but a branch of the main lineage. Yi Huaiyuan, being the child of a drunken liaison, is hardly esteemed within the Yi family. Regardless, he is still a member of the Yi family, and it is possible that some Yi family members are involved. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Xianxia spoke gravely. "Rest assured, Uncle Shun, I shall exercise caution. Everything will proceed according to plan. Let us depart." The woman in black turned, with Xianxia following closely behind. However, after their departure, beneath the eaves, a solitary and silent figure stood shrouded in stillness, emitting no presence. Jing Wuming, lurking in the shadows. After a period of waiting, Jing Wuming slowly departed, moving towards the direction of Su Chen. Chapter 47. Clones, Demon Shadows, and Control of Goo Insects. The tranquil street, freshened by the rain, carried a hint of coolness. Su Chen relished this sensation. In his previous life, although technology was advanced, such invigorating air was a rarity. Today, the woman clad in black emerged, allowing Su Chen to vaguely perceive the source of the tempest in Tian County. Perhaps the rumored treasure trove of the Blood Demon sect was merely bait for a more significant catch. Who was the target? Likely the county lord, Yi Huaiyuan. Additionally, he possessed a black iron-grade treasure chest. Without hesitation, he opened it. Jing Wuming had subdued several individuals from the Six Gates and obtained a black iron-grade chest. Open the chest to receive the first level of the martial arts Clone Shadow. Do you wish to learn it? Clone Shadow? Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated discovering such a profound skill within a black iron-grade treasure chest. The Clone Shadow was a supreme technique from the Demon Sword life and death game. renowned as the signature move of Helion Ba, the Lord of the Sea Shark Palace. However, at this moment, lacking internal energy, it seemed impossible for him to execute such martial arts. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. The clone shadow was a superior technique of agility, significantly enhancing one's speed. In the midst of its ethereal transitions, it could create afterimages, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to discern reality from illusion, thus seizing the initiative, whether for combat or retreat. Yet, he was merely at the bone refinement stage, devoid of any true chi, rendering him incapable of utilizing it. He gazed longingly at this technique. Indeed, if mastered, the ability to conjure afterimages in battle would leave opponents helpless if they could not unravel the illusion. This technique was heavily inclined towards combat. Once learned, paired with his Jing-Wuming left-hand sword, he could effortlessly execute a lethal strike. The combination of phantom and swift blade was undeniably formidable. How delightful, he mused. Yet it was merely a fleeting thought, for he lacked true chi, and this was only the first level of the clone shadow. Do you wish to learn? The repetitive voice echoed once more. Learn, Chen declared, disregarding the potential efficacy. Perhaps this technique could assist him in generating internal energy. In the next moment, information about the first level of the clone shadow flooded into Chen's mind. His thoughts became clear, and he quickly grasped the essence. Closing his eyes slightly as he continued his forward motion, undeterred by any distractions. In mere moments, Chen opened his eyes, a hint of joy gracing his lips. The infusion of the clone shadow had not granted him internal energy, which was somewhat disappointing. However, he realized he could indeed utilize this first level of the clone shadow. He murmured to himself, acknowledging that although he lacked true chi, his body had attained considerable strength through bone and muscle refinement. The techniques of the violent ape and lightning types surpassed ordinary methods, enabling him to swiftly maneuver and create afterimages through sheer physical prowess. Nevertheless, he must refrain from excessive application, lest his internal organs succumb to the strain of rapid movement. Chen had yet to reach the level of refining his internal organs. Thus his organs remained in their weakest state, although his physical body could endure the strain of employing the shadow clone technique. His organs were not yet capable of withstanding it completely. If he were to push beyond his limits, his organs would inevitably shatter under the pressure. Nonetheless, with the shadow clone, his combat prowess had significantly surged. Chen mused internally. Before long, he returned home, and, as he pushed open the gate to his courtyard, his gaze sharpened. In the front yard stood a solitary figure, illuminated by the bright moonlight following the rain, casting a daylight-like glow upon the courtyard. The main hall inside was devoid of light. He recognized this figure all too well. It was the man known as Uncle Xianxia, who stood beside Luan Shui. A sudden unease gripped his heart. He was perplexed as to why this man was in his courtyard, surveying the surroundings. Chen, no need to search. Your wife hasn't returned yet. She is likely still in the inner city. Uncle Xianxia spoke, directing his gaze towards Chen. Senior, what brings you here? Chen inquired, reluctant to mention the matter of Zheng Qingwan, fully aware of the circumstances. You are a man. At times, one must confront reality. A true man does not lament the absence of a wife. Uncle Xianxia remarked, his gaze fixed on Chen. What does he truly intend? Chen's expression darkened as he pondered the other's motives for visiting. Chen, our Luan family is prepared to offer you an opportunity to nurture you with our full resources. Uncle Xianxia continued, his gaze steady upon Chen. To nurture me fully? Chen was taken aback by Uncle Xianxia's unexpected proposition. Chen had recently gathered some information about this man, whose true name was Lu Xianxia. He had been a steadfast follower of the Luan family head, serving as a trusted confidant. His words were representative of the family's intentions. The Luan family intended to cultivate him. Shouldn't they be focusing on Captain Luan instead? Chen voiced his thoughts. Miss Luan Shui will soon be departing from the 6 doors in the southern district and will return to the capital. Thus, our Luan family seeks to devote our efforts to cultivating you. With our support, you stand a chance to become the deputy captain of the 6 doors in Tianan County. In time, you may even ascend to the position of captain. Uncle Xianxia explained. However, we require to see your loyalty. Liu songa rigardi Chen ernestly. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Chen duplaith. It was merely a gesture of allegiance. Securing the Luan family's assistance was paramount. He had already established connections with influential figures at the deputy captain level in the capital, far surpassing the Luan family's influence. Moreover, they were not Luan Shui. While she held a sense of camaraderie, Chen would be inclined to assist her. The Luan family, in truth, had yet to earn such loyalty. Expressing loyalty is of little consequence. Consume this, and our Luan family will extend our full support to you. Observing Su Chen's display of loyalty, Lu Zhanghe's face broke into a smile, yet in his hand appeared a blood-colored insect, which appeared rather sinister, crawling within the palm of Lu Zhanghe. This, as Su Chen beheld the flying insect, his pupils abruptly constricted, and his complexion turned pale, although the creature lay nestled within the palm of another. Su Chen sensed a bloodthirsty aura emanating from it, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Zhanghe. This fellow is long dead. Is he attempting to control me? This must indeed be a goo insect, Su Chen pondered. Earlier that day, he had administered the 3 corpses brain god pill to another, and now, in the evening, someone sought to impose a goo upon him. Is this the cyclical justice of heaven? Does the celestial realm spare no one? This is the goo insect I have refined. As long as you diligently serve the Luan family, this insect shall remain dormant, allowing us to assist you wholeheartedly. This is your opportunity, Lu Zhanghe proclaimed. Senior Lu, I am content merely being a deputy captain. I only wish to tend to my own modest domain. Su Chen replied, gazing at Lu Zhanghe. Jing Wuming should be returning soon. Should I kill him, or refrain from doing so? Perhaps I shall take matters into my own hands. Su Chen contemplative. To even think of using a goo insect to control him was tantamount to courting death. In his heart, Su Chen had already delivered a death sentence upon this man. However, he still found Lu Zhanghe somewhat inscrutable, never having anticipated that he would be one who dabbles in goo insects. Caution was paramount, for such individuals often wield mysterious and treacherous methods. If they strike, it must be with lethal intent. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Zhanghe's expression turned icy. Su Chen, to be frank, you currently lack the autonomy to dictate your own fate. Were it not for the young lady's interest in you, I would not have openly communicated this, but rather covertly ensnared you with a goo. Lu Zhanghe's voice took on a chilling tone. Is Captain Luan who has instructed you to act thus? Su Chen sought to ascertain whether Luan Shui was involved in this affair. If she were, then any gratitude he owed her would dissipate entirely. When next they meet, Luan Shui shall meet her demise as well. This is the master's decision. The young lady is unaware. However, even if you wish to plead with her, it is unlikely. Her fate has long been sealed. To alter it would require a desperate gamble, and such an opportunity arises only once. At this juncture, Lu Zhanghe's countenance bore a hint of melancholy. Luan Shui's destiny was predestined, demanding a perilous gamble, and only once. Su Chen absorbed this revelation, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Time is of the essence. I must consume this goo insect and return. Lu Zhanghe continued, do not entertain notions of desperate gambles. You lack the opportunity. Your potential is commendable, having reached the bone refinement stage. Yet that is merely the threshold. I ascended to the inner energy realm half a year ago. Before me, you stand no chance. Lu Zhanghe regarded Su Chen with an air of calm, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very essence of Su Chen's being. No one desires to be subjected to another's control. Even the lowly may, at times, resort to desperate measures. In the realm of inner chi, I never imagined that Senior Lu had already stepped into this profound state. Though I may not be his match, I, Su Chen, refuse to be controlled. I am eager to witness the essence of inner chi, even if I am currently only at the bone refinement level. Su Chen appeared remarkably earnest, his hand gripping the long blade before him. Although he possessed the sword of Jing Wuming in his left hand, he had no sword of his own. Yet, he had a knife. Recently, he had gained significant insights into the art of the blade, allowing him to wield it with great agility. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhanghe's expression darkened, his voice turning ominous. You, a mere bone refinement warrior, comprehend the essence of inner chi? You dare challenge me? I truly wonder where your courage stems from. Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life? In this world, people are as plentiful as grains of sand. The Luan family can support you, but they can equally support others. If you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for the consequences. Then I shall look forward to it. Su Chen replied, his tone unwavering. At that moment, Lu Zhanghe raised his hand, and instantly, a swarm of crimson flying insects surged towards Su Chen. Let me teach you the hardships of existence. Lu Zhanghe's countenance was grim. However, as his words fell, he witnessed Su Chen switch the blade to his right hand, gripping the hilt firmly with his left. Suddenly, a flash of blade light illuminated the scene. Following this arc of brilliance, The carefully nurtured insects were cleaved in twain, falling to the ground. Such swiftness! He realized that his insects, known for their rapidity, could not compete with the speed of Su Chen's blade. Young man, I truly underestimated you. Yet, having slain so many of my precious creatures, you shall pay with your life. Lu Zhanghe's expression turned ferocious as he gazed upon the corpses of the insects on the ground, each one a product of his blood and meticulous care, a loss he could not afford. Initially intending merely to inflict pain upon Su Chen, he now sought to extinguish his life. Kill me. I too wish to witness whether an inner chi master can outpace my blade. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. In that moment, his left hand firmly grasped the hilt of his blade, now sheathed, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him. I did not expect you to secretly cultivate such a swift blade technique. However, it matters not. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of an inner chi master. Lu Zhanghe sneered, retracting the insects in his hand. The speed of Su Chen's blade rendered the insects ineffective, posing no threat to him. Therefore, he resolved to confront Su Chen personally, intending to make him a sacrifice for his beloved creatures. With a leap, he soared into the air like a majestic eagle, diving toward Su Chen. His hands, resembling the talons of a hawk, curved into claws, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that carried with it a pungent scent of blood. Blood Eagle Claw, Lu Zhanghe called out, his hands slashing towards Su Chen's face, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his mind fully concentrated. The opponent was at the inner chi realm, and he had but a single chance to strike. Had it not been for the acquisition of the shadow clone technique tonight, Su Chen would have opted to wait for Jing Wuming's return, allowing him to eliminate the foe. In that scenario, he could avoid taking risks or employing Yi Guqing's pendant. The pendant had its limitations and required time to recharge, a duration that felt excessively long, especially considering the potential emergence of stronger adversaries. He had to reserve the pendant for defeating more formidable opponents. This Lu Zhanghe was merely a minor character he could easily dispatch. His focus intensified as the refined bone energy within him began to circulate, a thread of Kunlun's heart technique activating simultaneously. Within the refined bone energy, streaks of lightning manifested through his sinews and bones. Su Chen aimed to harness this force to execute the recently acquired shadow clone technique. He shifted his stance, his expression turning resolute. You still dare to retaliate? Lu Zhanghe's eyes narrowed, a mocking glint present. In an instant, Su Chen's figure flickered, leaving behind a seemingly corporeal image. Witnessing this, Lu Zhanghe's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! His descending claw struck the phantom left by Su Chen with tremendous ferocity. The claw's force capable of piercing gold and splitting stone, instantly shredding the illusion into fragments. What? Lu Zhanghe's expression shifted to astonishment. He had not anticipated Su Chen's speed to be so formidable. Despite being at the inner chi realm himself, renowned for speed, he believed a mere refined bone martial artist would perish in a single blow. Yet, even before his thoughts fully materialized, Su Chen's figure returned to its original position, drawing forth a long blade. Swish! A blinding arc of the blade swiftly severed his throat, and Su Chen's form vanished once more. Lu Zhanghe attempted to utter a word, but a warm sensation flooded his throat. Instinctively, his right hand touched the area, crimson blood staining his palm. What is this? He gasped, looking at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock. What martial art is this? I am using the shadow clone technique, Su Chen replied, his tone devoid of emotion. The shadow clone technique? Who are you? Lu Zhanghe questioned, incredulous that an ordinary constable could wield such profound martial prowess. Had he not underestimated his opponent, he might have evaded this fate even against such skills. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, the last remnants of his consciousness fading. Host has defeated a martial artist of the innate inner chi realm. Reward: 1 silver tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Chapitre 49, Blade Technique. Celestial Demon S. Chaotic Dance. Even if you hadn't underestimated me, I would still have slain you. Su Chen remarked coldly, gazing upon Lu Zhanghe's lifeless form sprawled on the ground. Moments earlier, he had executed the shadow clone technique, and his opponent had scarcely been able to perceive his movements. How could he possibly hope to kill him? Although he struck when his opponent was at a point of no return, the adversary, being at the inner chi realm, possessed remarkable speed. Under such velocity, even his shadow clone could not keep pace, highlighting the extraordinary nature of this shadow clone technique. The inability to see through or catch up had already sealed his fate. However, The speed of the blade I wielded was still somewhat constrained, lacking the sharpness of the sword, Su Chen mused as he gazed at the knife in his hand. Undoubtedly, both knife and sword possess their own merits. If Jing Wuming's left-handed sword were to be exchanged for a blade, it would be even more incisive and lethal. The disparity in weight between the sword and knife could lead to variances in speed. The sword's piercing quality makes it more conducive to deliver a fatal blow. For now, I can continue to refine my left-handed knife technique, enhancing the speed of my strikes. I hope to eventually develop a divine knife technique akin to the divine slash. Reflecting on his recent use of the shadow clone technique, Su Chen assessed that, given his current physical strength, he could manifest an illusion approximately 3 times before succumbing to physical strain. Nonetheless, that should suffice. You truly are quite unfortunate. Yet you have still managed to surprise me by granting me a silver-tier treasure chest. A smile crept onto Su Chen's face at this thought. Previously, he had utilized the silver-tier treasure chest to acquire the pendant of Yi Guqing, and now, having secured another, he could not contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together. Open the treasure chest. Acquired martial skill, knife technique, celestial demon dance. So, was this a reward for my lack of knife techniques? It immediately presented me with the celestial demon dance. But what sort of technique is this? Su Chen pondered, yet joy soon illuminated his features. The knife technique, celestial demon dance, was originally a skill of the invincible divine blade wielded by Xianxia. It was later refined by the leader of the demon sect, evolving into the renowned divine slash, which ultimately became known as the Crescent Moon Blade. Its notable practitioners included Ding Peng and Fu Hongxue, with Ding Peng mastering this technique to the point of achieving the realm of utilizing the blade. The blade is an extension of my being. I remain myself, while the blade serves as an outward manifestation of my inner will. The person embodies the soul of the blade, and the blade is a servant to the person, elevating this technique beyond the realm of the mundane into the divine. Given that this is the foundation of the divine slash, its formidable nature is evident. Naturally, Bai Qianyu was exceptionally powerful, or he would not have earned the title of Invincible Divine Blade. It is said that at the height of his prowess, his renown eclipsed even that of Shangguan Jinhong from the Golden Money Gang. Boom! At that moment, the essence of the celestial demon dance surged into Su Chen's mind. Instantly, it felt as though he were being imparted with knowledge, his head swelling slightly as he absorbed the specifics of this technique. Alongside the knife technique, he also gleaned some insights into the art of the blade. However, the absence of inner strength reinforcement left him somewhat disheartened, realizing that he had perhaps set his expectations too high. However, with such insights into the path of the blade and the application of its techniques, I am confident that even without resorting to my shadow clones, I could rend my opponent's inner energy and deliver a fatal blow. Su Chen contemplative. He had amassed several means of self-preservation. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Su Chen furrowed his brow and uttered, "In light of the silver treasure chest you provided, I shall find a suitable resting place for you. Yet, having slain you, how would the Luan family respond?" Annihilation. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Although Luan Shui had been of some assistance, the Luan family harbored malicious intentions. Once they had fully exploited the situation with Qingyi Tower, they would surely seek to eradicate him. Su Chen would not indulge in sentimentality. The Luan family was unlike Zheng Qingyuan. She had neither betrayed the original master nor him. Furthermore, the circumstances had exceeded the original master's expectations, which is why Su Chen had spared Zheng Qingyuan. Had she truly betrayed him, he would have acted similarly. The current Su Chen was no longer the same as before, burdened by excessive considerations. If capable, he would strike without hesitation. At this moment, within the inner city at the Luan family estate, several individuals clad in plain white garments knelt in the morning hall, their sobs echoing intermittently. In the main hall, Luan Shui addressed her father, Luan Zhengnan, the patriarch of the Luan family, saying, "Father, you mentioned allowing Uncle Zhanghe to meet Su Chen. Are you intending to control him with goo worms? Why pursue such a course when I hold great promise for him?" Luan Zhengnan, seated regally in a dragon tiger armchair, appeared to be in his 40s, exuding the aura of a scholar. Yet, when he opened and closed his eyes, they sparkled with a sharpness akin to blades, revealing his formidable foundation in martial arts. Currently, he temporarily oversees the 6 doors in the southern district. I believe Pei Dongyuan will not allow your return to the 6 doors. With your third uncle deceased, He will not forfeit such an opportunity to eliminate your third uncle's influence within the organization. That lad Su Chen seems to have caught Pei Dongyuan's attention. It presents a valuable opportunity to control him and draw him closer to Pei Dongyuan, potentially unveiling a wealth of information. Luan Zhengnan spoke with an indifferent tone, regarding the notion of using goo worms to control Su Chen as entirely commonplace. A mere pawn, Su Chen was merely a tool utilized by the Luan family. His value dictated their desire to control him. Once he ingests the goo worm, we shall invest our utmost efforts in his development. You need not concern yourself with this matter. He is merely a minor character. As for the faction occupying the Black Tiger Gang, you shall have no further dealings. I will ensure Xianxia engages with Su Chen. Focus on advancing your cultivation. Once you reach the refining of the bones, return to the capital and enter the Zhao family. Luan Zhengnan instructed Luan Shui, his tone devoid of any familial warmth. Father, do you truly wish for me to enter the Zhao family? If I do so, my ties to our family will be severed. Luan Shui looked at her father, her expression growing cold. For the sake of the family, you must join the Zhao family. This proposal is not only endorsed by me, but also by your third uncle. The time you have wasted is rather prolonged. During this period, focus on your cultivation at home. The resources will offer you utmost support. Go forth. Luan Zhengnan waved his hand, disregarding Luan Shui's mention of severing ties. I understand, but Su Chen is one of my few friends, and I hope you will spare him. Luan Shui reiterated, this is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. Since he is your friend, you may visit him and help him see the reality. Enough, I am somewhat fatigued and still need to address matters concerning your third uncle. Luan Zhengnan insisted once more that Luan Shui depart. With a heavy heart, Luan Shui felt a wave of desolation. She had not anticipated her father wishing for her to join the Zhao family so fervently. I shall visit Su Chen and see how I can assist him in acquiring the antidote for the parasitic insects. Luan Shui turned and exited the main hall. She was quite anxious about Su Chen. He had saved her life, and despite the superficial flattery from others, her interactions with him were quite effortless. She needed to devise a way to aid him in evading the control of the parasitic insects. If she could obtain the antidote, it would enable Su Chen to distance himself from Tiannan County. Luan Shui returned to her chamber, changed into a black outfit, and set off in the direction of Su Chen's residence. Chapter 50. In chaos, one can fish in troubled waters. Within the courtyard, the corpse had been dealt with, and Jing Wuming appeared beside Su Chen. My lord, the individual who interacted with that woman in black is the underground figure Xianxia. Recently, the news regarding the Blood Demon Sect's relic treasure map in Tiannan County may very well have been released by them. Their objective is to target County Lord Yi Huayin, whose identity is rather significant, being connected to the Yi family. Jing Wuming disclosed all the information he had gathered to Su Chen. I did not expect my conjecture to be correct. The news about the Blood Demon Sect's relic was indeed disseminated by them. The Yi family is a prominent lineage in Muzhou, and it is astonishing that Yi Huaiyuan possesses such a background. Even if he is the illegitimate son of the head of the Yi family in the capital, his connections are formidable. It seems that the woman in black is no ordinary figure. Xianxia even referred to her as Mississippi. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Su Chen's eyes. He was drawing closer to the truth. However, he remained uncertain whether the Blood Demon Sect's relic treasure was genuine. They would hardly use a false lure. Without presenting something authentic, how could they expect to catch any fish? My lord, someone is approaching. Jing Wuming's words had scarcely left his lips when he vanished into the shadows. More visitors. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Tonight was indeed lively, marking the third wave of arrivals. A figure leaped into Su Chen's courtyard, clad in black attire. Luan Shui. Captain Luan. Su Chen looked at the black-clad Luan Shui, momentarily taken aback. Had you been harmed? Did you consume the parasitic insect? I will procure the antidote for you. You should tidy up and prepare to leave Tiannan County once I obtain it. Seeing that Su Chen was unharmed, Luan Shui's previously tense expression relaxed. I did not consume the parasitic insect. Did you not consume that cursed insect? Impossible. Uncle Xianxia will surely adhere to my father's wishes. Luan Shui's expression momentarily faltered as she spoke. Lu Xianxia? His corpse now lies buried beneath a willow tree outside. Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor. The Luan family had taken action against him. He had already contemplated retaliating against them, and he held no concern for Luan Shui's stance. Should she become an adversary, he might not hesitate to eliminate her as well. You killed Uncle Xianxia? How could that be? Uncle Xianxia is a master of the inner chi realm. Luan Shui's face reflected shock and disbelief. How did you accomplish such a feat? Captain Luan, do you truly comprehend my strength? Su Chen's gaze fixed on Luan Shui as he moved, instantly appearing before her. If I were to draw my blade, you would already be dead. Su Chen's eyes remained tranquil as he regarded her. This, your prowess. Impossible. You couldn't have possessed such techniques before. You must have joined the Qingyi Tower. Luan Shui, being astute, quickly deduced the implications. She recalled Su Chan mentioning that those from the Qingyi Tower could indeed slay inner chi warriors. Additionally, the speed with which Su Chan had executed his martial arts was beyond her perception. Should Lu Zhonghe have been careless, Su Chan could have struck him down in an instant. Do you seek vengeance for Lu Zhonghe? Su Chan inquired, watching for any hint of murderous intent from her. For he was prepared to act. As for why he spared Zheng Qingwan, it was due to her posing no threat to him. I will not avenge him. However, could you spare my father's life for my sake? I will depart from the Luan family in 3 days. If he still intends to act against you then, you need not hold back. Once I leave the Luan family, my ties with them will be severed, and my bond with my father will also be broken. Luan Shui's expression bore a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated Luan Shui to voice such sentiments. Previously, Lu Zhonghe had mentioned matters concerning her, and he had assumed she was merely returning to the Luan family in the capital, but it seemed otherwise. Your strength is indeed remarkable, yet the Qingyi Tower's arrival in Tianshan must be related to the Blood Demon sect's treasury. The situation is far too convoluted. If you can leave, do so at your earliest convenience. I shall no longer visit the 6 doors in the southern district. The silver from your last raid still resides there. If you wish to depart, you may take it with you, Luan Shui suggested, gazing at Su Chen. Thank you. Should you require assistance, I might be able to help you. Su Chen was taken aback by Luan Shui's offer. The place I am heading involves many complications. Even if you join the Qingyi Tower, you will be unable to effect any change. Until we meet again. With that, Luan Shui cast one last glance at Su Chen before leaping away and turning to leave. It seems the entanglements are quite significant, but perhaps I shall uncover the truth upon entering the capital. Though Su Chen currently possessed a talisman from Yi Guqing, he remained oblivious to the depths of intrigue in the capital. To act recklessly would only lead to unfavorable outcomes. Luan Shui had just declared that 3 days hence, upon her departure from the Luan household, she would sever her father-daughter ties. It appeared that her actions were not born of her own volition. However, Luan Zhongnan, the patriarch of the Luan family, would likely initiate an investigation following Lu Zhonghe's disappearance, leading to an inevitable encounter with him. In light of this, and for Luan Shui's sake, it would be prudent to issue him a warning. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Luan Shui's visit was a dual purpose, to assist him and to bid farewell. Jing Wuming, go to Feng Shifan and his associates, bring along Zhao Tianlong's head, and deliver a warning to Luan Zhongnan in the name of Qingyi Lu. Su Chen spoke in a low voice. In the shadows, Jing Wuming's figure swiftly vanished. The courtyard fell into silence. At that moment, the courtyard door creaked open, and a figure clad in black, Zheng Qingwan, returned, her expression somewhat troubled. Upon seeing Su Chen, she approached him, saying, I returned a bit late. I will prepare a meal for you now. She headed toward the kitchen. Su Chen realized he was indeed quite hungry. He had just engaged in a confrontation and had to deal with several individuals, which had drained both his energy and spirit. Moreover, he still had to open treasure chests that night. Soon, several dishes appeared on the table. It seems your troubles remain unresolved. If matters cannot be settled, then one must eliminate those who create the trouble. Given the current chaos in Tianan County, the death of Emir Li Rue will raise no suspicions, Su Chen remarked. Observing Zheng Qingwan, I fear that Xie Zheng may have backing, and my uncles have been pursued by certain individuals over the years, suffering injuries that have diminished their strength. If they were to reveal themselves, they would likely attract attention. Zheng Qingwan responded. Is that so? Then let us hire someone to eliminate him. I have recently come into contact with an organization called Qingyi Lu that could easily take care of Li Rue, Su Chen replied, looking at Zheng Qingwan. Qingyi Lu? Zheng Qingwan's expression turned puzzled. She had not heard of this organization. To kill Li Rue, one would require a master of internal qi. Though he may appear to be merely a practitioner of the refining viscera stage, he has also perfected the iron cloth skill. Without internal qi, one cannot harm him. She explained, detailing some aspects of Li Luan Zhongnan pondered deeply when suddenly his expression shifted and his gaze was drawn to the entrance of the hall. a figure emerged, carrying a black package, and slowly made its way into the grand space. Luan Jingnan's pupils dilated in shock. The presence of this individual instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. With a resounding thud, the figure cast the black package at Luan Jingnan's feet. "Open it." The voice was cold and laced with an icy chill. Luan Jingnan, compelled by an instinctive fear, hesitated, but the piercing gaze of the stranger, sharp as a sword, rendered him aware of the imminent danger that loomed over him. With trepidation, he gradually bent down to unveil the contents of the package, revealing a colossal human head. It was Zhao Tianlong of the Black Dragon platform. The sight of the severed head sent a wave of shock coursing through Luan Zhengnan. "Qingyi building, Jing Wuming. He has slain Luan Zhengxiong, and I present this as a token of our alliance for revenge." Jing Wuming's voice was chillingly terse. "What? You claim that Zhao Tianlong killed Zhengxiong? How is that possible? When did he arrive in Tianan County?" Luan Jingnan's countenance was one of disbelief. Initially, he had assumed this person intended to take his life, akin to the fate of Luan Zhengxiong. Little did he realize that this individual belonged to Qingyi building and had brought the head of his brother's murderer. "Thank you, esteemed sir." Luan Zhengnan exhaled in relief. If the visitor sought collaboration, it implied he would not be harmed. Yet, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a far more menacing aura enveloped him. His heart felt as though it had been seized by an iron grip, rendering him breathless, and his face flushed with color. "Su Chen, I am a member of Qingyi building. For your sake, you shall perish." The frigid voice sent shivers down Luan Jingnan's spine. In an instant, he realized the source of his ominous premonition. The individuals he had dispatched were likely in grave peril. He attempted to speak, but Jing Wuming had already retracted his killing intent and vanished from sight. With a sigh of relief after Jing Wuming's departure, Luan Zhengnan gasped for air. Had he chosen to strike, I would not have evaded his sword. What manner of force is Qingyi building? The Blood Demon sect's ruins have attracted far too many factions. The Luan family could find themselves in extraordinary peril by becoming embroiled in this affair. This matter must be reported upward to assess whether we can avert this looming crisis. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a chair, deliberating. As for Lu Zhanghe, he refrained from mentioning him again. The words spoken by the departing figure had already confirmed Lu Zhanghe's demise. The loss was considerable. "Su Chen, I never anticipated you were in service to Qingyi building. It explains your rapid rise." Luan Zhengnan now understood the source of Su Chen's swift ascent in power. He wondered, however, whether Luan Shui was aware of Su Chen's connection to Qingyi building. Nevertheless, since Luan Shui intended to visit the Zhao family, they likely would not cross paths again. Luan Zhengnan pondered deeply, his gaze once again resting upon the wrapped head of Zhao Tianlong. To his astonishment, "You returned clandestinely and even took the life of my third brother. Alas, your own head has also been presented. However, Mo Guangdao from Hailangtai is approaching, and he is unlikely to be alone. It is probable that he will confront the Qingyi building." Luan Zhengnan furrowed his brow. His strength was insufficient. Often, one must weigh numerous factors to ensure one's safety. As for the Qingyi building, it seems that my Luan family must fully support Su Chen. "We shall proceed according to your wishes." With a final sigh, Luan Zhengnan resigned himself. As for vengeance, he would not seek it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the night at the Weiyuan Martial Arts School, in the courtyard, a room remained illuminated, Li Rui's chamber. Before him lay two portraits, one of Tian Guinon and the other of Feng Shifan. The one who acted against me last time must have been Feng Shifan. Yet, why do they appear so brazenly? And they even subdued the Black Tiger Gang. Who exactly are they? Li Rui's expression grew grave. The territory of Tianan County is not vast, and as the head of the county Xianxia, he quickly took note of the matters concerning the Black Tiger Gang. Upon first glance, he recognized Feng Shifan. "It appears I must devise a plan to capture him, but it cannot be from my side. I shall allow them to handle it." A cold glint emanated from Li Rui's eyes. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his gaze darting towards the outside of the room. Grasping his long knife, he swiftly exited the chamber. In the courtyard, darkness enveloped everything, rendering any figures invisible. The previously fleeting aura of murderous intent had vanished. In that instant, Li Rui's countenance darkened. The opponent had deliberately leaked their killing intent to lure him out. He mused. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Yet, in an instant, his pupils constricted. His grip on the long knife tightened, and he focused on a silhouette not far away, illuminated by the moonlight. Silence reigned. Lifting his gaze towards the figure, Li Rue growled, "Who goes there?" His voice echoed within the martial arts school, but after the sound reverberated, there was no response. He was startled within the school. Aside from those who came daily to practice martial arts, all were members of Xianxia. Yet now, there was no reply, signifying that there were no survivors left. "I am a leader of Xianxia in Tianan County. Who are you?" He glared at the silhouette, his voice booming with authority. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he propelled himself off the ground, launching towards that figure, his long knife slashing forth with ferocity. In an instant, the blade's radiance surged forth, transforming into a torrential downpour directed at the shadow. The sound of the blade howled, a chilling brilliance, and the clamor of steel resonated through the courtyard. If the adversary came to kill, then he would strike first. Yet, in that instant, the sword left its sheath. His blade light was fast, but at that very moment, the standing figure drew his sword shadow in an instant. Amid the dense flurry of saber strikes, a single sword shadow appeared. In an instant, the violent blade light vanished. A chill surged through his heart and spread across his entire body. The shadow of death descended. His pupils dilated sharply. Every hair on his body stood on end. His soul nearly left his body. He felt death arriving. Instinctively, he tried to pull his blade back to block. But just as the motion began, clang! At that same instant, the sword shadow condensed into a single point and pierced straight into his throat, producing a metallic clang. "You can't break my iron shirt at full mastery." Ki! Before Li Rue could finish speaking, a burst of chi erupted from the tip of the sword, piercing straight through his throat. He felt no pain, yet he knew his throat had been punctured through. Whoosh! The long sword withdrew from his throat. He clutched his neck with both hands, eyes fixed on the figure that had appeared. "An internal energy master you. Who are you?" His voice stuttered, eyes locked onto the attacker. From the moment this figure appeared until now, he had not moved a single step, only one sword strike, and his throat was already pierced. He wanted to know who it was that had killed him. Qingyi Tower. Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming's voice was calm. The long sword returned to its sheath, and he turned and left. Chapter 52. A new character. Eastern Depot Grand Eunuch Chao, Shaoqin Tian, Nan County, 6 Gates. The coroner's workshop. Pei Dongyuan stared at Li Rue's corpse as it was being examined by the coroner, his expression dark and gloomy. What happened? How did Li Rue die? He thought to himself. His gaze swept over the other corpses laid out nearby. Everyone from the Prestige Marshal Hall's hanging mirror platform had been killed, not a single survivor. Sir, all were killed with a single strike. Judging from method, the attacker was a cold-blooded sword path assassin. 20 people in the Marshal Hall. There was no difference at all in how he struck. His swordsmanship seems as if it has been tempered through countless refinements. Killing did not provoke the slightest emotional fluctuation in him. It's terrifying. As for Hall Master Li Rue, he was likely killed by internal energy piercing straight through his throat. The coroner stepped forward and reported. Assassin. Cold-blooded. Internal energy. Pei Dongyuan's expression changed slightly. Li Rue was a martial artist who had mastered Iron Shirt to completion. Even with internal energy, killing him in a single strike would not be easy. The opponent's sword was extremely fast, so fast that before Li Rue's Iron Shirt could fully activate, before the chi within his body began circulating, the sword had already struck. This person was ruthlessly cold. 20 people, all killed with identical sword strikes, far more terrifying than the one who had been following Li Rue earlier. That earlier person only tracked him and never struck. But now, someone had actually killed Li Rue. On the surface, Li Rue was merely a martial hall master, but in truth, he was a member of the Hanging Mirror Platform. To kill Li Rue meant daring to offend the Hanging Mirror Platform. Those old eunuchs of the Hanging Mirror Platform, each and every one of them was a ruthless monster. The authorities of the Hanging Mirror Platform stationed across various prefectures all came from the Inner Palace, trusted confidants of the Emperor himself. Due to their physical defects, these individuals possess an unparalleled ruthlessness. Being targeted by them is undoubtedly ominous news. Why do they act in such a manner? Pei Dongyuan found himself perplexed. With Li Rue's death, a shift in Tianshan County had emerged. He had originally intended to utilize Li Rue to investigate the shadowy figure of the black market, Xianxia. Could it be that Xianxia is behind this? Yet, he should not dare to act so brazenly. Pei Dongyuan's gaze sharpened as his thoughts raced. He instructed that all autopsy reports be meticulously organized and stored. Should anyone come to peruse them, there should be no obstruction. Simply provide them with access. With Li Rue's demise, Individuals from the Xianxia in the capital would surely be dispatched. The situation had escalated beyond expectation. It seemed he must hasten his steps, or he might perish amidst this chaotic turmoil before uncovering the hidden treasures of the Blood Demon sect. Meanwhile, in another location, the 6 gates of the Southern District, I currently possess 2 black iron-level treasure chests. One is an item chest obtained from Zheng Qingwan, and the other is a character chest acquired after Jing Wuming dispatched Li Rui. I shall first open the item chest to see what it contains. Opening black iron-level item chest. Acquired skill, perfect iron cloth. Su Chan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would receive a skill, in a form of iron cloth at that. In an instant, he felt compelled to rise. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a formidable current surging within him, circulating through his abdomen and radiating outward. As it spread, the color of his skin began to alter, transitioning from its natural hue to a black iron shade. With each movement, he could hear the resonant sound of metal clashing within his bones. At that moment, his body felt as if every sinew was taut, and it seemed his internal bone refinement had reached a perfect state, with his viscera beginning to undulate and shift. He had thus completed the refinement of his entire body, achieving a level of internal organ refinement. A smile graced Su Chen's face as he reached for the long knife resting beside the table. With a surge of energy erupting from his palm, he swiftly swiped it towards his arm. Clang! The contact between his arm and the long knife produced a sound akin to steel meeting steel. Su Chen exerted force, having practiced the brutal ape bone shattering technique. He possessed formidable strength. With 70% of his power, he left merely a white mark on his arm, while the long knife was deflected. 70% of his strength did not even breach the skin. This perfect iron cloth far surpassed Li Rui's abilities. However, he still needed to test it against Jing Wuming's strikes to gauge its resistance to internal energy. Su Chan pondered, recalling that Jing Wuming had previously unleashed his sword. The sword energy piercing through and slaying Li Rui. The fortune was favorable. If he could properly channel this iron cloth, combined with his own strength, it might unleash a formidable force capable of vanquishing even internal energy with a single blow. Recently, Su Chen had also come to understand that innate internal energy merely signifies the generation of a primordial energy within a body. The circulation of gas is essential for the formation of protective true energy, which requires one to reach the level of condensation. Thus, even when struck by immense force, death is inevitable, provided that the power exceeds the limits of the opponent's physical endurance. Those skilled in internal energy possess a form of protection within them. With a swift exhale, he raised his palm. Accompanying his formidable iron fist, his arm bulged with dark veins, reaching for the long blade in his grasp. In his hands, the steel sword was as malleable as scrap metal, bending easily under his grip. Indeed. Now, let us see what kind of character the black iron-grade treasure chest will bestow upon me. Opening black iron-grade character treasure chest. Acquired character, Chao Xiaoqin, supervisor of the Eastern Factory. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this character. Who does not know Chao Xiaoqin? One of the infamous eunuchs of his past life? In New Dragon Gate Inn, he is portrayed as the ruthless supervisor of Dongshang, known for his merciless demeanor and audacious arrogance, wielding a long sword with unmatched skill, executing broad and forceful strikes that are unstoppable. Had he not been ambushed, he would certainly have survived to the end. Yet, I'm not seeking dominion over the world. Now I am presented with a eunuch. Should he be by my side, his mere presence would undoubtedly attract attention. I would not need to do anything. Those at the Xuanjing platform would fix their gaze upon me. The Xuanjing platform. As this thought crossed Su Chen's mind, his expression hardened. The individuals in power within the great Zhou Xuanjing platform are predominantly palace eunuchs, the most trusted confidants of the emperor. After all, with no roots to hold them back, what could they possibly do? The emperor's trust amplifies their power. This is also the reason why the Xuanjing platform rapidly evolved into one of the 3 predominant forces in the Great Zhou. First, I shall investigate Chao Xiaoqin's strength. Once I ascertain his abilities, I will send him to the capital to see if he can join the Xuanjing platform. Su Chen contemplative. From the current trajectory, it would not be long before he could journey to the capital, thus necessitating a strategic arrangement there. Compared to Jing Wuming, Tian Guinong, and Feng Shifan, Chao Xiaoqin appears to possess a clearer advantage. Upon examining Chao Xiaoqin's capabilities, Su Chen was surprised to find him at the initial stage of internal energy. To classify my supervisor Chao as black iron grade is an indication of a tragic demise, is it not? Nevertheless, possessing initial stage internal energy is still commendable. Yet, what criteria does this character treasure chest use to determine its offerings? Su Chen found himself puzzled. He speculated that Chao Xiaoqin's designation as black iron grade might be linked to the world background depicted in New Dragon Gaiden. Chapter 53, Pulling a Thread, Chaos Unleashed. In a dimly lit room within the black market, the flickering flame of an oil lamp danced uneasily. A woman clad in a pale red gown scrutinized the confidential report in her hands, her brow furrowed in concern. The death of Li Rue could incite that band of lunatics to descend upon Tianan County. Her voice carried a hint of confusion, tinged with anger. As her gaze fell upon the middle-aged man seated across from her. This man was none other than Xianxia, the shadowy figure of the black market. According to the information received, the assailant is an exceptionally formidable assassin, while the black market I operate in is indeed a haven for hidden talents. No one has ever reached such a level. Thus, it is likely that this individual is not from Tianan County. With Li Rue's demise, your plans will undoubtedly be affected. I have yet to ascertain for whom Li Rue was working. The situation has exceeded expectations. With Li Rue gone, your prior strategies may be compromised. I had intended to exploit his unique position, yet now he has been eliminated. Xianxia furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is uncertain who orchestrated this. Do you think it could be Yi Huayuan? He may have discovered that someone was investigating him, prompting him to eliminate Li Rue. The woman in the pale red dress interjected. That seems unlikely. My connection with you is not known to outsiders. They would only suspect me. Given my role as a black market puppeteer, they might think I utilized others to investigate the blood demon sect's treasury, but they would not suspect you. Furthermore, Yi Huayuan fears the arrival of those from the suspended mirror platform. If that group catches a whiff of the Wan Hua Bodhi sect, they would likely become more ferocious than you. If it were not for the intention to draw attention from the Lingbei province during this year's assessment, I doubt your father would have sent you to investigate Yi Huayuan. Xianxia shook his head. Li Rue was, in essence, an inconsequential figure. However, he was backed by the suspended mirror platform, and it seems someone wishes to draw them into this matter. But why would they do so? The woman in the pale red dress pondered momentarily, unable to comprehend. Do you think it possible that the opposing party is weak in their own strength, thus seeking to stir chaos, to fish in troubled waters? Xianxia suddenly shifted his expression and spoke. Indeed, the woman in the pale red dress seemed to grasp something at that moment. Perhaps it is so. Do you think the newly emerged figures, Feng Shifan and Tian Guinong from the Black Tiger Gang, could be connected to this? She then recalled something and spoke again. From the information gathered, it appears they are not part of the same faction. I have observed Feng Shifan and Tian Guinong. They exude a strong aura of the martial world, distinctly different from that of those who extinguished the suspended mirror platform in Tianan County. The assailant is ruthless, like a venomous serpent, with the traces of his swordplay indicating a lethal precision, while others train in swordsmanship to enhance their martial prowess or combat strength. This individual wields a blade solely for the purpose of murder, a veritable killing machine, seemingly cultivated by an organization of assassins. Xianxia analyzed. Given this, how should I proceed? Li Rue served as a crucial link. With his severance, I find myself unable to engage further. The woman in the pale red dress spoke solemnly. Have you not been in contact with Su Chen? Utilize him to make a legitimate appearance in Tianan County. Xianxia replied gravely. How shall we proceed? The woman in the pale red dress expressed her newfound interest. Although Li Rue has perished, this incident does not significantly impact us. We shall continue to advance the emergence of the blueprints. You instructed Su Chen to convey the news of Xiao Qian's affiliation with the Blood Demon sect to Pei Donyuan. Once the remnants of the Blood Demon sect are revealed, Pei Donyuan will be compelled to report to the capital. In this manner, you can directly dispatch individuals to Tianan County, as it falls within your jurisdiction. Should Pei Donyuan choose to conceal this information, Su Chen could act as your informant, relaying intelligence to you, allowing for your appearance. Your presence may provoke Yi Huayuan into action, as Xianxia articulated. This is the only course we can take. Regarding the relic map, I must trouble Uncle Shen. I will notify Su Chen to handle this matter. One Xiao Qiani is insufficient. We must also involve Wen Qiluo. In the Chun'an district at the back courtyard of Zue, Xiangju, Wen Qiluo reclined languidly on a bed, donning a somewhat translucent veil that modestly concealed her form while revealing her exquisite collarbone, tempting the gaze to linger. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. What news do we have? How did Li Rue meet his demise? Her eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. The maid before her shuddered slightly, madam. The information we received indicates that Li Rue was slain by a single sword strike, likely by a master of the Inner Chi realm. As for the identity of the assailant, the Six Doors has yet to ascertain any details. However, I have learned that Lord Pei personally visited the coroner's workshop. Perhaps he possesses some insights. Would you wish to inquire with Lord Pei? My senior brother Pei is not to be underestimated. Should you perceive him favorably, you may find yourself in peril, Wen Chilua warned, her gaze suddenly sharpening with a menacing gleam as she leapt from the bed, seizing the maid by the throat. It seems you have been compromised by my brother. Madam, I have not. The maid, gripped by fear, stammered in protest. With a swift motion, Wen Chilua snapped the maid's neck, discarding her lifeless body aside. Brother, I did not anticipate you would place your people so close to me. With Li Rue's death, Tianan County is bound to change, and we may not remain safe. Unfazed by the corpse on the ground, she returned to her bed. Comin, moments latte. A figure stepped through the door, a middle-aged man clad in gray, whose ordinary visage belied the cold intensity of his gaze. He held a sword firmly, his grip steady. This man bore a resemblance to Jing Wuming, as if they belonged to the same ilk. There are 2 additional maps in the black market. I need you to venture there and, by any means necessary, draw Shen Wanqiu out. Pay Dong Yuan. Should one not feel a sense of urgency? Why not wait a moment longer? The middle-aged man cast a glance at Wen Chilua. I harbor suspicions that my senior apprentice has allied himself with Yi Huayuan. The recent shipment of gold leaf talismans we assisted him in transporting was likely a favor to Yi. The gold leaf talismans are beneficial for the practitioners of the Wanhua Bodhi sect. We must refrain from involving ourselves in the affairs of the Wanhua Bodhi sect, for such involvement would lead to our inevitable demise. I suspect my senior apprentice may ultimately cast us as scapegoats, hence we cannot delay any longer. We must swiftly ascertain the precise location of the Blood Demon sect's treasure vault. Wen Kiluo spoke in aggraviton. Chapter 54, Wen Chilua. You too should feel apprehensive. The inner city, Zhu Xianfang. Yesterday, Su Chun proclaimed that Li Rue would perish within a day, and lo and behold, he met his end last night. The speed at which the Qingyi Tower strikes is astonishing. Zheng Qingyuan was utterly astounded. Miss, within the Weiyuan Martial Arts Hall, all our members at the suspended mirror platform have been slain, each with a single deadly blow. Their methods are ruthless. Could the assailants be seeking us as well? With Li Rue now dead, the suspended mirror platform in Tianan County is left leaderless. Should we continue with our mission? Ling Shuang expressed her concerns. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Shuang's words, Zheng Qingyuan's eyes brightened. The mission shall proceed, albeit with a change in approach. Li Rue's death presents us with an opportunity. I intend to seize control of the suspended mirror platform in Tianan County. This way, if Xie from the capital has arranged for someone to be in Tianan County, they will inevitably wish to meet with me, thereby exposing my crisis to the open. Zheng Qingyuan declared solemnly. Internally, she mused. Su Chen's assertion rings true. When one cannot resolve issues, one must eliminate the source. Yet, how did Su Chen come to engage with the Qingyi Tower? They are no ordinary faction, and if Su Chen enlisted their help, it likely came at a considerable cost. I must hasten to secure the suspended mirror platform in Tianan County. The one who could slay Li Rue with a single strike must be a master of internal energy. Su Chen has only just joined the Qingyi Tower. To summon such power must have required a hefty price. Miss, indeed, this is our opportunity. Ling Shuang's expression also brightened at these words. Miss, Xiao Qinyi wishes to see you. Just then, Ling Shuang's maid entered, addressing the contemplative Zheng Qingyuan. He wishes to see me? Previously, he only met with Ling Shuang. Could it be that, in light of Li Rue's demise, he recognizes that the suspended mirror platform may fall into my hands? But how did he come to know of me? Zheng Qingyuan furrowed her brow. She had always concealed herself behind Ling Shuang's visage. However, after today, she would no longer need to do so. Miss, this Xiao Qinyi is not to be underestimated. I should meet with him first to discern his intentions before you engage with him. Ling Shuang, concerned that Xiao Qinyi may harbor ulterior motives, advised. No, I shall meet him directly. Since he is already aware of our identities, there is no point in hiding. We shall meet face to face. Zheng Qingyuan contemplated for a moment before responding. Bring the scribe Xiao to the courtyard. Qingyuan spoke. The arrival of Xiao Qinyi to see her was indeed fortuitous. It would grant her greater insight. Perhaps this knowledge could also aid Su Chen. Su Chen had enlisted the assistance of the Qingyi Tower to commit murder, which undoubtedly necessitated valuable intelligence. She could relay the information she acquired to Su Chen. Meanwhile, at the Six Gates, Su Chen was diligently honing his skills when, unexpectedly, a dart pierced through the window, embedding itself in the table before him. He retracted his aura and gazed at the dart, which bore a note attached beneath it. Raising his hand, he retrieved the note. I did not foresee that with Li Rue's demise, that woman clad in black from last night would compel me to act thus. It appears my strategy has borne fruit. A smile graced Su Chen's face. Yet, though the message arrived, the sender did not. It seemed they wished him to be a mere pawn. Contemplating the note in his hand, Su Chen pondered why it failed to mention Pei Donyuan. His brow furrowed slightly. He could not believe that the sender was unaware that Pei Donyuan was a remnant of the Blood Demon sect. The two names listed, Xiao Qianyi and Wen Shilu, were both disciples of Pei Donyuan. It was utterly implausible that they could trace these two individuals while remaining oblivious to Pei Donyuan himself. Should he disclose this information to Pei Donyuan? Two outcomes loomed. Either Pei Donyuan would remain passive, seeking the source of this information, or he would opt to silence him. Setting the note aside, Su Chen had no intention of playing the role of pawn. With the enhancement of his own strength and a newfound foundation, he was resolved not to remain subservient as he once was. As for Pei Donyuan, he could afford to delay that encounter for the moment. He would first pay a visit to Wen Shilu, the proprietor of the Zue Xianxia. He intended to extort a sum and gauge a reaction. Though Su Chen aspired to rise in rank, his immediate priority was wealth. He had set his sights on the treasury of the Blood Demon sect. But he was equally eager for immediate riches, particularly as he could also discern Pei Donyuan's response through Wen Shilu. Adjusting his robes and grasping his newly replaced longsword, Su Chen exited the Six Gates. Outside, in the shadows of a narrow alley, a young woman clad in a pale purple gown observed him leave the precinct, a satisfied expression lighting her eyes. Although she had informed Su Chen, she remained curious to see if he would adhere to her plan. However, her countenance shifted as she realized that Su Chen was not heading towards the Six Gates of the inner city, but rather in another direction. Her gaze sharpened as she followed him. At Zue Xianxia, the innkeeper's assistant, upon seeing Su Chen, immediately approached him. Su Chen had become a significant figure in the southern district, and they were obliged to serve him with utmost care. Take me to your master, one. Su Chen instructed, nodding as he approached the innkeeper. The head of the Su family requested a meeting with the master, and I must go and inform him. The innkeeper responded hastily. Their master, even he, the innkeeper, would require formal notification to arrange a meeting. He dared not presume to answer on the master's behalf. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen swiftly unsheathed his long blade, resting it against the innkeeper's neck. I do not require you to notify him. If you wish to remain alive, take me there at once. Su Chen had no time to wait for any formalities. The innkeeper, trembling with fear, realized his vulnerability. He was merely an ordinary man. Head of the Su family, please follow me. The innkeeper had no choice but to lead Su Chen toward the back courtyard. In the courtyard, there were no maidservants present. Return, I will enter alone. Su Chen glanced at the innkeeper before stepping into the yard. Within the courtyard, Wen Shilu was lost in thought. Upon hearing the commotion, her expression darkened. Her back courtyard was off limits to anyone without her permission. Just as she was about to reprimand the intruder, a low voice whispered in her ear. Wen Dongjia, you wouldn't want your identity as a remnant of the Blood Demon sect to be revealed to the outside world, would you? Startled, she turned to see Su Chen at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Chen, you know, I am a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, yet you come alone instead of bringing others. What are your intentions? Wen Shilu regarded Su Chen with a slight furrow in her brow, though she quickly regained her composure and spoke. Intentions? If you wish for me to keep this secret, you must pay a price. You need not resort to violence against me. Should anything happen to me, the news of your identity as a remnant of the Blood Demon sect will spread throughout the city by the next day. Su Chen boldly took a seat before Wen Shilu, threatening her with an air of nonchalance. The closer he drew, the more quickly he could act should the situation turn dire. At such proximity, a single strike could prove fatal. Even if Wen Shilu possessed inner energy, she would still perish before her body could react, her head likely severed in an instant. Chapter 55. Tears of a Beauty, the Head Severed. Su Chen, you truly fear nothing. So close to me, do you not fear for your life? You must understand, life is singular and irreplaceable. Wen Shiluo gazed at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of coldness, a surge of murderous intent brewing within her. This woman harbors murderous intent. She seeks to kill me. The moment that aura of hostility emerged, Su Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Due to the changes in his soul, he had become acutely sensitive to shifts in energy. However, logically, Wen Shiluo should not harbor such malice. After all, he had merely come to threaten her, not to expose her to the six doors and bring her to justice. A remnant of the Blood Demon sect was listed among the targets of the six doors. Capturing or slaying one would yield substantial rewards and advancements. For instance, as the acting head of the six doors in the Southern District, if he were to capture or kill a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, his merits would allow him to shed the title of acting altogether. Life is but a singular journey, yet as one traverses this existence, the last thing one desires upon awakening is to find oneself bereft of wealth. It is only with financial resources that one can undertake myriad endeavors. Su Chen cast a fierce glance at Wen Shiluo, a glint of ruthlessness evident in his eyes. Is it merely wealth that you seek? Nothing else? Wen Shiluo, initially exuding an aura of coldness, suddenly transformed into a bewitching figure, her heart brimming with an escalating intent to kill. A person so reckless with their life must not be spared. As for the potential exposure of her Blood Demon sect's remnants after eliminating Su Chen, she had ceased to care. With Li Rui's demise, chaos had already engulfed Tiannan County. Should her identity be revealed, she could simply discard it and allow her senior brother to grapple with the aftermath. The intent to kill intensified. Su Chen felt a slight tightening in his chest. He had not anticipated that at this moment, when Shiluo's murderous intent would sharpen. I merely sought to test you, yet you seem intent on taking my life. If that is the case, then you must perish. With a cold snort, Su Chen prepared for confrontation. At that moment, Wen Shiluo slowly rose and approached him, her alluring demeanor radiating a peculiar fragrance, her slender hand reaching towards his neck. How did you come by this information, Chief Su? From whom did you receive it? While she dismissed the possibility of Su Chen leaking the secrets of her Blood Demon sect, she was eager to uncover how he had obtained such knowledge. Given the circumstances of the day, it appeared that someone had divulged her identity to Su Chen, intending to manipulate him for ulterior motives. However, she had not anticipated that Su Chen would attempt to extort her. This information is boom. Suddenly, Su Chen sprang to his feet, his energy surging dramatically. His hand transformed into a steel grip, seizing Wen Shiluo's head and smashing it forcefully against the stone platform before him. Crash! The stone shattered, blood erupting across its surface, staining Wen Shiluo's visage as she fell into a dazed state, her once exquisite face now marred with grotesque scars, a sight truly appalling. Wen Shiluo screamed in agony, the energy within her body threatening to erupt. Boom! In that instant, Su Chen's other fist struck her lower abdomen, the overwhelming force crashing into her insides. A mouthful of blood spewed a silver-grade treasure chest. Su Chen's eyes momentarily widened, revealing a glimmer of joy upon his face. Observing the soft figure of Wen Shiluo collapsed on the ground, his hand instinctively grasped the long knife that lay nearby. The blade was drawn, and the head of the beauty soared into the air. You were given an opportunity, yet you chose to court death. Thus, I shall reluctantly accept this outcome. Su Chen seized the flying head with a firm grip. Meanwhile, the woman in the delicate lavender gown, who had been covertly following, watched this scene unfold with astonishment in her gaze. She had not anticipated Su Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness in his actions. Wen Shiluo's prowess lay within the realm of inner energy, its precise level unknown to her, but Su Chen's ferocity was staggering. The instant his adversary approached, he struck with terrifying force, showcasing an impressive display of strength. His entire being seemed as solid as iron, indicative of the perfected iron cloth technique. And the tumult within his internal organs suggested he had reached the refined organ stage. The malevolent aura he exuded during his attack was indeed fearsome. It was hard to believe that he was merely a rather youthful lad, for Su Chen was only 19 years of age. Having tracked me for such a duration, it is time for you to reveal yourself. Placing Wen Shiluo's head upon a stone pedestal, Su Chen turned his gaze toward the woman in the gown. During the brief moment of taking Wen Shiluo's life, he had sensed a presence, yet his primary objective had been to eliminate Wen Shiluo. He was certain that the one approaching was the woman in black. I didn't expect you to detect my presence. The woman in the gown descended gracefully, fixing her eyes upon Su Chen. Today, she had neither concealed her face nor donned black attire. Instead, she wore a soft lavender gown. The young lady possessed a somewhat innocent figure, and based on Su Chen's extensive experience, she had yet to navigate the complexities of the world. Her beauty was striking, and her aura was remarkable, suggesting she hailed from a prestigious family. "Why do you follow me?" Su Chen did not respond to her inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. Although she bore a silver order from the Six Doors, he understood that he was currently in the position of advantage. Just moments ago, he had slain an inner energy practitioner before her eyes. While it had involved close combat and some opportunistic tactics, it was still a kill. This was his leverage for negotiation. Sometimes, it is necessary to assert one's strength. "Why do you not adhere to my plan?" The woman in the gown regarded Su Chen and spoke in a hushed tone. "Why should I follow your directives? Wen Qiluo is a remnant of the Blood Demon sect. Capturing or eliminating her would secure my position as the head of the Six Doors in the Southern District, and perhaps even elevate me further to become the deputy chief of Tiannan County. Do you truly believe that merely possessing a silver order from the Six Doors, without me knowing your identity, would compel me to comply with your wishes? Plans drawn upon a canvas are futile. It is the tangible that holds true significance." Su Chen replied coldly as he regarded her. Indeed, the lady clad in a long gown cast her gaze upon Su Chen, her eyes revealing not anger at that moment, but rather an appreciation for him. "You are quite impressive. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Tangxue. I am the deputy chief of the Six Gates in Dafu. Lu Tangxue rest Su Chen." The begonia blooms before the rain, the pear blossoms fall before the snow, and spring rests halfway. Upon hearing this name, Su Chen could not help but recite a line of poetry. Chapter 56, Blood Will Flow, King of Hidden Weapons. Indeed, upon hearing Su Chen's recitation, Lu Tangxue's expression momentarily froze, soon replaced by curiosity. "I did not expect you to be capable of such verses. Deputy Chief Liu, I have slain Wei Qiluo, and I intend to present her head to Chief Pei," Su Chen stated, looking at Lu Tangxue. He sought to further probe this Lu Tangxue. As for Pei Dongyuan being a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, he would gauge whether Lu Tangxue would acknowledge it. If she did, he could trust her. If not, she would merely be using him as a pawn, unworthy of concern. Pei Dongyuan is also a remnant of the Blood Demon sect. Lu Tangxue looked at Su Chen. What? At Lu Tangxue's utterance of these words, Su Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly darkening thereafter. "You claim that Chief Pei is a remnant of the Blood Demon sect. Yet you still want me to inform him that Xiao Qianyi and Wei Qiluo are remnants as well? Are you using me as a mere tool?" Su Chen's voice was cold and sharp. "If you disclose this matter to Pei Dongyuan, he will be unaware of the source of the information. And you are not a fool. You should know how to handle this. If he cannot trace the source, he will not make a move against you. Of course, if you cannot manage even this, then your demise would be in vain. I merely did not expect you to approach Wei Qiluo directly and slay her." Lu Tangxue was candid, revealing her intentions without reservation. "Is that so? However, the deed is done, and as for the subsequent matters, they are no longer my concern. Should you desire my assistance, I am willing to help. However, I shall not do so without due reward. To speak frankly, within the Six Gates of Tiannan County, I can gather both deputy chiefs and 3 other district captains to assist you," Su Chen asserted, gazing at Lu Tangxue. "Sometimes, sheer force is but one aspect. Capability is equally vital." "What?" At Su Chen's declaration, Lu Tangxue's expression froze in astonishment. His words left her stunned. If this were true, then Pei Dongyuan of the Six Gates in Tiannan County could indeed be rendered powerless. As she scrutinized Su Chen, she realized she had once again underestimated him. Based on the intelligence she had gathered, it appeared Su Chen was incapable of such feats, yet the confidence emanating from his eyes suggested otherwise. "Very well. This is my silver command token, which allows for the mobilization of all constables in Tiannan County. If you can indeed undermine Pei Dongyuan, this token will grant you rightful authority." From her sleeve, Lu Tangxue produced a silver token that soared towards Su Chen. With a swift motion, Su Chen grasped the silver token, revealing the character Lu etched on its reverse side. "Tiannan County lies within my jurisdiction. As for your other troubles, Wen Qiluo, you must resolve them on your own. Moreover, since you wield control over the Six Doors, you should be capable of uncovering the information I seek. By the way, there should be another follower by Wen Qiluo's side, a formidable individual, cold-blooded and proud. Today you are fortunate. He is likely away on an errand. However, upon his return, I trust he will seek you out, and I believe you can handle him. Lu Tongxue then turned and swiftly vanished from Su Chen's sight, another follower of considerable strength. Alas, you are absent today. When you return, he shall meet his demise. Su Chen's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that when Qilua had another companion, fortune had smiled upon him today. Had the follower been present, he would have had to conceal many things. Indeed, after slaying Wen Qilua, he had acquired a silver treasure chest. Let us open this silver-grade item chest, Su Chen used. Upon opening, he received a hidden weapon, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. A concealed weapon, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. Su Chen was taken aback by the item he had obtained, and information about it flooded his mind. This was not the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle of the Tang sect, but rather one crafted over 3 years by the renowned craftsman sought out by Zhou Shiming, the son of the twin swords of Nanhu, in the novel of Chu Liuxiang. Long ago, the Taoist Aiken, who roamed the southern wilderness, had perished at the hands of this hidden weapon. It was said that Chu Liuxiang was the only individual to evade its deadly strike. This underscored the extraordinary nature of the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. Soon, the concealed weapon materialized in Su Chen's hand. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the needle, which was flat like a box, measuring 7 inches in length and 3 inches in thickness, adorned with small seal characters that read, "Blood must be shed. Empty return is ominous. In dire straits, the king of concealed weapons." Within it lay 27 silver nails, launched with great force, reputed to be the best in the world. Each shot would assuredly draw blood. With this concealed weapon, I can now claim to possess legitimate means. An individual at the inner Qi realm would surely meet their end beneath my Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. I was pondering how to eliminate Wen Qiluo's follower, and now the opportunity has presented itself. This also serves to elevate my reputation. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he prepared to confront the follower head-on. Raising his hand, he released a signal arrow from his sleeve, which soared into the air, producing a piercing sound. This was the gathering signal for all 6 doors in the district, a privilege bestowed solely upon the head of the 6 doors in the area. At that moment, all constables from the southern district converged towards this location. He was the head of the 6 doors in the southern district, not merely a lone wanderer, with numerous subordinates at his command. Soon after, outside the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, all constables from the southern district of the 6 doors had gathered and rushed into the establishment. Su Chen strode into the tavern. The proprietor of Zue Xiangju, Wen Qilua, who was a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, has been executed on the spot. Henceforth, Zue Xiangju is to be sealed. Arrest the manager and all the staff and confiscate everything within the establishment. Follow me to the backyard, while the rest of you escort the manager and staff back to the 6 gates in the southern district. Su Chen Kemandith, remnants of the Blood Demon sect. Seal it. In an instant, excitement washed over the faces of all the constables as they followed Chief Su to carry out the seal. It was a commendable task, especially since Wen Qiluo had already been slain, leaving them devoid of any peril. Spare us, my lord. We are innocent. We are not remnants of the Blood Demon sect. The cries of the manager and staff echoed in protest, but it was futile. They were all to be taken away. Soon, the manager and the staff of Zue Xiangju were all escorted out. Their return was merely a formality, as they would be released shortly. Reports indicated that the taverness manager was unaware of Wen Qiluo's true identity. In the backyard, various items were unearthed, with Wen Qiluo's corpse laid upon a stretcher, her head secured within a wooden box. Su Chen sat on a chair in the backyard, surrounded by several constables. With such commotion, the pursuer should have already sensed the disturbance and returned, Su Chen mused. The uproar he had orchestrated was intended to draw the adversary back. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as a figure clad in black entered the courtyard, wielding a long sword, with piercing eyes that radiated an aura of chill. Clang! In that instant, all the constables in the courtyard swiftly unsheathed their blades, their gazes fixed warily upon the black-clad figure. Chapter 57. A downpour of pear blossoms. A deathly emergence. The black-clad figure's gaze fell upon Wen Qiluo's corpse, yet upon discovering the absence of her head, his demeanor grew even more sinister. "Her head is right here," Su Chen declared, gesturing towards the wooden box beside him, his voice cold. Instantly, the icy gaze of the black-clad man turned towards Su Chen, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint, as if the Grim Reaper were staring him down. Su Chen's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly, by some unseen force. Such murderous intent. There was an unmistakable scent of danger emanating from him. Alas, Su Chen sighed, knowing that encountering him would result in being pierced by hidden weapons, thereby contributing to his achievements. The head is with you. How did you uncover our identity? The black-clad man asked, his gaze fixed on Su Chen. I am the head constable of the 6 gates in the southern district. Is it so strange that I would discover remnants of the blood demon sect? Su Chen responded. Your strength allowed you to kill her? Who exactly are you? Tell me, and perhaps I might spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall all perish here today. The black-clad man glared at Su Chen, his eyes revealing a cruel intent to kill. In that moment, some constables, clutching their steel blades, felt a chill of fear wash over them, gripping their weapons tightly as they remained vigilant against the black-clad figure. Initially, they believed it to be a trivial task. Yet unexpectedly, a harbinger of death emerged. Why could it not be I who wielded the blade? At times, ignorance proves to be a formidable adversary. Su Chen maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the murderous intent radiating from his opponent. You, observing Su Chen's nonchalance. The cloaked figure's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Did you think that they could ensure your safety? A mere swarm of ants. Then I shall eliminate them first. The dark-clad figure advanced, oblivious to the ambush lurking nearby, yet an unsettling intuition of danger lingered in his heart. First, I shall slay these constables and gauge their reaction. His eyes gleamed with malevolence. He had never intended to grant you a chance at survival. Yet if you seek to meet your demise so swiftly, I'm left with no other recourse. At that moment, the rain of pear-blossom needles materialized in Su Chen's grasp. In an instant, countless beams of silver light shot forth towards his adversary with astonishing speed. The swordsman in black instinctively sensed the impending peril and attempted to defend himself, but the silver light pierced through his body in a heartbeat. A cry of anguish escaped his lips. The cloaked figure glanced down at his chest, now riddled with needle holes, resembling a wasp's nest. 27 punctures marred his torso. His internal organs, including his heart, lay mercilessly perforated. The excruciating pain rendered him immobile. You! Just then, Su Chen seized a long blade beside him, leaping into action, drawing the weapon from its sheath. With a swift motion, the head of the cloaked figure was severed, blood gushing forth from the neck. Clang! The blade was returned to its sheath. Having disposed of the body, he placed the severed head alongside Wen Qiluo's, preparing to report to the 6 doors. Su Chen gazed at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground and spoke. Slaying a practitioner of inner energy has yielded a silver-grade treasure chest. Shall I open it? Another silver-grade chest has appeared, just as I had surmised. Su Chen's purpose for lingering here was not solely to eliminate his foe, but also to procure yet another silver-grade treasure chest. Captain Su is magnificent. The previously trembling constables now shouted with fervor. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Chen's recent display of prowess, both with his hidden weapon and the decapitating strike, was nothing short of terrifying. Following such a formidable ally, their lives would undoubtedly be far more agreeable. Ensure everything is accounted for in the southern district of the city and report back to me. Investigate those workers and the shopkeeper. If all is in order, release them. Retrieve the deed for the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and place it under my name. The workers and shopkeeper shall continue to assist me in my business endeavors. Su Chen instructed Lin Dong, who promptly responded yes. Having spoken, Su Chen approached the cloaked figure, raising his hand to release 27 silver needles that flew forth, which he deftly caught and placed into a concealed weapon box before stepping away. Soon after, news of Wen Qiluo, a remnant of the blood demon sect, spread, alongside the report of Su Chen slaying 2 of its remnants. During this time, a piece of intelligence and 2 severed heads were delivered to the 6 doors of the inner city. At the Pei residence, a loud crash echoed through the main hall as Pei Dongyuan smashed a table with his palm, his face twisted in fury. Just as Li Rue had met his demise, Wen Qiluo was also slain. The murderer was none other than a mere insect, Su Chen. To add insult to injury, he had delivered Wen Qiluo's severed head to him, inciting even greater wrath. Who could have imagined that such a minor character could stir such chaos? How did he manage to kill Wen Qiluo and her accompanying follower? Pei Dongyuan turned to his steward and inquired. The subordinate reported, upon receiving the news, I proceeded to investigate. The coroner from a southern district has revealed that Wen Qiluo was likely killed at close range. Her skull was fractured, her innards shattered, and her neck was subsequently severed. We speculate that it was Su Chen who executed the deed. It was found that only Su Chen had visited Wen Qiluo. The fractured skull suggests that he must have seized her head and struck down with force, during which she attempted to retaliate, resulting in a devastating blow to her innards, followed by the powerful twist of her neck. As for Wen Qiluo's follower, he perished by means of a concealed weapon. Su Chen possesses a fearsome hidden device, a small yet lethal instrument that instantaneously launched silver needles. These needles were extraordinarily sharp, piercing through all of the opponent's vital organs. The expression on the follower's face revealed shock and anger, indicating he had not anticipated Su Chen's capabilities, which ultimately led to his demise. However, his failure to evade suggests that Su Chen's weapon was indeed formidable and posed a threat to those with internal energy. The steward spoke somberly. It is astonishing that Su Chen possesses such weaponry. You suspect he killed Wen Qiluo in close quarters. Investigate this matter further. Additionally, Luan Shui of the Luan family has withdrawn from the Six Doors. Tomorrow, you shall return to the Southern District and formally appoint him as the head of the Six Doors there. Also, subtly probe into his abilities. I wish to know how he became aware that Wen Qiluo was a remnant of the Blood Demon sect. She rarely appears in public. If he knows of her, he may also know of me. Pei Donyuan said gravely. Understood. The steward bowed respectfully. You may leave now. Pei Donyuan waved his hand dismissively. Once the steward departed, Pei Donyuan furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, is this chaos in Tiannan County the doing of Xianxia, or is it the county lord's intention to burn bridges? The identities of Wen Qiluo and Xiao Qianni are well concealed. The only ones in Tiannan County who could possibly know their identities, apart from him, are County Lord Yi Huayuan and the Black Market's Shen Wanxiu. Chapter 58. The Green Robe Tower, 13 Commands, the Fall of Mo Guangdao. The Black Market, recently returned, Lu Tongxue surveyed the dark report before her. No wonder he exuded such confidence. The hidden weapon in his possession was anything but ordinary. Yet, by revealing it so openly, he diminished his own trump card. The essence of a hidden weapon lies in its stealth. It must strike from the shadows. Once known, would anyone allow you the opportunity to unleash such a weapon? Su Chen's elimination of Wen Qiluo and his associates has inadvertently alleviated my troubles. Previously, Wen Qiluo had attempted to force my hand, seeking to extract a map from me. I was still contemplating how to handle the situation when this young man took decisive action. His ruthlessness and meticulousness far exceeded my expectations. He is indeed a formidable individual. Shen Wanxiu expressed his admiration, remarking, indeed, such a beauty as Wen Qiluo was dispatched with a mere command. It appears he is aware of certain matters concerning his wife, which is why she remains unharmed. Do you suppose there might be a connection between Li Rui's demise and him? With Li Rui gone, his wife stands to gain the most. Lu Tongxue interjected thoughtfully. Initially, she regarded Su Chen merely as a person of potential. However, he has now reshaped her perception entirely. She sensed that Su Chen possessed considerable strength within Tiannan County. You may be overestimating him. Killing Li Rui was a substantial feat. A master of internal energy and swordsmanship. It would be difficult for him to approach Li Rui, and since Li Rui did not perish by a hidden weapon, how could he be implicated? Although Shen Wanxiu held a high opinion of Su Chen, he did not elevate him excessively. Furthermore, with Li Rui's death, it was not merely Zheng Qingwan who would reap the benefits. Those at the Xuanqing platform would undoubtedly send representatives, and Zheng Qingwan might soon find herself under scrutiny. Uncle Shen, did you know? Su Chen has perfected the iron cloth sure technique, yet our records contain no mention of this. Mastering such a skill is not an overnight endeavor. It demands significant dedication. He is adept at patience and restraint. Now that he has revealed his prowess, it is truly astonishing. Moreover, he claims he can garner support from the remaining 2 deputy heads of the county's constabulary and the heads from 3 other districts. This clearly indicates his capacity to usurp Pei Donyuan's authority. Hence, I entrusted him with the Silver Order. Should he succeed in ousting Pei Donyuan, I believe County Lord Yi Huayuan will likely make an appearance to meet him. Lu Tongxue articulated. Is that so? This situation has become intriguing. I did not anticipate such developments within Tiannan County. If his assertions hold true, he is indeed remarkable, skilled in patience and strategy. Tongxue, should you choose to promote him, you must proceed with caution. Such individuals, if not managed carefully, may prove to be rebellious or uncontrollable. Shen Wanxiu cautioned solemnly. Rest assured, Uncle Shen, I have my own plans in place. Lu Tongxue replied. Such a person can only be cooperative. He will not be commanded at will. However, this arrangement may indeed be the most advantageous for me. Sometimes, a formidable ally is the wisest choice. Do you think Pei Dongyuan will take action next? Will he make a move against Su Chen? Pei Dongyuan is a very cautious individual. He will not act hastily, but will first ascertain Su Chen's true nature. Moreover, he shares a master-disciple relationship with Wen Qiluo, yet their bond lacks profound affection, making it possible that Pei Dongyuan may ultimately refrain from action. Nevertheless, the formidable Mo Guangdao, whom Pei Dongyuan has summoned, is expected to arrive in Tianan County by tomorrow. I am eager to discover the purpose behind Pei Dongyuan's invitation to Mo Guangdao. It seems likely that Mo Guangdao's initial target will be the two members of the Black Tiger Gang. I'm also quite intrigued by their identities. As Su Chen represents the Luan family in dealings with them, he may possess some insight. At this moment, on the official road of Tianan County, within a tea house bustling with patrons, one man donning a conical hat, with a long sword resting on the table, is quietly sipping tea. This man is Jing Wuming, who has come with the intention of taking a life. Whose life? The life of the Mo Guangdao heading to Tianan County. His motives are twofold: to make a name for himself and to ensure that Mo Guangdao does not reach Tianan County. Currently, Feng Shifan and Tian Guinom are in control of the Black Tiger Gang, and Mo Guangdao cannot be allowed to fall into their hands. Furthermore, since Mo Guangdao is summoned by Pei Dongyuan, the reasons remain unclear. However, eliminating Mo Guangdao would thwart any of Pei Dongyuan's schemes. The sound of hooves echoes from afar as a man, with a long knife at his waist, leaps down from his horse. Bring me a cup of cool tea. His rough voice resonates. The tea house attendant promptly approaches, taking hold of the reins in the man's hand, and warmly invites, esteemed guest, please come inside. At this moment, Jing Wuming, still cloaked in his hat, slowly rises and strides towards the man. Just then, the man, who is about to enter the tea house, halts, his gaze drawn to the approaching Jing Wuming. A sensation stirs within him, as if the other were approaching with intent directed at him. This commotion soon captures the attention of others in the tea house. Who is that? Is he not the Mo Guangdao of the Black Dragon platform? Is this man about to confront Mo Guangdao? Among the patrons are seasoned individuals of the martial world, familiar with the paths leading to Tianan County and the capital. And they certainly recognize Mo Guangdao, who is quite renowned among the younger generation of the Dafeng Prefecture. Who might you be? Mo Guangdao questions, his gaze sharpening as he observes Jing Wuming's advance, his hand instinctively gripping the long knife at his waist. Qingyi Tower, 13th Order, Jing Wuming. He declares, Qingyi Tower, 13th Order, Jing Wuming? It appears we have no grievances between us. Mo Guangdao replies with a low voice, his demeanor growing increasingly vigilant. There are those who have paid for your life. Jing Wuming states, a killer. Upon hearing Jing Wuming's words, Mo Guangdao's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that his opponent was a killer. The audacity to confront him so openly was unexpected. However, his gaze sharpened, and with a sudden movement, he bent his body as a surge of energy began to circulate around him. The long blade at his waist was drawn in an instant, its brilliance exploding forth as he swiftly advanced towards Jing Wuming. The flash of the blade, and the figure moved with remarkable speed, the blade flashing even faster. His decisive strike left the patrons of the tea house momentarily stunned, astonished by Mo Guangdao's rapid response, and simultaneously impressed by the prowess that had earned him his reputation. Yet at that very moment, the figure cloaked in a conical hat, Jing Wuming, moved with equal swiftness. His long sword was unsheathed, the sword's aura shattering the light of the blade, and with an ordinary yet penetrating motion, it found its mark within Mo Guangdao's throat. Before me, your speed is still insufficient. Of course, your cultivation is lacking as well. Jing Wuming retracted his long sword and then tossed a green token next to Mo Guangdao's lifeless body. Qingyi Tower, Qingyi Token. Chapter 59. The Seven Weapons, the Everlasting Sword. In the Southern District, 6 doors. Jing Wuming has slain a master of the Inner Qi realm, rewarded with 1 silver-grade treasure chest. Mo Guangdao was dead. A faint smile graced Su Chen's face. Mo Guangdao's arrival in Tianan County was not a favorable development for Su Chen, so it was best that he could no longer set foot in the county, effectively eliminating the trouble. As for the Black Dragon platform behind Mo Guangdao, it was currently not in Tianan County, rendering their influence distant and ineffectual. Even if the Black Dragon platform dispatched individuals in haste, it would still take them 3 days to arrive. In 3 days, he might have already dealt with Pei Donyuan, the chief of the Six Doors. Moreover, the Black Dragon platform would find no trace of him. The actions of Qingyi Tower bore no relation to him now. Presently, he possessed 2 silver-grade treasure chests and 1 black iron treasure chest. The 2 silver-grade chests were rewards for slaying the black-clad individuals, and the one just obtained, while the black iron treasure chest was a reward for Pei Donyuan's formal appointment of him as the chief of the Southern District. The position of chief in the Southern District was worth about a black iron treasure chest, not particularly valuable. Opening the black iron treasure chest, you have obtained 5 bottles of premium refining pills. Just refining pills? Tianshu Nong, Feng Shifan, and I are all in the refining stage. With these 5 bottles of pills, we can accelerate our refining speed, especially Feng Shifan, who possesses the inner cultivation methods of the Kunlun sect, making his progress rapid. Next comes the silver-grade treasure chest, which Su Chen looked forward to with anticipation. The previous silver-grade treasure chest had yielded the deadly rainfall pear blossom needle. Opening all silver-grade treasure chests, you have obtained a spatial ring of 3 cubic meters. You have obtained one of the 7 weapons, the everlasting sword. The first reward was truly unexpected. Now, as he opened the treasure chest, if he chose not to take anything, it was of no consequence. However, once something was removed, it cannot be returned. Take, for instance, the concealed weapon in his possession, the rainflower needle. He had always kept it close. With the acquisition of this 3 cubic spatial ring, he could now store the rainflower needle within it, allowing for its instantaneous retrieval and an unparalleled surge of power. Imagine, in the midst of a sudden battle, retreating swiftly only to produce the rainflower needle. For his opponent, it would undoubtedly spell disaster, an utterly terrifying eventuality. As for the Eternal Life Sword, it is one of the legendary weapons from the ancient dragon novels, specifically from 7 types of weapons, wielded by Bai Yujing. The name of the sword is inspired by a poem by Li Bai. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. This sword, compared to others, is extraordinarily sharp. Once unsheathed, it is destined to draw blood, effortlessly slicing through various defenses. Moreover, it is capable of channeling sword energy, generating a formidable vortex of power that inflicts even greater damage. With this in hand, I could indeed become a swordsman. Su Chen withdrew the Eternal Life Sword from its scabbard. The sheath was aged, and the satin wrapped around the hilt was equally worn. At first glance, it bore no hint of lethality. Clang! As Su Chen unsheathed the sword, a chilling aura emanated from its blade, revealing its exceptional sharpness. Truly remarkable. Su Chen mused to himself, before placing the Eternal Life Sword back into the spatial ring. My lord, the gifts you requested are prepared. At that moment, Lindon approached Su Chen. Today he had been appointed as the head of the 6 doors in the Southern District, and Su Chen had instructed him to prepare some gifts as he intended to pay a visit to Pei Donyuan. It would be quite inappropriate not to visit someone who had just promoted him. Moreover, he was eager for a direct encounter with Pei Donyuan. Prepare the carriage. We shall proceed to the Pei residence. Su Chen instructed Lindon. Yes, I shall arrange it at once. Lindon replied promptly. What might Pei Donyuan be feeling at this moment? Su Chen pondered. Mo Guangdao had been brought back by Pei Donyuan, only to be slain by the ruthless Jing Wuming of the Qingyi building. All subsequent arrangements had now been rendered futile. How could he not be enraged? Sometime later, Su Chen and Lin Dong exited the 6 doors office in the Southern District and boarded the carriage, heading toward the Pei residence to pay their respects to Pei Donyuan. By evening, at the Pei residence, Pei Donyuan smashed yet another table. The Qingyi building, the 13 orders. Jing Wuming. What sort of assassin organization dares to kill someone from the Black Dragon Terrace? Pei Dongyuan's expression was one of fierce anger. Mo Guangdao had been deliberately lured back by him, an essential part of his grand scheme, now extinguished before it could even commence. My lord, from the wounds of Mo Guangdao, it can be determined that his killer is the same as the one who murdered Li Rue, spoke the steward beside him in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the previously furious countenance of Pei Donyuan transformed into a cold, somber demeanor. It seems someone is indeed plotting against me. This individual seems to possess quite a wealth of information. Do you suppose it could be Yi Huayuan, intent on taking action against me? Pei Donyuan spoke in a low voice. It is unlikely. He is yet to locate the Blood Demon sect's treasury. Furthermore, The second batch of gold leaf he requested has just been completed, but not yet transported. At this moment, it would be illogical for him to strike against us. The steward interjected solemnly. That may be true, yet Yi Huayuan has not made an appearance for quite some time. Can we ascertain whether he is still in the county, or has departed? Pei Donyuan continued, his voice low. Upon hearing this, the steward fell silent. This was impossible to determine. Although Pei Donyuan seemed to be questioning him, it felt more like he was speaking to himself. Meanwhile, Pei Donyuan shifted the topic and inquired, what is Xianxia currently engaged in? He is collaborating with Zheng Qingwan. My subordinates have gathered intelligence that Zheng Qingwan has seized the suspended mirror platform in Tianan County and is working alongside Xianxia. Moreover, according to the information received, Shen Wanqiu has unexpectedly contacted Zheng Qingwan, suggesting he is inclined to reveal those two blueprints. The steward responded, Zheng Qingwan has managed to establish contact with Shen Wanqiu. No, it is Shen Wanqiu who seeks to collaborate with Xianxia through Zheng Qingwan. It seems he is eager to uncover the location of the treasury. Very well, Shen Wanqiu. As long as you make an appearance, matters will become considerably easier. Once the map to the Blood Demon Sect's treasury is completed, we shall unlock it. Remain vigilant. Speaking of Zheng Qingwan, I am reminded of Su Chen. Pray tell, how did your probing of him go today? Pei Donyuan inquired solemnly. My lord, Su Chen appears to be an exceedingly patient individual. Upon testing him, I discovered he has remarkably perfected the iron cloth shirt technique, surpassing even Li Rue. His strength has also entered the refining organ stage. Fundamentally, his capabilities are quite robust, not indicative of a sudden enhancement. He must have possessed such strength prior. Merely revealing it now, the steward articulated. So, this young man is quite adept at concealing his true abilities. When he finally strikes, he aims to astonish. Such an individual is not easily controlled. Pei Donyuan remarked grimly. Report. At that moment, a servant stood outside the door, bowing respectfully. What is the matter? The steward inquired upon noticing him. My lord Su Chen, the head of the 6 doors in the southern district, has come to pay a visit and is awaiting outside. The servant quickly relayed. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Go and usher him in. Pei Donyuan instructed the steward. Chapter 60. The Green Robe Tower. Where only wealth matters, not individuals. Outside, the Pei residence. I have the honor of meeting you, Steward Liu. Su Chen approached the visitor promptly. Su Chen, what brings you here? Steward Liu asked with a hint of a smile. Su Chen is quite perceptive. Today, he came to receive his appointment document, and he generously gifted Steward Liu 5,000 taels in silver notes, leaving a favorable impression. I merely came to pay my respects to the chief hunter. Many thanks to the chief for your nurturing, Lindong. Proceed to the back entrance. Liu Butler. Arrange for someone to meet us there. Su Chen statif. Indeed, Liu Butler, taken aback by Su Chen's adeptness at gift-giving, nodded in agreement. Let us go to meet Chief Pei, though be advised that his mood today is rather foul. You must exercise caution. It's no wonder. After all, I have orchestrated the demise of his associate. Su Chen contemplated inwardly. The two advanced one behind the other. The Pei residence boasted an expansive courtyard, complete with an artificial hill and a fish pond. This courtyard is quite splendid. I shall acquire a property of my own when time permits. Su Chen used. In the rear hall, Pei Donyuan gestured to Liu Butler. You may withdraw. I wish to speak with Su Chen privately. Understood. Liu Butler bowed and exited. Su Chen, you have performed admirably, locating and eliminating the remnants of the Blood Demon sect. With your achievements, you ought to ascend to the position of deputy chief within the 6 doors. I have already submitted your commendation to the capital and await their appointment. Pei Donyuan remarked, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, a smile gracing his lips. With the demise of Deputy Chief Wan, I require a more capable aide. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Su Chen promptly replied. Haha, no need for such formalities with me, Su Chen. I have high hopes for you. In time, I shall no longer be in Tianshan County. You may well contend for the position of chief, given your capabilities. Just a bit more merit, and you shall be in a strong position. When Shilua has been concealed in Tianshan County for many years, it stands to reason that there are more remnants of the Blood Demon sect. You must find a way to uncover the others. Su Chen. As I suspected, he is keen to ascertain how I learned of the Blood Demon sect's remnants. Su Chen pondered, though excitement flickered across his features. My lord, I am not privy to this information. It was relayed to me by another. They merely left a note affixed to a dart. Su Chen hurriedly explained. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Su Chen continued, all the while scrutinizing Pei Donyuan, whose spiritual perception was formidable. Pei Donyuan radiated no malice. However, in Su Chen's perception, he resembled a venomous serpent, posing a significant threat. Certainly, if he employed the Rain Blossom Needle, Su Chen doubted Pei Donyuan could withstand it. The notion of eliminating Pei Donyuan began to take root in Su Chen's mind, though he endeavored to suppress it. Martial artists possess an acute awareness of energy. If when Qiluo has attained the inner Qi realm, then it follows that Pei Donyuan is likely of equal or greater strength. Caution is paramount. A direct confrontation with Pei Donyuan is inadvisable. He must bide his time and strike covertly. After all, this man is the chief of the 6 doors in Tianshan County. Moreover, he is currently advocating for Su Chen's candidacy for the deputy chief position. It is prudent to await the official appointment before acting. Regardless, Su Chen still requires the public identity associated with the 6 doors. Should he eliminate Pei Donyuan openly, he would undoubtedly become a target of the 6 doors manhunt, which is far from his intention. Are you implying that someone has contacted you? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Pei Dongyuan's gaze sharpened. Although he had his suspicions, the mere utterance of it by Su Chen still startled him. Indeed, someone was scheming against me from the shadows. But who could it be? Pei Donyuan pondered as he looked at Su Chen and said, "The other party is likely to reach out to you again. Once you receive any information, inform me immediately." "My lord, the note I received from the other party mentioned 2 individuals. One is Wen Qiluo, and the other is someone my subordinate dared not investigate." At that moment, Su Chen retrieved the note that Lu Tongxue had shot at him with a dart and handed it to Pei Donyuan. He yearned for the position of deputy chief of the 6 doors. If he reported it, the authorities would certainly not obstruct him. If they did, it would be a matter concerning Lu Tongxue, which also served as a test for her. When opportunity presents itself, one must seize it, or else Su Chen would not be held accountable. In essence, the current turmoil in Tiannan County hinges solely on his actions. The county magistrate, the chief of 6 doors, and even the black market operatives are of no consequence. What? Upon seeing Su Chen produce the note, Pei Dongyuan's expression turned serious as he accepted it, his eyes narrowing slightly. Xianxia is the registrar and an official of the county office. Our 6 doors must rely on the county office locally. It was wise of you not to interfere with Xianxia. I will handle this matter, so you need not worry. This achievement will undoubtedly secure you the position of deputy chief. Pei Donyuan reassured Su Chen with a pat on the shoulder. However, Su Chen sensed a fleeting intent to kill emanating from the other party. Their designs to eliminate me and to use me as a pawn. Once I ascend to the position of deputy chief, you, the chief, will meet your demise. Su Chen thought to himself with a cold smirk. As for Lu Tongxue, when she entrusted Su Chen with that silver token, her intention was to bind Pei Donyuan's hands. Of course, she also harbored thoughts of dealing with him. Yet, she did not perceive Su Chen as a formidable opponent in terms of physical prowess. Nevertheless, Su Chen possessed strategic acumen that could effectively restrain Pei Donyuan. Once Pei Donyuan is hindered, coupled with the emergence of the Blood Demon Sex relic map, he will inevitably take action, and at that point, she would learn everything. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Chen would be the one to slay Pei Donyuan. The remnants of the Blood Demon sect, lurking within the 6 doors with ulterior motives, would become a testament to Su Chen's merit. With an enhancement of his abilities, he could advance to the inner Qi realm. This would allow him to seek greater opportunities upon entering the capital. In truth, the 6 doors function as a faction. The better one performs, the more one is favored by the higher-ups. Otherwise, the 6 doors would not have progressed to its current stature. Afterward, Pei Donyuan encouraged Su Chen further before having his steward escort him out. Half an hour later, Su Chen appeared at a tavern in the inner city. You met with Pei Donyuan and conveyed the news about Xianxia to him. He did not lay a hand on you, did he? I'm simply curious as to why you are not afraid of him taking action against you. Lu Tongxue inquired as she gazed at Su Chen. He has appointed me as the captain of the Southern District, and coupled with my ignorance of the source of the information, merely stating that someone delivered a note to me, he believes you might provide me with another note. In that case, he will be able to locate you. After all, I am merely a trivial pawn in this game. Pei Donyuan has reported my merits to the capital and has even applied for the position of deputy captain of Tiannan County on my behalf. I trust that the capital will not hinder this process or send someone else. Su Chen turned to Lu Tongxue and inquired, "What is your relationship with the Qingyi Tower?" Instead of answering, Lu Tongxue posed a question of her own. What is your connection with them? Money and murder. The Qingyi Tower recognizes only wealth, not individuals. If you can afford the price, they will even assist in eliminating County Lord Yi Huayuan. Su Chen replied. Did you hire someone from the Qingyi Tower to kill Li Rue? Lu Tongxue pressed on. Indeed, Su Chen spoke calmly. Some matters require no concealment. For the truth will eventually surface. What about Mo Guangdao? That was not my doing. I do not possess such wealth, but I know who hired him. Su Chen continued. Chapter 61. The county lord appears, Xianxia. Across from Su Chen, Lu Tongxue's expression shifted. With Li Rue dead, she harbored suspicions. But Xianxia had ruled out Su Chen. Today, however, Mo Guangdao was also deceased. Mo Guangdao had been secretly working for Pei Dongyuan. Since Su Chen was aware of Pei Dongyuan's identity, she grew suspicious of him once more and came to inquire. How did you come into contact with the Qingyi Tower? Lu Tongxue suppressed her astonishment. The Black Tiger Gang, Feng Shifan and Tian Guanong, are peripheral members of the Qingyi Tower. I accessed the Qingyi Tower through them. Su Chen explained. They? Peripheral members of the Qingyi Tower? That Jing Wuming, the 13 orders. There are 13 assassins just like him. Lu Tongxue stated gravely. I cannot say for certain. I'm merely paid for services rendered. Su Chen replied. I have understood this matter. Regarding your position as deputy captain of the 6 doors, I will assist you in resolving it. However, you must not hire the Qingyi Tower to kill Pei Dongyuan. Lu Tongxue regarded Su Chen seriously. Understood? Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. Pei Dongyuan was also on his list for elimination. Of course, he had yet to fully ascertain Pei Dongyuan's capabilities. His concealed weapon. The Rainfall Pear Blossom Needles could kill, but he had already used them openly, making them unsuitable for assassination. He feared Jing Wuming would not be a reliable option. Furthermore, Chao Xiaoqin had already departed Tiannan County for the capital, where the power holders of the suspended mirror platform were close to him, making it easy for him to integrate. In truth, the assassination of Li Rue would undoubtedly provoke a response from the suspended mirror platform. The situation in Tiannan County is intricate, and Chao Xiaoqin requires a stable identity to gradually elevate his status within the suspended mirror platform. Sometimes, a subtle flaw can lead to an avalanche of suspicion. If Chao Xiaoqin wishes to advance further, he must exclude certain matters from consideration. The day that figures like Yu Huatian, Wei Zhongxian, and Chao Zhengchun make their appearance, he may inadvertently possess a formidable influence within the suspended mirror platform. Such aspirations filled Su Chen's mind. Why not employ the people from the Qingyi Tower to eliminate him? Su Chen Ingguiyuth, you truly intend to eliminate Pei Dongyuan. There are 2 reasons why you cannot enlist the Qingyi Tower for this task. First, Pei Dongyuan is your colleague. Hiring an assassin to eliminate a colleague is a grave taboo within the 6 doors. If this becomes known, your connections in the 6 doors will be severed. Second, although Pei Dongyuan is a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, he has ties with Chun Ping, the deputy chief of the city guard. His ascension to the position of chief in Tiannan County was orchestrated by Chun Ping. Lu Tongxue explained to Su Chen. Isn't Tiannan outside your jurisdiction? Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he spoke. It is within my jurisdiction, but I had not yet assumed my position at the Great Wind Mansion at that time. Lu Tongxue clarified. Then how can we eliminate him? Su Chen sought further clarification. He had resolved to see Pei Dongyuan dead. Exposing his identity as a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, surrounding him, and ultimately ensuring his demise must be your accomplishment. However, it is best to wait until you become the deputy chief of the 6 doors. The title of chief alone won't suffice to aid you significantly, Lu Tongxue remarked. Very well, I shall personally apprehend Pei Dongyuan. If he resists, I shall execute him on the spot. Su Chen emphasized the phrase, execute him on the spot, with conviction. That is your affair. I actually hope you succeed in eliminating Pei Dongyuan. He is likely working for Yi Huayuan, and once you become the chief of the 6 doors, Yi Huayuan may pose a challenge for you, Lu Tongxue observed. Is that so? I will expedite his elimination. You should also act with haste. Let us conclude for today. I await your news. With that, Su Chen bid farewell to Lu Tongxue, who was the elder that met with Li Rue. He could discern Feng Shifan's breathing technique at a glance. Why has he not made an appearance recently? After leaving Lu Tongxue, Su Chen was left with another perplexing thought. Yi Huayuan's associates should not behave in such a manner. Given the close relationship between Yi Huayuan and Pei Dongyuan, if Yi Huayuan desired something, Pei Dongyuan would likely acquiesce directly, without the need for intermediaries like Li Rue. This does not pertain to issues of trust. As they are all in pursuit of the same goal, a map holds little significance in the eyes of allies. Excluding Yi Huayuan and Pei Dongyuan, who else could it be? Su Chen is Gazi's Shotbund, the black market puppet master, Xianxia. But Shen Wanxiu is associated with Lu Tongxue. That should not be the case. As Su Chan pondered while walking, his expression suddenly sharpened. What if Shen Wanxiu is not under Lu Tongxue's influence? Shen Wanxiu has betrayed Lu Tongxue. Yet, this does not add up. Yi Huayuan could have obtained the map from Pei Dongyuan and handed it over to Shen Wanxiu. Could he not? No. That does not seem right. The more Su Chen pondered, the clearer his mind became. If Shen Wanxiu has indeed betrayed Lu Tongxue and is collaborating with Yi Huayuan, then their concealed objective must be Lu Tongxue. With this thought, a glimmer of insight flashed in Su Chen's eyes. If his conjecture holds true, their aim is to scheme against Lu Tongxue without exposing Shen Wanxiu. In this case, Yi Huayuan must have acquired the complete map. Then why has Yi Huayuan vanished? What is he up to? The Blood Demon Sect's treasury. He might be excavating it in advance. Su Chen's expression hardened. The Blood Demon Sect's treasury is what he has set his sights on. If someone else reaches it first, that is absolutely intolerable. He must locate the Blood Demon Sect's treasury as soon as possible. It seems he should consult Zheng Qingwan to see if they can utilize the suspended mirror platform to trace Yi Huayuan's whereabouts, perhaps leading them to the location of the Blood Demon Sect's treasury. However, this must be done with caution. Pei Dongyuan must also be eliminated swiftly. There could be no delays. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. At this moment, in Tiannan County, within a secluded estate, the autumn breeze gently stirred the air, causing yellow leaves to fall. A man clad in fine garments stood in the courtyard. This gentleman possessed an elegant demeanor, exuding an air of nobility, and his piercing gaze seemed capable of seeing through all. If anyone from Tiannan County were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the county magistrate, Yi Huayuan. Beside him stood the shadowy figure from the black market, Shen Wanxiu. You have acquired the complete map of the Blood Demon Sect's treasury and know its location, correct? Once found, I will assist you in promptly transporting its contents. Yi Huayuan addressed Shen Wanxiu. The leader, we have located it. It lies upon the Wuyang Mountain outside the city. I have dispatched personnel to investigate, and I believe news will arrive shortly. However, I fear that disturbing the Blood Demon Sect's treasury might interfere with the transport of the gold leaf. After all, Pei Dongyuan has been closely observing the Blood Demon Sect. Shen Wanxiu replied. Delaying a few days and handing the plans over to him should allow him to eliminate that Lu girl, thereby helping me shed suspicion. Yi Huayuan remarked it. Chapter 62. First eliminate Xiao Qianyi, then Pei Dongyuan. Nonetheless, numerous incidents have transpired recently, as if an unknown force has emerged in Tiannan County. Shen Wanxiu stated. Qingyi Tower. The mention of Qingyi Tower caused a frown to crease Yi Huayuan's brow. Indeed, the notorious Jing Wuming from Qingyi Tower is likely the one who killed Li Rui. From the information received, they are accepting money to take lives. But we cannot uncover who hired them. Shen Wanxiu interjected. You are a shadowy figure of the black market. Cannot you uncover the truth? If not, then make contact. By the way, could it be that the Lu girl has solicited their services? Yi Huayuan inweeded. Captain, this is not feasible. Lu Tongxue's primary objective is directed at you. Her intent to eliminate Li Rui and Mo Guangdao is entirely unnecessary, and they seek to lure you out. We must closely monitor her. Although you have gained her trust, she is unlikely to divulge all her secrets to you, Yi Huayuan remarked. Understood. Recently, she has taken an interest in a young man from the Six Doors named Su Chen. It appears she wishes to recruit him into her ranks. We can arrange for someone to bring him in. While his martial prowess may be lacking, the concealed weapons he wields are remarkable. Shen Wanxiu responded. I will ensure he is kept under surveillance. However, our foremost task at present is to secure the treasures from the Blood Demon Sect's ruins and transport this batch of gold leaf. You must attend to this without fail. It is our capital for advancement. Yi Huayuan instructed Shen Wanxiu. Yes, Shen Wanxiu replied before taking his leave. Once Shen Wanxiu departed, Yi Huayuan entered an adjacent chamber, his footsteps echoing rhythmically against the ground. Creak. Before him lay a dark secret passage. The passage exuded a sinister aura, tinged with a scent of blood. Yi Huan proceeded cautiously, and deeper within, he encountered a stone door guarded by an elderly man, the same elder who had previously appeared alongside Li Rui. I have the honor to meet you, my lord. The elder bowed respectfully to Yi Huayuan. How goes the cultivation of the blood demon puppets? Yi Huayuan inweeded, his voice grave. Creak. The elder opened the stone door, leading Yi Huayuan inside. Within lay numerous cages, each containing a bare-chested, muscular man adorned with crimson runes. Their eyes burned with a feral intensity, devoid of any human emotion. According to the Blood Demon sect's ancient methods of puppet cultivation, they are nearly complete. When they unleash their full potential, they can withstand the might of inner energy realm experts. They are impervious to blades and arrows. Even the sharpest weapons of inner energy practitioners find it difficult to vanquish them. The Elder explained, "These individuals must not encounter any mishap. They are crucial for my plans." Additionally, paid Dongyuan's assistance is required to eradicate the remnants of the Blood Demon sect and to surrender a portion of their treasures. Once I achieve this, I shall gain entry into the capital city. With access to the capital, I can secure greater support from the 10,000 Transformation Bodhi sect. Yi Huayuan's face glowed with excitement at that moment. What the individual skilled in breathing techniques. Surely, Li Rue uncovered the truth before his demise. Yi Huayuan Pidesit. All those from the Weiyuan Martial Hall were eliminated. Now that Zheng Qingyuan oversees the suspended mirror platform, I have not dared to contact her directly, and thus remain unaware of the identity of the practitioner of innate heart techniques. The Elder hastily replied, "Is that so? The Qingyi Tower has truly thwarted my plans." Yi Huayuan's expression darkened profoundly at that moment. Su Chen dispatched individuals to commit murder, thereby disrupting not only Pei Dongyuan's plans, but also those of Yi Huayuan. This task is entrusted to you. Do not err. Yi Huayuan cast a glance at the numerous cages before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Su Chen had returned to the residence, accompanied by Zheng Qingyuan, whose countenance bore an expression of grave concern. "Congratulations on your appointment as the head of the Southern District," Zheng Qingyuan remarked. "In a few days, you shall congratulate me again, for I will ascend to the position of deputy head at the Six Doors, succeeding Luan Zhengxiong. Su Chen Blade, since you have taken over the suspended mirror platform, could you assist me in locating the county magistrate? I wish to ascertain his whereabouts." "The county magistrate Yi Huayuan? You intend to investigate him? He is a member of the Yi family and seldom leaves the county office. His affairs are handled by his steward, Sui Feng, and it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to secure an audience with him, especially in the past month. Is that so?" Yi Huayuan may indeed be affiliated with the Wanhua Puti sect. The people of the Great Wind Prefecture are already investigating him, and presently, I am assisting the Six Doors in their endeavors. Su Chen assertive. "What? The Wanhua Puti sect? Are you suggesting that the county magistrate is associated with them? You would do well to refrain from involving yourself. Not only is the Yi family a formidable entity, but we cannot afford to provoke the Wanhua Puti sect either. This matter is perilously fraught." Zheng Qingyuan cautioned. "We are already entangled. Extrication is utterly impossible. Moreover, the opportunities presented by this situation are significant. Achievements related to the Wanhua Puti sect and the remnants of the Blood Demon sect could elevate my standing considerably. Without accomplishments, how can one hope to ascend within the suspended mirror platform?" Su Chen countered. "Furthermore, you must be facing challenges of your own." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zheng Qingyuan fell silent. Indeed, as Su Chen had articulated, if such accomplishments were to be disregarded, what purpose would there be in remaining at the suspended mirror platform? "I am merely concerned for our safety. I will involve the Qingyi Tower in this matter. We possess our own safeguards regarding security, and you should procure the information on the black market operative, Xianxia, and provide me with a copy." Su Chen instructive. "I shall arrange for Xianxia's information to be delivered to you tomorrow. As for the difficulties you mentioned, I am indeed confronted with one. Xiao Qinyi has approached me, and so has Xianxia. They seek to negotiate for the map of the Blood Demon sect's relics. I sense that this situation is far from simple." Zheng Qingyuan stated solemnly. "Xiao Qinyi, you need not worry. He shall meet his demise tomorrow. The remnants of the Blood Demon sect will be apprehended by the Six Doors." As Su Chen perceived the complications surrounding Xianxia, he resolved to eliminate Pei Dongyuan as well, with Xiao Qinyi serving as bait to draw him out. Isn't Pei Dongyuan preventing him from making an appearance? However, the Six Doors have two other chief captains who can mobilize the four major captains. At that moment, they will join forces to eliminate Xiao Qinyi. You must not enlist the Qingyi Tower to carry out the assassination. They are far too formidable. It is advisable to limit your interactions with them." Zheng Qingyuan cautioned. "In this matter, I exercise discretion. Hasn't Xianxia already made contact with you? You should mention that the individuals from the Qingyi building also wish to engage with him to gauge his reactions. Su Chen intends to test Xianxia, of course. The elimination of Xiao Qinyi and Pei Dongyuan cannot be delayed. They must be dealt with by tomorrow. Sometimes, it is necessary to grant one's subordinates a taste of rewards. They too can ascend the ranks. One cannot thrive alone within the 6 gates. When time permits, I shall incorporate Tianguinen and Feng Shifan into the 6 gates to bolster my capable aides. These two, although not particularly formidable, would achieve little remaining within the Qingyi building. It would be far more beneficial for them to join the 6 gates and assist me, thus allowing me to rest easy. Chapter 63. The Staff of Destiny, meet Xianxia. You have undergone a remarkable transformation, Zheng Qingwan remarked as she gazed at Su Chen. The fist embodies authority, with my prowess. It is time to seize power. This is the essence of what a man ought to pursue, Su Chen stated, looking at Zheng Qingwan. In that moment, an aura of profound confidence radiated from him, his vital essence surging within. You have entered the refining organ stage, Zheng Qingwan exclaimed, astonished by the transformation in Su Chen's aura. How brief a time it has been since he began his cultivation. A martial prodigy, that is indeed me. Mastering the internal qi realm is but a trifle. You need not exert yourself too much. I shall assist you with the matters concerning the Su family. Su Chen Ruishur Seng Qingwan. The downfall of the Su family, of which she is a part, involves numerous complexities. Although Su Chen cannot assist her at present, given time, he could overturn the entire Mu prefecture. I still wish to strive on my own. Moreover, the entanglements of our Su family may run deep, posing dangers for you. Zheng Qingwan cautioned. Ha! Doi, Su Chen, Fir Danger. This world is both a court and a martial realm. Nowhere is truly safe. Su Chen laughed heartily. When he first arrived, although he had acquired the system, he maintained a low profile and did not act recklessly. This was due to his relatively weak abilities at the time, but now, with his strength having grown and with the establishment of the Qingyi building, he has begun to lay down roots. However, the personnel remains somewhat limited. This is precisely why he aims to swiftly eliminate Xiao, Qianni, and Pei Donyuan. These two are certain to yield a silver treasure chest. He hopes to uncover notable figures. Indeed, the martial world and the court are both fraught with such realities. Yet, one must remain cautious of the Wanhua Bodhi sect, for it is exceedingly formidable. Zheng Qingwan advised. I understand. Are there individuals lurking in the shadows seeking you? Previously, Zheng Qingwan had suspected that someone from Defeng Mansion, Xie Zheng, was present in Tiannan County. Logically, they should wish to meet her. Not at the moment. Zheng Qingwan replied solemnly. This was the source of her earlier distress. There is no need for haste. With the current turmoil in Tiannan, someone will inevitably be compelled to reveal themselves. Su Chen Asurithe. The following day, in the inner city, the deputy chief of the 6 gates, Yuan Nanshan, along with Li Yuan, issued a decree summoning 4 captains to converge with their elite forces. This action, without informing the chief of the 6 doors, Pei Donyuan, Xiao Qianni, I shall send you on your way. Su Chen, accompanied by his men, joined the others, while the other constables remained oblivious. The 4 chief constables and 2 deputy chief constables were well aware that their mission was to apprehend Xiao Qianni. Soon, the group assembled and set forth towards Xiao Qianni's residence. Xiao Qianni, the chief scribe of Tiannan County, occupied a prominent position within the county office. He had intended to head to the county office early that morning. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded by agents of the 6 doors. Xiao Qianni, originally named Xiaolang, was a remnant of the blood demon sect. Come with us, declared Yuan Nanshan, addressing Xiao Qianni with a resonant voice. What? The revelation that the chief scribe was a remnant of the blood demon sect captivated the onlookers who had gathered outside his residence. Xiao Qianni's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated being cornered by the agents of the 6 doors. Was this the doing of Pei Donyuan, or was it something else? His mind raced, but he understood he could not remain there. If captured, his plans would be rendered futile. With a glint of cold light in his gaze, he raised his palm and struck towards Yuan Nanshan, his hand enveloped in a swirling blood aura, revealing him as a master of internal energy. Su Chen, standing behind Yuan Nanshan, felt a surge of excitement. In contrast, Yuan Nanshan's expression shifted dramatically, being merely at the stage of refining his organs. He stood no chance against a practitioner of internal energy. Yet, he was compelled to obey Su Chen's orders, as his life and death rested in Su Chen's hands. Chief Yuan, allow me to assist you. Suddenly, Su Chen emerged behind him, raising his sleeve. In an instant, the rain-pear blossom needles concealed within his sleeve erupted forth. With a swish, 27 silver needles shot forward with lightning speed. Xianxia's expression shifted as he recalled that Su Chen possessed hidden weapons. He attempted to evade, but the speed of the rain pear blossom needles was too swift. They pierced through his body in an instant, leaving him as bloodied and mangled as the previous black-clad figure. At that moment, Su Chen surged forward, his long knife slicing through the air. A brilliant arc of blade light flashed, and Xianxia's head soared aloft. To kill an enemy, it must be him or someone he summoned. Otherwise, no rewards would be granted. Host has slain one enemy. Reward: 1 silver-level character treasure chest. Would you like to open it? What manner of being, a character? Su Chen is Gazi Sharpant. He had not anticipated acquiring a character treasure chest this time. Open, he commanded inwardly, his hand gripping the knife, trembling with excitement. Though to outsiders, it appeared as if he were merely shaking. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character Chaotian Iguan. Meet Xianxia. What? Meet Xianxia, wielding the heavenward staff, is none other than me, Yu Qiao from the texts, a figure ostensibly at the helm of the Yu Qiao group. He is a formidable entity, a rival on par with Zhuge Jinhua. Su Chen pondered to himself. He never anticipated drawing me, Xianxia, this time. He promptly examined me, Xianxia's prowess. The early stage of the Yuan He realm. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected to encounter such a powerful figure at this juncture. This was akin to the pendant of Yi Guqing he possessed. While me Yu Qiao may not be a match for Yi Guqing, could it be that the pendant diminished Yi Guqing's strength? Or perhaps that it did not truly reflect his capabilities? Su Chen used. However, Mi Xianxia, also known as Mi Yu Qiao, being an eunuch, was not convenient to have by his side. Yet, he was formidable enough to be temporarily stored at the Qingtian Tower to observe how matters would unfold. Congratulations, Captain Su. This achievement is largely thanks to you for purging the remnants of the Blood Demon sect. Yuan Nanshan and the others immediately stepped forward and bowed. They held Su Chen in high regard, recognizing that, apart from his hidden weaponry, his own strength surpassed theirs, exhibiting remarkable speed in his strikes. He brought back the heads and corpses to the 6 doors. You may return, and I will duly report your accomplishments in today's capture, Yuan Nanshan declared. This was also part of Su Chen's strategy, allowing Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan to bear the brunt, to gauge Pei Dongyuan's reaction. Should Pei Dongyuan seek retribution against Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan, he would have fallen into his trap. It was a clever ploy to lure the serpent from its lair. Su Chen felt elated as he led his team back to the 6 doors in the southern district. He needed to tidy up his affairs and hasten to Pei Dongyuan's residence, ensuring that he distanced himself from this incident. The intelligence was gathered by Yuan Nanshan and his comrades, and had nothing to do with him, Su Chen. Meanwhile, the events at the Tianjin County Prefect's office swiftly spread throughout the county. The prefect, Xianxia, who was a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, was slain today by the deputy chief of the 6 doors, Yuan Nanshan, alongside Li Yuan. The one who executed the kill was none other than the newly appointed captain of the southern district, who had previously dispatched the remnant when Shala. In no time, Su Chen's reput as Su Chen arrived to eliminate Xianxia. The master was engaged in cultivation, thus it was the subordinate who welcomed him. Su Chen asserted that if he did not kill Xianxia, the latter would take their lives. He was compelled to act, and after dispatching Xianxia, he came to report to the master. Furthermore, he had merely received a notification from Yuan Nanshan and was unaware of the intentions to take action against Xianxia. The steward interjected, prompting Pei Dongyuan's menacing demeanor to gradually dissipate upon hearing this. This young man, though somewhat astute, ultimately cannot be spared. He is quite suitable to become my blood puppet. I shall nurture him for a while. However, Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan have dared to conspire against me in secrecy, and they shall not escape my wrath. Let them serve as my blood sustenance, perfectly suited to enhance my strength. A chilling smile appeared on Pei Dongyuan's lips. Were they now? Pei Dongyuan inquired of the steward. My lord, do you intend to take action yourself, or shall I? Lu the steward responded. No need. I shall handle this personally. It is an opportune moment to collect some fresh blood. Pei Dongyuan's expression turned cruel. Understood, the steward nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miss Xianxia has perished, slain by Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan's men. Did he fall to Su Chen's hidden weapon? Was this Su Chen's scheme? You previously mentioned that he had a good rapport with Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan, enabling them to conspire together. Shen Wanxiu gazed at Lu Tongxue from a distance. It is possible that Su Chen divulged this information to Yuan Nanshan, leading them to conspire to eliminate Xianxia and seize the merits. Lu Tongxue replied solemnly. Su Chen's actions had completely taken her by surprise. Could it be that he truly intended to kill Pei Donyuan and was plotting accordingly? Yet, with that hidden weapon, while it succeeded in killing Xiao Qini in one strike, there cannot be a third time. Upon encountering him, others would surely be on high alert. How could he possibly eliminate Pei Donyuan? Lu Tongxue pondered. This Su Chen has thwarted our grand scheme. I had already established contact with Xiao Qini to prepare for a transaction. Now, our plans have been disrupted. Shen Wanqiu's expression darkened. Miss, Su Chen has become increasingly difficult to control. He is rather self-serving. Shen Wanqiu continued. We still require his assistance. Without Xiao Qini, Pei Donyuan should still send someone to contact you or reach out himself, which could advance our plans. Lu Tongxue remarked. However, as she mentioned Pei Donyuan, an ominous premonition surged within her. Pei Donyuan might be in peril. Why do I harbor such thoughts? Lu Tongxue was perplexed. Uncle Shen, what of Yi Huayuan's movements? Have you uncovered anything? Lu Tongxue shifted the topic. He remains within the county office and did not reveal himself when Xiao Qini died. Do you think he may have already departed from Tianan County? Shen Wanqiu responded gravely. It is unlikely that Yi Huayuan will receive assistance from Pei Donyuan in refining a second batch of gold foil if he departs from Tianan County. The quantity of the second batch is double that of the previous one, and Yi Huayuan will undoubtedly keep a close watch. If we focus on the gold foil and Pei Donyuan, Yi Huayuan is sure to reveal himself. Moreover, you must expedite the transaction of the map with Pei Donyuan. Once the news of the Blood Demon Sect's treasury emerges, Yi Huayuan will not remain idle. Lu Tongxue stated solemnly. I shall promptly engage in negotiations with the members of the Xuanjing Sea. With that, Shen Wanqiu turned and departed. After Shen Wanqiu's exit, Lu Tongxue furrowed her brow, her apprehension intensifying. Could it be that Su Chen truly possesses the capability to kill Pei Donyuan? Impossible. Even with hidden weapons, it would be futile in Pei Donyuan's presence. Furthermore, such an act would be detrimental to him. Power struggles and ruthless ambitions are commonplace, yet they must be conducted in secrecy. Open confrontation would lead to chaos, and the six doors would descend into turmoil. Su Chen, do not act foolishly. Lu Tongxue mused, gradually settling into her seat. A sudden realization struck her. Could it be that he intends to? Lu Tongxue, being astute, discerned Su Chen's potential course of action. He need not emerge himself. However, Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan could take action. Given Pei Donyuan's current fury, he may not kill Su Chen, but he might target Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan instead. Are they planning to use this opportunity to eliminate Pei Donyuan? But whom do they intend to enlist for this deed? The Qingyi Tower. They must seek the assistance of the Qingyi Tower's members to carry out the assassination. Surely, the Qingyi Tower's operatives are close to Yuan Nanshan or Li Yuan. Should Pei Donyuan attempt to eliminate them, it would likely spell his doom. In an instant, Lu Tongxue's thoughts crystallized. In that case, Su Chen is not implicated in this at all. Any suspicion would merely extend to Yuan Nanshan and the others, having no connection to Su Chen. Surely, the request for the Qingyi Tower's intervention would be financed by Yuan Nanshan and his associates. Su Chen, you are indeed a master of strategy. Do not underestimate Pei Donyuan. Should he desire your demise, with your current strength, you would surely perish. Lu Tongxue contemplated, preparing to rise. She felt compelled to ascertain whether such a situation would unfold. However, at the moment of standing, she sat back down. Su Chen, I am eager to see if you will act in such a manner. The urgency to eliminate Pei Donyuan now rests on your swiftness. A faint smile graced Lu Tongxue's lips. As night deepened, Su Chen stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the moon in the sky. The autumn moon carried a chill, inducing a shiver through his body. The information on Shen Wanqiu is scarce, particularly over the past 5 years. He seems to have remained hidden, much like the county lord Yi Huayuan. Inside the house, Zhang Qingwan looked at Su Chen and inquired, do you think it is possible that Shen Wanqiu is an associate of county lord Yi Huayuan? Su Chen regarded Zhang Qingwan thoughtfully. It seems rather improbable, does it not? Shen Wanqiu is associated with the Lu family of Mu province, a distinguished lineage indeed. Moreover, the Lu family wields considerable power within the 6 doors of the Mu province government. There exists no compelling reason for Shen Wanqiu to seek allegiance with Yi Huayuan. Zhang Qingwan interjected. Although the information is scant, the most significant details reveal a profound connection between Shen Wanqiu and the Lu family. How long has Shen Wanqiu resided in Tianan County? Su Chen inquired of Zhang Qingwan. 10 years, she replied. Upon mentioning the decade, Zhang Qingwan's expression shifted. 10 years is an extensive duration. Xianxia's prolonged stay in Tianan County without departure indicates certain implications. Firstly, it suggests a lack of progress within the Liu family, implying that they may have abandoned him. Secondly, it could mean his own unwillingness to progress. However, given Xianxia's mastery over the black market, it is evident that his reluctance is not the issue. Rather, he has simply made no advancements within the Liu family. In light of this stagnation, the possibility of being courted by Yi Huayuan becomes quite plausible. Chapter 65. Awaiting your arrival, Mi Yuqiao emerges. Loyalty. Over time, various factors undergo transformation. Few possess the fortitude to endure. Xianxia has remained entrenched in this county for a decade. If he harbors discontent, the opportunity presented by Yi Huayuan would readily entice him. Furthermore, beyond power, there exists the realm of martial arts. Yi Huayuan, being affiliated with the Wanhua Bodhi sect, undoubtedly possesses means to enhance one's own abilities. What if I were to collaborate with Xianxia? Zheng Qingwan expressed a hint of apprehension. Are you aware that the individual I previously mentioned from the 6 doors of the provincial city, who approached me, is Liu Tongxue of the Liu family? She is the deputy chief of the 6 doors and has come to investigate Yi Huayuan. There's a possibility they may conspire against you. For the time being, they will not act against you. It all hinges on whether Pei Dongyuan is reckless enough. Should he make a move against Yuan Nanshan and his associates tonight, you shall hear news of Pei Dongyuan's demise by tomorrow. Su Chen marked. Pei Dongyuan's prowess is likely formidable. Yuan Nanshan and his companions may not stand a chance. Should Pei Dongyuan eliminate them, he may very well target you as well. He lacks the opportunity. Yuan Nanshan and his group have enlisted the aid of experts from the Qingyi Tower, and the cost has been substantial. Su Chen statif. Of course, the funds they expended have now found their way into Su Chen's possession, while Su Chen has them under his control. He did not disclose his affiliation with the Qingyi Tower. If they wish to hire protection, they must still incur expenses. The Qingyi Tower. Zheng Qingwan's face bore frown. Observing Su Chen's current demeanor, it is evident that his ties with the Qingyi Tower are deepening. Yuan Nanshan and others must have sought the assistance of individuals from the Qingyi Tower through Su Chen's introduction. Meanwhile, at another location, within Yuan Nanshan's residence, Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan were present in the courtyard. Before them lay an array of delectable dishes and fine wines. As the two indulged in hearty servings of meat and drink, their faces radiating joy. Ever since they ingested the 3 corpse disruption pill, they had been fraught with anxiety. After all, Su Chen had not tasked them with any duties. Sometimes, lack of worth could lead to abandonment, and such abandonment could spell death. Now, however, Su Chen had commanded them, and even bestowed upon them the merit of slaying a remnant of the blood demon sect. Furthermore, Su Chen possessed 6 silver tokens, inscribed with the character for Liu, which belonged to Liu Tongxue of the 6 gates in the capital. With such formidable backing, even without exerting control over them, they were eager to assist Su Chen. Yet they felt akin to bait in a fishing endeavor, intended to lure the chief constable, Pei Dongyuan, into a trap. Su Chen had revealed Pei Dongyuan's identity to them, and had instructed them to expend resources to summon experts from the Qingyi Tower. Should Pei Dongyuan come to eliminate them, he would not leave the premises alive. A thrill of excitement coursed through them. The chief constable of the 6 gates, Pei Dongyuan, was indeed a remnant of the blood demon sect. This was an immense achievement. Once Pei Dongyuan was dead, one of them would ascend in status, and they could later solicit Su Chen's assistance in transferring another individual to the capital. This was their opportunity, and they were determined to seize it. They now eagerly awaited Pei Dongyuan's arrival. As for whether the figures from Qingyi Tower would succeed in killing Pei Dongyuan, they harbored no concerns. Even the infamous Mo Guangdao of the Black Dragon platform had fallen to a single strike. Thus, eliminating Pei Dongyuan would be a mere formality. You revel in your indulgences, consuming the flesh of my blood demon sect, while feasting and drinking here. A deep voice resonated throughout the courtyard. The remnants of the blood demon sect. Yuan Nanshan and Li Yuan's expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang to their feet, shouting, "Call for reinforcements." With a loud crash, dozens of constables swiftly emerged within the courtyard. Whether the arrival was Pei Dongyuan remained uncertain, but retaliation against the remnants of the blood demon sect was assured, and they intended for others to witness it. Thus the presence of constables. If it truly was Pei Dongyuan, it would indeed be fortuitous. Preparations are in place. The figure clad in black glimmered with a cold light in his eyes, a bloodthirsty smirk curling his lips. Tonight, I have acquired ample sustenance. It should suffice to quench my hunger. His crimson gaze swept over the surroundings, and a chilling aura rapidly enveloped the area. Remnants of the blood demon sect. I did not anticipate your audacity. Do you truly believe we are unprepared? Pei Donyuan. Yuan Nanshan directed a piercing gaze at the figure in black, naming Pei Donyuan directly. What? At the utterance of this name, the figure in black paused in surprise. So it was indeed Pei Donyuan. He could not fathom that the chief constable of the Six Gates was a remnant of the blood demon sect concealed within their ranks. Today, I shall eradicate this traitor on behalf of the Six Gates. Yuan Nanshan's face gleamed with exhilaration. When Su Chen had informed him of Pei Dongyuan's affiliation with the blood demon sect, he had been skeptical. He directly exposed Pei Dongyuan's identity just now. Little did he expect to be caught off guard. Pei Donyuan, you never anticipated that tonight was prepared especially for you. By capturing you, we shall gain access to the Six Gates of the capital. Yuan Nanshan declared sternly as he fixed his gaze upon Pei Donyuan. Is that so? It seems you possess some hidden trump cards. I am quite curious to see what you have that could plot against me. Pei Dongyuan's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he surveyed his surroundings, revealing no sign of surprise. For him, the only goal was to eliminate everyone present. The identities of others, including the remnants of the blood demon sect, meant little to him. The one who will kill you is I. At that moment, an aged voice emerged from the shadows. Subsequently, a figure stepped forth from the darkness, clad in a fitted outfit, slender in stature, and wearing a conical hat that concealed their face. It was Mi Yu Qiao, sent by Su Chen. With somewhat emaciated hands, Mi Yu Qiao gripped an iron rod, the veins on his hands bulging, demonstrating the strength with which he wielded the weapon. As he appeared, a terrifying aura began to permeate the courtyard. Who are you? Pei Dongyuan's expression changed upon seeing the figure. This is the person I invited to deal with you. Pei Donyuan. Today, you shall not leave this place. Yuan Nanshan stated with authority. Of course, he was unsure of who would strike, but the presence emanating from the newcomer undeniably indicated a formidable opponent. Pei Donyuan paid no heed to Yuan Nanshan's words. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on the emerging figure, which instilled within him a profound sense of danger. I had not anticipated that I was truly being schemed against. A heavy dread settled in Pei Dongyuan's heart. Previously, he sensed an unseen hand targeting him, and now it was confirmed. Retreat. Flee. This was the thought racing through his mind. Yet, in that moment of contemplation, an explosive sound erupted. Mi Yu Qiao sprang into action, his foot striking the ground with such force that it shattered the earth beneath him, propelling him forward instantaneously until he stood before Pei Donyuan. With the iron rod lifted high, he struck downwards. In that instant, a wave of overwhelming dread engulfed Pei Donyuan, consuming his consciousness. Roar! He howled in a desperate attempt to break free from this fear. At that moment, a crimson glow began to emanate from his body. As this sanguine radiance appeared, Pei Donyuan forcibly expended his vital energy to elevate his strength, striving to escape the clutches of terror. Chapter 66. Pei Donyuan, the Rod of Death. Upon breaking free from the psychological restraint, Pei Donyuan executed a lazy roll on the spot. Boom! The long rod descended. The ground was instantly shattered, and a powerful force radiated outward. Debris flew in all directions. As he gazed at Pei Donyuan, who had narrowly evaded his strike, the figure of Mi Yu Qiao, cloaked in a conical hat, revealed a faint smile. His recent attack had merely been a simple exertion of pressure, an effortless blow, yet he was taken aback that his opponent could dodge it. A master indeed, an exceptionally formidable one. Pei Donyuan, who had narrowly escaped death, wore a look of terror and gasped for breath. The aura emanating from Mi Yu Qiao was enough to instill such dread within him. Had he not evaded that blow, he would have surely been shattered like the rocks upon the ground. Senior, I wonder if I can negotiate for my life. Pei Donyuan asked Mi Yu Qiao. Acknowledging his utter inadequacy as a foe, engaging further would only lead to his demise, hence his plea for mercy. Oh, how intriguing. I had anticipated your flight. Yet here you are, seeking to bargain for your life. Mi Yu Qiao's voice was hoarse, tinged with an air of age. What do you offer in exchange for your existence? I possess a batch of refined gold leaf, which I could present to you, esteemed senior. Pei Donyuan replied, his eyes shimmering with fervor. At this moment, he was uncertain whose schemes had ensnared him, but he recognized that he had but two means to secure his life. One was the treasure trove of the blood demon sect, and the other was the gold leaf he clutched. The reason he divulged this information was to incite a confrontation between Mi Yuqiao and Yi Huayuan. Gold leaf, you say? Regrettably, our Qingyi pavilion has already accepted a deposit, thus your fate is sealed. Mi Yuqiao's tone was devoid of emotion, radiating a chilling coldness. Upon hearing this, Pei Dongyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Flick, flick, flick. 3 silver needles materialized within his palm, swiftly embedding themselves into 3 points of his chest. As the needles pierced his flesh, a torrent of ominous crimson energy surged through his body. With a sudden burst of power, he propelled himself off the ground, his palms erupting with a scarlet hue. His visage contorted in a primal rage. He launched himself towards Mi Yuqiao with a fierce strike. Mi Yuqiao's expression flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that Pei Dongyuan would dare to attack him at this juncture. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he gripped the iron staff firmly. His seemingly frail form instantly rejuvenated. Boom! A terrifying blast of energy erupted from his being. In that instant, Pei Dongyuan, who had initially charged forward, abruptly halted. Desperately, he grasped the ground, his body crashing down with a force that sent debris flying towards Mi Yuqiao. As the fragments soared through the air, he seized the moment to retreat beyond the wall. He was not a match for Mi Yuqiao. His earlier bravado had merely been a facade, allowing him to find an opportunity to escape. Attempt to flee. Before me, you stand no chance of evasion. Boom! At this moment, Mi Yuqiao's formidable energy surged violently, altering the atmosphere with an overwhelming, masculine ferocity that erupted from his grasp on the iron rod. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position, leaving only a fleeting shadow upon the ground. Pei Dongyuan, in the midst of his escape, sensed a menacing presence behind him, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he turned and struck out with his palm. Yet, in that instant, Mi Yuqiao unleashed the iron rod with unrestrained might. The impact was thunderous. Pei Dongyuan's palm, infused with internal energy, was shattered beneath the rod's force. A scream escaped his lips, but before the sound could fade, the iron rod descended upon him. The protective energy surrounding Pei Dongyuan crumbled like fragile paper under the weight of the blow. With a resounding crash, his body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth as the remnants fell to the ground. As Mi Yuqiao landed, blood flowed from the iron rod. Yet as the energy coursed through it, the crimson liquid vanished. He moved with purpose, turning to depart. The deed was done, and there was no need to linger. Just an insignificant insect. In that moment within the courtyard, many watched in horror, paralyzed by the sheer terror of what had transpired. That single strike had been too fearsome, leaving their minds momentarily blank. Pei Dongyuan, a warrior of innate mastery, had been effortlessly reduced to 2 pieces by this elder. Yuan Nanshan expressed his astonishment. Such strength, truly remarkable, echoed Li Yuan by his side. A heavy silence enveloped the courtyard. After a brief interval, Yuan Nanshan rushed to Pei Dongyuan, removing his mask to reveal the unwilling and terrified expression etched upon his face at the moment of death. It truly is Pei Dongyuan. We have struck gold. Immediately organized personnel to raid the Pei residence. Pei Dongyuan spoke of gold leaf just moments ago. We must inform Captain Su at once. Yuan Nanshan instructed, turning to Li Yuan. Let's go. Li Yuan responded promptly. However, the Pei residence may harbor formidable experts. That steward possesses considerable strength. We must proceed with caution. Bring the explosive crossbows and summon all the captains of the 6 doors. I refuse to believe he has escaped unscathed, Yuan Nanshan declared. While they were the main force, the decision ultimately rested with Su Chen. I will gather the troops. You go personally. The 2 men swiftly parted ways, with Yuan Nanshan rallying all captains of the 6 doors, while Li Yuan hastened towards Su Chen's abode. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was either admiring the moonlight or waiting for developments, heard a notification sound near him. The subordinate Mi Yuqiao has slain Pei Dongyuan, rewarding you with 1 silver-level character chest. Will you open it? Another character chest has arrived. Pei Dongyuan was quite impressive. A smile graced Su Chen's face. My dear husband, what brings you such joy? Inquired Zheng Qingwan. Just then, the summons from the 6 gates reverberated through the sky. Behold, Pei Dongyuan has met his demise. This is the signal. Su Chen proclaimed, gazing upwards. What? Pei Dongyuan is dead? So soon? Zheng Qingwan's face betrayed her astonishment. She marveled at the formidable power of the Qingyi Tower. Pei Dongyuan was a member of the Blood Demon sect, having concealed himself in Tianan County for so long. His prowess must have been considerable, yet he perished so easily. Elsewhere, Lu Tongxue observed the signal from the six gates in the void, her heart racing. Pei Donyuan has taken action. What a pity. Now, Yi Huayuan, what will you do? Remain hidden or reveal yourself? Lu Tongxue murmured to herself. Miss. At that moment, Shen Wanxiu swiftly approached Lu Tongxue, his expression grave as he regarded the signal in the sky. Pei Donyuan is likely dead. It seems you will not be able to make contact. Lu Tongxue looked skyward and replied solemnly. Pei Dongyuan's death. How could this be? I suspect his strength reached the condensation level. Even I would have no chance of victory against him. Shen Wanxiu interjected, disbelief etched on his face. Let's not forget, there lies a hidden force in Tianan County. Lu Tongxue remarked as she gracefully seated herself beside a chair. A hidden force? The Qingyi Tower. Shen Wanxiu instantly comprehended her implication. The Six Gates personnel must have eliminated Xiao Qianyi as part of their strategy against the remnants of the Blood Demon sect. Pei Donyuan sought to kill, but alas, they had prepared a countermeasure by enlisting the aid of the Qingyi Tower. Yet, who did they summon? Uncle Shen. You must investigate promptly to ascertain what truly transpired. Lu Tongxue insisted, eager to uncover the circumstances surrounding Pei Dongyuan's death and the identity of the Qingyi Tower's operative. Miss, I will arrange this at once. Shen Wanxiu nodded before hastily departing, driven by his own curiosity about the unfolding events. At the Pei residence, the area was now swarming with members of the Six Gates, many constables wielding specially crafted crossbows designed to penetrate the energy of even the strongest internal energy practitioners. The force unleashed was formidable indeed. Pei Donyuan, a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, has infiltrated our Six Gates. Today, we shall strike and seize his estate. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution, Yuan Nanshan declared sternly from outside the main entrance. With a wave of his hand, the personnel of the Six Gates surged forward. Su Chan followed closely behind, though not as the protagonist. His purpose here was also to confront the remnants of the Blood Demon sect. The steward Lu, a trusted confidant of Pei Donyuan, possessed considerable strength. Killing him would surely yield a treasure chest. As the constables stormed into the Pei residence, they swiftly divided to conduct their searches. The servants and maidens dared not resist, for they were but ordinary people. Unable to locate Steward Lu, a group of individuals searched fervently, yet Steward Lu remained elusive. It seems that the commotion caused by the Six Gates has alerted him, prompting his escape. Indeed, the Pei Manor was thoroughly searched, uncovering a hidden passage. Steward Lu must have fled through that secret route. Captain Su, it is likely that Steward Lu is aware of the news regarding the gold foil. Jianan Sanguisper Bisai Su Chen. A citywide manhunt is imperative. We must ascertain the whereabouts of Steward Lu. Once he is found, exercise caution and report to me immediately. Su Chen stati salimli. The gold foil represents a significant fortune that he must acquire, as he plans to visit the Six Gates in the capital. On one hand, strength is a matter of merit. On the other hand, financial resources are indispensable. While the former may be negotiable, the latter is a necessity. Regarding connections, Su Chan currently relies solely on Lu Tongxue, which is not a formidable backing. Thus securing the fortune is crucial. Furthermore, this Steward Lu is akin to a mobile treasure chest filled with silver, and he must be obtained. Since there is nothing more to pursue here, we shall return to our respective homes. Su Chan had no intention of lingering at the Pei Manor. With Steward Lu absent, there was no target to engage, and it would be unthinkable to indiscriminately harm the servants. As night fell, a sudden thick fog enveloped the streets, imbuing them with a chill. Despite the tumultuous actions of the Six Gates, the shops and residences within the city remained closed, for in these times, it is often wiser to refrain from concerning oneself with matters beyond one's own affairs. Yet, the lanterns hanging from the eaves cast a faint glow amidst the misty streets. Zong, zong, the bell ringer struck the gong as he traversed the street, calling out the caution to secure doors and windows against thieves. 2 strikes. It was the second watch of the night. Su Chan headed toward his residence. However, at that moment, a figure cloaked in a straw hat stood a short distance away. Observing Su Chan as he made his way home, the eyes beneath the hat glimmered with a sharp light. With a swift motion, the figure followed in Su Chen's direction. HM. As Su Chen advanced, he sensed something amiss, yet he did not react, continuing his path. The pursuer remained concealed, trailing him closely. Who could be following me? Su Chen pondered, glancing ahead at the darkened street. preparing to turn and discern the identity of this mysterious follower. As for the looming threat, Su Chen did not perceive any murderous intent from the figure. They were not there to take his life. Just as he was about to move, the figure suddenly quickened their pace. Su Chen. A low voice resonated in his ear. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He recognized that voice. It belonged to Lu, Steward Lu, who had received a considerable sum of silver from him. Gripping his long knife tightly, he turned around. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no intention of attacking you. Had I wished to strike, you would have already met your demise. The voice of Butler Lu resounded once more. As for the matter concerning Captain Pei, I am completely uninvolved. I genuinely had no prior knowledge and only arrived upon receiving a signal. Su Chen immediately interjected. Indeed, had it been otherwise, I would have acted against you long ago. There's a shadowy alley nearby. Let us converse there, Butler Lu suggested, casting a glance at Su Chen. Su Chen's countenance betrayed a moment of hesitation. Though unafraid, he felt compelled to feign apprehension. After all, Butler Lu was a wanted criminal, and any lack of caution would render his demeanor unconvincing. Fear not. I offer you a substantial fortune. Additionally, a chance to transform your very being. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Butler Lu's voice dripped with temptation. A fortune, a transformation? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with avarice. Precisely. You are aware that Captain Pei is affiliated with the Blood Demon sect, and thus possesses their techniques. Moreover, the wealth he has accumulated over the years is stored in a single location, one known only to me. The butler, cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat, noted the glimmer of greed in Su Chen's gaze, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Having interacted with Su Chen on several occasions, he recognized the young man's audacity and ambition. Given the right opportunity, he was certain Su Chen could soar to great heights. Presenting such bait would undoubtedly stir Su Chen's interest. Very well, Su Chen relented after a moment of internal struggle, nodding before proceeding toward the adjacent alley. Butler Lu, you may enter first. Without hesitation, Butler Lu turned and stepped into the shadowy passage. Su Chen's vigilance was entirely warranted. By entering first, Butler Lu could gauge any potential threat, allowing Su Chen the chance to escape should danger arise. Of course, that was Butler Lu's perspective. Su Chen, on the other hand, perceived Butler Lu as lacking in value. Should the opportunity arise, he would eliminate the butler in this narrow alley, leaving no chance for the man to flee. Despite being in the refining corpse realm, even without utilizing his hidden techniques, Su Chen felt confident that his blade could fell Butler Lu, who did not seem particularly perilous. Thus, the two men ventured deeper into the alley, one leading and the other following. Butler Lu, if there is something you require of me, please articulate it. Su Chen directly addressed him, unambiguously stating that if the butler held no utility, he would not hesitate to dispose of him. A swift execution could yield at least a silver-level treasure chest. Chapter 68, The 13th Command, Han Tang. Su Chen, you are indeed straightforward. I seek your assistance. Butler Lu replied, fixing his gaze upon Su Chen. Assistance? I can certainly help you escape Tiannan County. That is well within my capabilities. Su Chen affirmed. Certainly, Su Chen believed that Steward Lu was not contemplating an escape. While there were individuals in Tiannan County capable of hindering him, they would not intervene. If I wished to flee, the officers of the Six Doors could not impede my passage. Pei Dongyuan, a member of the Blood Demon sect, was in Tiannan County for the sake of a treasure repository belonging to the sect. Now, only 2 fragments of a map remained to obtain the complete layout. Previously, Xianxia had established a connection with the black market handler, Xianxia, through the suspended mirror platform and was preparing for a transaction. With Xianxia deceased and Pei Dongyuan also perished, I intend to use you along with your wife, Zhang Qingwan, to negotiate with Xianxia and finalize the map. Rest assured, once the map is in my possession, I shall not neglect your reward. Steward Lu turned to Su Chen. However, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected, which momentarily startled Steward Lu. Steward Lu, I am willing to assist you, but prior to my undertaking, it is only reasonable that you provide some form of compensation. I will not want to finish my task only to find you have vanished, leaving me with nothing. Once the map is secured, I shall ensure Steward Lu is sent on his way. A key to a grand estate on Yunlang Street awaits you. It serves as a stronghold for Pei Dongyuan's hidden wealth. Here are the deed and the key, presented without reservation. Steward Lu regarded Su Chen and generously handed him the key and the deed. Yunlang Street, located in the heart of Tiannan County, is where the affluent reside. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Su Chen's face. He stepped forward to grasp the key and deed from Steward Liu, having long desired to exchange for a grand estate. Who would choose to inhabit a modest dwelling when one could reside in a magnificent manor? His purpose here was not to endure a life of hardship. Rest assured, Steward Liu, I shall return home tonight and discuss this with my wife. I will expedite the completion of your request. However, Steward Liu, how shall I locate you once the task is accomplished? Su Chen Ingguayev. He was curious about where Steward Liu intended to conceal himself. Though the question was merely a formality, whether he responded or not, Jing Wuming lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly follow him. When Steward Liu approached Su Chen, his fate had already been sealed. I will find you, Steward Liu asserted. Very well. I shall await your good news, Steward Liu. Su Chen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After bidding farewell to Steward Liu, he turned and exited the dark alley. The young man is indeed greedy. How dare he take my money so brazenly? Once this matter is settled, I shall ensure he meets his end. A fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Steward Liu's eyes as he swiftly vanished into the shadows. Little did he know, a figure trailed closely behind him, poised to claim his life at any moment. The following day, Su Chen rose from his bed. I shall contact Xianxia today and inform you of the developments. Based on your deductions, Xianxia will likely acquiesce. Zheng Qingwan stated. As time hastens, it is surmised that the individuals from the Xianxia Mirror platform and the Black Dragon platform are swiftly approaching. We must seize the map before their arrival. Su Chen adressed Zheng Qingwan earnestly. Indeed, Zheng Qingwan nodded in agreement. The treasury of the Blood Demon sect holds paramount significance for both her and Su Chen. They must grasp this opportunity. Should I summon those concealed uncles to assist you? Zheng Qingwan inquired, her concern for Su Chen's safety evident. Do not fret for my safety. Even those at the Inner Chi realm would find it impossible to take my life. A glimmer of confidence shone in Su Chen's eyes. He was reluctant to engage with Zheng Qingwan's uncles, for while they may be loyal to her, their allegiance to him was uncertain. Now that you hold power at the Xianxia Mirror platform, endeavor to send a few individuals there to gauge the reactions of others. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen proposed, if they harbor suspicions, let them be suspicious. Allow some to enter the Xianxia Mirror platform for investigation. Once they commence their inquiries, their vulnerabilities will inevitably emerge. Furthermore, the absence of contact with Zheng Qingwan may indicate that they are covertly observing her. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qingwan's eyes sparkled with determination. I shall make the necessary arrangements, she affirmed. Since many matters have been clarified, she had begun to relinquish control, allowing Su Chen to make decisions on her behalf. I have prepared provisions. Once you have dined, you may proceed to the 6 doors. Zheng Yinggan concluded, bidding farewell to Su Chen. Very well, Su Chen nodded, intending not to visit the 6 doors precinct today. Instead, he wished to explore his new residence and discover what it contained. After a light meal, Su Chen ventured forth, his thoughts drifting to the treasure chest he possessed. Yesterday, Mi Yuqiao had slain Pei Dongyuan, acquiring a silver-grade character chest, while Zheng Qingwan had secured a black iron-grade item chest the previous night. Opening black iron-grade item chest, obtained a vial of Inner Chi pill. A mere vial of Inner Chi pill feels rather meager. Su Chen mused, for both he and his companions, Feng Shifan, Tian Guinong, and Jing Wuming, were now capable of consuming Inner Chi pills, potions designed to nurture one's Inner Chi. They not only assist martial artists in reaching the Inner Chi realm, but also aid those within it in restoring their Inner Chi. Meager indeed. Let us see what the silver-grade character chest yields. I hope it does not disappoint me. The Inner Chi realm masters are still scarce. Perhaps I might acquire someone akin to Mi Yuqiao, which would enhance my strength further. Opening silver-grade character chest. Obtain character. Han Tang, late Inner Chi realm. Han Tang, a formidable ally of the Elder in Meteor Butterfly Sword, mirrors the solitary nature of Jing Wuming. Indifferent to wealth, power, beauty, or gourmet delights. He perceives the Elder as a deity, willing to traverse fire and water for him. Now that he has been summoned by Su Chen, his loyalty will be as unwavering as it was towards the Elder. However, his swordplay differs significantly from Jing Wuming's. His technique is swift and lethal, earning the reputation that when Han Tang strikes, there are no survivors. Indeed, the 13th Order of the Qingshi Tower has gained yet another member. Han Tang is exceedingly well suited for the role of an assassin. Nevertheless, their enhancement in strength must be expedited, Su Chen pondered. Both Jing Wuming and Han Tang possess opportunities for advancement, provided they are given medicinal pills and sufficient time. They may swiftly transition from the innate internal qi realm to the innate condensation realm. In the black market, Xianxia wore a grim expression as he stood beside Lu Tongxue. Pei Dongyuan met his demise at the hands of individuals from Qingshi Tower summoned from Yuan-Nanshan. The assailant was a formidable warrior wielding a staff, leaving Pei Dongyuan defenseless, cleaving him in two with a single strike. The assailant's strength is formidable. We must investigate Qingshi Tower. However, we should refrain from probing Qingshi Tower for the time being. They operate for profit, and should we initiate an inquiry, they may perceive us as adversaries, which would be detrimental to our interests. Lu Tongxue countered, shaking her head. What did Zheng Qingwan wish to discuss with you? Xianxia inquired. Pei Dongyuan's steward reached out to Su Chen, who then connected us with Zheng Qingwan, facilitating our transaction with him. Is that so? Then let us expedite this matter. It cannot be delayed any further. Lu Tongxue commanded. Chapter 69. Various Schemes and Maximizing Interests. I fear that Steward Lu is entirely unaware of the situation, and with Qingshi Tower lurking nearby, their sudden appearance and brazen demeanor suggest they harbor significant intentions. Xianxia voiced his concerns once more regarding Qingshi Tower. He held a deep-seated apprehension towards them. The assailant was excessively powerful, and the lack of clarity regarding Qingshi Tower's true nature left him uneasy. Steward Lu need only provide us with the items. There is no need for him to possess any knowledge of the circumstances. Qingshi Tower is perilous, yet at present, we lack the formidable backup to confront them directly. Lu Tongxue stated solemnly. Then I shall meet with Zheng Qingwan to arrange the time for our transaction. Xianxia replied, taking his leave. Within the room, Lu Tongxue slowly approached the incense burner on the desk, idly stirring the sandalwood within. Why do you think Uncle Shen is so concerned about Qingshi Tower? She mused aloud, as if speaking to herself or inquiring of another. His heart is unsettled. A voice emerged from the shadows, crisp and clear, belonging to a woman. He just seems somewhat perturbed. What is your perspective? Lu Tongxue continued. He may be testing you, assessing whether there are skilled individuals around you. Should I dispatch someone to keep watch on him? As the voice spoke, a woman clad in black, wielding a long sword with striking blue eyes, stepped forth from the shadows. No need. If he betrays the Lu family, he will undoubtedly face death. Investigating him will only heighten his vigilance, jeopardizing my plans, and may even mislead Yi Huayuan. If he has not betrayed us, there is no reason for inquiry, Lu Tongxue replied in a grave tone. Do not underestimate the situation. The 10,000 transformations Bodhi sect is formidable, and Yi Huayuan is not easily dealt with. Moreover, the Qingyi Tower is equally complex. The individual who acted on behalf of the Qingyi Tower last night possesses extraordinary strength, so caution is imperative. Should we have Su Chen meet with you? He is currently assisting the Qingyi Tower and should possess some pertinent information. The figure that had appeared turned to Lu Tongxue and inquired. Not for now. Since he has eliminated Pei Dongyuan, I will appoint him, and we shall observe Yi Huayuan's subsequent actions. His pieces on the board are likely dwindling, and he will inevitably seek to engage with others. The individuals from the Black Dragon platform and the suspended mirror platform in the capital are approaching swiftly. They are more anxious than we are, Lu Tongxue responded as she walked to the desk and penned an appointment letter for Su Chen, sealing it with her official stamp. She had the authority to appoint the deputy chief constable of a county within her jurisdiction at any time. She had previously withheld the information from Su Chen to assess his value. Now that he had proven his worth, the appointment would proceed directly. In the depths of the county government, Yi Huan, dressed in splendid attire, gazed at the dark report in his hand, his expression growing serious. He had not anticipated such developments. Pei Dongyuan's demise at the hands of this group was indeed unfortunate, a result of his arrogance. At this critical juncture, he had chosen to act personally, having grown accustomed to being the kingpin in Tianan County, oblivious to the need for restraint. What exactly is the nature of the Qingyi Tower's influence? Do they merely act for monetary gain, or do they have grander ambitions? Yi Huayuan pondered it, a flicker of trepidation toward the Qingyi Tower emerging in his heart. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him, adorned in lavish garments, and asked, Master Sui, what is your perspective? The middle-aged man in fine attire was indeed Master Sui, an official from the Tianan County government. The arrival is not benign. Those with good intentions do not come uninvited. My subordinate wishes to make contact with the Qingyi Tower to probe their intentions, Master Sui replied. How do you propose to make contact? If we reveal ourselves directly, we risk exposing more information, Yi Huayuan cautioned. My subordinate can make the approach. It coincides with our need to interact with the people from the 6 doors. Where is the batch of gold leaf produced by Pei Dongyuan currently stored? Master Sui inquired. Have you identified a target? Yi Huayuan asked, intrigued. Su Chen, Master Sui replied. Su Chen? He is merely a constable of the 6 doors, Yi Huayuan remarked. Yet he is on the verge of becoming the deputy chief constable of the 6 doors, and his wife holds power within the suspended mirror platform of Tianan County. They represent a crucial link. We must secure Su Chen, Master Sui asserted, his tone grave. Is he not someone favored by the Liu family? Are you not concerned he might betray us? Yi Huayuan questioned. County Lord, the current relationships have become clear. Engaging with Su Chen will not only help us trace the whereabouts of the gold leaf, but also serve to distract the Liu family girl. She has been waiting for your emergence. Once you appear, she will undoubtedly take action. However, we still have not ascertained how many individuals are surrounding the Liu family girl. Master Sui cautioned. He has been away from the Liu family for 10 years. Does Liu Tongxue truly trust him? He is merely a pawn to mislead Liu Tongxue. Yi Huayuan concluded. It is time to unveil the secrets of the Blood Demon Gate relic treasury. Some individuals yearn for it. Do they not? Let them contend for it. And in this opportunity, we shall ascertain how many of the Liu family have accompanied Liu Ya. We must identify those who have come from the Black Dragon platform and the mirror platform of the prefecture city, and secure that batch of gold leaf before them, sending it forth. Moreover, we should reach out to Luan Zhengnan. His daughter has entered the Zhao family, has she not? He has now become a figure of potential utility and may be integrated into our branch. Yi Huayuan remarked, casting a glance at Master Sui. Additionally, we ought to assess Su Chen. He possesses considerable potential and ambition. Should Liu Tongxue meet her demise in Tianan County, he would be severed from his foundation, and his desire to advance would necessitate external assistance, at which point he could also be absorbed into our branch, serving our interests. Yi Huayuan continued. The subordinate understood and pledged to monitor Su Chen more closely. Master Sui bowed and withdrew. As for the Liu family, are you truly inclined to afford Liu Tongxue an opportunity to engage with that eminent figure? Alas, she shall perish here. The death of a direct descendant of the Liu family will grant me greater authority within the 10,000 transformation Bodhi sect. In this game, I am the player, and you are but pawns. A shadowy, cruel smile graced Yi Huayuan's face. Meanwhile, Su Chen arrived at the residence indicated by Steward Liu. It was far more modest than he had anticipated, merely a spacious quadrangle courtyard. Upon entering, he was met by Jing Wuming, who emerged from the shadows. Where is Steward Liu now? Su Chen inquired in a low tone. He remains at the Pei residence. There's a peculiar secret passage beneath the rockery in the backyard. After Steward Liu entered, he has not reappeared. I refrained from entering, fearing traps, Jing Wuming replied. Could it be that there is an underground chamber? Is that batch of gold leaf hidden within the Pei residence? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He was determined to acquire the gold leaf. The black market would yield substantial profit, and whether it flowed into the 10,000 transformation Bodhi sect was of no concern to him. The great Zhou held no deep ties for him. His sole ambition was to procure greater gains. My lord, upon my arrival, Tian Genong and Feng Shifan had already covertly exited the city to investigate. Discovering that individuals have recently been sighted at Wuyang Mountain, Jing Wuming reported. Oh, have they perhaps located the Blood Demon Gate relic treasury? Su Chen is Gazi Sharpant. Considering that Shan Wanqiu may be associated with the county magistrate, it is likely that the map to the treasury has fallen into their hands. They will undoubtedly seek the treasure. It appears that the Blood Demon Gate relic treasury is situated in Wuyang Mountain. In that case, Steward Liu has become expendable. Once we locate the gold leaf, we shall eliminate him. Su Chen commandeth. Now that we are aware of the treasury's location, we need only to watch the others. There is no necessity to seize the map. By disposing of Steward Liu and obtaining the gold leaf, he would be able to negotiate with Yi Huayuan. He aimed to maximize his profits. He also aspired to acquire a silver-level treasure chest expeditiously. Chapter 70. Transformations and Metamorphoses, Ever-Changing. Of course, Su Chen also wished to seize this opportunity to formally enter the fray. He intended to engage under the guise of the Qingyi Tower. Only by entering the game could he secure the greatest benefits. He could not remain a mere observer, reaping rewards from the sidelines. Such a benefit is but a trifling one. He has now discerned that the treasury of the Blood Demon Sect's ruins is merely a game, with its pieces in place. As for the players orchestrating this game, there are but two, the Liu family and the county lord, Yi Huayuan. Su Chen aspires to become the third player. His current relationship with Liu Tangxue is one of mutual exploitation. In truth, Liu Tangxue merely perceives Su Chen as a useful pawn. Their fundamental relationship remains fundamentally unequal. However, when Su Chen reveals himself in the guise of the Qingyi Tower, the dynamics will shift dramatically. That presence could overturn the entire board. Subordinate, keep watch. Jing Wuming received the command and swiftly departed. Upon investigating the entire courtyard, he discovered a hidden chamber within a side room, containing 3 chests. This must be where the silver is stored. Su Chen opened the chests to find them indeed filled with silver. He promptly transferred the silver into his spatial ring. After finding no further anomalies, he left for the 6 doors in the southern district of the city. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard, Zheng Qingwan appeared, her brow furrowing. This is Yu Hui. Zheng Qingwan, tell me how Li Rue met his demise. Just then, a figure emerged, a middle-aged man clad in green, bearing a scar that nearly bisected his eye, lending him a fearsome appearance. His hands exuded a solid, iron-like quality, indicative of formidable martial prowess. Notably, for copper coins strung together hung from his waist. Xianxia Tai, 4th-level copper envoy. I pay my respects to you, Lord Yu. Zheng Qingwan exclaimed, startled, as she bowed deeply to the newcomer. Though she had recently joined the Xianxia Tai and attained the rank of copper envoy, she was still merely a 1st-level copper guardian. Zheng Qingwan, I inquired about your earlier question, yet you have yet to respond. The man, referred to as Lord Yu, stated coldly. My lord, based on the examination of the corpse, it appears that the commander met his end at the hands of the Qingyi Tower assassin, Jing Wuming. Zheng Qingwan steadied her mind and replied. Though internally, she was increasingly convinced that the visitor had been hiding in Tianan County and did not share the same objectives as those coming to the capital. Yet she needed to feign ignorance. The Qingyi Tower. Have you conducted any investigations into them? Are you aware of their stronghold? Lord Yu inquired in a grave tone. My lord, we possess very limited knowledge of the Qingyi Tower, as it is shrouded in mystery. Our inquiries have yielded no leads. Zheng Qingwan immediately responded. Investigations? It seems you have not conducted any at all. Otherwise, how could you have uncovered no clues? Lord Yu continued. Lord Xia holds high expectations for you. If this is the extent of your capabilities, you will greatly disappoint Lord Xia's patronage. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Yu Hui turned to Zheng Qingwan, subtly revealing his identity. My subordinate will swiftly investigate the Qingyi Pavilion. However, the purpose of my arrival in Tianan County, as instructed by Lord Xia, is the treasure vault of the Blood Demon sect. The map to this vault is nearing completion. Once this matter is resolved, I shall mobilize personnel to further examine the Qingyi Pavilion. Zheng Qingwan interjected. Indeed, you imply that the map to the Blood Demon sect's treasure vault is almost complete? Yes, Zheng Qingwan affirmed, intending to redirect the conversation towards the vault. Excellent. Hearing Zheng Qingwan's words, a smile crept onto Yu Hui's face, though the scar on his visage rendered the expression somewhat menacing. Then proceed with this task. I shall seek you out at any moment. Yu remarked, gazing at Zheng Qingwan. And I shall take my leave. Zheng Qingwan responded before departing. After her exit, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in fine garments. With 4 copper coins hanging at his waist, a person of equal rank to Yu Hui, a level 4 copper guard envoy. You're simply going to let her go? The Blood Demon sect's treasure vault is but one aspect. The Su family, once a prominent clan in Muzhou, was annihilated by the Blood Demon sect. But how could they have been unjustly affected? The Su family must be entangled in something. The individual observed the direction Zheng Qingwan had taken. Of course, I am aware. However, with Li Rue deceased and the individual's dispatch from the capital not being under our Lord's command, we cannot appear overtly. Thus, Zheng Qingwan is still of use to us. Discovering the Blood Demon sect's treasure vault would also be an achievement. Perhaps we could acquire something of value. Do not overestimate the Blood Demon sect's vault. For many years it has been said to exist, yet the treasures within have been rather mundane. And none of the rumored 3 artifacts have ever surfaced. Tianan County is so distant from the Blood Demon sect. How could they have escaped here during their extermination? This vault may well be ordinary. Otherwise, do you think those dignitaries in the capital would remain indifferent? Moreover, with the tumult brewing in Tianan County and the numerous upheavals, I sense an invisible hand orchestrating these events. A misstep on our part could lead to our downfall. The man spoke with a grave tone. It is indeed unusual. However, we are merely keeping an eye on Zhang Qingyuan and should remain uninvolved. Unafraid. Let us hope so. Come, let us depart. With that, the man exited the courtyard, followed closely by Yuhui. Once they had left, a figure wearing a bamboo hat appeared in the shadows. The elder's complexion was pale, yet his gaze was piercing. It was me, Yu Qiao, summoned earlier by Su Chen. Were it not for the fear of disrupting my masteress plans, I would have struck you both down. Me, Yu Qiao, glowered at the retreating figures, a cruel glint of murderous intent flickering at the corners of his mouth. In the southern district, at the Six Doors Yamen, as Su Chen arrived, it was not long before Yuan Nanshan approached him with an appointment letter. How swift! Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a longer wait. However, upon examining the letter, her expression shifted. The official seal bore the mark of Lu Tongxue. While others may be unaware of Lu Tongxue's whereabouts, Su Chen was well aware that he resided in Tianan County. This signified that the appointment was made directly by Lu Tongxue himself. So, you have been assessing my worth. I eliminated Pei Dongyuan, and you appointed me without hesitation. A glimmer of light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The host has been appointed as the deputy chief of the Six Doors in Tianan County. Reward: 1 bronze-level treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? What? Su Chen was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, wondering how a bronze-level treasure chest had materialized. Previously, she believed the progression was from black iron to silver, with no intermediary of bronze. Open it. Su Chen silently herself acquired the great success transformation technique. Transformation technique? Su Chen furrowed her brow slightly. Yet almost instantaneously, a surge of energy flowed into her body, causing her bones to crackle as if they were on the verge of transformation. At the same time, a stream of information flooded her mind. The excitement sparkled in Su Chen's eyes as she absorbed the information. The transformation technique could alter her skeletal structure, change her appearance, and allow her to assume the identity of another. It was a true manifestation of endless possibilities. Now, my identity as a member of the Qingyi Tower is secure. Su Chen had previously pondered how to reveal herself as part of the Qingyi Tower, knowing that disguises or masks were inherently unreliable. But now it was different. She could appear openly, and no one would recognize her as Su Chen. Chapter 71. Heaven has a pathway, yet you do not tread it. Su Chen's spirit's sword. Perhaps one day, she could acquire a manga juha and consume it, rendering herself immune to all toxins. That would be truly formidable. Such thoughts occupied her mind. However, based on her conjectures, acquiring the manga juha would likely require a silver-level treasure chest, as it was a rare and precious treasure. Of course, this world diverged somewhat from the typical martial arts realm, likely surpassing it in richness. Yet, the manga juha appeared unappetizing, even if obtained in the future. Su Chen doubted she would have the heart to consume it. Deputy Chief Su, your future is boundless. We shall need your patronage. Yuan Nanshan stepped forward to offer his congratulations. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would ascend to the position of Deputy Chief of the Six Doors so swiftly, placing her on par with him. With allies at her back, should an opportunity arise, she could soar to great heights. Moreover, Su Chen held their fates in her hands. Not only had she forged connections with the Qingyi Tower, but she had also allied herself with the Lu family. Such a Su Chen was far beyond their ability to provoke. They needed to offer her their utmost support. For this might not only yield the antidote, but also elevate them to unprecedented heights. Su Chen's need to control them with elixirs stemmed from his isolation. He found himself devoid of allies. This presented them with the perfect opportunity. Lord Yuan, by uncovering the traitor Pei Dongyuan hidden within our ranks at the Six Doors. We are poised to advance after this matter concludes, Su Chen remarked, observing Yuan Nanshan, whom he had ensnared with the 3 corpses brain god pill. There was an inherent risk involved, for this was not a matter of controlling thoughts, but rather governing their very lives. At times, when desperation grips an individual, the fear of death becomes insignificant. The most effective means of control is through psychological manipulation, yet Su Chen lacked the ability to employ such tactics at present. Of course, he could eliminate them if necessary, but given that they were currently aiding him, it would be unseemly to dispose of them now. One must first observe their utility. If they prove beneficial, they shall remain. If not, they shall be eradicated. He had never revealed himself as a member of the Qingyi Tower, instead using Jing Wuming to compel their allegiance through the 3 corpses brain god pill, a task he deemed a proxy mission. Moreover, he had recently forged a connection with the Lu family, and these individuals would continue to rely on him. Thus, no immediate issues were anticipated. "We vow to serve you faithfully, my lord," Yuan Nanshan declared, bowing in fealty, positioning himself as a subordinate to Su Chen. "Excellent." Su Chen acknowledged, noting Yuan Nanasalesenisnis. He was indeed a temporary asset. Furthermore, the personnel at the Six Doors needed bolstering. Potential upheaval in Tianan County necessitated an augmentation of their strength to seize greater opportunities. "I refuse to remain confined to the confines of Tianan County. We must also explore the splendor of the capital," Su Chen stated, directing his gaze towards Yuan Nanshan. "Understood. I will immediately arrange for reinforcements for the Six Doors," Yuan Nanshan affirmed. This development would allow Jing Wuming and Tian Gunong to infiltrate the Six Doors without passing through him, enabling them to monitor others and swiftly eliminate any threats. Su Chen mused about another individual, Wan Zhengnan, who had already been forewarned by Jing Wuming. At that time, Jing Wuming had mentioned Su Chen's affiliation with the Qingyi Tower. Should Su Chen rise to prominence within the Six Doors, Wan Zhengnan might suspect him to be a spy placed there by the Qingyi Tower. It seemed prudent to meet him under the cover of night. Whether to silence him or compel him to ingest the Three Corpses Brain God Pill would depend on Wan Zhengnan's demeanor. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Although he had promised Wan Shui not to harm Wan Zhengnan for the time being, Wan Shui had departed for the capital days prior. He felt no obligation to consider her now. As for the Wan family, following Wan Zhengxiong's demise, they had fallen silent, undertaking no significant actions. To his astonishment, Su Chen had risen to become the deputy chief of the Six Doors, appointed by none other than Lu Tongxue, who governed Tianan County. Wan Zhengnan had also received the news of Su Chen's appointment as the deputy chief of the Six Doors. Could it be that he had caught the eye of Lu Tongxue? If so, his future would be exceedingly bright. However, Su Chen was affiliated with the Qingyi Tower. The rapid enhancement of his abilities surely indicated significant support from the Qingyi Tower. Could Su Chen be a spy planted within the Six Doors by them? Wan Zhengnan pondered, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Perhaps I should seek an audience with this Su Chen. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wan Zhengnan's gaze. "Master, the county Xianxia has invited you to a meeting at the Moonlight Bamboo this evening." The steward of the Wan residence entered and presented an invitation to Wan Zhengnan. Upon hearing this, Wan Zhengnan's expression momentarily froze, but then a smile broke across his face. Xianxia represented none other than County Lord Yi Huayuan. Although Yi Huayuan was not favored by the Yi family, he was nonetheless a scion of that lineage. If they could establish a connection, the Wan family could advance their standing in Tianan County. "Master, Xianxia's meeting with you might be related to the young lady entering the Zhao family?" The steward interjected. Indeed, Wan Zhengnan's eyes flickered at this suggestion. Currently, the Wan family possessed nothing, having come to Tianan County to assume control of the Six Doors and to investigate the rumored treasure of the Blood Demon sect. Yet, they had achieved neither goal thus far. Xianxia's sudden invitation could hardly be coincidental. It seems Yi Huayuan is making an investment. I shall personally visit Xianxia this evening. By the way, I need to step out for a moment. Wan Zhengnan recalled something. He wished to meet Su Chen. He intended to probe Su Chen's potential. If he could leverage Su Chen effectively, it would undoubtedly benefit the Wan family. Wan Zhengnan felt quite pleased. At the Six Doors office in the Southern District, although Su Chen had become the deputy chief, he continued to work here, not yet wishing to relocate. "Boss, the head of the Wan family, Wan Zhengnan, is here to see you." At that moment, Lin Dong approached Su Chen. "Wan Zhengnan seeks an audience with me?" Su Chen's expression sharpened. He had not sought him out, yet the other had come to him first. "Bring him in." After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen commanded. Soon, Lin Dong escorted Wan Zhengnan to Su Chen's door. "Sir, the head of the Wan family has arrived," Lin Dong announced. "Welcome, Head Wan. Please take a seat." Su Chen rose to offer Wan Zhengnan a chair. "You may attend to other matters," Su Chen instructed Lin Dong with a wave of his hand. Lin Dong, understanding, discreetly withdrew. "I wonder what brings Head Wan here." Su Chen mused, still unclear about the purpose of the visit. "First, allow me to congratulate you, Master Su, on your promotion to Deputy Chief of the Six Doors. Your future is indeed boundless." Wan Zhengnan began. "To offer congratulations without a gift? This commendation surely harbors ulterior motives." Su Chen thought, his gaze sharpening. "Such is the favor of the esteemed ones above," Su Chen humbly remarked. "Master Su, in such a brief span, your prowess has surged remarkably, and you have ascended to the position of Deputy Chief of the Six Doors. Surely, the Qingyi building has invested considerable resources in you. Wan Zhongnan suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. What do you mean by that, Master Wan? I am somewhat perplexed. Su Chen replied in a grave tone. Su Chen, let us speak plainly. Your rapid ascension to this level of strength is undoubtedly supported by the Qingyi building. Is it not? You are a spy placed within the Six Doors by the Qingyi building, Wan Zhongnan stated, fixing his gaze upon Su Chen with a serious demeanor. I had initially contemplated eliminating you tonight or forcing you to consume the Three Corpses Brain God pill. Yet, I find myself threatened by you instead. Truly, you have chosen the path of hell when there was a way to heaven. I shall send you on your final journey today. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Su Chen. Chapter 72. A good man completes his duty, and we meet again in the underworld. Su Chen's expression darkened as he looked at the head of the Wan family. Are you threatening me? His voice was icy, laced with a hint of killing intent. This is not a threat. I merely wish to propose a collaboration with you, Master Su. My Wan family is somewhat weak in Tianan County and requires support. Of course, we are not entirely defenseless. Tonight, the county magistrate's advisor, Master Sui, has invited me to meet at the Moonshadow Bamboo Grove. You are aware of whom Master Sui represents. The County Lord. The County Lord is a member of the Yi family. Wan Zhongnan remarked to Su Chen in a calm tone, seemingly indifferent to Su Chen himself, focusing instead on the backing of the Qingyi building. He had come here to seek Su Chen's assistance for the Luan family in Tianan County. Master Luan, do you comprehend the cost of threatening me? Su Chen Wayith, gazing at the head of the Luan family. Today, I have come openly to your office. Do you think you can kill me? Moreover, do you believe you can truly defeat me? Wan Zhongnan responded, his expression also turning cold. However, the moment his words fell, Su Chen, seated in his chair, suddenly vanished, only to reappear directly in front of him. Doppelganger magic. With a swift motion, Su Chen's hand grasped Wan Jingnan's throat. While is off, the host has slain one enemy and obtained a black iron-gray treasure chest. Should be opened? Su Chen paid no heed to the voice that echoed around him. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the lifeless body in his hands, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Do you think that your brazen approach renders you invulnerable? Su Chen used. He had recently acquired the ability to transform his appearance, allowing him to disguise himself as Wan Zhongnan. Moreover, he was intent on meeting the esteemed Master Sui. Master Sui was the representative of the County Lord. If Master Sui were to perish, how could County Lord Yi Huayuan remain absent? He was convinced that in close proximity, he would seize the opportunity to sever Master Sui's head with a single strike of his sword. Casting a glance at Luan Zhongnan, he stripped the garments from the corpse and ultimately concealed the body within his spatial ring. Following this, his form began to shift, swiftly morphing into Wan Zhongnan as he donned the latter's robes. After lingering in the room for a short while, he strode confidently out of the 6 gates in the southern district of the city. This spectacle did not escape the notice of many onlookers. However, shortly after Luan Jingnan's departure, Lin Dong arrived at Su Chen's residence, only to find Su Chen absent. He was somewhat perplexed but dismissed any further thoughts. As evening fell, at the Qingyue Xiaozhu, the finest tavern in Tianan County, it was nestled beside the banks of the serene Tianan River in the heart of the county. The riverside was adorned with clusters of verdant bamboo, their green stalks dancing in harmony with the crystal-clear waters, casting beautiful reflections upon the river's surface, thus earning the name Qingyue Xiaozhu. The affluent merchants and gentry of Tianan County frequently gathered here, drawn by the enchanting scenery of bamboo and flowing water. Within a secluded and elegant chamber, Master Sui stood by the window, the air infused with the fragrant scent of sandalwood, mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed tea that wafted gently throughout the room. Upon arriving at the Moonshadow Xiaozhu, Su Chen, disguised as Luan Zhongnan, was immediately greeted by a young attendant. Master Luan, Master Sui is awaiting you in the private room. Please follow me. Su Chen followed the attendant towards their destination and soon arrived before the private chamber. After you, the attendant gestured, remaining outside. As Su Chen entered, he was enveloped by a delightful blend of tea and sandalwood fragrances that invigorated his senses. Master Sui, standing by the tea table, greeted him. Master Luan, please take a seat. I have just prepared some tea for you. Master Sui gestured for Su Chen to sit and pour him a cup of tea. Su Chen hurriedly assumed a demeanor of feigned humility, yet refrained from sipping the tea poured for him. He was no longer immune to all toxins. If Master Sui were to poison the tea undetected, it would be an utter disgrace. Master Luan, are you wary of my intentions? Master Sui inquired. I have come on behalf of the county lord to discuss matters with you. As you hail from the capital, you are aware of the county lord's esteemed position. What directives does the county lord have, Master Sui? Please convey them. Our Luan family shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Su Chen refrained from drinking. The situation felt increasingly peculiar. It was indeed unusual for the county lord to send Master Sui to engage with the Luan family at this juncture. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Su Chen's mind. Now that Pei Dongyuan has met his demise, he may have contemplated controlling the Lu family to assist him in his endeavors. This tea is rather unpalatable, Su Chen mused. Master Lu, the county magistrate wishes to forge a long-term collaboration with your esteemed Lu family for the production of a batch of gold leaf. Master Sui directed his gaze towards Lu Zhongnan. Gold leaf? That is strictly forbidden by the court. Su Chen exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. It is precisely what the 10,000 transformations Bodhi sect seeks. Indeed, it is desired by the 10,000 transformations Bodhi sect. Master Sui continued. The purpose of your invitation here is to enlist your cooperation with us. He turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his tone serene, as if discussing a mere trifle. You are of the 10,000 transformations Bodhi sect. No, the county magistrate is Su Chen Feigned Suk. Even if you have guessed, do not voice it. Lu Zhongnan, you're not truly qualified to collaborate with us. However, we are aware that your daughter, Lu Shui, has been sent to the Zhao family. It is her entry into Zhao Garden that grants you the opportunity to engage with us. I trust Master Lu understands the gravity of your choice. Your decision will not only determine your fate, but also the fate of the Lu family in Tiannan County. By consuming this cup of tea, Master Lu will become our ally, Master Sui stated, eyeing the teacup before Su Chen. You. Su Chen's complexion flushed, a mix of rage and helplessness washing over him. You are no match for me. Should you strike, you will surely perish. Master Sui's tone remained unperturbed, although the Lu family head was merely at the refining stage. He had already attained the inner energy realm, capable of piercing Lu Zhongnan's skull with a mere finger. Su Chen lowered his head, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, his right hand trembling as it reached towards the teacup. Master Lu, those who recognize the times are truly wise. Serving the county magistrate will yield far greater rewards than you anticipate. At that moment, Master Sui raised his own teacup, slowly bringing it to his lips. Is that so? Unfortunately, I am not Lu Zhongnan. As the words escaped his lips, the Changsheng sword abruptly appeared in Su Chen's left hand. With a swift flash of the blade, Master Sui's head was severed, blood gushing from his neck as the teacup slipped from his grasp, only to be caught by Su Chen's right hand. Jing Wuming's left-hand sword. So swift. One strike to behead. I, Su Chen, shall see this through to the end, allowing you to meet again in the underworld. Host has slain one enemy. Reward: 1 silver-grade treasure chest. Chapter 73. The Storm Unleashed. Qingyi Tower enters the fray. Within the depths of the county office, Yi Huayuan crushed a chess piece in his hand, his countenance darkened. Below him stood a figure shrouded entirely in black. What is the situation? Yi Huayuan's voice was low and cold. Master Sui went to meet Lu Zhongnan, yet both now lie dead in that courtyard. One of my most capable subordinates has met his end. At this moment, Yi Huayuan was consumed by a murderous impulse. The helmsman, my subordinate, has followed the agents of the 6 doors to investigate the scene. Master Sui was executed with a single stroke of the sword. The expression in his eyes reflected utter disbelief, as if he could not fathom that his assailant would strike against him. This indicates that the attack was sudden, leaving Master Sui completely unprepared, resulting in his beheading. As for Luan Zhongnan, his innards were crushed, and his throat was shattered. This suggests that his assailant possessed formidable skills. According to the servants' reports, only Luan Zhongnan was led into the courtyard, with no one else present. The evidence strongly implies that Luan Zhongnan was the one who killed Master Sui, after which he himself met a gruesome end, his insides pierced and throat crushed by another. The figure in black spoke. Is there nothing further? Yi Huayuan replied, no other clues. There are no signs of struggle within the room. We can only deduce that Luan Zhongnan was the murderer, as Master Sui had gone to meet him, and only he would not be on guard. The figure in black reported, Then whom did Luan Zhengnan meet before encountering Master Sui? Yi Huayuan's gaze sharpened as he responded. He went to see Su Chen, the deputy chief of the Six Doors. The figure in black noted, Su Chen. Did Luan Zhengnan discuss anything with him? Yi Huayuan spoke solemnly. No one knows. But Luan Zhengnan appeared quite normal when he departed. Do you suspect Su Chen is involved? While Su Chen might possess the strength to kill Luan Zhengnan, he certainly could not do so without a sound. Moreover, Master Sui did not summon Su Chen. Had he suddenly appeared, Master Sui would have been on guard. Su Chen would not have had the opportunity to kill Master Sui, nor could he have succeeded in doing so. The figure in black asserted confidently. Many occurrences in this world do not necessitate direct involvement. This Su Chen is intriguing. Yi Huayuan murmured, Helmsman, if you suspect Su Chen, then I shall dispatch someone to watch him closely. The figure in black replied, he is not significant, merely a pawn. Make contact with Su Chen, and inform him that I, Yi Huayuan, wish to meet the head of the Qingyi Tower in Tianan County. Yi Huayuan stated firmly. It matters not whether he is affiliated with the Qingyi Tower, as long as he assists in establishing communication with them. Understood, said the figure in black, bowing as he withdrew. Bang! Shortly after the figure in black departed, Yi Huayuan struck the stone platform before him with his palm, shattering it instantly into fragments, especially at the point of impact, which had turned to dust. This is the first time I have witnessed you so enraged. A figure entered from another direction. Regarding Yi Huayuan, is this the appropriate time for your arrival? Are you not concerned that Lu Tongxue may suspect you? The newcomer was none other than Xianxia. The death of Master Sui is a grave matter. How could I return without investigating it personally? What transpired, Master Sui? Who was responsible for the murder? Xianxia spoke in a low voice. You ought to be aware of the circumstances surrounding the body inspection. You can analyze who took Master Sui's life. Yi Huayuan remarked it. On the surface, it appears that Master Sui fell victim to an ambush by Luan Zhengnan. However, I discovered that Luan Zhengnan had previously met with Su Chen. He would not have engaged with Su Chen without reason. There must be an ulterior motive. I suspect that the deaths of Master Sui and Luan Zhengnan are connected to the Qingyi Tower, a place whose true nature I have yet to uncover. Xianxia interjected. There is no need for further investigation. I have already contacted Su Chen and requested that he introduce me to the person in charge of Qingyi Tower this time. I wish to ascertain his intentions. Should we find common ground for collaboration, let them eliminate Lu Tongxue. A cold glint appeared in Yi Huayuan's eyes. Su Chen is currently assisting Lu Tongxue. He will not aid you. Xianxia replied. A mere pawn. If he proves unhelpful, what purpose does his existence serve? Useless pieces are destined to perish. Yi Huayuan spoke solemnly. Very well, I understand. Tomorrow evening, I shall engage in trade with Steward Lu. Furthermore, the location of the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault outside the city has been confirmed. We can enter at any time, Xianxia stated, although the location has been identified. The Blood Demon Sect's vault contains mechanisms, and I know little else. Therefore, Xianxia intends to accompany Yi Huayuan. The Blood Demon Sect's vault is sure to be rife with traps. First, we shall complete the transaction with Steward Lu, and upon securing the gold leaf, we will disseminate the location of the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault. Let others assist me in scouting that site. Additionally, we must ensure that Lu Tongxue is lured into it. I have prepared that place as his final resting ground, Yi Huayuan said with a smile. However, I have yet to ascertain who accompanies him. No matter, I have made arrangements, Yi Huayuan replied in a calm voice. At this moment, in the rear courtyard of the Pei residence, in a secret chamber, Steward Lu emerged. Two figures appeared. Both bore expressions of cold indifference. One was Jing Wuming. The other Han Tang. I will enter to investigate. You follow him and leave marks along the way. I shall trace you. With that, Jing Wuming entered the secret passage within the artificial hill. The passage was remarkably concealed, yet devoid of traps. The space below was vast, filled with dozens of boxes. Jing Wuming's gaze sharpened as he swiftly opened a box. Inside lay sheets of gold leaf inscribed with peculiar patterns, faint fluctuations of energy emanating from them, though seemingly restrained. Other boxes contained piles of silver and various treasures, land deeds, and more. All the goods are here. Lives may be lost. Jing Wuming's eyes narrowed, and he hastily exited the secret chamber, hastening towards the marks left by Han Tang. Steward Lu's intended direction was indeed Su Chen's residence. After a brief while, Steward Lu's expression hardened. Before him stood a figure cloaked in a conical hat, wielding a broadsword. In comparison to Jing Wuming's swordplay, Han Tang's moves exuded unparalleled strength. "Who are you?" inquired Butler Liu in a grave tone, his gaze shifting behind him, where another figure, similarly adorned with a conical hat and brandishing a long sword, had emerged. Qingyi Tower, Jing Wuming. Although Butler Liu was unfamiliar with Jing Wuming's visage, the attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Jing Wuming during the earlier confrontation when Mo Guangdao met his demise. A jolt of anxiety surged within him as he found himself encircled by the two figures. With a steely determination, he propelled himself towards Han Tang, his foot striking the ground with force. In that fleeting moment, he deftly retrieved several flying daggers from his waist, launching them with deadly precision towards Han Tang. Humph! Han Tang let out a cold snort as he swiftly drew his broadsword, its momentum not only fierce but also rapid. The barrage of flying daggers was shattered beneath the might of his blade. At that instant, Butler Liu seized the opportunity, his movements transformed abruptly, akin to a butterfly flitting through the air as he attempted to slip past Han Tang's position. Trying to escape? Han Tang's eyes narrowed with icy resolve. He stomped the ground, causing the earth to fracture, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of debris that soared towards the fleeing Butler Liu like a hail of bullets. While Butler Liu demonstrated commendable agility, the indiscriminate assault of the rubble, infused with potent energy, swiftly sealed off his escape routes. He had no choice but to halt his flight, raising his palm to counter the oncoming debris. Yet, at the moment he struck out, Han Tang's form reached him, revealing a visage imbued with a fierce malevolence beneath the brim of the hat, instilling terror in his heart. "You cannot escape. You shall die." Han Tang's sword descended with explosive ferocity, radiating a brutal aura that shook the very ground. In that moment, Butler Liu felt his spirit waver, gripped by a sudden panic. Rather than retreating, he altered his stance, emulating a ghostly apparition, attempting to penetrate Han Tang's blade's arc and strike at Han Tang's chest. It was a desperate bid, a gamble of life against life. "You wish for my demise. Then I shall ensure yours as well." He understood that retreat equated to certain death. Only through relentless assault could he hope to carve out a path to survival. Seeking death, Han Tang's eyes ignited with a frigid light as he bellowed, his sword's speed accelerating once more, its force amplifying in that critical moment. The surrounding energy crackled ominously, affecting Butler Liu's movements. With a resounding impact, Han Tang's sword cleaved through Butler Liu, severing him in twain. Blood spraying forth in a gruesome arc, Butler Liu fell lifelessly to the ground. "Let us depart." Han Tang and Jing Wuming did not linger, swiftly vacating the scene. Chen had returned to his residence, reveling in the moonlight. The execution of the Sway Master was executed with remarkable ease, with only a simple arrangement made at the scene. After all, the Sway Master could not die so easily, and Luan Zhongnan had met his demise at my hands. The Sway Master must not perish only to rise again and eliminate Luan Zhongnan. I could not first eliminate Luan Zhongnan and then the Sway Master. There were no signs of struggle within the room. As for any suspicion directed towards me, it was inevitable, for Luan Zhongnan had seen me before he went to meet the Sway Master. Now, with both the Sway Master and Luan Zhongnan dead, the suspicion would inevitably fall upon me. My strength, however, did not permit me to have slain the Sway Master. Chen contemplated. The host's subordinate, Han Tang, has killed an enemy, rewarding a silver-level character chest. It was a character chest, and Han Tang's prowess exceeded my own. Previously, in the elimination of the Sway Master, I had also acquired a silver-level item chest, and killing Luan Zhongnan granted me a black iron-level chest. I now possessed 3 chests. Let us open the black iron-level chest. Acquired 2 Century Ginsengs. Century Ginseng has its uses, albeit temporarily unnecessary. It can aid in nurturing our bodies and advancing to the inner chi realm. I wonder if it is more effective than the inner chi pill, or perhaps less so, Chen mused. Open the silver-level item chest. Acquired the weapon. Azure Demon Hand. The Azure Demon Hand? Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. The Azure Demon Hand is the weapon of Iku from the novel The Sentimental Swordsman, Ruthless Sword. It is an extraordinarily unique weapon, resembling an iron hand, yet possessing unmatched sharpness and toxicity. Once in contact, the poison would infiltrate the opponent's body, leaving them defenseless. Chen directly stored it in his spatial ring. The Azure Demon Hand appeared to be forged from high-grade steel, its guard displaying a vibrant green hue, its design eerie, resembling a massive green demonic hand. The iron fingers were sharp and elongated, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster, as if they could effortlessly rend any foe asunder. This weapon is unsuitable for me. Su Chen shook his head. Lastly, I opened the silver-level character chest. Acquired character, Iku. Gazing at the manifested character, Su Chen's expression hardened. The previously drawn Azure Demon Hand was indeed tailored for Iku. How considerate. Su Chen Saiving worthy. Iku, known for his solitary disposition and ruthless temperament, could wield the Azure Demon Hand to its fullest potential, carving out a notorious reputation in the martial world, instilling fear in many. It seemed that with a dearth of assassins on my side, another akin to Han Tang and Jing Wuming had arrived. Su Chen evaminate Yi Ku's cultivation, noting he was in the late stage of the inner chi realm, comparable to Han Tang and Jing Wuming, though Jing Wuming exhibited slightly higher adaptability. Su Chen pondered to himself, contemplating the arrangement of the 13 tokens. With the death of Butler Liu and Master Sui, he wondered about the subsequent developments. Many plans had been disrupted. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. A figure appeared atop the roof. He remained still, not turning around. The figure regarded Su Chen, their eyes flickering momentarily before descending. Who goes there? In that instant, Su Chen swiftly pivoted, retreating with caution as he focused on the descending figure. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of harm towards you. I am here as a representative of the county lord, who wishes to meet with the overseer of the Qingyi building in Tianan County. I shall return tomorrow to discuss the time for our meeting. Failure to comply will have consequences. With that, the cloaked figure vanished swiftly into the night. The county lord seeks to meet with the overseer of the Qingyi building? Su Chen feigned shock while inwardly reflecting. This move is secure. It is time to meet Yi Huayuan. After a moment, his expression of astonishment faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. Lu Tongxue has also arrived. He sensed her presence nearby. The death of Master Sui is not connected to you, is it? Wan Zhongnan sought you out first. Lu Tongxue gazed at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with intensity. I only learned of Master Sui's demise through the recent news from the Six Doors. It bears no relation to me. I merely facilitated connections for them. His death brings me no advantage. Su Chen replied coolly. As for Luan Zhongnan, he came to see me, not solely to acknowledge my new position as deputy chief of Six Doors, but to remind me of the Luan family's assistance in my rise. By the way, someone from the county lord's side just visited, expressing a desire to meet with the overseer of the Qingyi building in Tianan County, insisting that it must be accomplished. What is your take on this, Deputy Chief Liu? Su Chen had intended to inform Lu Tongxue about the matter, but her visit prompted him to speak directly. Chapter 75. The Blood Demon Sect's treasury belongs solely to the Qingyi building. The county lord wishes to meet with the overseer of the Qingyi building in Tianan County. Can you establish contact with them? Lu Tongxue inquired. Deputy Chief Liu, I cannot reach the overseer of the Qingyi building. My only connection has been with Jing Wuming, who is merely one of the 13 tokens. When I interacted with him, another individual named Han Tang was also present, equally one of the 13 tokens. As for the overseer of the Qingyi building, I suspect that person was responsible for the assassination of Pei Donyuan that night. Recently, they have aimed to have both individuals, Tian Guinan and Feng Shifan, join our Six Doors. Su Chen disclosed his suspicions and information to Lu Tongxue. Feng Shifan and Tian Guinan's identities are well known. He sought to ascertain Lu Tongxue's stance on the Qingyi Tower. Their aspirations to join the Six Doors of Tianan County revealed their ambition regarding the Qingyi Tower. However, within the Six Doors, one can operate independently. Yet if you wish to flourish within the Six Doors, it would be prudent to maintain a certain distance from the Qingyi Tower. Joining it would be unwise. The Qingyi Tower harbors dangers, and I fear that should matters escalate, it may be besieged by either the Six Doors or the suspended mirror platform. Should you become entangled with them, both the Six Doors and the Qingyi Tower could threaten your life. Thus, the Qingyi Tower should only be utilized to your advantage. Lu Tongxue spoke in a low voice. Understood, replied the subordinate. Su Chen's heart stirred. It appears the influence of the great Zhou court is intricately linked with the forces of the martial world. The boundaries are not as clear-cut as one might think. Make contact first. If you manage to establish communication, I would like to meet with them as well. Lu Tongxue added, I shall visit the Black Tiger Gang to see Feng Shifan and ascertain if I can meet Jing Wuming. Su Chen responded. Excellent. By the way, I have another piece of news for you. Your wife is in a precarious situation. With that, Lu Tongxue moved swiftly, soaring to the rooftop and departing in haste. Trouble had arisen concerning Zheng Qingwan. Su Chen felt a flicker of concern as he pushed open the courtyard gate and headed toward the Black Tiger gang. As for the issues Lu Tongxue mentioned regarding Zheng Qingyuan, Su Chen was not overly worried, with me and Xiao on that side, as long as she remained safe. Any subsequent matters could be resolved in due course. At this moment, in the shadows, a figure had been watching Su Chen's courtyard. The instant Su Chen stepped out, the figure stealthily followed. Is he truly going now? This blatantly brings the county magistrate's people to the Black Tiger gang. A woman appeared beside Lu Tongxue, her azure eyes fixed on Su Chen. That is precisely his cleverness. I see it at once. Such a person, residing in Tianan County, is somewhat underappreciated. Once his strength increases, he will achieve great things. Lu Tongxue remarked. Indeed, the woman beside her displayed a look of confusion. The Black Tiger gang serves as a stronghold for the Qingyi Tower, which openly reveals connections to others. Thus, Su Chen seems to sever the influence that the Qingyi Tower holds over him. If the county magistrate wishes to engage with the Qingyi Tower, there is no need to seek him out. We can communicate directly through those two. Wouldn't you say he is astute? He has effectively distanced himself from the fray. Lu Tongxue articulated. His ambitions are considerable. Without significant ambition, I would not regard him. Only with grand aspirations does one recognize their needs and dare to undertake what others shy away from. This is how he can accomplish more for me. Lu Tongxue's voice was calm, exuding confidence. The ambitions of men are not simple. He could potentially pose a threat to you, the woman remarked with a smile. Gazing at Lu Tongxue, he lacks the capability for that. For now, let us proceed. With the demise of Master Sui, Yi Huayuan can no longer remain idle. Lu Tongxue spoke. Just as her words fell, a figure swiftly approached. Miss, the steward Pei Dongyuan has been slain by a swordsman who wielded not a swift sword but a heavy blade, cleaving Steward Lu in twain. The newcomer reported urgently. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Tongxue and the woman beside her exchanged startled glances. The individuals from the Qingyi building, that batch of golden leaves, have fallen into their hands. The assailant must be Han Tang, the one mentioned by Su Chen. At that moment, Lu Tongxue seemed to recall something. Earlier, when Su Chen spoke of Jing Wuming, he also mentioned Han Tang, one of the 13 edicts. It appears imperative to meet with the person in charge of Qingyi building at the earliest opportunity. A frown creased Lu Tongxue's brow. The current developments have entirely exceeded her plans. Meanwhile, Su Chen had arrived at the Black Tiger gang, where he was promptly ushered inside. As the deputy chief of the Six Doors, his status was not to be trifled with. In the hall, Tian Guanong received Su Chen. Master, the location of the Blood Demon sect's ruins has been confirmed. However, they have not yet entered, likely fearing traps within. Nevertheless, that group is gathering some vagrants to venture into the mountains, presumably to send them in to scout. Feng Shifan is monitoring them. Location found, just keep watch. I will dispatch support when the time comes. We must seize the Blood Demon sect's treasury, regardless of its contents. The treasury must be ours. Su Chen declared. He was now accompanied by several notable individuals, including Jing Wuming, Han Tang, and the enigmatic Yi Ku from the Qing Demon Hand. At that moment, the doors of the hall swung shut with haste, and a figure emerged. Master, that batch of golden leaves, along with some silver gathered by Pei Dongyuan, is securely stored in the secret chamber and can be accessed at any time. Jing Wuming reported. Excellent, excellent. I wonder how Yi Huayuan intends to price that batch of golden leaves. Inform me Yu Qiao to make his appearance. He must meet with Lu Tongxue and Yi Huayuan. We may refrain from taking action, but the Blood Demon sect's treasury is ours. No one else shall touch it. Su Chen spoke na commanding ton. Understood. Jing Wuming nodded. Having concluded their discussions, Su Chen rose and exited the hall. At the county office, deep within the estate, the realization dawned upon him. The Black Tiger gang, Feng Shifan, and Tian Guanong are affiliated with the Qingyi building. I never anticipated this twist. They even killed Steward Lu tonight. What could their intentions be? Since the Qingyi building has been located, let us arrange a direct meeting with them. You shall go in person and inquire what they desire. Inquire about the pricing for the batch of gold leaf belonging to Pei Dongyuan. Yi Huayuan spoke. Indeed, those behind him swiftly departed. The Qingyi Tower? What exactly brings you here? I feel somewhat unsettled. Not knowing your intentions, Yi Huayuan stated solemnly. The activities of the Qingyi Tower have gradually led him to lose control over the affairs of Tianan County. It is imperative to rectify this situation and restore it to the proper course.